My name is Chen. By the time you read this sentence, I have already departed from this world. Ahem, my apologies for the mix-up, that I have transformed into a personal superhero. In this realm where Marvel and DC intertwine, in order to survive, I must incessantly complete the tasks assigned by the system to accrue experience points. Oh, look over there. Do you see what I have discovered? A formidable supervillain, yielding 6 times the experience points of an ordinary adversary, a rare delicacy from nature that I must seize. On March 18, 2006, Saturday, at 3:27 p.m., in the bustling streets of Manhattan, New York, Chen, a quintessential corporate worker, experienced his rather mundane journey through time. That he was neither struck by great fortune nor electrocuted, and certainly did not leap from any heights. It was merely because he was at home indulging in Marvel and DC films and comics, when he casually muttered, "Ah, how delightful it would be to glimpse a world where Marvel and DC collide." No sooner had the words left his lips than a blinding flash engulfed his vision. Upon reopening his eyes, the world had remarkably transformed. Chen felt as if a deluge of unfamiliar memories had burst forth within his mind. Astonishingly, the original inhabitant of this body was also named Chen, a Chinese-American, with an English name, Jack Yang. His parents were long-established Chinese immigrants, having rooted themselves in Manhattan for 2 decades and operated a Chinese restaurant that had become a viral sensation. To maintain a foothold in such a valuable area as Manhattan, their wealth was undeniably substantial. What was even more alarming was that he was enrolled in Midtown Science High School, one of New York's most prestigious institutions. As the memories surged forth, Chen, nearly fainted, was in the same class as Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and Green Goblin, Harry Osborn. Wait a moment. On the American map, there was a glaring name, Gotham City. Indeed, it was the very Gotham where Batman perpetually engaged in a cat-and-mouse game with the lunatics. Scrolling through the news websites, he encountered Wayne Enterprises, LexCorp, Queen Industries, Osborne Industries, Stark Industries, Pym Technologies. All the powerful corporations that reigned supreme in the Marvel and DC universes were present. Holy cow, this is for real. Chen's scalp prickled as he scrambled back home from the streets of Manhattan. Relying on his memories, he retrieved a notebook and the television. Feverishly searching through historical news. 10 minutes later, he collapsed onto the sofa, feeling like a despondent fish out of water. It was confirmed. He had truly fallen into a realm where Marvel and DC were intricately blended. The timeline was a chaotic mess, set in 2006. He was merely 16. Tony Stark was still living the life of a playboy, with Iron Man yet to make an appearance. However, Bruce Wayne had already taken on the mantle of Batman, engaged in an endless love-hate saga with Gotham's rogues. Goodness, is the Almighty toying with me? Is this truly the Marvel and DC I once knew? Chen felt as though his life had plunged into darkness. No mutations, no advanced technology, and certainly not the financial prowess of someone like Bruce Wayne. How am I to survive in this wretched place? Oh, creator of the multiverse, where's my golden finger? A super serum would suffice. I beg of you. Just as he was massaging his throbbing temples, his mind swirling with frustration. Indeed, host, indeed, a cold, emotionless electronic voice suddenly erupted in his mind. Who is speaking? Chen was startled, springing up from the sofa, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. Fortunately, it was the weekend and his parents were busy at the restaurant, leaving him alone at home. Hero system initiated. Host is ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, initialization complete. As the voice faded, a translucent game interface abruptly materialized before Chen, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aura. Human host. Chen beside it was a pixelated, chibi-style avatar with its head drooping. Hero level. LV.10100. Hero abilities. None, completely empty. Hero attributes. None, utterly weak. Hero equipment. None, pockets cleaner than face. Hero reputation. None, no record found. System evaluation. A pure rookie high school student. How far from becoming a superhero? The road ahead is long and arduous. Keep it up, young one. Damn it. Chen glared at the glaring, utterly weak, and the mocking emoticon, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. What good is mere encouragement? With no tangible benefits, you expect me to risk my life to be a superhero? This is not how one meets their doom. With these attributes, even a stray dog on the street could easily wipe the floor with me. He forced himself to calm down. Drawing from the vast array of films and comics he had consumed in his previous life, and combining it with the chaotic timeline he now found himself in, he began to piece together the situation that he surmised that the real storm would likely commence 2 years from now when Tony Stark forged a suit in that cave. By then, all manner of grotesque beings, alien invasions, and cosmic bureaucrats would surely emerge. What plunged him further into despair was the realization that his greatest advantage foreknowledge of the plot had been rendered utterly useless. This was a chaotic amalgamation of two universes. Who could predict what bizarre storylines might collide? If a multiverse was thrown into the mix, Chen's vision darkened, feeling undeniably like the unluckiest soul in history, embarking on a journey fraught with insurmountable challenges without exception. The New York battle, the Age of Ultron, Thanos snapped, the invasion of Darkseid in Gotham, the Flashpoint event, the Metal Crisis. Just contemplating these names left him breathless. I'm tired, let it all be destroyed, hurry up, this wretched world is beyond saving. He slumped on the sofa, his gaze vacant. Or perhaps I should just find a building to jump from. And it all? Ding. Detecting the host's intense desire for survival and sarcasm. Newbie gift package being dispatched, please check. Well. Chen instantly perked up, his eyes widening like saucers. System, you truly understand me. I knew I was the chosen one. Who else could possibly fit the mold of a superhero? His earlier despair was instantly cast aside, the law of true sense never faltering. He eagerly clicked on the shimmering gift package icon on the interface. With a virtual explosion, 3 distinct little gift boxes sprang forth. Analysis module activated, displaying the details of the gift package for the host. As the system's voice concluded, 3 clear holographic images detailing the contents promptly appeared on the panel. Hero Equipment Package. Flame Dragon Armor Summoner. Inspired by Armor Warriors. Summons the Flame Dragon Armor for a limited time of 1 hour each day. Characteristics: high attack and defense, equipped with a basic combat module and flame energy weapon. Drawback: once time expires, it forcibly deactivates, leaving the host vulnerable during the cooldown period. Hero Ability Package. Superhuman Series String Fruit inspired by One Piece. Grants the ability to manipulate strings, to create and control intangible, resilient threads that can cut, bind, stitch, remotely manipulate parasitic threads, fly, and create. Clones Shadow Threads. Possesses immense potential. Can awaken, with the range and intensity of power increasing as the host develops. Drawback: initially high energy consumption. Requiring adaptation, the Sea Prism Stone is a natural enemy. The concept of the Sea Prism Stone does not exist in this world. Hero Growth Package. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms Beginner and Indestructible Body Technique Beginner inspired by the wuxia genre. The palm technique is unparalleled in its ferocity, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities through rigorous training. Drawback: requires complementary internal energy cultivation, not included in the package. Forcibly activating it may easily exhaust internal strength, leading to self-repercussion, lengthy growth cycle with slow results. Chen, after reading, unleashed a tirade directed at the air for a full 20 minutes. System, are you kidding me? Which of these 3 items will allow me to walk boldly right now? Exhausted from cursing, the system remained utterly unresponsive. Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to analyze calmly. No, being furious won't solve anything. Survival is paramount. The system gave me a package. It must want me to complete a task. No matter how crucial the task is, I need to be alive to undertake it. His thoughts became crystal clear. Flame Dragon Armor? It looks impressive, but for only an hour? What if I revert back and encounter a thug with a gun nearby? GG. Pass. Martial arts manuals? The Dragon Subduing 18 Palms sound formidable, and the Indestructible Body Technique seems invincible. But without internal energy support, 2 strikes would leave me exhausted, and the Indestructible Shield won't stop bullets. Pass. String Fruit? Doflamingo in One Piece wields it adeptly. Manipulation, cutting, flying sky path, creating clones, shadow threads, and even stitching wounds and assimilating the environment upon awakening. The key is that this world lacks Sea Prism Stones and hockey. In the face of such powers, an ordinary person would be akin to a lamb to the slaughter. Moreover, the system indicated this is the water-resistant version. Solid. It's the one. Chen's gaze was resolute. Having the ability at hand is empowering. It offers sustainability, exceptional survival, and crowd control capabilities. A divine skill to start. He envisioned himself swinging between the skyscrapers of New York, deftly ensnaring villains like dumplings with his threads. System, open your shop and let me have a look. Will I need to complete tasks to exchange for reputation points? Chen felt he had grasped the system's mechanics. Host intelligence is online. Malfunction has been unlocked. Use hero reputation or justice points to exchange for items. Reputation points are obtained through tasks and the influence of events, while justice points are acquired by combating evil. The panel shifted once more, revealing a dazzling virtual shelf divided into 5 distinct zones, each radiating a different hue: common grayish-white, rare blue, Epic purple, legendary golden, and mythical. Multicolored. Current host level 2 low, only the common level store is accessible. For every 10 levels gained, the next zone will be unlocked, along with a corresponding gift package. Yang Chen hastily turned his gaze towards the common area. The equipment offerings were rather uninspiring, consisting mainly of firearms and ammunition familiar from the real world, along with bulletproof vests that provided mediocre value. Yet one item caught his eye. Healing potion small, priced at 100 reputation points. Effect: 100 healing for minor wounds, 70 chance for moderate wounds, 40 chance for severe wounds. A must-have for brawls and reckless endeavors. The perfect companion for home or travel. Wow, 100 points? That's quite steep. Yang Chen exclaimed, astonished, as the most expensive gun was merely 80 points. But for a life-saving potion, I suppose I can accept the price. Other skill books, such as Basic Combat, Basic Driving, and Basic Firearms, were all priced at 50 points each. Purchasing them would only grant entry-level skills, necessitating further reputation for upgrades. Looking at it this way, my line fruit should at the very least be of epic or even legendary grade. Incredible. I've hit the jackpot. Yang Chen's excitement grew, envisioning a bright future ahead. System. Open the Hero Ability Gift Package. The line fruit. Command confirmed. Opening Hero Ability Gift Package. Item dispensed. Superman type line fruit, no side effects version. With a soft pop, a strangely shaped, entirely white fruit adorned with spiral patterns resembling a pear, yet not quite materialized in Yang Chen's hand. Gazing at this legendary treasure of the sea, he swallowed hard. I've heard. The taste of this thing is akin to that of an Oreo. His expression soured as an internal struggle ensued. Damn it, I'm going for it. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. For the sake of superpowers, why not endure a little discomfort? Let's do this, brothers. Steeling himself, Yang Chen shut his eyes and thrust the fruit into his mouth. He bit down greedily, chewing furiously. An indescribable taste, a horrific blend of rotting muck, expired rubber, and some indescribable essence, exploded in his mouth. It was bitter, sticky, and utterly revolting. Ugh! Yang Chen fought against the overwhelming urge to vomit, forcing the entire fruit down his throat, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Ugh! This is like eating excrement. Damn you, system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully merging the Superman-type line fruit ability. All basic techniques and derived skills have been unlocked. The ability panel has been updated. The mission system is now officially activated. Strive to become an urban legend. Chapter 2. The Power of the Line Fruit. After listening to the system's exposition, Yang Chen comprehended the weight and significance of the task system. The tasks are categorized into 4 types: daily tasks, weekly tasks, urgent emergent tasks, and the extraordinarily challenging major event tasks. The difficulty of the tasks escalates progressively and correspondingly. The rewards become increasingly substantial. Completing these tasks earns one both prestige points and justice points. Prestige points can be utilized for purchases in the system's marketplace, while justice points function analogously to experience points, facilitating the enhancement of his hero level. Failure to complete daily and weekly tasks incurs no penalties. However, the latter two, particularly the major event tasks, carry severe consequences upon failure. Not only would it result in the loss of all current justice points, but it could also randomly destroy 2 items or abilities already possessed. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. This principle was not lost on Yang Chen. He gazed at the luminous screen before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement and resolve. Task issued. Does the host confirm acceptance? Confirm acceptance. Yang Chen, filled with exhilaration, pressed the confirmation button with a slight tremor in his fingers, yet with unwavering determination. Finally, it has arrived. Let my name resound throughout this world, nay, the entire universe. Well, upon reflection, that does feel somewhat embarrassing. Daily task. The host is required to prevent a crime from occurring within 24 hours. Reward: 20 justice points, 20 prestige points. Completion: 01. Weekly task. The host must thwart 10 significant crimes, such as drug trafficking, bank robberies, arms deals, or the trafficking of women and children, within 7 days, with at least 1 incident occurring in Hell's Kitchen. Reward: 200 justice points, 200 prestige points, 1 combat skill book, beginner. Completion: 0-10 system. Yang Chen could not help but grumble. Are you hoping I will meet an untimely demise? Hell's Kitchen. That is the lair of Wilson Fisk. You expect a novice like me to undertake tasks there? Are you not concerned that the Underground Emperor might deliver me to my demise with a single crushing blow? He was acutely aware of the perils that Hell's Kitchen posed. If Gotham is deemed the epicenter of the universe's malevolence, then in the Marvel realm, Hell's Kitchen in New York is undoubtedly the very heart of darkness. Ruling this territory is the fearsome Wilson Grant Fisk, a 2-meter tall, 200-kilogram muscle-bound behemoth with a terrifyingly low body fat percentage, who not only masters every fighting technique, but also possesses a ruthless intellect akin to that of a cunning warlord, coupled with immense power. Ironically, this cold-hearted underground godfather harbors profound affection for his wife. Truth be told, as Yang Chen stroked his chin, his gaze complex. Setting aside his biases, the ascent of such a ruthless figure from the depths of society to the pinnacle of power is indeed commendable. Were I in his shoes, I might not achieve such heights. Sighing, he resolved to take it one step at a time, considering that failure in the weekly task incurs no repercussions. First, he would tackle today's daily task. The day was still young, a perfect opportunity to test the abilities conferred by the line fruit. Having acquired the coveted superpower, Yang Chen could no longer contain his anticipation. He dashed into the kitchen, seized a fruit knife, assessed its heft, and upon confirming its durability, inhaled deeply. Extending his fingers toward the front, 5-colored line. In an instant, 5 nearly translucent, resilient threads extended from his fingertips, nearly imperceptible unless observed closely. Yang Chen's gaze sharpened as he suddenly swung a fruit knife, fiercely striking at the suspended threads. The harsh sound of metal scraping accompanied a few sparks, and the blade shattered upon contact due to insufficient strength, clattering to the ground. Not bad in terms of strength. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction, pondering how it compared to vibranium and adamantium. Next, he would test his control and precision. His eyes scanned the living room, and the red apple atop the fruit bowl on the dining table became his target. It was about 3 meters away, just right. Holding his breath, Yang Chen gently flicked his wrist, and one thread shot out silently like Spider-Man. With a soft thwip, the thread precisely pierced the apple. Yang Chen curled his finger slightly, and the thread swiftly returned to him, apple in tow. Wow, this is incredible. His eyes sparkled. This sensation was akin to being Spider-Man. Whatever he could do, I could do. Whatever he couldn't do, perhaps I could as well. In short, this was my territory, and I would protect what he could not. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he stroked his chin in contemplation. At this point in time, that kid Peter Parker should not have been bitten by the spider yet, right? Never mind, he thought. Before darkness fell, he needed to practice his other techniques. At 7 in the evening, dusk settled in. Having mastered several fundamental moves, Yang Chen changed into a night outfit to conceal his identity while upholding justice. A black hooded sweatshirt, a black mask, black jeans, and a pair of black sunglasses. He appeared to meld into the night, blending in even more than the darkest of figures. All set. Everything was ready. Time to depart. He struck a pose in the mirror that he deemed very cool. A cold, automated voice suddenly chimed in. Detection of potential identity exposure risk in host attire. The system has automatically issued a phantom suit. Please check your inventory. What? Yang Chen nearly jumped in surprise. Are you kidding me, system? You only mentioned this now? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Should I leave? No. Yang Chen's expression changed instantly. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Since it was offered, how could he refuse? I shall wear it. The moment he clicked confirm, he felt a rush of shifting light and shadow as his ordinary clothing seemed to be enveloped by flowing darkness, reshaping itself. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed a remarkable transformation. He was now clad in a sleek, form-fitting black combat suit that perfectly contoured to his physique. His face obscured by a mask tailored to his features. The overall style resembled that of the outfits in Assassin's Creed, yet it exuded an air of mystery and practicality. He moved his arms and legs around. His 175 centimeters, 70 kilograms frame was impeccably encased in the suit, allowing for complete freedom of movement. The phantom suit had been activated. Functions include voice modulation, low-intensity optical camouflage interference, self-cleaning, and basic physical defense. Its purpose is to maximize the concealment of the host's identity and ensure operational freedom, the system explained. Wow, this is so cool. Yang Chen excitedly posed in front of the mirror. With this, wouldn't he be able to? System warning. Detection of adverse intentions from the host. If put into action, reputation points will be deducted. Deduct away. Yang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. My reputation points are already at 0. I have nothing to lose. However, as he approached the window and gazed out at the brightly lit streets of the affluent district, he pondered whether he could truly evade the gaze of that one-eyed black egg, Nick Fury. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, Hydra, were not to be trifled with. Rest assured, host. The Phantom suit is equipped with advanced signal jamming and optical distortion modules. Any electronic surveillance that captures your image will present as an indecipherable mosaic, significantly reducing the risk of identity exposure. The system assured him. That's reassuring. Yang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He opened the window, allowing the cool night breeze to rush in. The middle-class neighborhood of New York, at this moment, was tranquil and harmonious. The streets were sparsely populated, and the aroma of dinner wafted from every home. Such a peaceful place was clearly not the target for vigilante justice. With the night just right and clouds abundant, it was time to test his aerial abilities. Excitement flickered in Yang Chen's eyes. With a thought, dozens of resilient threads shot forth from his fingertips, ensnaring the clouds above with spider-like precision. A powerful tug instantly enveloped him, lifting his entire being gracefully off the ground and into the night sky. The chill of the high-altitude air seeped through the fabric of the phantom suit, bringing a refreshing coolness, while the cape behind him rustled in the wind. After acclimating to the sensation of weightlessness, he dared to slowly open his eyes. The view was breathtaking. Below him lay a city of twinkling lights. The distinctive silhouette of Stark Tower clearly visible, shimmering in the night. Judging by his altitude, he was at least 600 meters above ground. Like a kite suspended among the clouds. To seek opportunities, he needed to venture into the crime-ridden Hell's Kitchen. The rookie village was a perilous endeavor in Queens or Brooklyn. Let us first head to Queens and see if fortune favors me. Perhaps I might encounter some petty thieves to deal with. Resolute. Yang Chen activated his powers once more, the threads tugging at the clouds as his figure glided through the night sky towards the illuminated expanse of Queens. Thus began Yang Chen's journey as a superhero, or perhaps one with a hint of a deviant potential, under the resplendent urban night sky. Chapter 3. Call Me the Night of Light on the evening of March 18, 2006, at 8 p.m. in Long Island City, Queens. A figure darted across the rooftops of the neighborhood, seemingly in search of a target. Where are all the gun-toting citizens of this so-called land of the free? Yang Chen muttered to himself. Where has everyone disappeared to? The one in motion was indeed Yang Chen, performing parkour in the streets to earn a meager reputation. It was no wonder gang members were not out and about at night, who would casually stroll through New York's crime hotspots. Even with the concept of equality among all beings, one would not dare, as rival gangs had clearly defined territories. And intruding upon another gang's domain was considered a provocation that could spark violent confrontations, in stark contrast to the brightly lit and pristine, affluent neighborhoods of Manhattan. The slums of Queens are overwhelmed with refuse, with discarded needles strewn about indiscriminately. Towering buildings are a rarity. Instead, the landscape is dominated by modest, flat-roofed houses. To conserve resources, the inhabitants of these impoverished areas often extinguish their lights early and retire to bed, relying on candles as a staple of their daily lives due to the frequent power outages caused by aging electrical circuits. Was a trip to Brooklyn inescapable? What misfortune awaited? A young man, clad in a tattered black cap and appearing rather suspicious, caught Yang Chen's attention. He resolved to follow him discreetly, true to his instincts. The young man approached a 24-hour convenience store, ensuring the area was clear and noting the presence of only a middle-aged white male cashier inside. Swiftly, he retrieved a handgun from his clothing and burst into the store, demanding in a loud voice, "Don't move. Hand over all the cash and place it on the counter, or I'll shoot you. Hurry." All right, sir. Please don't harm me. I'll get the money right away." Trembling at the sight of the menacing robber, the cashier nervously emptied the register, spilling assorted bills and coins onto the counter. "What the hell? Is this all you've got? Tell me there's more hidden away. I swear." "Sir, this is the entirety of today's earnings. Please, spare me. I have 2 children at home who depend on me." The robber hastily stuffed the money into his pockets but showed no intention of letting the cashier off the hook. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, a muffled, raspy voice called from outside, "Excuse me, do you sell watermelons? I'd like to invite this gentleman here to enjoy some." Dressed entirely in black with a hooded cloak flowing behind him, Yang Chen sauntered into the store. The eyes of both men turned towards him in an instant. Yang Chen glanced at the robber before turning to the terrified cashier, inquiring earnestly, "Sir, we are a convenience store, not a fruit market. We do not sell watermelons. Please, do leave." The cashier gestured frantically at Yang Chen, silently pleading, "Do you not see we are being robbed? And the robber is African American. Making such jokes could get you shot. Can't you see his rage is about to explode? Don't drag me down with you." "Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to invite this young man to join me for a complimentary cotton-picking experience in the cotton fields," Yang Chen added, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "Kid, do you want to die? Do you think wearing tattered clothes makes you a superhero? Let us see if your head is tougher than the bullets in my gun. Die, you bastard." The robber, infuriated by Yang Chen's audacity, began firing wildly, eager to see his head explode, but fate had other plans. "No, why can't I move? My hand. Why won't my hand obey me? How dare you? What have you done to me? Release me at once. I kindly offered you watermelon and even invited you to admire the flowers in the cotton garden, yet instead of expressing gratitude, you resorted to violence and cursed my parentage. How revolting. You truly are insatiable. No man has spared your wrath. Surely, his actions did not convey that intent. Furthermore, the remark about you being Batman, what does that have to do with your parents? Bear in mind the current time frame, apart from Gotham's villains. No one knows Batman's true identity." The clerk internally scoffed. Before the man of African descent could enter the convenience store, Chen had already unleashed his technique, dispersing numerous threads into the air, allowing them to descend like a meteor shower, embedding themselves within the man's body. Due to the environment, the man remained oblivious to this subtle anomaly. I am a member of the Lake Gang. My name is Michael Haggis, and my brother is the third in command of the gang. If you have the guts, kill me. But if you dare not, the Lake Gang will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. My leg. My thigh. The Lake Gang? My apologies, but you are sorely mistaken. I have not heard of it. From my recollections of a past life, the only notorious criminal organizations in New York that I recall are the crime empire of Kingpin and the Hand. No other gang could possibly rival their power. Disregarding the man's incessant blabbering, Chen manipulated the threads to control his body, shooting multiple rounds into his own thighs until the ammunition was exhausted. The man, overwhelmed by pain and blood loss, succumbed to unconsciousness. The convenience store was stained with blood and scattered shell casings, the air thick with an unpleasant metallic scent. Sir, you must testify that he inflicted these injuries upon himself. It is not my concern. Additionally, could you please call the police? I fear this young man may be beyond saving. Oh, very well. Goodness, what just transpired? Sir, I shall contact the authorities immediately. Moreover, I am exceedingly grateful to you. Without your intervention, I might not have returned home to my children today. Truly, thank you immensely. Although the clerk was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why the robber would shoot himself in the thigh, one thing was undeniable. This incident was undeniably linked to the peculiar individual before him. He must have employed some invisible magic to subdue his foe. Indeed, this gentleman is undoubtedly a flamboyant wizard. If Chen had the ability to read minds, he would find himself both amused and perplexed by being labeled a flamboyant wizard. While the clerk busied himself with the phone to report the situation to the police, Chen seized the opportunity to gather the money stolen from the robber, along with his own capital, and handed it to the clerk. No need for thanks. This is merely the duty of a superhero. A superhero? Isn't Mr. Batman a wizard? Huh? A wizard? I am not a wizard. How to explain? Never mind. I cannot clarify this in a moment, and the police are on their way, so I must take my leave. Wait, sir. I have something important to convey to you. Just as Chen turned to exit the store, preparing to activate his abilities and ascend into the sky, the clerk hurriedly rushed outside. What is it? Sir, I wish to inform you that the gang referred to by the robber as the Lake Gang holds considerable power here in Long Island City. Their leader is known as Lexwen, and their ranks consist of approximately 100 individuals, primarily engaged in drug trafficking and robbery. I implore you to exercise caution regarding potential reprisals from them. As someone who has resided in Long Island City for over a decade, I am quite familiar with the distribution of gangs and their personnel in this area. Are you not fearful of their vengeance? Sir, the location of my convenience store does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Lake Gang. It is instead situated within the territory of their rivals. Furthermore, I have paid protection fees. Given the commotion today, should the Lake Gang seek trouble, it would violate the unspoken rules, and other gangs would not condone such behavior. I see. I had not realized you possess considerable knowledge about the underworld. May I ask your name? Sir, I am Harvey Jessen. What may I call you? If it is inconvenient to disclose, could you at least share your heroic title? Harvey Jessen, I shall remember you. You may call me the Radiant Knight. I shall bring illumination to New York. Until we meet again by fate. With that, Chen soared into the sky, gradually vanishing from sight. Until we meet again, sir. May God bless you. Watching Chen depart, Harvey Jessen returned to the store, observing the robber's mangled legs, shaking his head as he awaited the police to arrive and take him away. Chapter 4. What is this mosaic? Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. In light of your flawless execution on the first attempt, a special reward of 1 healing potion has been granted. Oh, what a delightful surprise. An additional means of self-preservation. Quite splendid indeed. Upon returning home, Chen immediately checked for any traces of blood or the scent of carnage. Discovering none, he marveled at the impressive cleanliness of the phantom suit. He had been in close proximity to the robber, yet not a single drop of blood had sullied him. System. Access the panel and let me see if my reputation has increased. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Human host, Chen, hero level, level 1, 20,100. Hero ability, thread fruit. Hero attributes, none. Hero equipment, 1 healing potion. 1 phantom suit. Hero reputation, 20 points. Hero evaluation, the host has taken the first step toward becoming a superhero. Yet there remains a considerable distance to traverse before achieving that status. Continued effort is required. Through today's battle, I have come to recognize significant shortcomings, particularly in defense and reaction time. Had I not preemptively subdued the robber, I would not have had the confidence to outpace a bullet in such close quarters, evade gunfire, or swiftly employ threats for defense, let alone the heavier weaponry I may encounter in the future. System. What is the defensive capability of the phantom suit? The phantom suit can only defend against damage from small blades. It offers no protection against firearms or explosives. It appears prudent for me to procure a bulletproof vest to safeguard myself from any unforeseen assault. The hour grows late, and my parents should soon return. I shall take a shower and retire for the night, for tomorrow's concerns can wait until dawn. In the early hours of March 19, 2006, at 1 a.m. In the Queens neighborhood of Long Island City, one finds Brighton Bar. This establishment stands as one of the largest bars in Long Island City, notable for its late-night operations. A privilege bestowed upon it by the formidable leader of the Lake Gang, Lex 1, who founded it as both a sanctuary for his organization and a vital source of revenue. A staggering two-thirds of the gang's narcotics transactions are conducted within these walls. This venue serves as a haven for drunkards, gamblers, and addicts. No one in Queens dares to disturb the peace here, as those who do are swiftly dealt with by the Lake Gang's enforcers, such as the formidable Sorcerer, who might see them unceremoniously cast into the Atlantic. The first floor is a vibrant scene of revelry and indulgence, while the second floor, reserved for gambling, imposes an entry fee of a substantial $100,000 in cash. One must not underestimate this amount, for in the early 2000s, it represented the entirety of a middle-class family's annual income, unlike the usual cacophony of the late-night revelers. Tonight the second floor is unusually desolate. All private rooms have been cleared of patrons. The significant members of the Lake Gang have been summoned by their leader, Lex 1, to convene in the largest private chamber. The purpose of this meeting is to address the ramifications of the recent incident involving Michael Hargis, who was injured by Chen and subsequently taken into police custody. After reviewing photographs from the scene and police reports, Lex inquires if anyone has insights to share. His expression reveals no trace of anger. Instead, he leisurely puffs on a cigar, seemingly indifferent to the fate of his subordinate, now rendered a mere shell of a man. His primary concern revolves around whether this incident is a calculated trap set by a rival gang, seeking to collaborate with others to encroach upon his territory. That, he deems, is of utmost importance. As for the police report, Lex dismisses it entirely. How could one trust a narrative that claims convenience store surveillance and witnesses corroborate that Michael, in a fit of madness, fired upon his own thigh? Is this the quality of documentation produced by law enforcement? Boss, Michael is my brother. And he is also your brother. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy orchestrated by a rival gang, and we cannot let this go unpunished. The speaker is Johnson Dude, the third in command of the Lake Gang, a towering figure standing at 6 feet 3 inches. He charges into skirmishes, earning the loyalty of many within the gang, albeit lacking in intellect. Otherwise, Lex would have surely ensured his demise long ago. Cannot let it go? What more do you propose? You are aware that your reckless brother has violated the territorial code, costing me a fortune in bribes and reparations. $3 million. Yes, $3 million. Enough for that waste to die 1,000 deaths. My money does not come easily. Lex finds himself amused by Johnson's indignation. Aside from the reparations, the bribes he had to pay for the police documents and photographs alone could drive him to despair. The audacity to demand further action leaves Lex questioning whether Johnson might be an undercover agent from another gang, intent on undermining the Lake Gang from within. Suppressing his discontent, Rake extinguished the cigar in his mouth and rubbed his aching temples. Addressing Fagoto, the second in command of the Rake Gang, renowned for his cunning and ruthlessness, he inquired, Fagoto, what is your perspective on this matter? Boss, if we adhere to the police report, we ought to examine the convenience store surveillance footage or the cameras along the entire route. That would reveal everything, Fagoto replied. Indeed, boss. Reviewing the surveillance will unveil the perpetrator's identity, another added. Absolutely, we must ensure that the one responsible comprehends the might of the Rake Gang. With Fagoto leading the discussion, the members began to murmur amongst themselves. Do you believe I haven't considered reviewing the surveillance? Bring in the prepared laptop, Rake commanded. A subordinate opened the door and placed a laptop on the conference table. The surrounding areas lack surveillance, but the convenience store does. Take a look, Rake stated. Opening the laptop, locating the incident footage, and pressing play while turning the screen towards the group. The footage commenced at 8:42 p.m. on March 16th. Precisely when the African-American Michael entered the store. The video content aligned with the report until Chen entered the convenience store, at which point the visual became bizarre. A patch of pixelation appeared before Michael, as the store's surveillance system was inadequately developed, capturing only visuals without sound. The group observed Michael yelling at the pixelated object and then raising his gun to shoot at it. However, his body seemed possessed, rendering him immobile as his hand, clutching the gun, slowly aimed towards his thigh, and he frantically pulled the trigger. What on earth is that pixelation? It's terrifying. I'm relieved it was Timmy being robbed, everyone thought subconsciously after viewing the footage. Boss, could it be that the police intentionally pixelated it to protect the public? No. According to police reports, the pixelation has always been present while reviewing the footage. However, Witnesses claimed that Michael was taken down by a figure clad in a black hood and cape, who referred to himself as the Knight of Light. Rake disclosed the internal information he had acquired. Knight of Light? Absurd. The light of New York has never shone upon people like us. Boss, could it be that the Bat from Gotham has ventured into our New York? Unlikely. I've never heard of a Bat appearing in other cities. That was then. Perhaps the Bat seeks to relocate to a different environment now? Are we to expect a deranged Bat to emerge in New York? If the gangs of New York and Gotham were to cast votes for the individual they most detest and wish to avoid, Batman would undoubtedly secure the top position. Gotham City in New Jersey is situated remarkably close to New York, with just a few hours' drive separating them. The populations and economies of both places rank among the top 5 in the United States, leading to a significant amount of illicit activities between their respective gangs. Originally, both parties were meant to thrive together. However, a Bat emerged from the shadows of Gotham a few years ago, transforming into a nightmare for the criminal underworld. He wreaked havoc on the underground establishments and illicit dealings in Gotham, incapacitating small-time bosses and delivering them to the police, while consigning the major ones to psychiatric institutions. His actions were utterly ruthless, beyond the limits of morality. And then, there was no further development. The criminals simply could not contend with him. The gangs were relentlessly subdued by Batman, who pressed them into the ground, leading to a prolonged stagnation of the underground economy until it eventually recovered. Consequently, Batman's reputation soared. All gangs across America, including the elite, became aware of the emergence of a Dark Knight in Gotham City on the East Coast. With thunderous resolve, he proclaimed to the world that Gotham was his domain, a city he would protect at all costs, refusing to tolerate any destruction. Listening to his subordinates, Lake furrowed his brow, apprehensive about Batman setting foot in New York. It was imperative to ensure that no one discovered who was targeting the Lake gang before they had a chance to restrain their men and act prudently. After careful consideration, Lake gradually rose, resting his hands on the table as he surveyed his gathered crew. All right, everyone, let us set this matter aside for now. In 5 days, we have a significant arms negotiation scheduled with the Russians in Hell's Kitchen, involving a considerable sum. Therefore, I need to assign 30 men, led by Figo, to meet with the Russians and discuss the terms. As for the finances, I have already made the necessary arrangements, so do not worry. The remaining task is to manage your respective subordinates. I do not wish to hear any more ill tidings regarding the Lake gang. You know the consequences. Michael has already been fed to the fish. Should anyone dare to err again, their fate will mirror his. Now, disperse. Yes, boss. Chapter 5, Hell's Kitchen. Good evening. Esteemed viewers, the time is now 7:00 p.m. on March 24, 2006 in New York. Welcome to tonight's broadcast of Horn News. This afternoon, our city experienced a heinous bank robbery. Fortunately, through the collaborative efforts of the police and an individual claiming to be the Light Knight, the suspects were swiftly apprehended without any casualties. Now, let us delve into the detailed report. The television footage transitioned to the exterior of the bank, where police cars, ambulances, officers, negotiation specialists, reporters, and onlookers congregated outside. The reporter stated, "We are here at the First National Bank in Manhattan, where around 2 p.m. today, 4 armed assailants stormed in, taking hostages and attempting to steal cash." Let us now review the bank's surveillance footage. The surveillance video revealed 2 masked robbers threatening bank employees with firearms, while the other 2 relentlessly stuffed cash into their backpacks. The reporter continued, according to the police, once the robbers had taken control of the scene, they faced off against the arriving police, and the situation became exceedingly precarious. Look, a figure clad in black descended from the sky, crashing through the bank's skylight and invading the premises. The footage shifted to the interior of the bank, where an indistinct figure swiftly disarmed the 4 robbers with unknown methods. As the robbers attempted to retaliate, they discovered their bodies immobilized, their limbs seemingly severed by invisible threads, their clothes torn and blood seeping profusely. The robbers fell to the ground amidst their anguished cries. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage of the bank, the police promptly organized officers to apprehend the robbers. Reporter, this self-proclaimed Knight of Light disarmed the assailants in a mere 3 minutes and assisted the police in their arrest. Previously, this knight had frequently aided law enforcement in subduing criminals. Mr. George Stacy, as the Deputy Chief of the New York Police Department, what are your thoughts on such conduct? George Stacy, with a somber expression, remarked, "We extend our gratitude to the Knight of Light for their assistance in this incident. However, we urge citizens to report any danger to the authorities promptly rather than relying on unverified individual actions." Thank you. Host, thank you very much to our frontline reporter for the coverage, and we also appreciate Mr. George Stacy for his willingness to participate in our interview. That concludes today's Horn News. Thank you for watching, and we shall see you tomorrow. The world is becoming increasingly unstable. Indeed, dear. I never expected that after withdrawing money from the First National Bank yesterday, such an incident would occur today. I wonder if I should consider myself fortunate or unfortunate. Xiao Chen, remember to come home early after school and refrain from wandering out at night. The security in America is not comparable to that in China. You understand? I understand, Dad. Rest assured, your son is quite robust and will be fine. As they watched the television news at the dining table, Yang Chen's parents, Yang Guixiang and Long Shuangfeng, wore expressions of concern. In light of the bank robbery earlier that afternoon, they had decided to close their Chinese restaurant early for safety reasons and returned home to have dinner with their son. Dad, Mom, I finished eating. I'll head upstairs to complete the homework assigned by my teacher. Go ahead, finish your homework and then get to bed early. Upon returning to his room without delay, Yang Chen locked the door and addressed the system. System, open my personal panel. Human host, Yang Chen, hero level, level 2, 20,200. Hero ability, line fruit, hero attributes, strength, 2 points. Each point enhances the host's muscle strength and skin toughness. Agility, 2 points. Each point improves the host's reflexes and endurance. Intelligence, 2 points. Each point increases the host's mental fortitude and physical recovery. Hero equipment, 1 healing potion, 1 phantom suit. Hero reputation, 120 points. Hero evaluation, the host has embarked on their own heroic journey. Yet there remains a distance to traverse before attaining the status of a superhero. Perseverance is essential. Weekly task, the host is required to prevent 10 major crimes within 7 days, with one of these occurring in Hell's Kitchen. Reward, 200 points of justice, 200 points of reputation, and a beginner's combat skill book. Completion, 910. After 6 days of relentless effort, I have finally leveled up, and my body feels significantly stronger. System, assist me in exchanging for a bulletproof vest. Certainly, host. Please select the type of bulletproof vest. Light bulletproof vest, 40 reputation points, 100 defense against pistol and lower damage. Medium bulletproof vest, 60 reputation points, 100 defense against rifle and lower damage. Heavy bulletproof vest, 80 reputation points, 100 defense against machine gun and lower damage, without a moment's hesitation. Yang Chen confirmed his selection in the third column. Purchase complete. The host now has 40 reputation points remaining. The heavy bulletproof vest has been issued. Please check your inventory. At precisely 11 o'clock p.m., after ensuring that his parents were sound asleep, Yang Chen donned his equipment, gently pushed open the window of his room, and leaped down, using his abilities to soar towards Hell's Kitchen. On the night of March 24, 2006, at 11:24 p.m., at the riverside port of Hell's Kitchen in New York City, the abandoned toy factory of Sin Toy echoed with urgent commands. Hurry up. Move with purpose. Boss Lake has specifically instructed that after this job, each of you will receive a reward of $1,000. Long live Boss Lake. Within the derelict toy factory, a sense of urgency filled the air. The factory's vast interior housed 2 groups, one comprised of the Russian gang from Hell's Kitchen, and the other led by Figo Toma, representing Lake's gang. The 2 factions were engaged in an arms deal. Figo seized an M1 carbine from the delivery, expertly loaded it with bullets and a silencer, and pulled back the bolt. He scrutinized the weapon before turning to fire at a series of abandoned oil barrels within the factory, each shot hitting its mark, prompting a nod of satisfaction from Figo. Not bad. The weapons you've brought are indeed robust. This is the agreed $1 million alongside another million in cash. Do you wish to inspect it, Zelensky? No need. After all, we have been long-time clients. You wouldn't dare to deceive us in Hell's Kitchen. Still, it's prudent to be cautious. Haven T, you heard about a vigilante known as the Light Knight appearing recently? Aren't you concerned he might show up? What a joke. What is this place? Hell's Kitchen. The darkest corner of America. Batman wouldn't dare to meddle here. Who does he think he is? If he dares to come, his corpse will be hanging from a streetlight by morning. Zelensky dismissed Figo's warning, confident that even God feared the darkness here. Is that so? Does Batman know about your bravado? Who speaks? All members, remain alert. Prepare for battle. No need to look. I am right here. At Figo's command. Both gangs abandoned their tasks, arming themselves and turning toward the source of the voice. On the steel beams of the factory's second floor stood a shadowy figure, waving down at the gang members below. How dare you underestimate us? Open fire, shoot them all. In an instant, no one hesitated. Gunfire erupted throughout the factory, accompanied by sparks and debris falling from the ceiling. As the dust settled, the gangsters ceased fire, discovering that the spot where the figure had stood was riddled with bullets. Yet no body was found. Ah, quite impressive. You've destroyed my doppelganger. But alas, it's still insufficient. Behold my ultimate attack, the Super Whip. Above the heads of the gang members, Yang Chen extended his palm backward, unleashing dozens of transparent, slender threads that coiled into a robust column, striking down upon the gang members below. When the column made contact, it felt akin to being whipped by rebar. The lighter among them spat blood and cried out in anguish. while the more severely affected collapsed, unconscious, leaving the factory floor strewn with shattered debris. Such destructive power is indeed formidable. I wonder if Jean will demand compensation from me. With 2/3 of the members rendered unable to fight, the remaining ones trembled in fear, casting wary glances toward the demon at the center of the floor. Chapter 6. Chain reaction. Even someone as psychologically resilient as Figo swallowed hard, his weapon hand shaking uncontrollably. Paralyzed with dread, Zelensky, more bluster than substance, screamed and turned to flee, abandoning the well-being of his subordinates. A monster, an indestructible beast. He is not human. Everyone, run. A single voice, echoing the panic, sent the others scattering, weapons dropped in haste. Hey, 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 if you all escape, I stand to lose significantly if this task remains unfulfilled. So, might I kindly request that you stay put and refrain from moving? Rest assured, I shall only render you limbless, sparing your lives. Chen slowly raised his index finger, aiming at the fleeing prey like a firearm. Bullet line. The threads shot forth like bullets, their penetrating power far surpassing that of a rifle, capable of piercing stone. The gang members, lacking the means to defend themselves, were unable to withstand the assault, bones shattered with sickening cracks, their anguished cries echoing as one, then two fell lifeless, until only Chen remained standing. Please, spare me. I have wronged you in no way. Let me go. I can offer you anything you desire, money, women, power, whatever you wish, I can provide it. Truly. As Chen approached, Zelensky lay on the ground in torment, curled up and pleading, having been so terrified that he lost control of his bodily functions. In stark contrast, Figo Toma maintained a semblance of bravado, his face pale from blood loss as he maniacally laughed at Chen, the Knight of Light. Your end is nigh. How dare you commit such acts on the turf of the underground emperor of New York? You shall face the wrath of the entire New York underworld. There is no escape for you. Ah, my leg, my hand. What have you done to me? Nothing much. I promised not to take lives. Merely to incapacitate your limbs. Yet here you are, wailing as if I were a deranged killer. Truly absurd. Once Chen had severed the limbs of all present, he dusted off his hands and made his way to the factory's entrance. Approaching a public telephone booth, he inserted a coin and contacted the New York Police Department, reporting the situation and his location before hanging up. Congratulations, host, for completing the weekly mission. You are awarded 200 justice points, 200 prestige points, and a combat skill book. Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. Human host, Chen, hero level, 3, 20,300. Hero ability, line fruit. Hero attributes, strength 4, agility 4. Intelligence 4, hero equipment, 1 healing potion, 1 phantom suit, 1 martial arts skill book. Hero reputation, 40, all done, mission accomplished. Let old Joe claim the spoils. It is time to return home. A paladin, you say? Quite intriguing. Alas, while the Illuminati may forgive you, I shall not. As Chen departed, a figure clad in a black combat suit, emblazoned with a large white skull insignia, silently entered the toy factory. The sound of combat boots striking the shattered concrete echoed in the stillness, rousing Figo from his reverie. As he opened his eyes to discern the identity of the newcomer, he was met with a bullet to the head, an expression of disbelief frozen on his face as he succumbed to his fate. On March 26, 2006. A Monday at precisely 8:00 a.m., in Manhattan, New York, at Midtown Science High School, Class 24 of the first year, a significant announcement echoed through the halls. Breaking news. Everyone, take a look at today's newspapers. The front pages are all ablaze with this story. New York City is in an uproar. Peter Parker excitedly sprinted down the aisle into the classroom, waving several newspapers in his hands. Hearing his commotion, his classmates gathered around him. Peter, what's all this excitement about early in the morning? Let me see. Me too. Let me have a look. Calm down, everyone, calm down. There is enough for all. The Horn Herald's headline read, a major gang-related death incident in Hell's Kitchen. The killer remains a mystery. Is it black-on-black crime or something more sinister? The Planet Daily proclaimed, 63 innocent lives brutally slaughtered. Who should be held accountable? The New York Times reported, citizens' lives and property frequently left unprotected. The NYPD is disappointing. All dead, and all from a single gunshot. Is someone attempting to frame me? Yet, it matters little. They were merely insignificant pests, and their demise is inconsequential. Let the adversaries come. I shall confront them as they arise. After meticulously reviewing all the newspaper reports, Chen pondered the implications, realizing he had become a target. It seems prudent to exercise greater caution in future endeavors. Meanwhile, in the New York Police Department's conference room, chaos reigned. Damn it, how did this information leak? We had implemented a complete lockdown that very night, and yet those cunning reporters still caught wind of it. Are you all incompetent? The police chief, in a fit of rage, slammed the day's newspaper on the table, demanding answers from the officers under his command. With only 2 years left until retirement, It was particularly vexing for him that such a monumental case would erupt at this juncture. Chief, I believe our immediate priority is to silence the public. The higher-ups and the mayor are pressing us to contain the narrative by any means necessary. Of course, I am aware we must quell the public outcry. What I am asking is how we shall achieve that. George, you speak up. Director, based on the autopsy report and the signs of struggle at the scene, it appears that the victim had their limbs incapacitated prior to death. This method bears a striking resemblance to the tactics employed by the vigilante known as the Radiant Knight, who has recently garnered considerable attention for apprehending criminals. We cannot dismiss the possibility that the Radiant Knight could be a suspect. However, another set of unfamiliar footprints was discovered at the scene, suggesting the presence of a different individual who may have delivered the fatal blow. If the perpetrator were indeed the Radiant Knight, there would be no reason to incapacitate the victim's limbs before committing murder. At 38 years of age, George Stacy ascended from officer to deputy director in a mere decade, barring unforeseen circumstances. He is poised to inherit the position of police chief upon the current director's retirement in 2 years. His steadfast commitment to duty and his upright, benevolent character have earned him widespread acclaim among both the police force and the citizens of New York, laying a solid foundation for his success in solving major cases. Your analysis is astute. Are you suggesting that we shift the focus of our investigation entirely onto this unfamiliar individual, thereby redirecting public opinion away from the police department and towards the case itself? Precisely, this will afford us ample time to. Bang. Just as George was about to continue his analysis, a series of urgent knocks interrupted the discussion in the conference room. Come in. Apologies for the interruption, Director. But the mayor is on the line. Hand it over. Hello, Mayor. Yes, we are currently in a meeting. Indeed, we are on the verge of solving the case. You wish for U.S. to cease our investigation? The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is to take over? What is that? Oh, understood. From the news agencies. Very well. We shall prepare for the handover. Goodbye, Mayor. Director, what has transpired? I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? No one responded, so the director continued unperturbed. The good news is that the higher-ups will eliminate all negative press regarding the case today, allowing us to work without pressure. The bad news is that this case is no longer under our jurisdiction. Someone will arrive shortly to take over. This matter is concluded. No one is to conduct any clandestine investigations, understood? As the director delivered his final remarks, he cast a pointed glance at George, aware that his principled subordinate might inadvertently complicate matters without a stern warning. As the group dispersed, the director's assistant hurriedly approached and whispered, Director, the personnel from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics are already in your office. Would you like to go and see them? Very well. The two returned to the office, and upon entering, they were greeted by a man who turned to them, dressed in a suit. His hairline beginning to show signs of recession, he exuded a friendly demeanor and smiled at the director. I am Phil Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. I am here to facilitate the handover of responsibilities. Chapter 7. A visit to the Liu Dan family, March 26, 2006, Tuesday, 7:24 p.m., Upper West Side, Manhattan, New York, USA. Comfortably securing another experience point. Today one transaction, tomorrow another, growing stronger and more formidable, striving for brilliance, delightful indeed. What is this? Why is the light on in the living room? Have my parents returned so early? Humming a cheerful tune and dancing lightly, Chen had just completed his daily tasks and arrived at the entrance of his home. Noticing the illuminated living room, he assumed his parents had come back and took out his keys to unlock the door, stepping inside. Dad, Mom, why are you home so early? Hello? Is anyone there? Chen pulled out his phone to call his father, but sensing something amiss, he quietly returned the phone to his pocket and strode towards his room. The door to his room was ajar, a slight gap left as if anticipating a visitor. Pushing it open, he was taken aback to find a one-eyed black man seated in his armchair, with a shaved head and clad in a black leather trench coat. He wore a black eye patch over his left eye, his face taut as if everyone owed him $200. This peculiar appearance and his penchant for intruding into other spaces unmistakably identified him as the infamous Marvel character, the Hydra operative, the one-eyed egg, the king of spies, and director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. In his previous life, Chen found Nick Fury's unexpected appearances in others' homes to be undeniably cool, truly befitting the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, reflecting on it now, he realized that such a character would not survive a single episode in reality, as he would surely be met with a barrage of gunfire. Wow, what a massive egg. Hello, 911. I need to report an unlawful intrusion at my home. Yes. The intruder is a gigantic egg. No, I'm not joking. This is real, and he is wearing a pirate eye patch. I'm not insane. Hello? Yet, Nick Fury. being the king of spies, displayed no hint of emotional disturbance under Yang Chen's absurdity. Instead, he spoke slowly, adopting a measured tone. Yang Chen, also known as Jack Yang. Born on May 16, 1990, at 1823, 16. Your father is Yang Guixiang, your mother is Long Shuangfeng, and you are the only child in your family. You currently attend the Midtown Science High School in New York City. Prior to March 18, 2006, there were no anomalies in your life. However, after the 18th, a self-proclaimed superhero known as the Light Knight emerged in New York City. What are your thoughts on this? You black folks are quite amusing. You always prefer to meet in others' rooms. One might think a thief had broken in. What are my thoughts? Well, let me ask you, are you male or female? You haven't even introduced yourself. How am I supposed to respond? Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, serving as its director. I am here merely to consult you on a few matters. All right, ask away. Feel free to begin your performance. Yang Chen casually plopped onto his bed, raising a finger to signal Nick to continue. What is your special ability? 1 minute omitted? Or how did you acquire your abilities? 3 minutes omitted. Child, do you find this amusing? I merely invited you to ask. I never said I would answer. Is that my fault? All right. I was just teasing you. I am indeed the Light Knight. Does that suffice? Noticing the veins on Nick Fury's forehead bulging, Yang Chen quickly waved his hands, deciding to leave it at that. My abilities require little introduction. You should be well aware of them through your investigations. I possess the capability to manipulate threads, wielding them as weapons, remotely controlling others, and attaching them to clouds or structures to soar through the air. That is essentially my power. What I intend to convey is that the protagonist has already showcased their abilities before others in the initial chapters. Should I need to reiterate this? Is Nick Fury not already informed? Furthermore, the protagonist will acquire additional powers later on. Thus, disclosing this to Nick would not significantly impact matters. Nick's arrival to seek me out implies he has conducted thorough research. How did you acquire such abilities? Nick Fury asked, arms crossed, listening to Yang Chen with a more relaxed demeanor. Are you familiar with mutants? Of course. Are you a mutant? Indeed. I am not a mutant. Ahem, I misspoke. I am a mutant. Have you studied mutants? I have, and I possess considerable knowledge. No, you have not truly comprehended mutants. Do you know the origin of mutants? Are they not a result of activated genes within the body? Incorrect, and gravely so. Upon hearing information regarding mutants, Nick's singular I narrowed slightly. The question of whether mutants should exist has long been a topic of discussion among the upper echelons of the U.S. Congress. Nick has frequently visited Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, having established a rapport with Professor Charles Xavier. He even invited Charles to serve as a senior advisor for the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, but Charles declined, citing his responsibilities toward the students at the academy. Unexpectedly, this visit might yield a surprising revelation. This pertains to an ancient legend within our mutant community. A legend? Indeed. 1 million years ago, the Celestials descended upon Earth, selecting primitive human tribes for genetic experimentation. They introduced unstable, latent genomes into the genetic makeup of early humans, what you refer to as genes. Those who possess these genes are mutants. But only upon activating them do they gain superhuman abilities and truly become mutants. However, the malevolent Celestials, fearing their creations might become too powerful and escape their control, placed a shackle upon the mutants prior to the activation of their abilities, known as the devil fruit. Devil fruit? What is that? It sounds like a type of fruit. It is indeed a type of fruit. You are familiar with our two prominent leaders, correct? Magneto, Eric Lenscher, and Professor Charles Xavier. Am I mistaken? But how are they related? Nick Fury inquired, his expression one of confusion. Do you not question why they possess such formidable powers? Is their extraordinary ability connected to the devil fruit you mentioned? Yes, the two of them acquired devil fruits known as the magnet fruit and the brain fruit. The magnet fruit and the brain fruit. The magnet fruit enables control over magnetic fields, allowing manipulation of metals. The brain fruit enhances cerebral capabilities, facilitating telepathy and mental control. Consider this. Eric consumed the magnetic fruit, thus acquiring the power to control metals. Charles devoured the mind fruit, granting him telepathy and mental manipulation abilities. This elucidates everything, does it not? Nick Fury, bewildered by Yang Chen's words, felt an unsettling dissonance yet could not articulate it, compelled to allow Yang Chen to continue. Ages ago, extraterrestrial beings scattered the devil fruits across the globe, each possessing unique and eccentric forms, along with varying powers and strengths. However, they shared a singular characteristic. They emitted a scent detectable only by those with the gene, while those without it remained oblivious. Should an ordinary person mistakenly consume one or a mutant perish, the fruit would re-emerge in some corner of the earth after a time. Yet, during that era, The human physique was too fragile to activate the dormant genes within them. It was not until over 17,000 years ago that a mutant named Joy Boy ingested the most powerful devil fruit, successfully activating his genes, thus becoming the first mutant on Earth. Revered amongst mutants as the Mutant King. The Mutant King stands as the greatest of our kind. Without him, our existence would not be what it is today. He possessed the most formidable abilities, yet he chose not to subjugate humanity. Rather, he sought out devil fruits for those whose genes had yet to awaken, aiding them in breaking their shackles. Consequently, the number of mutants on Earth flourished, heralding a magnificent epoch known as the Mutant Era. Joy Boy initially believed this glory would endure indefinitely, but it was ultimately shattered by a mutant known as Apocalypse. Apocalypse possessed the ability to absorb the powers of other mutants, relentlessly plundering their abilities, which only inflated his strength and ambition, turning his sights upon the Mutant King. He conspired with many of the Mutant King's subordinates to orchestrate a coup, resulting in a war that raged for a century, inflicting countless casualties upon mutants, and leading to the submersion of Atlantis beneath the Pacific Ocean. This marked the twilight of the mutants. In the end, the Mutant King, unable to bear the suffering of innocence and refusing to allow Apocalypse to seize his power, resorted to the drastic measure of forcibly extracting his supreme bone, nay, the devil fruit, and cast it into the depths of Bikini Bottom. Bikini Bottom was home to a plethora of fearsome marine creatures: the haughty yellow sponge, the gluttonous pink starfish, the avaricious red crab, the wrathful green octopus, and the lustful brown squirrel. One might wonder why such creatures inhabit the ocean without them. Could Bikini Bottom truly be called Bikini Bottom? Their presence alone deterred even Apocalypse from recklessly advancing. Deprived of the fruit, Apocalypse, in a fit of rage, commanded the public execution of the Mutant King. On the day of his execution, Joy Boy laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Do you desire my devil fruit? If so, take it. Seek it out. I have hidden all the devil fruits in Bikini Bottom." He then faced his demise with magnanimity, heralding the dawn of the age of exploration and the conclusion of the Mutant Era. This lost chapter of history is often referred to as the Vanished Millennium. And I, Chen, shall inherit the will of Joy Boy, aspiring to become a man akin to the Mutant King. Come, Nick, join me as my first crewmate aboard my vessel, and together we shall sail forth in pursuit of our ultimate dream. Hello, is this 911? I must report an alarming incident. I suspect that a patient from the mental hospital has escaped and is exhibiting severe symptoms, reminiscent of a lobotomy. He speaks in a disjointed manner, claiming to be a mutant king intent on becoming a Caribbean pirate and wishes for me to serve as his first mate. No, I am not the lunatic who made the previous call. Hello. Good heavens. If this does not pique your interest, I could regale you with a tale from the land of Tevat, a story of love and conflict between junior and senior scholars. How could one convey the truth? Had I known it would come to this, I would have summoned Phil Coulson to accompany you, for he delights in listening to stories. Even Nick Fury, with his formidable mental fortitude, faltered under Chen's Cthulhu-esque rhetoric, rubbing his weary face in an effort to maintain his composure. Chapter 8. The deal is struck. I expressed my weariness, suggesting a mutual agreement. I would grant you a condition if you would grant me one in return. And in addition, I would divulge something of utmost interest to you. Agreed. Speak your desire. I require you to ensure my parents' safety and investigate the identities of those responsible for the deaths of over 60 individuals. I refuse to bear the blame for this. Are you afraid of the gang seeking retribution against you? Indeed, as you know, I disrupted an arms deal on Jean Bing's territory yesterday, and his nature suggests he will not easily let this slide. If they cannot eliminate me, they will shift their focus to my loved ones. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury acquiesced to Chen's demands. This poses no significant challenge. I will devise a plan regarding Jean Bing. As for the perpetrator, I can inform you that he is known as the Punisher, Frank Castle, a man who detests evil with fervor. Now, you may share the matter of which I am most curious. Seeing that Chen had not imposed overly burdensome conditions, Nick Fury felt a slight relief. Reflecting on the trials he had just endured. The Punisher, you say? Very well, I can inform you of Steve Rogers' whereabouts. He should be resting within the deep-sea ice layers between Norway and Greenland in the Arctic Circle. Remember to keep the noise down while breaking the ice. He wakes up quite irritable after 61 years of slumber. What? How do you know this? You are only 16, and are you certain that Steve Rogers is still alive? Nick stood up in astonishment from his chair, his single eye fixated on Chen, searching for any hint of deceit in his expression. Even their Bureau of Land Management only speculated that Steve Rogers might have fallen in the Arctic, possibly even perished. Yet Chen not only knew he was alive, but also his precise location, casting doubt on the veracity of this information. Chen rolled his eyes. Why all the fuss? Even if I did not say anything, you would eventually discover it, just 5 years later. Go ahead and seek him out. After all, there is nothing to lose. While Peggy Carter is still alive, hasten to awaken Steve for a romantic reunion at dusk, and relieve him of his virginity. If it were possible, leaving a legacy would not be an issue. Do not fret about the child's upbringing, for I shall gladly assume the role of godfather. But you, absolutely not. Not even for free. Peggy is now 85 years old. Can you not leave her be? No. How do you even know about Peggy Carter's situation? Nick remained oblivious to the awakening of the sarcastic spirit within him. What is this? I possess even more explosive content. Would you care to listen? Who are you, and what do you desire? Fear not, for I am merely an ordinary high school student. See, I have yet to commit a single wrongdoing. After speaking at length, Chen felt a slight thirst in his throat and summoned a half-full bottle of cola from his desk, drinking heartily. An ordinary high school student would not single-handedly take down over 60 gang members overnight. Burp. You seem overly concerned. There are far more dangerous individuals in this world. Do you intend to investigate each one to see if they're wearing underwear today? You certainly possess a rather optimistic outlook. Nick Fury remarked with a smile and a shake of his head. The essence of life is to find one's own happiness. Living a day in joy is still 24 hours. Living a day in sorrow is also 24 hours. So why not choose to live joyfully? Wouldn't you agree, Director? Observing Chen's somewhat youthful visage, cheerfully uttering words that seemed beyond his years, Nick found himself momentarily lost in thought. He realized it had been quite some time since he had smiled so freely. The journey from agent to director had shrouded the once celebrated agent in weariness, leaving only sternness and gravity. Perhaps it was time for him to smile more. Did you not also promise me something? I have made my decision, young man. Congratulations, you are now a senior advisor for the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. This takes effect immediately. Me, a 16-year-old high school student, as your senior advisor? Surely, you jest. Just a moment ago. You looked at me as though I were a terrorist. Can you explain why? Chen pointed to himself, then to Nick, and finally to his own head, indicating, is there something wrong with your mind? Perhaps it is because those who laugh are not inherently bad. Rest assured, this is merely a part-time role. You need not come into work. What a ridiculous reason. I merely wish to be a source of amusement. Alas, I suppose I brought this upon myself. Remember, I am a minor. You must provide triple the salary, or I shall sue you for child labor violations. Agreed. May our cooperation be pleasant, Advisor Yang. A pleasurable collaboration. Director Egghead. Chen despondently shook Nick's offered hand. As he prepared to depart, Nick Fury handed Chen a satellite phone, instructing him that if he needed to contact Nick or vice versa, he could do so using the sole number on the device, available 24 hours a day. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission, outlined as follows. Mission, triggered when assistance is required from the host. The difficulty and rewards of the mission depend on the request. Attention! The host's choice to accept or decline will directly influence the progression of the plot. Success or failure in the mission will also have a direct impact on the storyline. Please choose wisely. What is this? Am I truly playing an open-world game? In order to grow stronger, I must venture out more. Lying in bed, Chen idly perused his attribute panel, feeling the weight of the road ahead. Meanwhile, a rare thunderstorm poured over New York City, the torrential rain drenching the roof of the Brighton bar. The sharp sound of bullets shattering glass bottles mingled with the rumble of thunder, while smoke, liquor, and blood stained the bar's floor. Countless corpses lay piled in the hall of the first floor and the corridor of the second, extending into the largest private room above. Why? Why has this happened? What have I done wrong? Despite suffering significant losses in that transaction myself, the blame rests not on the true culprit, but is directed at me for extermination. If there is blame to be placed, it is for your weakness. Goldfinch needs a scapegoat, and you are that lamb, Lake. Lake's furious roar did nothing to deter the assassin, who approached with measured steps toward the gravely injured Lake. A lightning bolt split the night sky, illuminating the bar and revealing the assassin's visage. A half-black, half-yellow metallic helmet, adorned with two ribbons fluttering in the wind that surged through the open window. The left eye of the helmet bore a red diamond-shaped lens, while the right half of the face mask was entirely black, devoid of any openings. His entire form was enveloped in exquisite armor of black and yellow, with two katana swords crossed at his back. A wide belt laden with an array of weapons and equipment, all of which underscored the assassin's formidable prowess. I know you, the Reaper. You are a mercenary. As long as you spare my life, I can offer you double, no, triple, the bounty Goldfinch promised. I understand your fees are steep. I have checks worth $20 million and $5 million in gold in my safe. If you let me go, they are yours, I swear. I will leave the United States immediately, and Goldfinch will never know. The mercenary's first rule, integrity above all else. So, I bid you farewell. With that, he unsheathed his katana, performing a fluid display of skill before returning the blade to its scabbard, turning on his heel to exit the private room without a backward glance. Lake, still processing the turn of events, suddenly felt a warm liquid flowing from his neck. Upon touching it, he realized it was his own blood. He quickly clasped his hands around the wound, but the blood continued to gush forth. As he watched the Reaper's retreating figure, he collapsed in the very place he had built, marking the end of Lake's gang. Chapter 9. The Reaper returned to the bar's main hall, approaching the counter and shattering every intact bottle in the liquor cabinet, sending shards flying as the liquid mixed with blood pooled on the floor. Stepping outside, he deftly produced a lighter, igniting it before tossing it onto the ground. Flames erupted, igniting the alcohol and spreading in all directions. As smoke and fire began to billow from the bar, there are still stragglers? The rain fell heavily, transforming the streets into a vast sea. The half-black, half-yellow mask glimmered with an eerie light in the flashes of lightning, while raindrops cascaded off the armor. The Reaper's gaze pierced through the curtain of rain, locking onto a vague figure ahead, the Punisher. Frank Castle, the Punisher, had intended to obliterate Lake's gang that night but was surprised to find that someone had already eliminated the entire gang before him. Raindrops struck the burning wooden roof, emitting a crackling explosion. A step too late, yet you carry a stench of blood that penetrates the soul. You must have taken many lives. You are guilty, and your sins are unforgivable. It seems that you possess great confidence in your abilities. The second tenet of the mercenary code states, a mercenary must leave no traces of their deeds, including witnesses. Flames and flashes of lightning illuminated the entire street, and before the words could dissipate, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, followed by a thunderous roar. The Punisher abruptly crouched down, pouncing towards a nearby vehicle like a cheetah, simultaneously retrieving a 16 automatic rifle concealed within his combat attire. Utilizing the vehicle as cover, he squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of fire towards the bell toller, establishing a suppressive fire. The bell toller rolled aside, seeking refuge in a nearby alley. As bullets from the rifle impacted the alley's walls, sparking showers of flame. Leaning against the wall, the bell toller awaited a magazine change. When the gunfire ceased, he retrieved a grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, and hurled it at the vehicle where the Punisher took cover. Unexpectedly, the Punisher too produced a grenade, launching it towards the bell toller's alley. Both men leapt back to evade as the grenades detonated, obliterating the small vehicle, while the shockwaves from the explosion shattered the windows of nearby residential buildings and shops. Rain blurred their vision as they maneuvered amidst the hail of bullets. The bell toller, with extraordinary speed and agility, darted skillfully between vehicles and structures. The Punisher, relying on his extensive combat experience and indomitable will, continuously shifted positions in search of the bell toller's vulnerabilities. Another flash of lightning illuminated the bell toller's location. The Punisher decisively rose, slinging his rifle behind him, drawing an automatic pistol from his waist to fire at the bell toller's thigh. Seeing this, the bell toller rolled to the left, taking cover behind a large recycling bin. Seizing the moment, he retrieved a smoke grenade from his waist and hurled it towards the Punisher. The white smoke rapidly enveloped the area in the rain, creating a hazy atmosphere. The Punisher, ever vigilant, scanned his surroundings in an attempt to locate the bell toller, his pistol shifting direction to guard against any sudden assault. In an instant, a shadow burst forth from the smoke. The bell toller swung his katana, striking swiftly at the Punisher. Caught off guard, the blade sliced through the fabric of his left arm, blood instantly saturating his entire limb. However, the Punisher remained unperturbed, swiftly adjusting his stance to fire with his right hand, repelling the bell toller's melee advantage. The bell toller, not lingering for victory, vanished once more into the mist. Little Mouse is injured. Should I take you to the hospital? The bell toller lured with his voice, attempting to draw the Punisher into a more advantageous position. Take care of yourself first. The Punisher remained unmoved, tearing a strip from his combat attire to bind his wounded left arm. The bell toller, seizing the opportunity, fired at the Punisher while tossing another grenade. The Punisher, quick on his feet, ducked to the side, the grenade exploding behind him. The immense force toppling him to the ground, mud and water splattering over him. Enduring the pain, he struggled to rise, wiping the rain and blood from his face. As he bent to retrieve his fallen pistol, the bell toller reappeared, delivering a lethal strike that stained the Punisher's chest with crimson. The Punisher collapsed to the ground. It's over, Little Mouse. The tolling bell wiped the blood from the katana and cautiously approached the Punisher. Just as the bell was poised to deliver the final blow, the Punisher suddenly lunged, grasping the bell's thigh and lifting his battle attire to reveal a ticking micro-explosive. Let's die together, you wretched soul, he snarled. You lunatic. You shall perish, but I will not accompany you. The bell forcefully kicked the Punisher aside into a nearby lamppost, causing internal injuries that resulted in a copious spout of blood. The bell then selected a suitable cover and leapt into an abandoned swimming pool, long neglected, its surface choked with decaying leaves and the remains of small creatures, exuding a foul stench. Yet, mercenaries do not concern themselves with such matters. Those unable to adapt to their surroundings have long since been eliminated. The bomb continued its relentless ticking without detonating. It appears I have been deceived, the bell mused. After approximately 20 seconds, realization dawned upon him. He swam to the edge of the pool and approached the lamppost where the Punisher had been kicked down. The Punisher was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a pool of blood and the ticking bomb. The Bell picked up the fake explosive, glanced at it briefly, and immediately tossed it back into the abandoned pool, which soon erupted in a spray of water reaching 3 meters high, while I sent you crashing into the lamppost. You cleverly swapped the remote bomb for a timed one, confident that I would not dare to trade lives, thus ensuring your escape. A commendable tactical maneuver, indeed. It seems you have bested me this time. I wonder if you will survive the ordeal? I look forward to our next encounter, little mouse. The Bell silently observed as the Punisher's blood was washed away by the rain, gradually flowing into the sewer. Time passed, and eventually, the cover of the sewer beside the lamppost was lifted. Confirming that the Bell had departed, the Punisher, gravely injured, crawled out and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Both were no fools. They were masters of strategy in this world. With 20 seconds and severe injuries, escape was nearly impossible. The only viable option was the sewer beside the lamppost, betting that the Bell would not detect him. It seemed his gamble had paid off, but was he truly unnoticed? The Punisher could not be certain. The immediate priority was to find a place to staunch the bleeding and receive treatment. With great effort, he stumbled, using the last remnants of his strength to signal a law firm, Nelson and Murdoch, before succumbing to unconsciousness on the doorstep. Coming. Please hold on, cried a voice. God. Verg, come help me. There's a man collapsed at our door, and he is severely injured. Matthew, this man does not appear ordinary. He seems like someone pursued by the mob. Are we equipped to save him? The door was opened by a man wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane, who, though seemingly blind, accurately assessed the Punisher's condition. My faith does not permit me to stand idly by while a life fades. Assist me in lifting him. All right. You're in charge. Oh, this fellow is quite heavy, Verg replied, exasperated, as he and Matthew lifted the Punisher inside. Perhaps the connections of fate in this world are truly ineffable. The flutter of Yang Chen's delicate butterfly wings has brought the Punisher and Nightcrawler together prematurely. Chapter 10. 2 years later, on the morning of January 3, 2008, at 7:30 a.m., in the bustling streets of Manhattan, New York, at Midtown Science High School. Hey, Peter, how was your holiday? Morning, Chen. Don't even mention it. I spent the entire break assisting Aunt May with her charity organization. Oh, that sounds dreadful, unlike me, who could bask in the sun on the beaches of Hawaii. How infuriating. I envy you so much. I will compete with you. Peter, Chen. What are you discussing that brings such joy? Harry Osborn spotted Yang Chen and Peter Parker playfully bantering near the school entrance. Harry, come help me. Chen is bullying me. With his physical advantage, Yang Chen had Peter Parker, who had yet to become Spider-Man, in a firm grip, his arm tightly around Peter's neck. Peter, unable to escape, flailed desperately for help as Harry approached. Chen, what has Peter done to provoke you? That guy? He simply won't stop jumping around. We were discussing our holidays. What about you, Harry? Yang Chen released Peter and turned to converse with Harry. What else? My father arranged for various private tutors to teach me how to be a good boss and manage a business. Please, I just turned 18. I have no idea what he is thinking. Wow, cool. Yang Chen and Peter whistled, playfully acknowledging Harry. 2 years had been ample time for the trio Yang Chen, Peter, and Harry to bond and become close friends. Yang Chen, with his lively personality, complimented Peter, who, although perceived as a quiet and introverted nerd, would unleash his loquacious nature once he became friends with someone. Their camaraderie flourished rapidly, and Harry, Peter's longtime friend, was introduced to Yang Chen. For the sake of his mission, Yang Chen embraced everyone whose memory lingered in his past life. Thus, the trio was born. Stop teasing me. Let us hurry. We have class soon. I have something exciting to show you today. I guarantee you'll love it. If we don't like it, Peter, you are doomed. All right. Let us go. We'll discuss it in the classroom. Otherwise, we'll be late. Don't forget, the first class today is with Professor Smith. Oh, let us hurry. The three hastily made their way to the classroom, which was filled with students since it was the first lesson of the second semester of their senior year. Peter, there is still some time before class starts. Quickly show us what you brought. Don't rush. Tada. Peter pulled a stack of photographs from his bag and waved them at Harry and Yang Chen. What is so impressive about a few old photos? Who mentioned photos? It's the people in the photos, the light knight. Look, this is a picture I took a few days ago of the light knight assisting firefighters in extinguishing a blaze. Isn't he impressive? As Peter spoke of the light knight, his eyes sparkled with an unmistakable blend of excitement and admiration. After 2 years of perseverance and dedication, the Radiant Knight has gradually garnered the recognition and affection of the citizens of New York City. With an increasing number of heroic tales about the Radiant Knight circulating on the internet, Yang Chen has finally risen to prominence, amassing a considerable fan base among American teenagers. A photograph of the radiant knight can fetch anywhere from dozens to hundreds of dollars on trading websites, with exceptionally well-captured images even soaring to $3,000 each. Every teenager harbors a dream of becoming a superhero, who would desire to vanquish villains with their extraordinary abilities amidst the public's adoration. Peter Parker shares this aspiration, and it must be said that his photography skills are truly remarkable. He captures every highlight of the Radiant Knight's heroic endeavors with precision. Whether it be the moment he descends through a shattered window into a burning building or the instance he emerges from the flames cradling a young girl. The interplay of light, shadow, and focus is nothing short of perfect. Chen marvels at Peter's impressive photography, thinking to himself how stunning it looks. Peter, your shots are incredible. Could you share one with me? I promise I'll make it worth your while, Chen exclaimed. Harry, also an admirer of the Radiant Knight, couldn't resist wanting to collect such striking photographs. Harry, let us not dwell on that. Take this one, Peter said, knowing that their friendship transcended the value of a mere photograph. Brother, I'll treat you to a drink later. Hey, Peter, Harry, Chen, what are you talking about? Greeted Gwen Stacy, the future girlfriend of Spider-Man, whose beauty is undeniable, with her flowing blonde hair and long legs. Being in the same class as Chen and the others, and with her father George Stacy recently appointed as the chief of the New York City Police Department, Gwen has attracted even more admirers, although Peter is among them. His introverted and awkward demeanor has hindered any substantial progress in their relationship over the 2 years of high school. They remain merely conversational friends. We were discussing the heroic feats of the Radiant Knight. Look, all these photographs were taken by Peter himself. Aren't they stunning? Chen said, eager to ensure that Peter and Gwen would not face a tragic ending like in the future. The Radiant Knight? That is so cool. I didn't realize your photography skills were so adept. Peter, if you have the chance, could you take a few shots for me as well? Gwen asked enthusiastically. Of course, Gwen. Feel free to ask for as many photos as you'd like, Peter replied, his lack of experience in conversing with women, especially someone as beautiful as Gwen, causing him to blush and stammer. Then it's settled. Just remember to make me look good, she said playfully, winking at Peter, leaving him utterly captivated. Observing this exchange, Chen and Harry exchanged glances, shaking their heads in exasperation. Peter was undoubtedly under Gwen's spell. With a considerable disparity in their social status, like diamonds overshadowing bronze, they silently wished for a harmonious future for Spider-Man and his family life. All right, children. Class is about to commence. Before we begin, the teacher has an important announcement. We are organizing a genetic experiment exhibition to be held at Columbia University in 2 weeks. All students are required to attend, and no absences will be permitted. Please inform your parents to prepare accordingly. Now, let us proceed with our lesson. Today, we will discuss the genetic experiment exhibition. It appears that the timeline of Spider-Man's narrative is about to unfold. Chen contemplated to himself. Mr. Smith's words heralded the fact that Peter Parker was also destined to embark on his fateful journey. Chapter 11, Tony Stark in Peril, Human Host, Chen, Hero Level, 11, 1001000. Hero Abilities, String Fruit, Mastery in Combat, Proficient in Driving, Skilled in Firearms, Culinary Expertise. Mastery of 6 Styles, Hero Attributes, Strength 22, Agility 22, Intelligence 22. Hero Equipment, 10 Healing Potions, 1 Phantom Suit. 1 Perfect Super Serum. Hero Reputation, 320. Hero Evaluation. The host has become a household name in New York as a superhero, yet remains unaware of the true essence of heroism. Over the course of 2 years, Chen had evolved from a novice into a seasoned individual. The system marketplace had expanded to include rare items, among which the Super Serum and the 6 Styles from One Piece were acquired through his extensive accumulation of reputation points. After all, where do you think 2 years' worth of reputation points went? Chen refrained from injecting the Super Serum, opting instead to retain it to enhance the abilities of future weaker superheroes. With his current attributes combined with the 6 Styles, he could exert a force of 10 tons and was immune to damage from firearms. The Super Serum had become obsolete for Chen, yet it remained invaluable for ordinary superheroes, which justified its exorbitant price of 1,000 reputation points. On January 18, 2008, Friday, at precisely 7 p.m., in the Upper West Side of Manhattan, New York, Chen's home, 2 weeks had swiftly passed, and at the genetic experiment exhibition at Columbia University, Chen was delighted to witness Peter being bitten by the mutated spider. Peter was engrossed in taking pictures of Gwen, completely oblivious to the surroundings, unaware of the spider crawling on his arm. In truth, Chen felt an overwhelming urge to crush the mutated spider upon witnessing the scene, pondering whether Peter Parker would still become Spider-Man had he not been bitten. Would he still experience a life filled with tragic heroism? Yet, Chen restrained himself. Having come to this world, he was determined not to let Spider-Man's life be marred by regret. After all, he was a traveler in this realm, and destiny was merely a construct to be shattered. Perhaps he could even guide Peter Parker on his path. With such thoughts, Chen relaxed and watched as Peter was bitten by the spider, full of vitality. The exhibition continued until 3 p.m., and by 5 p.m., Chen returned home. Bored, he wondered what entertaining television programs awaited him. With that, Chen pressed the remote and turned on the television. According to reports from our correspondent stationed in Afghanistan, it has been confirmed that Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, was attacked by terrorists yesterday in Kandahar province. This assault resulted in the tragic loss of all 23 American soldiers assigned to protect him, while Stark's fate remains uncertain. Currently, 30 search and rescue personnel from the U.S. military in Afghanistan have been deployed to actively seek the missing Stark, and the investigation is ongoing. However, experts speculate that the attack was initiated by local Afghan insurgents, and the situation continues to escalate. Little did Tony realize he was destined to become a real-life Iron Man. How far can we be from a storyline involving Thor and the Hulk? Time seems to have flown by. Chen kept flipping through channels. But whether it was the Horn or other news outlets, the headlines were dominated by this story. One of the world's wealthiest individuals, Tony Stark, was ambushed by unidentified terrorists while demonstrating the latest Jericho missile for the U.S. military in Afghanistan, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Opinions vary online, with some speculating Stark is dead while others believe he has merely been kidnapped. The discourse has become rife with conjecture. Poor Tony, he will surely endure tremendous suffering. 3 months will be ample time for him to face adversity. Yet, there is no need to overly concern ourselves with Tony's plight. After all, the Marvel cash cow cannot afford to perish. At Hell's Kitchen's Jaden dock, members of the Russian mafia were meticulously unloading crates from small transport vessels onto the factory warehouse. Armed personnel stood guard at the edges and flanked the warehouse entrance, vigilant for any signs of disturbance. Have we finished unloading everything? Almost, boss. We only have one boat left. We need to expedite the process. Everything must be completed today. Go tell Duntre and the others to hasten their pace. And keep a close watch for strangers shoot on sight. Understood, boss. The past 2 years have not been kind to the New York Mafia, as the elusive yet formidable Knight has become a nightmare for gang leaders, frequently disrupting their operations. Consequently, the gangs have resorted to clandestine activities under the cover of darkness. In the shadows near the factory, a man dressed in a distinctive red suit, wielding dual batons, stood alert, his ears finely tuned to every subtle sound emanating from within. Beside him, the Punisher, Frank Castle, gripped an assault rifle tightly, the skull emblem stark against the darkness. His gaze cold and resolute as he surveyed the dockworkers among the Mafia. The scale of the cargo brought in by the Russian gang is considerable. There are at least 20 individuals inside the factory, and with an additional 20 outside, that totals over 40, possibly including heavy weaponry. The speaker is none other than Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, who 2 years prior had saved Frank Castle. Their chance encounter allowed Matt to comprehend Frank's tragic history and understand that he is indeed a vigilante who enforces justice through violence. Coincidentally, Matt shares a similar disposition, and their conversations quickly fostered a sense of camaraderie as they united in their quest against crime. Despite being unseen, Daredevil possessed an extraordinary auditory acuity that enabled him to discern the layout and personnel distribution within the factory. The Punisher snorted dismissively, "Let them pay the price. Not a single one shall escape." The two exchanged a knowing glance, their synergy palpable. Daredevil, Matt, initiated the assault, resembling a streak of crimson lightning as he vaulted through the factory's dilapidated window. Upon landing, the faint sound of his footfall immediately alerted a gang member. "Who is there?" The thug shouted, raising his automatic rifle and cautiously advancing toward Daredevil's position. Concealed atop a stack of crates, Daredevil awaited his moment. As the gang member entered his ambush zone, he leapt down, wielding his dual batons to strike the thug's head with a vicious blow, rendering him unconscious. The clatter of the fallen rifle shattered the factory's eerie stillness, prompting other gang members to draw their weapons and converge upon Daredevil's location. Outside, the gang members noticed the commotion within and halted their activities. Some armed themselves, vigilantly scanning the surroundings to protect the cargo on the ship, while others ventured inside the factory. At this juncture, the Punisher surged toward the dockside gang members, brandishing his assault rifle and unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. His movements were swift and precise, each bullet finding its mark amidst the cacophony of gunfire and anguished cries. Chapter 12. Target Eyes. Daredevil and the Punisher. Daredevil navigated through the throng with ease, employing his heightened senses and agility to engage in a guerrilla skirmish with the gang members within the factory, selectively targeting isolated foes for close combat, thereby diminishing their ranks. One gang member lunged at him with a dagger aimed at his chest. Daredevil deftly sidestepped the assault, countering with his batons, one striking the thug's face and the other landing on his chest. A sharp crack resonated as the thug's nasal bone fractured. blood streaming from his face as the dagger clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Daredevil delivered a swift kick, sending the thug crashing into two others behind him. Meanwhile, the Punisher unleashed a torrent of firepower, drawing upon his combat experience and marksmanship honed during his time as a U.S. Marine, suppressing the enemies outside the factory to the point where they could scarcely lift their heads. As he shot, he advanced toward Daredevil, the two gradually converging in the heart of the factory. It was evident that they had prepared meticulously, as if foreseeing an impending disruption. Daredevil, breathless yet composed despite numerous scrapes, remarked, "It seems they anticipated our arrival." The Punisher reloaded his magazine, squeezing the trigger once more, unleashing another volley from his assault rifle. Just then, a burly gang member burst forth from the shadows, brandishing a shotgun, and fired at the wooden crates before them. Instantly, splinters flew, forcing both men to scramble for cover. A shard of buckshot grazed Daredevil's shoulder, staining his attire with crimson. "Damn it, Matt, are you all right?" the Punisher inquired. "Don't worry. I can still fight," Daredevil reassured him. As the Punisher witnessed the scene, he cursed under his breath, swiftly adjusting his stance and switching his assault rifle to semi-automatic mode. He unleashed a series of shots at the burly gang member, who, caught off guard, was struck in the chest and collapsed into a pool of blood. However, the gang members did not retreat in the face of their comrades' demise. Instead, they became increasingly frenzied in their assault. The two heroes found themselves enveloped by enemies. Yet they remained undaunted, utilizing the factory's debris as cover, constantly repositioning themselves to deliver precise strikes while seeking an opportunity to break free from the encirclement. As the battle raged on, the number of gang members dwindled until the last one fell. The factory was now suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of gang members. At long last, it was over. Daredevil gasped for breath, leaning his baton against the ground. His chest heaving as sweat mingled with blood trickled down his arms. The Punisher was equally exhausted. His rifle emitted wisps of smoke from prolonged firing. He skillfully retrieved a magazine from one of the corpses and replenished his weapon. Just as they believed their ordeal was concluded and were preparing to destroy the contraband before leaving the factory, the windows shattered with a cacophony of breaking glass, and smoke grenades were hurled inside, instantly filling the factory with a dense fog. "Be careful. The situation has changed." The two understood they had fallen into a trap. Bracing themselves back to back, their senses heightened as they scanned the obscured surroundings for any signs of an impending attack. Suddenly, an eerie laughter pierced through the smoke, a sharp, cold sound reminiscent of a madman's mockery, shattering the brief tranquility. This unsettling environment dredged up unpleasant memories for the Punisher from 2 years prior. "Matt, watch out." Two throwing knives sliced through the haze, aimed directly at them. The Punisher sensed the imminent danger and instinctively shoved Daredevil aside. He had no time to evade, and unfortunately, one of the blades found its mark, embedding itself in his back, blood oozing from the wound. "Look at you two, putting on such a display of brotherly affection. It's truly touching. Ha ha ha." As the smoke dissipated, a figure emerged, clad in a dark blue bodysuit adorned with a target symbol on his forehead. Bullseye, a familiar adversary of Daredevil. Bullseye, while casually twirling a knife between his fingers, wore a grotesque smile, his tongue flicking across his lips as he regarded the two heroes as though they were delectable morsels. Bullseye. Daredevil felt a tightening in his chest. He knew this man all too well, a complete madman, with a penchant for gruesome and bizarre killing methods, possessing extraordinary accuracy and combat prowess, making him one of Daredevil's most formidable foes. "Do you know him?" "Yes. Be cautious. This lunatic is extremely dangerous." Without further ado, Bullseye flicked his wrist, sending another knife hurtling toward Daredevil. Bang! The Punisher could not stand by as his ally was endangered. He raised his weapon and pulled the trigger, striking the knife mid-flight. "Not bad. You have some skill. Let us see how you handle this." Bullseye sneered, producing several more knives and launching them in rapid succession at both Daredevil and the Punisher. Upon witnessing the scene, Daredevil sprang into action. He twirled his baton gracefully, utilizing its cord to swing towards the target. The Punisher provided cover fire, relentlessly firing his rifle to intercept the barrage of flying knives. However, one blade managed to slice through, leaving a crimson mark on the Punisher's waist. In midair, Daredevil deftly twisted his body, using his baton to deflect the majority of the knives, yet a cut marred his face. Undeterred by his wound, Daredevil landed on the ground, confronting the target eye to eye. The target scrutinized him, suddenly launching an assault with a flurry of fists and feet, the fierce wind from his strikes aimed directly at Daredevil's visage. Remaining composed, Daredevil parried the target's attacks with his baton, simultaneously seeking an opportunity to retaliate. The two engaged in a fierce exchange within the factory, their combat exceptionally intense. The Punisher, relentless in his efforts, continued to shoot at the target, attempting to create openings for Daredevil. Yet, having previously battled gang members for an extended duration and bearing their injuries, Both fighters found themselves increasingly fatigued, their movements growing sluggish. In their optimal condition, they could have easily overwhelmed the target. Is this truly your limit? Daredevil. You have yet to truly challenge me. Do not succumb so swiftly, taunted the target. Ignoring the provocation, Daredevil took a deep breath, centering himself. You know, our boss sent me here because he could no longer tolerate certain insects incessantly provoking him, much like you two pests. Seizing the moment, the target exploited Daredevil's vulnerability, delivering a brutal strike to his injured arm. Noticing the Punisher's bullets approaching, he executed a cunning feint, deceiving the Punisher and redirecting a bullet into Daredevil's thigh. Oh, look at these two little insects turning on each other. With his thigh wounded, Daredevil fell to his knees, and the target capitalized on this advantage, delivering a knee strike to Daredevil's head, rendering him unconscious. Seeing Daredevil collapse, the Punisher momentarily lost his composure, inadvertently revealing his position. The target seized the opportunity, throwing a knife that struck the Punisher's arm, causing his rifle to clatter to the ground. Chapter 13. Invitation. As the target gripped the Punisher's hair, he relentlessly pummeled his head until the Punisher lay motionless. This conflict hinged on the target's success in eliminating both Daredevil and the Punisher. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind the target. Why do you always aim for the head? Such blows could lead to foolishness. If they become idiots, who will take responsibility? I detest violence and killing. Upon hearing the voice, the target swiftly turned, launching a knife towards its source. Smack. Hey, what are you doing, you little rascal? Did my teachings not impart the wisdom that children should not throw toy knives carelessly? What if someone gets hurt? Even if no one is harmed, hitting flowers or animals is still unacceptable. The target's knives, swift and deadly, had caused considerable distress to Daredevil and the Punisher. Just as one was about to strike the chest of the newcomer, it clattered harmlessly to the ground, as if it had struck a steel plate, leaving the newcomer unscathed and lively. Such a loquacious individual can only be Chen. Today, during the daily hunt, I chanced upon the Punisher, armed and firing indiscriminately at the docks. Embracing the mindset of a spectator, I stealthily concealed myself atop the factory's steel beams, silently observing the fray below. Truly, Daredevil's combat scenes are exhilarating, each blow resonating with palpable force. Alas, Daredevil could not withstand it any longer. It was time for our dashing hero to make his entrance. Thus unfolded the initial scene, as Bullseye recognized the newcomer yet did not relent. Instead, he accelerated the onslaught of his throwing knives, launching one, then two, then three, targeting Chen's vital points with unyielding precision, leaving him with no refuge. Razor's edge. Impossible. Bang. In an instant, Chen activated the razor technique from the 6 styles, his explosive speed rendering him a mere shadow, tracing a sharp arc through the air to arrive beside Bullseye. With a swift kick, he created a vacuum to deliver a devastating strike, sending Bullseye flying several meters, his eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Mission accomplished. Fighting is such a straightforward affair. I wonder why you all complicate it so. Come, let us toast with this bottle of pesticide and be good friends in the next life. Chen shook his head and bound the two together with a thread, retrieving 2 bottles of healing potions from the system to administer to them. The potions took effect swiftly, visibly healing their wounds, yet neither showed signs of awakening. Oh no, could I have truly damaged their brains? I cannot simply abandon them. Let me think. Ah, I have it. Chen rummaged through his pocket, producing the satellite phone Nick had given him, dialing the sole number stored within. Hello? Director Fury? Yes, indeed, I have splendid news. Do you want a wife, or perhaps a tool? Hurry and come collect them. What? You say you no longer need other workers since you have Steve? Afraid he might misunderstand? These two are as formidable as Steve's well-toned physique. Moments later, when the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived to escort Daredevil and the Punisher, Chen breathed a sigh of relief and flew back home. On January 19th, 2008, Saturday, at precisely 9 o'clock a.m., within the medical bay of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret base in New York, the acrid scent of antiseptic first invaded Daredevil's nostrils, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow before slowly opening his eyes. Above him was a pristine white ceiling, the surroundings unfamiliar yet brimming with advanced technology, various instruments emitting a soft hum. Attempting to rise, he was astonished to find that his previously grievous injuries had nearly healed, though a slight ache lingered in his head. He rubbed his temples, striving to recollect the events that had transpired. The fierce battle with Bullseye had culminated in a devastating knee strike to his head, plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. You're awake, a deep voice intoned. Following the sound, Daredevil turned to see a bald, one-eyed African-American man standing at his bedside, clad in a black uniform. His gaze sharp and penetrating beneath his eye patch, none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Where am I? Where is Frank? Daredevil, also known as Matt, inquired urgently. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. Your friend is safe, just in the next room. You two certainly know how to stir up trouble. Without the light knight, you might not have seen the sun rise today. Nick Fury's lips curled slightly, tinged with a hint of jest. The light knight? Are you saying that we were rescued by him last night? Matt pondered, curious to inquire how they had been saved and why they found themselves here. Sensing his thoughts, Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively. I understand you have many questions, but hold on for now. Once you regain some strength, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Before long, the Punisher, Frank, awakened as well, and both he and Matt were escorted to a conference room. Nick Fury sat at the head of the table, regarding the two men as he began to speak. Matt Murdock and Frank Castle, I trust one have not misnamed you. What is it you wish to convey? And precisely what does S.H.I.E.L.D. do? Matt inquired. I shall first address your second question. S.H.I.E.L.D., or the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, has a multitude of responsibilities, but fundamentally, we are dedicated to safeguarding Earth from various threats, both terrestrial and cosmic. As for your first question, I propose a plan known as the Avengers Initiative, and I would like to invite you both to join. What is the Avengers Initiative? Matt asked, intrigued. Individual capabilities are inherently limited, yet through unity and cooperation, we can save the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. aims to establish a justice organization composed of individuals with superhuman abilities or exceptional skills to combat crime and protect the Earth. We refer to this as the Avengers Alliance, and you two are particularly suited for our invitation. Matt and Frank exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a flicker of hesitation. As the events of the day weighed heavily upon them, may I ask, by your standards, does the Light Knight not align more closely with your criteria? Matt broke the silence, posing the question. He has been a senior consultant with S.H.I.E.L.D. for 2 years now. Do you have any further inquiries? Nick replied. What? The Light Knight joined you 2 years ago? Both Daredevil and the Punisher were taken aback by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reach 2 years prior. The Light Knight had only just begun to emerge in New York when S.H.I.E.L.D. had already identified him. Can you reveal the identity of the Light Knight? We wish to express our gratitude to him in person. In deference to the protection of superheroes, we cannot disclose personal information to others unless you join S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick stated firmly. I can join, but I have grown accustomed to dispensing justice on the streets. I am uncertain if I would excel in such large-scale operations, Matt confessed. Glancing at Frank, clearly eager to discern his longtime partner's choice. Frank, however, scoffed dismissively. I seek vengeance solely for my family. Those grand ambitions do not concern me. I do not require membership in any organization. I will eradicate all evil in this world on my own. Nick Fury had long anticipated their reasoning. He leisurely tapped his fingers on the conference table and remarked, You engage in street battles, merely contending with small factions of enemies. Yet, the threats facing this world extend far beyond that. The Avengers can unite various forces to confront these crises. Furthermore, joining the headquarters of the Alliance signifies a relinquishment of your own principles and methods. However, you shall still be permitted to fight in the manner you prefer. The Alliance will not hinder you, and both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers will serve as your most steadfast support. Chapter 14, Spider-Man's Little Troubles on February 23, 2008, Saturday at exactly 7 p.m., in the underground boxing arena of Hell's Kitchen, New York City. Peter Parker found himself experiencing a blend of joy and slight frustration. His joy stemmed from the unparalleled superpowers he acquired after being bitten by a spider at an exhibition, which bestowed upon him extraordinary physical strength, precognitive spider sense, and web-slinging abilities akin to his idol, the Shining Knight. Moreover, his long-standing myopia was miraculously cured. No longer was he the socially awkward, weak high school student. He had transformed into a formidable figure with remarkable agility. He even managed to turn the tables on Thompson, a schoolmate who often bullied him, which was a delightful turn of events for a high schooler. However, his frustration arose from familial circumstances. Peter had lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his Uncle Ben and Aunt May. While both had steady jobs that generated income, a significant portion of their finances was allocated to providing Peter with a quality education at an expensive private school, leading to a precarious financial situation at home. Fortunately, under the nurturing influence of Uncle Ben and Aunt May's benevolent and principled nature, Peter had always been exceptionally mature and kind-hearted, excelling academically to prevent his relatives from worrying. Yet, the cost of this was his introverted disposition without the friendship of Harry and young Chen. Peter feared he would have faced his high school years in isolation, previously due to their financial struggles and his lack of social resources. He could hardly earn any money from part-time jobs to contribute to the household. However, circumstances had changed. He was now equipped with remarkable abilities. What could he do to earn money? Peter contemplated various options. He resolutely dismissed illegal endeavors such as robbery, drug dealing, and gambling. Through online research, he discovered that underground boxing matches were a quick source of income, and with his superpowers, defeating an ordinary person would be a trivial task. Despite the intimidating appearances of those involved in underground boxing, Their bravado crumbled in the face of absolute strength. Adults are not deterred by troublesome youngsters. A few well-placed strikes would leave the youngsters weeping, claiming they had encountered their grandmother. But where could one find the most underground boxing venues? The answer was undoubtedly Hell's Kitchen in New York. Yet, as a diligent student who had focused solely on his studies, Peter had no knowledge of how to access such chaotic locales, having never stepped foot in such a tumultuous environment. Thus, out of an abundance of caution, Peter meandered around Hell's Kitchen for several days without taking any proactive measures, merely searching for a suitable target. At last, fortune favored the diligent, and Peter discovered an entrance to an underground boxing arena located within a bar named Blue Charm on the left side of the central street of Hell's Kitchen. Peter was aware that this bar was merely a facade, concealing the true purpose of underground fighting. Firstly, it was uncommon for a bar to operate during the day. Secondly, patrons who entered the bar during daylight hours remained until nightfall, and most of them appeared impoverished with little money in their pockets, effectively ruling out the possibility of it being a gambling den. Lastly, Peter noted several imposing figures wearing hoods who also entered the bar, further confirming his suspicions. Having identified his target, Peter donned a makeshift mask and attire, although it appeared rather comical and unattractive. The acquisition of spider powers had endowed him with a more robust physique, a stark contrast to his previously emaciated form, which made him presentable enough. Consequently, the lookout at the entrance merely glanced at him and conducted a cursory search before allowing him entry. Peter pushed open the iron door to the bar's storage area, revealing a brightly lit narrow staircase. At the end of the passage, another iron door was opened by a guard, and a pungent mixture of sweat, smoke, alcohol, and blood assaulted his senses, accompanied by the escalating cacophony of cheers and shouts. Each boxer was required to adopt a moniker, and Peter chose to call himself Spider-Man. The boxing ring was a circular stage tightly enclosed by a rusted iron cage, marred by dried bloodstains. Initially, Peter's lack of boxing experience elicited laughter and ridicule from the audience, but his formidable strength and resilience soon turned the tide. His erratic strikes incapacitated his opponents, forcing them to submit. The subsequent matches went smoothly, with Peter achieving victory after victory, as no boxer could withstand the onslaught of his wild punches. The prowess of his spider abilities was undeniable, and within a few short days, the name Spider-Man echoed throughout every underground boxing venue in Hell's Kitchen, earning Peter his first substantial earnings of $30,000. In a parallel narrative, both Daredevil and the Punisher ultimately acquiesced to Nick Fury's request to join the Avengers. The rationale was simple: their fortunes would not always align with the Shining Knight to rescue them. By joining the Avengers, they could summon allies to confront formidable enemies like Bullseye in the future. In recognition of their understanding, Nick Fury divulged the identity of the Shining Knight to Daredevil and the Punisher, who were astounded to learn that he was merely an 18-year-old high school student. Despite their astonishment, it was essential to express their gratitude personally, as they would now be considered comrades. Thus, the two men shed their costumes and approached the residence of Yang Chen in Manhattan's Upper West Side to convey their thanks. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Please, no more knocking. Upon opening the door, Yang Chen was met by a sight that startled him: a blind man and a short-haired middle-aged man, both of whom exuded an intimidating presence. Is this Yang Chen's residence? Are you Yang Chen? Inquired Matt as he immediately addressed the individual who had opened the door. I am Yang Chen. I am aware of who you two are. This is not a place for conversation. Do you have a suitable location, perhaps your secret hideout? Upon observing the distinctive features of the two, Yang Chen surmised the reason for their visit. Damn that black egg for selling himself out, he thought, promptly interrupting Matt to signal that this was not the appropriate venue for their forthcoming discourse. Matt, grasping Yang Chen's implication, glanced back at Frank, who gave a slight nod of agreement, leading Matt to concur with Yang Chen's suggestion. The trio proceeded without delay to the secret base of Daredevil and the Punisher. Originally, the sanctuaries of Daredevil and the Punisher were separate. However, after their acquaintance, they relocated their facilities and equipment to an abandoned auto repair shop not far from Hell's Kitchen for the sake of efficient intelligence sharing and management. The exterior of the factory was overgrown with weeds, yet the interior was remarkably tidy and spacious. The left side was piled high with an array of weaponry, while the right side housed various training apparatuses. In the center stood surveillance equipment, with multiple LCD screens meticulously documenting every entrance and exit of Hell's Kitchen. A van was also parked within the factory, which Yang Chen immediately recognized as having been modified. Chapter 15. What constitutes a hero? This place looks splendid, Yang Chen remarked as he explored, filled with admiration. We chose this location to avoid easy detection by enemies, and it is conveniently close to Hell's Kitchen for operational and retreat purposes, Frank explained, often stealing glances at Yang Chen's face, perplexed by how such an unassuming teenager could be the renowned guardian of New York, the Shining Knight. Can we call you Chen? You may call me whatever you wish. Little Chen is fine too, as we shall be partners from now on. The three settled into the lounge area of the base. Chen, Frank and I came to express our gratitude for your life-saving intervention last night. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may seek us out. We would be more than willing to assist. It's a trivial matter. Aiding you is akin to aiding the ordinary populace. It's simply what superheroes ought to do, Matt replied sincerely, leaving Yang Chun feeling somewhat bashful. Then, may I pose a question to you? What question? Yang Chun inquired with curiosity. Why did you choose to become a superhero? Or what drives you to protect New York and combat crime? Matt genuinely admired Yang Chun, reflecting on his own youth when he merely followed his master, Stick, learning martial arts, and later became a law student without any thoughts of fighting crime. Frank shared this sentiment, bowing his head in attentive silence. I would like to first ask you, what motivates you to combat crime? Revenge? Justice? They responded in unison, embodying their divergent life paths. Both Frank and Matt had undergone significant life changes due to profound family upheavals. The distinction lies in Frank's extreme approach, adhering to the principle that if one is guilty, they must face death, exacting merciless vengeance upon wrongdoers. In contrast, Matt, due to his identity as a lawyer, subscribes to a principle of sparing lives, much like his neighbor. He continually grapples between upholding legal justice as an attorney and executing street justice as Daredevil. Yang Chun is not surprised by their responses, both characters. As some of the few in the Marvel Universe embodying substantial darkness, violence, and bloodshed, delve deeply into the exploration of human nature. Since you have shared your perspectives, allow me to share mine. I wonder if either of you has ever visited China, where a saying has long been cherished, the great hero serves the nation and its people. Are you familiar with the meaning of this phrase? Seeing both shake their heads, Yang Chen continued to elucidate. You may interpret hero as. The essence of the saying is that a true hero not only possesses courage to aid the weak and punish the wicked, but also bears the heart to care for the world, making sacrifices for their country and people. In other words, with great power comes great responsibility. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, both fell into profound contemplation. In truth, I share this without fear of ridicule. Had I no superpowers and were merely an ordinary high school student, I would never aspire to be a superhero or a knight of light. My duty lies in caring for my parents throughout their lives, and I would not jeopardize my own life lightly. Yet, curiously, every time I use my powers to defeat criminals, rescue hostages, and reunite them with their families, witnessing their joyous embraces brings me an indescribable happiness. It was only later that I realized this is my responsibility. A hero is but a mortal, and a mortal can also be a hero. Everyone experiences joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Heroes are no exception. Those who fulfill their responsibilities are equally heroic. Yang Chun has traversed this world for 2 years, evolving from monotonous patrols and crime fighting for system tasks to a determination not to disappoint the supportive citizens of New York. This shift in mindset has enlightened Yang Chun on the true nature of heroism. I see. I never expected you to hold such views. To be honest, Chun, you would make an excellent counselor. No, I would prefer not to. You have no idea how challenging today as students can be, Yang Chun replied, feigning disdain to lighten the previously heavy atmosphere. The trio conversed for quite some time, their mutual understanding deepening. Yang Chen proposed that he might consider this place as his secret base, to which both Matt and Frank readily agreed. 3 days later, in the underground boxing arena of Hell's Kitchen, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, raised his arms in triumph, having secured yet another victory, making it an astounding 32 consecutive wins. The odds for Peter had reached a staggering 8,000, meaning that anyone betting against Spider-Man with 10,000 would stand to win 80 million should he indeed lose. What? You no longer wish to fight? Why? Is the prize money not substantial enough for you? No, my boss. It's simply that I have earned enough already. I entered the ring to improve my family's quality of life, and this $100,000 would allow my family to live comfortably for quite some time. In the lounge of the boxing venue, Peter expressed to the owner his desire to cease boxing, although the experiences of recent days had brought him endless applause and exhilaration. The integrity instilled in him by Uncle Ben compelled Peter to leave the ring, especially since he felt he had made enough money. Well, since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not press you further. How about this? You help me with one last fight today, and after that, we shall have no further ties. Is that agreeable? All right then. Seeing that his persuasion was futile, the owner sighed in resignation and made his final request, hoping to have Spider-Man fight one last time, to which Peter acquiesced. Come, let us raise a glass to celebrate your final victory as Spider-Man. Cheers. As the owner turned to procure the wine, the fierce expression on his face swiftly vanished. He retrieved a bottle of wine and 2 glasses from the cabinet, filling them to the brim. Seizing the opportunity while Peter stepped away to the restroom, he discreetly dripped a mysterious liquid from his sleeve into one of the glasses. He then casually handed the poisoned glass to Peter, while he himself drank from the untainted one. Observing Peter gulp down the wine, the owner embraced him cheerfully, offering his congratulations. I had initially planned to help you make a fortune, but it seems you lack appreciation for the opportunity. Do not blame me for the consequences. As Peter departed to prepare for his final boxing match, the underground boxing owner placed a call. Hello, it's me. Everything is ready. You just need to handle your end of the deal. Rest assured, my potion is potent enough to incapacitate 3 African elephants. You can confidently collect your money. With odds of 1/8,000, those scoundrels won't survive the loss. I intend to make them repay every penny they owe me. Ha ha ha. Chapter 16. The rescue of Spider-Man. Peter Parker, after all, is merely a high school student, and his mind is still immature. He naively believes that with his spider-like powers, he is invincible and that no one can harm him, especially not an ordinary person like the boxing owner. As he entered the arena, he was greeted by the fervent cheers of countless gamblers. He raised his hands in salute, bracing himself for his final opponent. Approaching the ring was a burly, buzz-cut white boxer who, once on stage, practiced his punches, dodges, and leg sweeps, his gaze fixed intently on Peter, flashing him a provocative grin. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the boxing match commenced. Initially, Peter felt no discomfort. He relied on his previous boxing strategy, delivering powerful jabs and continually striking. Faced with Peter's onslaught, the white boxer dared not confront him head-on but instead danced around the ring, seemingly stalling for time, waiting for something. Coward. What are you hiding from? Are you a mere mouse? Peter taunted, but his mockery did little to disrupt the boxer's nimble footwork. Soon, the effects of the mysterious potion began to take hold. Peter sensed something was amiss within his body. His head grew heavy, the world spun around him, and his steps became unsteady, akin to that of a drunken man. Peter found it nearly impossible to keep his eyelids from drooping, feeling that if he collapsed onto the ground, he could easily fall into a deep slumber for 3 days and nights, impervious to the world around him. Just as his consciousness began to wane, a white boxer landed a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending his stomach into turmoil and forcing him to double over, retching violently. Damn it, Spider-Man, what are you doing? I placed 1,000 on you. Get up and continue fighting. The crowd, who had wagered on Spider-Man's victory, clamored for their money back, convinced that there was foul play at hand, Spider-Man conspiring with the boss to rig the underground fights, aiming for their defeat. Spider-Man, do you not feel shame? Refund us. The spectators' outcries echoed through the venue, but the promoters of such illicit fights were hardly naive. As Spider-Man lay on the ground, the white boxer pressed his advantage, swinging a heavy fist towards his head. Peter knew that should he fail to evade this strike, he would surely lose consciousness. With his spider sense buzzing, he managed to rise just in time, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Yet, Peter was not yet the fully realized Spider-Man. His strength, intellect, and reflexes had not been fully developed, as evidenced by his vulnerability to a mere dose of a drug. His head throbbed painfully, and his arms felt as though they bore the weight of the world, utterly immovable. The white boxer unleashed another punch, sending Spider-Man crashing to the ground. And a relentless barrage of blows followed, raining down upon his head. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Peter could only clasp his hands tightly around his head in a desperate attempt to shield himself. The referee, an accomplice of the boss, had been instructed to allow the match to continue under any circumstance, merely observing the chaos. Thus, he ignored the audience's jeers and insults. Spider-Man could no longer hold on, succumbing to the cacophony of derision before losing consciousness. In his final moments of awareness, he thought he glimpsed his idol, the Knight of Light, descending into the ring, drawing the gaze of everyone present, including the boxer relentlessly pummeling him. Peter would forever remember that day and the shadowy figure that had come to his rescue. Is there anyone who wishes to face me? Chen's hoarse voice reverberated throughout the arena, surveying the crowd before resting on the fallen figure of Peter Parker, emanating a commanding presence that silenced all. The events that led Chen to this moment began 2 hours prior. The Punisher, Daredevil, and Chen convened in a secret base to strategize their impending assault on the underground fight circuit, which was entirely controlled by Kingpin. Typically, Kingpin left the management of these illicit venues to others, merely collecting profits, which amounted to tens of millions of dollars annually. If they could dismantle all the underground fight arenas, it would inflict significant financial pain on Kingpin. An additional motive for their mission was the tragic death of Daredevil's father, Jack Murdock. Jack Murdock, a once prominent professional boxer, despite his age and numerous injuries, continued to fight in underground rings, even resorting to fixed matches to provide for his son, Matt Murdock. During a match orchestrated by the mob, the crime boss demanded Jack throw the fight, while Matt implored his father to win for once. This time, he chose to uphold his principles and set an example for his son, ultimately achieving victory through sheer strength. However, this choice led him to breach an agreement with the mob, resulting in his tragic demise in the parking lot, witnessed by Matt. This event profoundly affected Matt's perception of justice and violence, establishing a direct link between the death of his father, Jack, and the emergence of Daredevil. The plight of Daredevil's father mirrors the fate of countless boxers in underground fighting rings who merely seek to profit off the gambling debts of others, disregarding human life entirely. Thus, Matt vowed never to spare any underground fighting establishments. Chen and his companions resolved to split into 3 teams, aiming to dismantle as many underground arenas as possible, while Frank shared intelligence on these venues. Chen inadvertently heard of a boxer named Spider-Man actively competing in the underground circuit. Instantly, he speculated that this fighter might be Peter Parker, and volunteered to investigate the Blue Charm Bar, hoping to find his dear friend. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was indeed Peter Parker. This led to Chen's dramatic arrival at the fighting venue, where the audience swiftly recognized the presence of the Light Knight and fled in panic. However, Chen did not overlook the nefarious promoter and his henchmen attempting to escape amidst the chaos, swiftly dispatching them all before carrying Peter to his secret hideout. Thanks to the formidable powers of the spider gene, Peter soon regained consciousness after the effects of the drug wore off. Finding himself on a wooden bed within a dimly lit metal shack, where a man clad in a red bodysuit was watching over him. "Kid, you're awake. How do you feel? Wait a moment, where's the Light Knight? I believe he saved me before I fainted. Are you his friend?" As Peter sat up, he felt a lingering dizziness in his head, though the wounds on his body had largely healed. He was astute enough to deduce that the Light Knight was not present, and that it was Daredevil who was keeping watch. He had to step out for a bit, but before leaving, he instructed me to keep a close eye on you. You're quite fortunate. Had they given you something stronger, you might not have simply succumbed to sleep. I actually thought the promoter was a good guy. Given how much money I made him, how could he? A good person? Remember, kid, no one who can thrive in Hell's Kitchen is a good person. They're all scum. The fact that he didn't take your life is a mercy. Peter felt a wave of relief. He had assumed that after his last fight, he would be able to leave safely, yet he had underestimated the mob's reach, lowering his guard and falling prey to the promoter's ruthless enforcers. Chapter 17. A dose of inspiration for Spider-Man. May I ask where this place is? Well, considering your injuries have nearly healed, come with me, and you shall see. All right. Peter quickly rose from the bed and followed Daredevil, who gestured for him to accompany him. Upon stepping through the door, Peter was met with the sights that Chen had observed earlier, including Frank Castle, who was monitoring Hell's Kitchen from a computer desk. "Ah, the kid's awake." Frank greeted Matt as he emerged, before returning his focus to the screen. "Awakening, I decided to show this young lad around. Everything here is simply astounding. Are you all, like the Bright Knight, also superheroes?" Observing the various weapons and training equipment, Peter could hardly contain his excitement. "We are not superheroes. We are merely vigilantes wandering through the night. This is my companion, Frank Castle. I am Matt Murdock. The Bright Knight you mentioned is also our ally. By the way, I am yet to learn your name. I am Peter Parker. May I ask, can I join your ranks? I am Spider-Man, and I possess considerable strength." Contemplating whether or not to reveal his identity to these strangers, Peter decided that since they were both friends of the Bright Knight, they could not be villains. Thus, sharing his name would not be a detriment. The small spider taken down by a drug? Daredevil's teasing remarks caused Peter to awkwardly scratch his head, a hint of defiance on his face as he continued. "How about we have a friendly competition? If I win, I get to join you." "All right, sounds fair." Confidently, Peter believed that Daredevil was merely an ordinary individual lacking threat, while he possessed spider-like abilities, assuring him victory. Yet, the outcome led Peter to doubt himself. As the contest commenced, Peter rushed towards Daredevil only to find a baton, slicing through the air, halted mere inches from his throat. "I'm down." And it was over in an instant. There's nothing more to say. Cold sweat trickled down Peter's brow as he swallowed hard. Daredevil's initial speed was so swift that Peter's spider sense barely had time to react. Since childhood, Matt had trained in martial arts under his mentor, Stick. Although he was an ordinary man, his physical capabilities were nearly at the peak of human potential, complemented by his extraordinary sense of hearing. The inexperienced young spider stood no chance against Daredevil, who in the comics could hold his own against Captain America, making it easy work to handle Peter. "I lost," Peter lamented. "If you aspire to be a true Spider-Man, you can come to me for guidance on how to enhance your skills." Daredevil believed that since Peter was brought by Chen, he must be someone significant or possess unique qualities. Moreover, adding another member to their team would bolster their strength, as they lacked a versatile aide, allowing Peter to hone his abilities. "Really? Did I hear that correctly? That's incredible." Peter, with the heart of a superhero, was thrilled at the prospect of partnering with his idol, the Bright Knight. Thus, Peter began visiting Daredevil's secret base regularly. He soon realized that despite his formidable spider powers, his combat skills were severely lacking, only knowing how to throw straight punches in a boxing match. Driven by a desire to improve his family's circumstances and fueled by admiration for the Bright Knight's impressive abilities, Peter quickly bonded with the trio. He expressed his gratitude to the Bright Knight for rescuing him from a horde of demons, and even requested an autograph and a photo with Chen. In their brief interactions, Matt and Frank discovered that beneath the seemingly naive and inexperienced exterior of the young boy lay a heart of extraordinary strength and kindness. Consequently, the trio began to impart knowledge to him without reservation. Chen taught him the proper utilization of his spider abilities. Matt instructed him in combat techniques and reflexes, while Frank educated him in reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, and tactical applications. Under their tutelage, Peter's prowess grew rapidly. He began to see the three as genuine friends and mentors, simultaneously admiring and perplexed by their endeavors. He admired their relentless struggle against the forces of darkness, yet grappled with the notion that the evils plaguing Hell's Kitchen and the world seemed inexhaustible, sprouting anew like mushrooms after rain, leading him to ponder the significance of their efforts. As days turned into weeks, the bond between the young spider and the trio deepened. The more familiar he became with them, the more he sensed that the actions and demeanor of the Light Knight bore a striking resemblance to a classmate he knew. Eventually, Chen could no longer withstand Peter's incessant inquiries about the Light Knight, and he finally confessed that he was indeed the Light Knight, requesting Peter to help keep the secret. Peter was taken aback for a considerable time upon learning this, but he quickly nodded in agreement to honor Chen's wish for confidentiality. "Chen, what led you down this path?" Peter inquired. "You're the third person to ask me that question," Chen replied. "Let me guess, the first two were Matt and Frank, right?" "Indeed. So I can't be bothered to answer your question. You should ask them." On a clear night atop a skyscraper in the bustling Times Square, Chen and Peter perched on the edge, gazing at the vibrant streets below, allowing the cool breeze to ease their spirits as they engaged in casual banter. "Seriously, what makes you want to fight crime?" Peter pressed. "Fighting crime is merely a way of life for me. You could interpret it as a hobby," Chen responded, adeptly adjusting his words to suit each individual. Engaging with someone like Peter, whose maturity was still in development, proved far easier than dealing with seasoned veterans like Nick Fury and Matt Murdock. There are some things that require someone to step up, such as protecting the vulnerable and preventing crime. "Just like you, Matt and Frank," Peter surmised. "Precisely. You may choose to not support them, but please refrain from mocking them. It takes immense courage to simply stand up," Chen asserted. "Is that the reason you chose to become the Light Knight and help others stop crime?" Peter inquired. "One could say that. Even Don Quixote dared to charge at windmills, indifferent to the opinions of others. What do we have to fear?" Chen continued. "Rashness is closer to bravery than cowardice, and we possess greater strength than Don Quixote. Don't you agree, Peter?" "That makes sense, Chen. I too aspire to be a superhero like you, protecting New York," Peter declared. "You absolutely can, Peter. You must believe in yourself. Keep pushing forward." In an effort to instill the right values of heroism in the young spider, Chen suppressed his discomfort and recited a torrent of motivational platitudes from his past life, much to Peter's delight, leaving him in a state of awe. Chen fancied himself a life coach for superheroes, imparting wisdom to Daredevil and Spider-Man. Would he next enlighten Iron Man and Batman? Speaking of which, is Tony Stark nearing his return home? Chapter 18. Tony Stark's helplessness on April 25, 2008, Friday. At precisely 5 p.m. in Manhattan, New York, within the confines of Stark Tower, a cloud of tension hung over the spacious, brightly lit office of Obadiah Stane, a pivotal decision-maker of Stark Industries. "Tony, why did you announce the closure of our weapons division at this morning's press conference? Are you unaware of the very foundation upon which Stark Industries was built? Do you have any idea how much our stocks have plummeted due to your obstinacy?" Obadiah's fury was palpable, his indignation stemming from the fact that Tony Stark had survived Afghanistan, and more so from his unilateral decision to bypass the board and publicly declare the cessation of Stark Industries armaments production. "I am fully aware, Obadiah, but we can no longer continue down this path. The weapons division must be shut down, and Stark Industries will produce no more weaponry." Tony Stark's voice was low yet resolute, embodying a decision that brooked no dissent. Having narrowly escaped the hellish ordeal in Afghanistan, exhaustion still clung to him. Yet his gaze bore an unprecedented determination, as if the carefree playboy Tony Stark had perished in that war-torn land. He stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the vibrant streets of New York, inhaling deeply before turning to face Obadiah directly. Visions of the terrorists wielding Stark Industries weapons to mercilessly slaughter innocent civilians haunted him, alongside the desperate image of Professor Ethan sacrificing himself to save Tony. These memories weighed heavily upon him, shackling him to the realization that he could no longer turn a blind eye to the consequences of weapon manufacturing. He recognized that his previous arrogance and disregard for life had led him to such harrowing experiences. It was a divine opportunity for redemption. "You are mad, Tony. If you understand this, you should realize that arms production is the lifeblood of Stark Industries. We cannot cease weapon production." Obadiah, previously seated, leapt to his feet, hands pressed against the desk, Disbelief and rage etched across his face. His eyes glimmered with avarice and a fierce obsession with profit. Convinced that Tony's foolish decision would spell disaster for the entire Stark enterprise. No, you do not comprehend, Obadiah. You cannot fathom what I endured in Afghanistan. I witnessed, firsthand, the destruction wrought by the terrorists using our manufactured weapons, families torn apart, even children spared no mercy. Our weapons bring only calamity. You are naive, Tony. Even without our production, companies like Hammer Industries and LexCorp will continue to manufacture arms. Can you shut down their weapons divisions as well? We merely supply the arms. How they are utilized is the concern of the military and the buyers. What do we care about others' fates? Are we the ones wielding the weapons to kill them? Obadiah sneered with disdain as he circumvented the desk, looming over Tony with an air of superiority. Obadiah, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? My father's vision for Stark Industries was never meant to unfold in this manner. Were he still alive, he would undoubtedly make the same choice as I. Tony gazed at Obadiah, astonished by his words, as though he were seeing his uncle for the very first time. Obadiah Stane, a longtime partner of Tony's father. Howard Stark had watched Tony grow up. After Howard's demise, he had imparted countless lessons to Tony and supported the young man in inheriting the company. Their relationship was a blend of mentorship and paternal affection, and Tony held deep gratitude for him. Without Obadiah's influence, Stark Industries would not have achieved its current stature. Yet today, this life mentor and father figure had uttered such cold-hearted remarks, leaving Tony both shocked and disillusioned by his unwavering devotion. Do not speak to me of your father. He was far more formidable than you, Tony. Were he still with us, Stark Industries would be even greater. As Obadiah spoke these words, a subtle fervor and complexity flickered across his face. If that is the case, I have nothing further to discuss with you. The weapons division will gradually cease operations within a week, and the company will undergo a transformation. Future endeavors of Stark Industries will focus solely on the manufacture and invention of renewable energy. If you cannot comprehend or support this, you may leave my office. You will regret this, Tony. The conversation, steeped in ideological discord, concluded on a sour note as Obadiah stormed out, his eyes flashing with a ruthless intensity. Fists clenched tightly as if plotting something sinister. Upon witnessing Obadiah's departure, Tony, who had been feigning composure, finally slumped back into his chair. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and confusion, he could not fathom why those closest to him failed to understand his intentions. He was convinced that his actions were righteous. Why, then, was Obadiah opposing him so vehemently? Enveloped by feelings of anguish and sorrow, even one of Marvel's wisest figures, the future leader of the Avengers, Iron Man, found himself yearning for the presence of his parents, wishing desperately that he did not have to bear this burden alone. He too was human, in need of support and solace. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. I'm sorry, Tony. Are you all right? I just saw Mr. Obadiah storming out. Did you two have a quarrel? Pepper Potts, Tony's personal assistant, often tasked with managing his schedule, company affairs, and the fallout from scandals, noticed the despondent look on Tony's face and rushed to express her concern. It's nothing. Pepper's sudden display of concern nearly brought tears to the eyes of the strong-willed Tony, who had not felt warmth from others in quite some time. In an effort to conceal his vulnerability from Pepper, he quickly lifted his gaze and blinked away the moisture threatening to spill. Pepper, do you think I was wrong? How many lives have been lost due to those weapons? I cannot allow Stark Industries to become an instrument of death. Tony looked to Pepper, hoping to receive an affirmative response from her. Pepper took a seat beside Tony, gently grasping his hand. You have done nothing wrong, Tony. This is a choice rooted in conscience and justice, and I stand by you. Obadiah has merely allowed his interests to cloud his judgment. He will eventually come to understand your perspective. However, the board and the future of the company may falter due to my decision. Tony offered a wry smile. Then let us face this together. You are not alone. Tony, you are a genius, the very soul of Stark Industries. As long as you are here, there is no problem that cannot be resolved. If necessary, we can start anew and surely discover a new direction for growth. Feeling the warmth of Pepper's palm, Tony's negativity gradually dissipated, replaced by profound gratitude. Thank you, Pepper, for helping me realize I am not facing this alone. Otherwise, I truly would not know how to proceed. Rest assured, Tony, I will walk this path alongside you. Pepper's words imbued Tony with the strength to rise once more, heralding the imminent return of the superhero Iron Man. Chapter 19. The arrival of Wonder Woman on April 27, 2008, Sunday at precisely 10 a.m. in the relaxation area of the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C. Steve, do you know? I once believed you to be dead. Even America announced your demise. I never imagined you would still be alive, and that your appearance remains unchanged. I too did not foresee this, Diana. When I opened my eyes again, over 60 years had passed. World War II was long over. Yet conflict still rages on in this world. The intertwined universe of Marvel is indeed absurdly illogical. Who would have thought that Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, one of the Holy Trinity, and Steve Rogers, one of Marvel's leaders, fought side by side during World War II? In this timeline, Steve Rogers took the place of Steve Trevor, the male lead from the original film Wonder Woman. As Captain America, he launched an assault on a Hydra transport ship in the Aegean Sea, only to fall into an ambush by Hydra agents. The transport vessel was destroyed, and Captain America, knocked unconscious by the explosion, plunged into the sea, ultimately washed ashore on Paradise Island. The ensuing narrative unfolds as Diana and Steve leave Paradise Island to form the Howling Commandos, repeatedly dismantling Hydra's secret bases. Over time, Diana finds herself irresistibly drawn to Steve's unwavering spirit and strong leadership qualities. However, she recognizes that Steve's affections lie with Peggy Carter, compelling her to bury her own feelings deep within, a classic love triangle. In the climax, they confront and vanquish the ultimate antagonist, Ares, the god of war, and the Red Skull. Subsequently, Captain America pilots a plane, plunging into the Arctic with the Tesseract. Believing Steve to be dead, Diana comes to understand the profound meanings of love and sacrifice. Stifling her sorrow, she chooses to remain with the Howling Commandos, taking up Captain America's mantle and continuing the fight until Germany's surrender marked the end of World War II. After the war, Diana departed from the Howling Commandos, declining the accolades and honors offered by the American military. She returned to Paradise Island, carrying only a framed photograph of herself with the members of the Howling Commandos. As the sorrow and longing within her gradually faded, she embarked once more to America, adopting a new identity as a museum researcher at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. When Steve stood before her again, she remained breathtakingly beautiful, yet her gaze bore the weight of time's tribulations and wisdom. Their reunion ignited the suppressed feelings of longing, and Diana, taken aback, felt tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Upon seeing Steve open his arms, she could no longer contain herself and leaped into his embrace. Holding him tightly, they subsequently retreated to the museum's lounge area, where Diana ordered 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Steve as they settled into the chairs. Steve then recounted his experiences over the past 2 years. "So, you awakened 2 years ago. Why did you only seek me out now?" "Diana, Steve evaded her sorrowful gaze. He was not oblivious. He had sensed her unique feelings for him during World War II. However, at that time, he had already developed affections for Peggy Carter and could not bear to hurt another woman. "Peggy, how is she?" "She is 87 now, not in good health. Confined to her bed, but she is happy. Her children love her dearly." As he spoke, the sadness and loneliness in Steve's eyes were unmistakable, and Diana's heart ached for him. "Indeed, but I suppose there are regrets in your hearts? Enough of this. Tell me, why have you come to find me?" "I have come to invite you to join the Avengers." Upon hearing this, Diana furrowed her brow slightly, pausing in silence before replying. "Over the years, I have watched humanity repeatedly make the same mistakes. War and conflict have never ceased, and I find myself weary. You know, had it not been for your encouragement to persevere, I might have left the Howling Commandos after your fall into the Arctic." Steve gazed at Diana with sincerity and trust in his eyes. "I understand your feelings, Diana. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that the world needs us now more than ever. We fought side by side during World War II, vanquishing Red Skull and Ares, saving countless lives. Can you not sense the differences in the world today? More and more superpowered beings are emerging," Diana acknowledged, aware of her own demigod heritage. "Indeed. Gotham's Batman and New York's Shining Knight are fortunate to be noble and just guardians of their cities. But can you guarantee that every superpowered individual shares their virtues? Have you forgotten the calamities brought upon humanity by Red Skull and Ares? Thus, join me, Diana. The Avengers are composed of individuals who, like us, wish to protect the world. Together, we can stand united as we once did." Diana fell into contemplation, her mind alight with memories of the battles fought alongside Steve. Those days dedicated to the pursuit of peace and justice. After a lengthy pause, she lifted her head, the weariness in her eyes dissipating as a spark of determination reignited within her. "Very well, Steve, as you said, we shall proceed together." Steve smiled, rising to his feet and extending his hand. "Welcome to the Avengers, Diana." Diana also stood, grasping Steve's hand firmly and nodding resolutely. In that moment, time seemed to rewind, transporting them back to the era of World War II, where they became the fearless and trusting comrades they once were. Meanwhile, in the secret base of the New York 4, Chen was rigorously training the young Spider-Man, using his own webbing to fashion a whip, delivering sharp lashes to test the boy's reflexes. This task was typically the responsibility of Daredevil, but with him out on a mission with the Punisher, Chen had taken it upon himself. Stop. I can't take it anymore," cried Peter. "Do not speak in a manner that misleads the young. One lash for you. And one for Spider. Ha. Chen, are you trying to kill me?" The two, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Peter, do you realize? A time is approaching when monsters will roam freely, and those with superpowers will be less capable than dogs. If you do not intensify your training, be wary of becoming a frightened mouse. Really? You're not deceiving me? Peter was taken aback. After enduring intense training for so long, he had surpassed the Spider-Man of the parallel universe, and he felt he could hold his own against Daredevil. Would future superpowered beings be this formidable? When have I ever deceived you? Just wait and see. It will not be long now. Chen estimated that within a month, Iron Man would make his entrance. When Tony Stark uttered those fateful words, the superhero would officially step onto the grand stage of the world. Chapter 20. Battle against Ironmonger on the evening of May 23rd at 7 p.m. ASHIELD. Quinjet landed before their secret base. Chen, you ought to tidy up your front yard. The weeds have grown too rampant. If the weeds are cleared, will the secret base retain its secrecy? You ramble too much. Coulson, if you don't head to Los Angeles soon, Tony will be in dire straits at the hands of his dear uncle. 10 minutes prior, Chen had received a call from Nick Fury, informing him of a major incident at Stark Industries headquarters in Los Angeles, as opposed to the Stark Tower in New York. 2 flying Iron Men were engaged in a fierce battle, threatening to dismantle the headquarters. Chen needed to prepare, as the agency was dispatching a jet to assist him in resolving the situation. Mission triggered. Assist Iron Man Tony Stark in defeating Ironmonger Obadiah Stane. Successful completion rewards the hero with 5 to all attributes. Failure incurs a penalty of -5 to all attributes. Do you accept the mission? I accept. Just as he concluded his call with Nick, he unexpectedly triggered a mission. Although the reward was modest, it seemed reasonable given that he was facing the relatively minor adversary from Iron Man 1. He certainly would not turn down free attribute points. Are you all coming? Chen glanced back at the other 3 in the secret base, particularly at Peter, whose face was a mixture of envy and longing. Although Nick Fury had only requested Chen's presence, having additional allies was always beneficial. Frank and I shall refrain from joining the fray. Our skills are ill-suited for such a scene. Take Peter with you. His abilities can aid you and allow us to assess the results of his training over the past few months. Matt shook his head in response, indicating his unwillingness to go, but upon noticing Peter's expression, he patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to accompany Chen. Can I go too? Go ahead, my child. But do be cautious. Fantastic. Thank you both. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Peter and Matt embraced Frank, and then they boarded the Cohen-style fighter jet, departing from New York en route to Los Angeles. On the highways of downtown Los Angeles, the air was filled with the screams of the populace and the screeching of car brakes, as if an alien invasion were upon them, heralding the apocalypse. The camera panned forward along the broad highway, nearly 30 to 40 meters wide, where dozens of vehicles lay strewn about, some severed in half, others overturned and engulfed in flames. A massive silver-gray robot towered above the chaos, its enormous mechanical arm raised high, clutching a diminutive crimson robot. These 2 were none other than Ironmonger and Iron Man. Tony Stark found himself at a disadvantage in size, receiving a brutal onslaught from Ironmonger, controlled by his uncle Obadiah. 2 hours prior, Pepper Potts had uncovered Obadiah's covert dealings with the Ten Rings, the very terrorist who had kidnapped Tony, revealing his plot to abduct Tony. In a state of urgency, she called Tony to divulge the entire truth. Realizing his scheme was exposed, Obadiah hastily seized Tony's arc reactor and, utilizing its technology, forged the colossal armored Ironmonger. Had Pepper not preserved Tony's original reactor, he would have bid farewell to this world. Are we really jumping down like this? Chen, it seems we're several hundred meters above ground. Peter gazed down at the diminutive buildings below, swallowing hard as he looked at Chen. Isn't that obvious? If we don't leap, do you expect the jet to find an airport to land at, or for there to be a pile of hay below? We are out of time. Secure your parachute. 3, 2, 1, jump. Chen, possessing the ability of the string fruit, needed no parachute and plummeted swiftly towards downtown Los Angeles. A pile of hay. Why that? Hey Chen, wait for me. Peter, burdened with a parachute, leapt in the direction of Los Angeles. Tony, do you know? I've never felt so powerful before. Howard truly was a remarkable father. Ironmonger lifted Iron Man and slammed him down with great force, subsequently pinning him beneath his foot. Ironmonger's steel right arm slowly rose, aiming at Iron Man's reactor, and the spinning cannon on his arm began to roar ominously. Just as Tony's life seemed in peril, Chen and Peter arrived in the nick of time, simultaneously unleashing strands to ensnare Iron Man, collectively pulling him from beneath Ironmonger's foot. Peter, leave this to me. You must quickly scout the area for any injured civilians and assist them to safety. Understood, Chen, but do take care. Having spoken, Peter swung away on his web, commencing his inspection of the vehicle for any injured or unconscious individuals. Hey, Iron Man, are you alright? Can you still stand? Chen gazed at the severely damaged Mark III armor, fearing that Tony Stark might have perished within. Remember, I am not Iron Man. I am the invincible Iron Man. And who are you and that fellow in the red spandex? I am the Radiant Knight, and that lad is Spider-Man. Be careful. Spider's nest. Just as Tony Stark managed to rise, Obadiah Stane emerged from his stupor, instantly redirecting the rotating cannon of his right arm, previously aimed at Iron Man, towards the two. A brilliant flash erupted from the gun's muzzle, and a torrential barrage of bullets surged forth. Tony and Yang Chen swiftly dodged to either side, with Yang Chen utilizing his left hand to conjure a colossal web of spider silk, forming a defense against the incoming projectiles. However, Obadiah provided no respite. His massive mechanical form barreled towards Iron Man, evidently aware of Yang Chen's formidable capabilities and intent on eliminating the weakened Tony first. Tony discerned Obadiah's intentions but chose not to flee. Rather, the proud Tony Stark was determined to prevent another incident like that involving Professor Ethan, unwilling to let anyone else perish because of him. Struggling under the weight of the severely damaged armor, he fired his repulsor ray to fend off Obadiah's assault. Warning, sir. The Mark III armor has only 13 energy remaining, insufficient for high-frequency arc pulse discharges. J-A-R-V-I-S. Concentrate all remaining energy. Can we breach Obadiah's armor defenses? I regret to inform you, sir, that he is employing a composite armor similar to that of the Mark II, requiring at least 25 energy from a first-generation reactor. Composite armor? So Obadiah has not resolved the issue of ice formation at high altitudes? That would be correct, sir. A spark of inspiration ignited within Tony, recalling his own experiments with the Mark II armor, which had succumbed to ice formation and power failure during high-altitude tests, nearly leading to his demise. If he could lure Ironmonger to ascend into the sky, the resultant low temperatures would cause him to freeze and plummet, falling from several thousand meters would surely result in his destruction. But how to execute such a plan? While Tony pondered, Yang Chen activated his technique, the sixth style, Razor Wind Kick. In an instant, he appeared at Ironmonger's left side, delivering a powerful kick, enhanced by his hero attributes, which sent Obadiah crashing to the ground, leaving a profound dent in his left arm armor. Chapter 21. What? Clearly, Yang Chen's extraordinary strength, beyond that of any normal human, left Tony astounded in his scientific worldview. This iron fist is surprisingly resilient. Though knocked down, Obadiah remained unscathed within his armor, quickly regaining his footing. Radiant Knight, you have successfully provoked my ire. Obadiah was familiar with the Guardian of New York, the Radiant Knight. Tony, however, remained oblivious due to his previous preoccupations with beauty and technology, compounded by his kidnapping by the Ten Rings for 3 months, leaving no room in his mind for a vigilante from New York. Originally, Obadiah was overwhelming Tony Stark, and victory seemed to be within his grasp. However, the emergence of the Knight of Light dramatically altered Iron Man's fate. Do you think such tactics can defeat me? The energy core embedded in the chest of the Iron Tyrant ignited with a blinding crimson glow, unleashing a formidable laser beam. Yang Chen deftly rolled aside to evade the attack, as the beam struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Yang Chen's gaze fixated on the reactor at the Iron Tyrant's chest, his eyes narrowing. It was evident that a strategy to dismantle the reactor was imperative. Meanwhile, Peter had successfully relocated all the trapped civilians to safety and hastened back. Spider-Man, your timing is impeccable. Help me restrain this iron turtle's 2 arms while I demonstrate a demolition on its shell. Peter signaled to Yang Chen and, leveraging his agility, began to disrupt the Iron Tyrant from the side, firing webbing at its face to obscure its vision. Yang Chen was equally proactive, leaping onto the Iron Tyrant's right arm and delivering several bare-fisted blows to dismantle its rotating cannon, proceeding to target other components. Naturally, the Iron Tyrant would not allow such interference unchallenged. Just as it attempted to swat Yang Chen away with its left arm, Spider-Man intervened with webbing. Yet, Peter's strength was not yet at its peak, and he struggled to maintain his grip. Just then, Iron Man Tony swooped in to secure Peter's left arm. Knight of Light, I can barely hold on. As the Iron Tyrant attempted to employ its magnetically driven turbo boots to take flight and shake off its assailants, Yang Chen sabotaged the launchers at its feet with his multicolored threads, creating thousands of strands to pin the Iron Tyrant firmly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Chen ascended to the reactor's front, transforming his threads into sharp blades, viciously stabbing into either side of the reactor. He circled the reactor, slicing as if opening a can of fruit. Once satisfied with his work, he retracted the threads and grasped the reactor to pull it backward. At this moment, Obadiah within the Iron Tyrant panicked, thrashing about as the internal systems blared red alerts. Just as the Iron Tyrant attempted to launch its shoulder-mounted anti-tank missile, it was already too late. With a furious roar, Yang Chen forcefully dismantled the reactor from the Iron Tyrant. The instant the reactor was removed, the armor slumped, deprived of power and propulsion, and the glowing apparatus in its eyes extinguished. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, Full attributes of the hero, level 5. Please continue your efforts. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Here, your possession is returned to you, Palladium Man. Chen toyed with the second-generation reactor before tossing it to Tony Stark, as he had no use for it. His battles did not require armor. I told you. I am not Palladium Man. Call me Iron Man. Very well, Palladium Man. You. Never mind. Still, thank you for saving me. There is no need to thank us. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards our director Nick Fury and your assistant Pepper, if not for your assistant's contact with the military high command. We would have remained unaware. So, you are from the military? Whenever the military is mentioned, Tony's tone reveals a palpable disdain and impatience, indicating that his dealings with the armed forces have been frequent since his return from Afghanistan. Did I ever claim to be a member of the military? We are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., a body that the military has entrusted with responsibilities they cannot manage. S.H.I.E.L.D. Its origins trace back to the Strategic Scientific Reserve during World War II, of which your father, Howard Stark, was also a founder. Well, our helicopter has arrived to pick us up. The rest will be left to you, while your uncle remains encased in armor. The S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopter hovered above the battlefield, its rotors generating a potent gust that billowed Chen's cloak. Spider-Man, rise and cease your lounging. It is time to return home. Your earlier display of fury was quite impressive. Regrettably, I did not bring my camera. Otherwise, I would have captured that moment. Peter, brimming with admiration, stood excitedly beside Chen. Wait, can you tell me your real names? As the two prepared to depart, Tony hurriedly inquired. You will know in due time. Perhaps we may even become allies. Lost in thought while gazing at the reactor in his hand, Tony momentarily drifted away. 3 days later, news outlets across America and the globe were ignited by Tony Stark's declaration. The headlines were dominated by stories surrounding Stark Industries, including the arrest of Obadiah, a member of the Stark Industries board, for his suspected involvement in Tony Stark's abduction, and the viral footage of the highway battle in Los Angeles. As a result, Stark Industries stock not only returned to its pre-abduction value, but soared to unprecedented heights, with numerous global corporations and military entities eager to forge partnerships regarding new energy initiatives. No one is a fool. The cold fusion technology invented by Tony Stark signifies monumental advancement, akin to, if not surpassing, nuclear weaponry. Have you not seen the devastation wrought by Iron Man and the Ironmonger? Experts have determined that 10 sets of armored suits could topple a small European nation, and a palladium reactor could effortlessly supply a city of millions with a decade's worth of electricity. Pepper, have all the military representatives and corporate delegates departed? They have all left, Tony. Are you truly not considering collaboration with any company? If they do not covet the reactor, I would be more than willing to partner with them. I am well aware of their intentions. In the office of the president of Stark Industries in Los Angeles, Tony listened to Pepper's report while perusing a list of potential company collaborations from the past week, releasing a dismissive snort. By the way, have you uncovered any information regarding the 2 individuals I asked you to investigate? No. We have only discovered that the Knight of Light emerged 2 years ago and has been active in New York, primarily combating crime. The other individual in the red and blue suit has no records. But there are reports of a boxer named Spider-Man seen in an underground fighting ring in Hell's Kitchen a few months ago. As Tony's assistant, Pepper's capabilities were unquestionable, and she felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Tony's transformation. So what about the intelligence on S.H.I.E.L.D.? How much do you know? I believe I can provide an answer to your inquiry. Just as the young heroine was about to respond, the office door was abruptly flung open by a bald African-American clad in a black uniform and wearing a mask. Who are you? He demanded. I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have come to speak with you regarding the Avengers Initiative. Chapter 22. The Rubber King Tony Stark's declaration of self-destruction undoubtedly ignited the heroic dreams within many hearts, including that of Dave Lazinski. A typical high school student leading an ordinary life, he had been enamored with superhero comics and films from a young age, yearning to embody a hero in reality. When the bright knight first emerged in the public eye, he, like Peter, idolized and envied this figure, becoming one of his most ardent fans. However, unlike Peter, who understood his limitations before acquiring spider powers and wisely refrained from engaging in crime fighting to spare Uncle Ben and Aunt May from worry, Dave's circumstances were different. The loss of his mother and a strained relationship with his father, compounded by the tumult of adolescence and the anger stemming from frequent beatings by thugs, fueled his desire to become a superhero. The fervent discussions online about superheroes further propelled him to adopt the self-proclaimed and rather absurd moniker of the Rubber King. Thus, he procured a cheap green bodysuit and plastic batons online, ready to embark on his own noble quest. Ironically, his first target was the grand stage of Hell's Kitchen. Frank, how is the situation in Hell's Kitchen today? Any significant discoveries? Nothing major, but you should check outside a bar on 3rd Street. There's someone in a green bodysuit. Much like that Peter kid, getting thoroughly beaten up. All right, I'll investigate and get back to you. That night, while patrolling the rooftops of the neighborhood, Chen ended his call and headed towards the 3rd Street of Hell's Kitchen. To enhance crime-fighting efforts, Chen utilized his position within SHIELD to orchestrate a significant upgrade of equipment for their secret base. Wireless headsets free from electromagnetic interference and an invasive surveillance system covering all of New York City allowed them to monitor the city's happenings 24/7. Upon arriving at the location Frank had indicated, Chen beheld a boy clad in a green bodysuit, brandishing 2 rubber bats, being pinned to the ground by 3 assailants. 2 apparent accomplices stood nearby, enjoying the spectacle. The green suit, lacking any protective qualities, offered no defense against the beating he was receiving. Its garish appearance exuded a sense of shame and cheapness, an ensemble Chen would never contemplate wearing. The flimsy rubber batons were utterly inadequate. So soft they could hardly serve as proper weapons, raising the question, was he attempting to amuse the criminals to death with his comedic approach to heroism? Initially, Chen had no recollection of the green spandex-clad superhero Frank mentioned, assuming he was merely an ordinary individual taking on a superhero persona. However, upon witnessing the character's appearance, he finally recalled that this was none other than Dave Lazuski, the protagonist of a niche, violent, and gory superhero film titled Kick-Ass from his past life. The film follows the trite narrative of an unremarkable person devoid of technology or superpowers who embarks on the journey of becoming a superhero. Had it not been for the presence of Nicolas Cage in the cast, Chen would have had no inclination to click on it. It dawned on him that characters such as Big Daddy and Hit Girl also existed within that universe. Chen silently mused that one of the film's highlights was the mercilessly violent little girl, Hit Girl, who wielded her katana with the ease of slaughtering pigs, leaving a trail of carnage in her wake, all while peppering her speech with profanities, a rather terrifying sight for his younger self. Stop. You all, cease this madness. You cannot kill anyone this way. Boss, is that the Knight of Light? Should we continue fighting? What a joke. Just because he wears a black uniform. He thinks he is the Knight of Light? Charge, my brothers. The ensuing chaos erupted, but soon enough, the boss exclaimed, damn it, this is truly the Knight of Light. We cannot win. Let us retreat, shall we? Boss. The younger members turned to see that their leader had mysteriously vanished. No need to look. Your boss has long since fled. Chen felt no desire to engage with such petty thugs. He effortlessly subdued them with a single punch each, rendering them unconscious before binding them with fine thread. Could you enlighten me as to why you initiated this skirmish? Chen approached Dave, who was still sprawled on the ground, and helped him to his feet. Upon seeing his idol, Dave's excitement rendered him somewhat tongue-tied as he recounted the earlier events. It turned out that this was Dave's first venture into Hell's Kitchen, armed with the belief that the greater the crowd, the higher the probability of crime. He had approached the bar's entrance, where he fortuitously stumbled upon a scene. 5 African-American men surrounding 2 slightly inebriated white women, uttering lewd remarks and attempting to drag them into an alley with clear malicious intent. Being a hot-blooded young man, Dave could not bear to witness such an affront. He charged forward wielding his rubber baton. At first, the thugs dismissed him, assuming he was merely insane. However, Dave persisted, positioning himself protectively behind the 2 women, prompting the thugs to retaliate with a collective assault on him, allowing the 2 women to escape. Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. His valiant attempt to rescue the damsels in distress had resulted in his own beating, a rather unfortunate turn of events. Do you not regret rushing to save others only to have them flee? Not at all, sir. I feel fortunate they managed to escape, avoiding the clutches of those thugs. Dave appeared slightly anxious, striving to present himself in a better light, puffing out his chest and feigning nonchalance. Surprisingly, you possess a heart of gold. What is your name? Sir, I am Dave Lazuski, known as Kick-Ass. My dream is to become a superhero like you and contribute to the well-being of New York. Outside the bar, a considerable crowd had gathered. Witnessing the shining knight swiftly subdue the thugs, many pulled out their phones to capture the moment, while several lovely ladies attempted to approach him for conversation, only to be gently rebuffed by Chen, much to Dave's envy. This is not a place for conversation. Follow me, Chen instructed, swiftly binding Dave with a silk thread before the astonished audience, and together they took flight. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes in the crowd remained fixed upon their departure. They arrived at a secluded park and settled onto a bench. Young man, you exhibit great bravery. But to become a true superhero, courage alone will not suffice. Had any of those thugs been armed with a pistol, your family might have been preparing to mourn you. Engaging in such perilous endeavors is unwise. Do you understand? Chen said, patting Dave's shoulder, imparting the grave reality that pursuing the path of a superhero could lead to a tragic end. No, sir, I believe I can persist. I wish to stand alongside you in safeguarding New York. Is that possible? Dave implored. I'm afraid not, Dave. For the sake of your family. Think carefully about the situation you just encountered. You cannot rely on the presence of someone to assist you every time, thus I cannot grant your request. In truth, Chen had the means to help Dave become a superhero. He possessed a system shop where he could exchange for advanced technology from other worlds, such as the devil fruit he consumed. Additionally, he held a perfect version of the super serum that could transform Dave into a super soldier akin to Captain America. However, he hesitated to inject the serum, concerned it might prove fatal for Dave. Despite it being a flawless version, Dave's physical condition was too frail, and nurturing him would require an extensive amount of time. Instances like Steve Rogers were rare. How many had perished before him? As for the devil fruit, Chen had yet to find one for sale in the system shop. He surmised that only upon reaching an epic level would such treasures become available. Dave simply did not merit the precious fruit. Wasn't it more fitting to bestow it upon Daredevil, Punisher, or Spider-Man rather than this brawler? Chapter 23. The grand stage of New York. Chen's refusal left Dave somewhat disheartened, yet he had already accepted his ordinary status deep within. His earlier outburst had been driven by a momentary surge of passion. He recognized the improbability of his aspirations unless he were to gain superpowers himself. For now, focusing on his studies seemed far more prudent. Perhaps it was high time to awaken from his heroic dream. Thank you, Mr. Shining Knight. I now comprehend my path. May I request one last favor? Could you sign the shirt for me? I wish to commemorate my fleeting youth. Certainly, Chen replied. As Dave prepared to return home, he reflected on his day, feeling both fortunate and unfortunate. He had encountered his idol and received an autograph, a stroke of luck indeed. Yet, his dreams of becoming a superhero had crumbled on the very first day. Oh, I deeply apologize. I was lost in thought and did not intend to bump into you, Dave remarked on his way home, nearly colliding with an approaching person. Not a problem, young one. As Dave steadied himself beneath the streetlight, he discerned the appearance of the approaching figure. Standing approximately 180 centimeters tall, the man appeared to be around 40 years of age, with an Asian visage, short black hair, and a physique characterized by well-defined muscles and a balanced form. He donned a yellow shirt emblazoned with English text, while a dragon tattoo adorned his left arm. Around his neck hung a jade claw pendant, complemented by black jeans and a pair of piercing eyes that conveyed a serious demeanor, which momentarily left Dave in a state of shock. Sir, I truly did not mean to, Dave stammered. I will leave at once. He attempted to sidestep the seemingly unapproachable stranger, eager to distance himself. Wait a moment, young man. I witnessed your display outside the bar. You possess a courageous heart. The stranger's words halted Dave in his tracks, prompting him to glance back. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment, but I shall not engage in such behavior again. Dave replied. Child, it seems you are engulfed in confusion. Would you care to share your thoughts with me? Noticing the stranger's lack of hostility and his willingness to listen, Dave recounted the earlier conversation he had with Chen. I see, the stranger mused. You believe yourself insufficiently capable, which is why you have abandoned the notion of becoming a superhero. Indeed, the bright night battles foes amid a hail of gunfire. Yet I cannot even contend with a bare-handed thug. What right do I have to consider myself a superhero? Would you seize the opportunity to become a true superhero if it were presented to you? Absolutely. I dream of it. I yearn to be a superhero. Very well. Would you be willing to learn martial arts from me? Martial arts? You mean like the martial arts of China? That is one way to interpret it. Observe closely. The stranger swiftly extended his left arm, transforming his hand into a dragon's claw, and struck the wall of a nearby building, producing a sound akin to rock shattering as 5 deep gashes marred the surface. How did you do that? Dave was left astounded by this sudden display, wondering if contemporary Chinese martial arts were truly this formidable. This technique is called the dragon claw. If you desire such abilities, follow me. With that, the stranger strode away without looking back. Dave was uncertain of the man's identity, but a voice within urged him to alter his destiny. He must pursue this path and become his disciple. On June 11, 2008, Wednesday, at 7:15 p.m., in Gotham City, Wayne Manor. Master Dick. Master Bruce awaits you in the study upstairs. He has matters to discuss, the butler Alfred informed Dick Grayson, who had just finished dinner and was preparing to return to his room. As Bruce Wayne's eldest son and the original Robin, Dick had always enjoyed Bruce's favor, which often incited envy among the other Robins, particularly from Bruce's biological son, Damian Wayne, the fourth Robin, who at merely 12 years of age, had only been brought to Wayne Manor by his mother, Talia, 2 years prior, yet buoyed by his bloodline. He consistently regarded himself as the rightful heir to the Wayne legacy. Such a disposition, of course, does not endear him to the other Robins, save for Dick. Whenever Bruce is unable to mentor and train Damian, it is often Dick who assumes the role of the elder brother, patiently guiding Damian through his trials. Bruce, did you summon me for a particular reason? Dick, how old are you this year? I am 25. Ah, already 25. It is high time you ventured out into the world. Is there something you wish for me to investigate? Indeed, I would like you to go to New York. In recent years, the peculiar occurrences there have been on the rise, and I need your assistance in looking into these individuals. Bruce laid photographs of the likes of the Shining Knight, Spider-Man, and Daredevil upon the table. Moreover, for the sake of thorough investigation, you will need to remain in New York for an extended period, potentially for years. Therefore, I have arranged for you to join the New York City Police Department as an intern. Here are your identification documents. Dick accepted the envelope and perused the contents, which meticulously detailed the birthdays, hobbies, and personalities of the Precinct's personnel, while Bruce quietly awaited his review. I must be off. What about Damien's daily training? Do not worry about Damien, I will manage. You can begin packing your belongings for the journey tomorrow. At the mention of his biological son, Bruce felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him, prompting him to press his fingers against his temples. 2 years prior, he had encountered his rival and lover, Talia al Ghul, who had presented him with a child, instructing the boy to call him father. After divulging the details, she vanished back to the League of Assassins. In keeping with his typical Batman skepticism, Bruce had secretly taken a sample of Damien's hair for paternity testing, the results of which unequivocally confirmed that Damien was indeed his son. Upon the revelation of Damien's true lineage, Bruce experienced a tumult of emotions: shock, tenderness, fear, and self-doubt. Bruce Wayne had been a solitary warrior since childhood, raised by his butler Alfred, having been deprived of parental love. How could he possibly guide Damien properly? Given his own insecurities, his adversaries were all reckless psychopaths. If they were to discover Damien's identity, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to obliterate him, which instilled a deep-seated fear within Bruce. Moreover, his direct involvement in teaching Damien would reveal a unique, albeit clumsy tenderness characteristic of fatherhood. The intricate tapestry of these emotions left Bruce, a new father, in a state of both exhilaration and despair. Well then, father, I wish you luck. Observing Bruce's recurring visage of distress, who could fathom that the illustrious, astute, and invincible Batman would grapple with the challenges of parenting? Dick shook his head with a light chuckle, gathering the photographs and envelope as he quietly departed the study, preparing for his own journey as Nightwing. Chapter 24. Abhorrence. On June 12th, at 5 p.m., within the precinct of the New York City Police Department, intern Dick Grayson, dispatched from Gotham, was engaged in discussion with Chief George Stacy. Dick Grayson, your credentials are quite impressive. Welcome to the New York City Police Department. We shall be colleagues from here on. Thank you, Chief George. Dick grasped the hand extended to him by George. George understood that in a city as wicked as Gotham, even more so than New York, those who aspired to become police officers were either utterly disillusioned with Gotham's sordid judicial system and sought to escape, or they aimed to genuinely save Gotham. Learning from New York, George believed Dick belonged to the latter category. Given your lack of prior experience in law enforcement, the precinct will assign you a veteran officer as your partner to guide you. You have no objections, I trust? None. Excellent. Then you shall be partnered with Jessica Jones. I hope you both find camaraderie. As Dick exited the chief's office, he spotted a female officer waving at him, undoubtedly Jessica, renowned within the New York Police Department. Jessica was a striking figure with deep brown hair, captivating blue eyes, and long legs. Many in the precinct envied Dick for having such a beautiful partner, though he himself was unfazed, having encountered numerous beauties during his time at Wayne Manor. Hello, Officer Dick. From now on, we are partners, and I hope we work well together, Jessica said, seemingly pleased with her assignment alongside this new colleague. Dick was indeed a handsome young man, with dark hair and blue eyes, possessing both height and physique, able to carry any attire with grace. He noticed other female officers whispering about him as they walked. Rest assured, I won't hold you back, Dick replied. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Could you enlighten me about the distinctive features of the various boroughs in New York? Although Dick had familiarized himself with all pertinent information before arriving in New York, he feigned the demeanor of a novice. Well, among our 5 boroughs, Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, Long Island City and Queens, and Brooklyn and the Bronx are notorious for high crime rates. Our routine patrols will primarily take place in Manhattan. However, do not worry. As long as you avoid going there late at night, it is relatively safe during the day. Even if something were to occur, the Knight of Light would be there to back you up. Dick noticed a fleeting look of resignation on Jessica's face when she mentioned the Knight of Light. The Knight of Light is quite famous in New York. I've heard tales of his exploits even in Gotham. From your tone, it seems you do not hold him in high regard. Has he been of assistance to you? It's not that I particularly like or dislike him. His presence merely highlights our inadequacy in the eyes of the public. Nowadays, when emergencies arise, people don't immediately dial 911. Instead, they wonder when the Knight of Light will come to their rescue. Oh, that sounds dreadful. Indeed. Recently, another vigilante called Spider-Man has emerged. At this rate, our precinct may find itself on the brink of closure. Jessica jested, expressing her dissatisfaction with these street vigilantes. Fighting crime is supposed to be our duty. With them constantly intervening, how can we continue our work? Let us set aside that topic and return to the matter at hand. You must remain vigilant regarding any incidents in Hell's Kitchen. Jessica was eager to introduce Dick to the intricacies of their work when suddenly the phone at the police station rang incessantly. Upon answering, they discovered that reports of an incident were converging upon Harlem, Manhattan. Eyewitnesses recounted sightings of a colossal, yellow-green creature wreaking havoc in the neighborhood, resulting in numerous casualties among the populace. The unexpected nature of the event plunged the entire precinct into chaos, prompting Chief George to emerge from his office and urgently mobilize all available special unit personnel and patrolling officers to Harlem to commence rescue operations and safeguard the citizens. Officers rushed from the station, jumping into their squad cars, the sharp wails of sirens piercing the air as they sped toward Harlem. Partner, I didn't expect that on your first day at work, we'd be fighting side by side. Let's go. All right, Dick responded, trailing Jessica as they approached a police vehicle, which Jessica would drive as they headed to Harlem. 2 hours prior, in a clandestine laboratory in Harlem, Blonsky had located Banner and his young girlfriend Betty. He ordered his subordinates to take them away while he remained with Dr. Samuel Stern, who was tasked with detoxifying Banner, awaiting further instructions. I need you to inject what has been extracted from Banner into me, quickly, Blonsky demanded. What did you say? As soon as everyone had exited, Blonsky suddenly aimed his gun at Samuel, his expression devoid of emotion as he continued. You have 2 choices, die or inject me. Choose. I can administer the injection, but these substances are highly unstable. If administered recklessly, the consequences are unknown. Samuel raised his hands, hastily explaining to Blonsky. Before he could finish, Blonsky raised the gun slightly and pulled the trigger, the bullet whizzing past Samuel's head and striking the wall behind him. The proximity of the gunfire left Samuel paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. My patience is limited. Do not shoot. I will do it. You can lie down right here, and I will administer the injection. A vial of serum, extracted from Banner, was slowly injected into Blonsky's body. Under Samuel's hopeful gaze, Blonsky's skin gradually transformed into a yellow-green hue, his previously normal physique expanding at an astonishing rate, muscles and veins bulging forth as his camouflage uniform tore apart. The transformation was far from over. Blonsky's bones grew larger and thicker, pushing against his skin, while bony protrusions emerged from his spine and joints, breaking through the surface and exposing themselves to the air, rendering him even more terrifying than the Hulk. Just as Samuel was captivated by the spectacle, envisioning himself as the world's greatest biologist, Blonsky's roar jolted him back to reality. Samuel found himself staring in disbelief at the grotesque creature before him, his smile frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, lest he provoke it into reducing him to mere pulp. So, this is what it feels like to be a god. Blonsky rose from his bed, his massive feet crashing heavily against the floor, shattering the porcelain tiles beneath him and leaving a profound footprint. His smooth, yellow-green head gleamed as his spine curved into an arc due to bone spurs, the sinewy muscles of his body a testament to his formidable strength. You are of no use now, Aunt. What? Before Samuel could fully comprehend Blonsky's hoarse, deep voice, he was struck by a swift blow, sending him crashing against a nearby apparatus containing Hulk serum, shattering the test tube and allowing the serum to drip onto the wound on Samuel's head. Upon seeing Samuel lifeless, Blonsky's inner turmoil surged, amplifying his destructive instincts, compelling him to obliterate everything in sight. His colossal form crashed against the wall with a thunderous roar, causing it to collapse and reveal the bustling streets outside. Observing the traffic streaming below, Blonsky lifted his head and bellowed, pounding his chest in a declaration of the abomination's emergence. Chapter 25. The battle commences. Dick, the road ahead is completely blocked. We must abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot. The route to Harlem had been sealed off by the military, choked with vehicles fleeing the area, leaving Dick and Jessica with no choice but to walk. Please stop. The area ahead is restricted. If you wish to enter, present your identification. Hello, officer. Here is our police badge. 2 heavily armed Special Forces soldiers and a captain stood guard on either side of the road, preventing ordinary civilians from sneaking through under various pretexts. After verifying their identities, the captain nodded to signal the soldiers to allow Dick and Jessica entry. Who would have thought the military would intervene? This situation seems rather complex. Jessica, be cautious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nick Fury and Yang Chen were aboard a helicopter heading towards Harlem. If you were to inquire about Daredevil, the Punisher, and Spider-Man, they were on another helicopter, serving in supportive roles, not descending onto the main battlefield, but rather focusing on crowd evacuation and protection in the nearby streets. Director, must you always call on me to clean up your mess whenever something goes awry? God damn it, do you think I relish this? The military had originally subdued Bruce Banner, but it seems an unforeseen complication has arisen. If it weren't for Ross sending Blonsky to capture Dr. Banner, we wouldn't be facing such chaos. In any case, aside from the Hulk, they've conjured yet another uncontrollable monster in New York's Harlem. Oh, you mean the Abomination, right? Upon hearing Nick Fury's remarks, Chen immediately recalled the plot of the film The Incredible Hulk. The soldier named Bronsky, who had witnessed the Hulk's immense power, suddenly lost all desire to remain human. You certainly know a lot. Nick Fury cast a penetrating glance at Chen, implying that if he knew, he should have informed him sooner. Thank you for the compliment. I suspect the military might be in for a rough time with the Abomination. Does S.H.I.D.L.D. intend to intervene? The military has always been at odds with our SHIELD Bureau, as you are well aware. They have devised a plan to unleash the Hulk against the Abomination you mentioned. However, to be candid, I am exceedingly apprehensive about that group of fools in the military. It's a classic case of high-level infighting typical of American politics. Speaking of which, have we not reached the point where chaos has erupted? At this moment, helicopters have soared to the most devastated areas of Harlem, where even from several blocks away, one can see flames reaching for the sky. The streets are filled with panicked crowds. And the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions resonate ominously. It is evident that military personnel are engaged in combat with some entity, and thick smoke obscures visibility. Soon, the Daredevil trio and Dick's police team are also approaching the disaster scene. My God, is this hell? Even Jessica, with 3 years of police experience, cannot suppress her astonishment at the horrific scene before her. People scatter in all directions amidst screams and cries for help. Countless vehicles are tangled chaotically in the streets. In the distance, a massive yellow-green figure is ruthlessly obliterating everything in its path, cars and people alike, acting as a relentless force of destruction, rendering Harlem a veritable hell on earth. Watch out. The Abomination lifts a car and hurls it toward the crowd. Seeing that Jessica cannot evade in time, Dick swiftly rolls with her to shield her. As the vehicle hurtles toward the people, many close their eyes in resignation, awaiting their doom. Yet, Spider-Man emerges, poised atop a building, calculating the car's trajectory. Before the vehicle descends, he launches several strands of webbing toward the opposite building, pulling with all his might to ensnare the car in a web, halting its descent midair through sheer strength. Everyone, move. At that moment, Daredevil and the Punisher arrive, helping the fallen Jessica and Dick to their feet before rushing to assist other injured individuals. Jessica, we must lend a hand. All right, Jessica replies, still reflecting on Dick's heroic display, but she knows they must prioritize aiding the wounded and ensuring their safe evacuation. Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter, Chen, having witnessed this chaos firsthand, realizes that the Abomination is even more savage than depicted in the films. Unlike Hulk's fury, this creature exhibits a brazen cruelty. Soldiers and police desperately assault him to protect civilians, yet their bullets barely graze his skin. In a horrifying display, he grabs a soldier, twisting him with a flick of his wrists, resulting in the man's agonizing demise, and then flings the severed body toward an armored vehicle, instantly splattering its exterior with blood. Host has triggered a mission. Assist the American military in defeating the Abomination, Emil Blonsky. Successful completion yields a reward of enhanced attributes for the hero and the awakening of the line fruit's abilities. Failure incurs a penalty of reduced attributes. Will the host accept? Indeed, the likes of Iron Patriot are utterly incomparable to the Abomination. They are not even in the same league. The rewards are genuinely lucrative. I accept. Inside the armored vehicle, the soldier witnessed a shell fail to detonate and prepared to load another. However, the Abomination had other intentions. With a powerful leap, it bounded onto the armored vehicle, seizing the cannon with both hands. With a thunderous roar, it wrenched the cannon free, tearing off a section of the vehicle and hurling it towards Chen's helicopter. By heavens, you forced my hand, Chen exclaimed, brandishing a formidable blade. A watermelon knife that cleaved only the young and the old, never the innocent. With a mighty leap, he exited the helicopter, the thread in his hand transforming into a grand sword, which he swung at the armored vehicle, splitting it in two and allowing the helicopter above to narrowly escape disaster. I shall shatter your bald head. Chen's voice echoed through the street. The remaining citizens, witnessing the embodiment of the radiant knight, were momentarily stunned, only to be soon filled with joy and admiration, believing that this knight would surely save them. Was this truly the radiant knight? In the distance, aboard a military helicopter, Dr. Banner, General Ross, and his daughter Betty were equally astounded by the unfolding spectacle. Soon, the Abomination also took note of Chen suspended in midair, readjusting its stance and licking its lips, a cruel smile spreading across its face. Very well, before I vanquish the Hulk, let me use you, little insect, as an appetizer. As the words fell, a terrifying intent surged towards Chen, but he was not one to be intimidated. On the contrary, he yearned for a battle that would allow him to unleash his full potential. The Abomination radiated an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of past gaming experiences, igniting a fervor within Chen that made him tremble with excitement and bloodlust. Monster, allow me to demonstrate my prowess, raging white wave. At an altitude of 100 meters, thousands of transparent white threads aligned horizontally, forming a colossal wave that surged towards the abomination. Upon hearing Yang Chen's declaration, the abomination exploded with fury, channeling its strength into its thighs and launching itself into the air, charging directly at Yang Chen. Chapter 26, Fierce Combat. The abomination leaped with cataclysmic force towards Yang Chen, its massive form resembling a moving mountain. The strength of the white wave threads, while not comparable to vibranium or adamantium, was sufficient to hold for a time. The abomination crashed into the net, its body ensnared by the threads, yet it struggled with terrifying might, its powerful limbs tearing at the bindings, snapping the threads one by one. Is that all you've got? The abomination jeered, veins bulging, muscles twisting like coiling dragons, as it broke free from Yang Chen's threads. Just as it prepared to unleash its strength, Yang Chen struck. Vacuum blade. A precise vacuum slash sent the recently freed abomination crashing heavily onto a nearby car, shattering the windshield and deforming the vehicle, dust erupting from the wreckage. However, this minor injury was but a mere irritation to the abomination. It shook its head, regained its footing, and seized a lamppost from the street, hurling it at Yang Chen like a javelin. Yang Chen's form flickered as the lamppost brushed against the hem of his clothing, tracing a dark silhouette through the air before crashing into a distant building, creating a colossal gaping hole in its wall. On the ground, Dick and Jessica led a contingent of officers, racing against time to evacuate the remaining civilians with the assistance of Daredevil, the Punisher, and Spider-Man. Everyone move quickly. This way. Watch your step. Daredevil, relying on his acute hearing, continually warned the crowd of impending dangers. The Punisher, armed with heavy weaponry, remained vigilant against any retaliatory attacks from the abomination, while Spider-Man darted between skyscrapers, weaving temporary pathways with his webbing to guide the masses to safety. There's still someone over there. Dick. Jessica suddenly pointed at a partially destroyed residential building, her voice urgent. On the third-floor balcony, a mother clutched her young child, her face etched with terror as she cried for help. Without hesitation, Dick raced toward the building, with Daredevil hot on his heels. The two carefully navigated around walls that threatened to collapse at any moment, ascending the exterior staircase. Meanwhile, the abomination, realizing his earlier throw had missed, looked up only to find that Yang Chen had vanished. Huh? Big guy, over here. Gunpoint. The abomination momentarily froze before feeling a sharp sting on his back, akin to a hornet's sting. Instinctively, he reached behind him, only to find his fingers coated in a slick green substance. Damn little ants. Do you think this can defeat me? Acknowledging his injury, the abomination spun around, swinging his fist, but found nothing behind him. With his fury seething without an outlet, he shifted his focus toward the evacuating crowd, vowing, if you don't come out, they will die. With a powerful stomp, he crushed the front of a car, creating a large dent, and leaned forward, grasping the roof. With a mere tug, he tore the vehicle in half, hurling the two segments toward Daredevil and the others. You dare to bully my friends? You must be tired of living. Yang Chen reappeared, deftly ensnaring the two car sections with his web, spinning them twice on the ground before returning them to the abomination, who swatted them aside, embedding the car into a nearby jewelry store. Meanwhile, Dick and Daredevil finally reached the third-floor balcony. Jessica shouted from below, directing the mother to drop her child, opening her arms to catch the infant. Just as the baby landed safely in her embrace, the building groaned under the strain, its load-bearing walls fracturing like spider webs. Help! While the baby was saved, the mother remained on the balcony, and the structure began to crumble, bricks and glass cascading down, threatening total collapse within mere minutes. Dick and Daredevil hastened their rescue efforts. Hold on, please don't move. Daredevil quickly fired a grappling hook from his nightstick to a railing on the opposite building, ensuring its stability. Dick, seizing bedsheets from within, tore them into strips to bind the two, preventing the woman from falling. Once everything was ready, Daredevil instructed, close your eyes, before he and the woman leaped off, swinging down with the aid of the rope. Upon witnessing the scene, Dick inhaled deeply, took a running leap, and grasped the railing of the opposite buildings, safely returning to the ground without incident. As they assisted their mother and child in escaping the calamity, the entire structure finally collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the sky. A fierce and intense confrontation unfolded between Yang Chen and the abomination, with Yang Chen either being sent flying by a punch or the abomination suffering numerous wounds from Yang Chen's threats. To Yang Chen's astonishment, the abomination proved to be remarkably resilient. Despite the considerable blood loss, it appeared unfazed. While Yang Chen marveled at the creature's defensive capabilities, the abomination was equally perplexed by how this human could withstand such a prolonged battle against it. Nick Fury and General Ross observed the dire situation from their respective helicopters, both aware that the catastrophe could not continue unchecked. Otherwise, they would surely face repercussions from their superiors. Nick contemplated whether to deploy a new weapon developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. from the Tesseract research to deliver a powerful blow to the abomination, yet he hesitated, concerned about potential military backlash for meddling in their affairs. General Ross considered unleashing the Hulk, but feared the repercussions of losing control. Dealing with one abomination was already formidable. Adding the Hulk would only complicate matters, prompting Chen to remark that he would rather meet his demise. As both men found themselves at an impasse, Nick Fury's earpiece crackled to life with a voice he had longed to hear. "Sorry, Nick, we're back, albeit a bit late. Captain, your timing is impeccable. We desperately need your assistance. All right, leave the rest to us." Upon hearing Steve's voice, Nick's worry began to dissipate. He recalled when the captain had proposed seeking out a World War II comrade to invite into the Avengers, and Nick had initially thought he misheard. After all, the captain's current allies were either deceased or advanced in age, with the exception of Steve's dear friend, Bucky. Surely, they wouldn't be able to contribute without risking legal action from their children, accusing S.H.I.E.L.D. of elder abuse. Yet the captain insisted on a particularly exceptional partner whose inclusion in the Avengers would undoubtedly enhance their strength, filling Nick with curiosity. To clarify, it is worth noting why Nick Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was unaware of Diana's existence. During the war, Diana had refused to show deference to the American High Command, which left them displeased, leading to an order to erase all records of her from World War II history. Of course, Peggy and Howard, among other old friends, had fought to reverse this decision on Diana's behalf, but their efforts were ultimately in vain. Diana herself was indifferent to such matters, adopting a mindset of do as you please, and, burdened by the pain of losing her beloved, departed from the Howling Commandos to return home. A Quinjet soared over Harlem, and two figures descended from the sky, one wielding a star-shaped shield to intercept the full force of the abomination's attack, casually declaring, "I could fight you all day." Chapter 27, Decimation Kid. Your performance just now was quite impressive. Both Chen and the abomination were momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events. In the midst of their exhilarating battle, they were now confronted by two additional combatants. The attire of these two individuals was familiar to Chen. The man, unmistakably, was the Captain America, Steve Rogers. And the woman was none other than Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, one of the prominent trinity of heroes. Their images were deeply ingrained in the minds of many. Clad in a striking red bodice, combat boots, a blue skirt, a golden tiara, protective silver bracelets, the lasso of truth at her waist, and the sword of Ares in hand, complemented by the divine shield adorning her arm, Chen couldn't help but drool over such exquisite equipment. It made one ponder whether Wonder Woman was perhaps overly equipped. Aside from Batman, was there anyone else who could boast such a formidable arsenal? Captain Wonder Woman. Now is not the time for bravado. Focus ahead. A colossal fist from the abomination, like a battering ram, surged towards Steve Rogers, but was deftly deflected by Steve's vibranium shield. Amidst the shrill clamor of metal colliding, Steve capitalized on the momentum to pivot away from the blow, swiftly countering with a strike of his shield to the abomination's abdomen, the shield rebounding back into his grasp. This technique was one that Diana had personally taught him during their days with the Howling Commandos. "Steve, to your left side." Diana, having cultivated an unspoken synergy with Steve over the years, responded promptly, joining him in the assault against the abomination. The clash of her silver bracelets against the abomination's bony protrusions sparked a brilliant display, while her lasso of truth coiled around the creature's left arm like a sentient entity. With a powerful stomp, she shattered the asphalt beneath her feet, leveraging the force to pull herself closer, her right hand wielding the sword of Ares, which she expertly sliced across the abomination's flank. Instantly, a significant flow of yellow-green ichor erupted from the wound, the healing process visibly stunted. Remarkable. It even possesses enchantments. I am thoroughly impressed, Chen thought, ready to bask in victory as his allies showcased such formidable prowess. The abomination, now acutely aware of the lethal threat posed by Diana's sword, redirected its attention, intent on eliminating this troublesome adversary. However, Steve would not allow the abomination to prevail. He hurled his shield, striking the creature squarely on the forehead, producing a sound unique to vibranium. Diana tightened her lasso, binding the abomination's left arm behind its back, exposing the unprotected flesh at the elbow joint. "This is its weak point. Target here," she declared. "Watch this. Line shot." Chen exclaimed, raising his index finger, unleashing a barrage of fine threads that shot forth like bullets. Hundreds of hardened white strands pierced the abomination's elbow, causing yellow-green blood to erupt like a geyser. A roar of agony escaped the abomination as it reared back, unable to contain its pain. Realizing it could not continue this battle, the creature suddenly noticed a commotion at the street corner. Dick and Jessica were helping the last batch of injured individuals into a fire truck, while Spider-Man's webs anchored to the crumbling walls, delaying their collapse to buy time for the wounded to escape. Glancing upward, it spotted a military helicopter hovering above the fire truck, with Bruce Banner and General Ross aboard. A sinister grin crept across its face as its right leg muscles bulged dramatically, shattering the foundations of 3 buildings with a single stomp, sending concrete debris raining down upon the crowd. "Watch out." Steve's shield flew forth, shattering 2 large boulders, though a third grazed his shoulder, causing blood to seep through his blue uniform. Diana and Chen were preoccupied with restraining the Abomination's arms, unable to assist with the rescue. "Steve, get them to safety. This brute is ours to handle." Boom. The helicopter, piloted by Dr. Banner, was struck by debris, causing it to spiral for several rotations before crashing onto another street, where flames and explosions could be seen from a distance. Your troubles have arrived. The Abomination seeks to save itself and must draw Hulk into the fray. Ideally, it would be the enraged Hulk, thus it appears to attack the crowd, all the while revealing Hulk's presence. Clearly, the plan has succeeded. The sound of thunderous footsteps echoed from afar. A green figure tore through the clouds and descended, Hulk's roar reverberating through the city. Abomination. Bruce Banner ultimately could not control his transformation. At this moment, Hulk's pupils glowed with a frenzied red light, evidently provoked by the Abomination's actions. Fortunately, Dr. Banner had completed his transformation before the crash, successfully rescuing his girlfriend Betty and General Ross. Although Bruce Banner harbored a deep resentment towards Ross, wishing him dead, he could not bear to see Betty, his girlfriend, weep over her father's demise. After placing the 2 unconscious individuals in a safe zone, Hulk leaped into the main battlefield. Another one? The fleeing crowd stood frozen in shock upon witnessing this new arrival. Had they encountered several monsters today? What on earth was happening in New York? Everything seemed to be in disarray. Was it now a 3-on-2? Or perhaps 4-on-1? Chen observed Diana using her lasso to drag the Abomination towards Hulk, while Steve's shield struck accurately at the creature's knee joint. "Captain, are you certain you want these 2 monsters to confront each other? I believe we should remain on the sidelines and let them battle it out first." Chen and the others retreated, leaving behind a street littered with rubble. The 2 monsters stood at opposite ends of the street. Hulk initiated the attack, lunging at the Abomination and pinning it to the ground, unleashing a flurry of blows while straddling it. The debris on the street trembled under his furious strength. Regrettably, despite the numerous wounds inflicted on the Abomination by Chen and his companions, its strength was diminished, yet Hulk's own power had waned as well. Dr. Banner had recently injected himself with a serum to suppress gamma energy, rendering him less formidable. The 2 were evenly matched. This exchange of blows failed to inflict any substantial damage on the Abomination, proving less effective than Diana's sword strike, and Hulk was kicked away by the enraged creature. "Get away from me." Hulk, undeterred, surged forward, his fury intensifying as he rained down punches upon the Abomination's previously unhealed wounds, forcing it to retreat. The wounds, which had begun to heal, reopened, exposing bone beneath. Hulk smash? This was not the end. Hulk suddenly leaped high into the air, his fists converging into a single powerful strike aimed at the Abomination's head. After taking such a blow from Hulk, even the Abomination could not withstand it. Collapsing to the ground, groaning weakly, the Abomination writhed in pain, its skull now punctured by Hulk's assault, rendering it disoriented and unable to rise. As Hulk roared and approached the Abomination, intent on reducing it to mere pulp, a voice resonated from behind him. "Banner, are you all right?" Chen assisted the recently awakened Betty towards Hulk, knowing that only she could calm the raging beast after Hulk had dealt with Abomination. He promptly roused Betty from her unconscious state and brought her here. Upon seeing Betty standing before him again, Hulk appeared momentarily stunned, his fury dissipating as reason and tranquility took precedence. Betty approached Hulk slowly, who stood there like a child punished by a teacher, unsure of how to react. When Betty, who was barely half Hulk's height, embraced him, he gradually transformed back into Bruce Banner, who tightly held his girlfriend. "Now is not the time for romance, you two. If you don't leave soon, when General Ross awakens, you may find yourselves unable to depart," Chen remarked. "Thank you, Shining Knight," they both said shyly, fully aware of the urgency, and hurriedly departed after expressing their gratitude. Now, only one matter remained unresolved. With resolute steps, Chen approached the now human but woefully disfigured Blonsky. It was truly tragic, yet the fate of those he had slain was far more lamentable. Thus, it was best to ensure his demise. After all, one must eradicate the root to prevent the resurgence of evil. Ignoring Blonsky's pleas, Chen swiftly severed his head with a gesture, subsequently obliterating his brain into a pulpy mass, thereby eliminating any possibility of Abomination's resurrection. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and aiding the U.S. military in defeating Abomination. Emil Blonsky. Task reward. Heroic attributes fully enhanced. Line fruit abilities awakened. Oh yes. What a relief, he thought as the system's voice faded, a warm sensation enveloping him, healing his wounds and dispelling the fatigue from his mind. Chapter 28. Conflict. You've had your fill of fighting. What about me? Nick Fury approached Yang Chen with Captain and his team, casting a glance at the headless corpse of Blonsky. What can be done? Just let it be, Yang Chen replied. Do you realize you've released Hulk and beheaded Abomination? I no longer have a justification to silence the military, Nick Fury lamented. While Yang Chen reveled in the rewards of defeating Abomination, Fury found himself in a daunting predicament. After all, this operation was fundamentally military-led, with S.H.I.E.L.D. in a supporting role. They lacked operational authority, and his unilateral actions had stirred considerable commotion, likely prompting accountability from higher-ups. The Avengers under S.H.I.E.L.D. had performed exceptionally, while the military suffered a negative outcome, failing to capture Hulk, leaving New York's Harlem district in ruins with economic damages soaring into hundreds of millions and significant casualties. This was no trifling expense. The upper echelons would hold the military accountable, and the military would undoubtedly place the blame on S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, they had hoped Abomination could serve as a scapegoat, but now with both lost, Fury couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Before their conversation could conclude, trouble was already on the horizon. A military armored vehicle suddenly appeared in the distance, coming to a halt before the two men. The door swung open, and General Ross, with a foul expression, limped out of the vehicle, aided by two soldiers. Nick Fury, you have truly provided me with a splendid assistance, he remarked, first eyeing Yang Chen and his companions with suspicion, before his gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Blonsky at his feet. His fury ignited. He gritted his teeth and addressed Nick Fury. Are you not going to explain this situation? Who authorized your S.H.I.E.L.D. to eliminate Blonsky? Old Biden. Spare me the barking. What's wrong with what I did? Feel free to strike me. Yang Chen could discern the palpable animosity and vigilance emanating from General Ross towards the Avengers, particularly directed at himself. It was baffling how this dimwit managed to survive so long, even ascending to the presidency in Captain America 4. Has the United States truly run out of talent if Ross could attain such a position? He lacks the capability, you understand. In contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D. was somewhat better. Despite being infiltrated and dubbed Hydra's shield, it still harbored individuals like Coulson, who genuinely cared for the planet. Thus, Yang Chen felt no obligation to show respect, launching into a fervent tirade. You presumptuous fool. Blonsky was a crucial military research specimen. You had no authority to execute him. The veins on General Ross's forehead bulged, his murky eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Having held a senior position in the military, he had never been subjected to such insults, trembling fingers pointing at Yang Chen. It must be said that expressing sentiments in the Huaxiao language felt far more satisfying than the lackluster, attack-deficient phrases of English. Beside him, a soldier stealthily reached for his sidearm, and the atmosphere grew tense. Steve Rogers stepped forward, his shield glinting coldly in the sunlight. General Ross, I believe this will only exacerbate the situation. Just as the standoff reached a critical point, Nick Fury swiftly positioned himself in front of Yang Chen, his hand resting on his firearm beneath his black trench coat, yet maintaining a calm demeanor. General, the situation was dire. Blonsky was on the verge of losing control once more, potentially causing greater casualties. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions were entirely in accordance with crisis management protocols. Protocols? Ross scoffed. He still wielded influence within the military and could not have been oblivious to the commotion. Fury, do not attempt to deceive me with your grandiloquent rhetoric. The higher-ups are exceedingly displeased with this operation, and I shall report this matter to Congress. Prepare for accountability. Suit yourself, Nick Fury replied, his expression unyielding. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. will also report to Congress, stating that an unforeseen incident occurred due to the military's unauthorized research and modification of soldier programs, resulting in a significant security breach in Harlem. Ultimately, as the situation escalated, we found it necessary to intervene to assist the military in resolving the issue. Would you like me to continue? Fury. At this juncture, General Ross, already incensed by Yang Chen, felt his anger intensify, wishing he could draw a weapon and eliminate the two insolent fools before him. The self-implemented soldier transformation program indeed did not submit a request to Congress. Initially, I could have found some excuses to gloss over this, but if Nick were to report it to Congress, he would bear undeniable responsibility, and it might very well lead to a change from military uniform to prison garb. Well done, Director Liu Dan. Yang Chen gave Nick a thumbs up, silently commending him. All right, General Ross, I merely wish to convey that if this continues, We shall only inflict mutual harm upon ourselves. I hope you can recognize this reality. Nick Fury then shifted his tone, adding, I trust that after this ordeal, you have come to understand that the military cannot control the Hulk. Thus, such specialized matters should be entrusted to professionals. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. handle the Hulk situation, which would benefit both parties. I lack the authority to respond on your behalf, but if you hand over Blonsky's body to us, the military will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Very well, it's a deal. Following the verbal agreement, General Ross instructed 2 soldiers to lift the headless corpse into the vehicle before departing from this place of conflict. The upper echelons of America remain unchanged, still mired in their detrimental ways, entangling so many innocent lives for the sake of a single plan. Diana gazed at the area. Now a desolate ruin, her disdain and dissatisfaction with the military intensifying. Captain America, Steve Rogers, felt similarly, though his sentiment was predominantly one of disappointment. This is precisely why S.H.I.E.L.D. sought congressional approval to form the Avengers to counter such incidents. Thank you for your assistance, Ms. Diana Prince. Welcome to the Avengers, Nick Fury said earnestly. Call me Diana or Wonder Woman. I joined for Steve's sake, but if I discover that S.H.I.E.L.D. shares the same flaws as the military, I will leave without hesitation. Wait, are you truly Captain America? My goodness, I thought you were dead. Peter Parker, the young Spider-Man, exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Before the arrival of the bright night, he had been a devoted fan of Captain America. The deeds of Steve Rogers were well known across America, and many children like Peter grew up hearing his stories. Museums dedicated to World War II often featured a statue of him prominently displayed. Chapter 29. The Avengers team. Steve Rogers smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on Peter Parker's shoulder, addressing the group. It's a long story, kid. Suffice it to say, I am indeed the genuine Steve Rogers. It brings me joy to witness this era and to see you, a group of young individuals driven by justice. His cerulean gaze swept over the ravaged streets, where amidst the rubble, faint flames crackled as they consumed wood, accompanied by the distant wail of fire truck sirens. However, we must first address the current mess. Nick Fury swiftly pulled out his phone to send several messages, turning to the group and stating, the cleanup teams from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military will arrive shortly, but before that, we must wait for one more person. As Nick had just begun to speak, a silver streak suddenly cut across the sky. The crowd instinctively adopted defensive stances, and the sound of metal striking the ground kicked up a cloud of dust. Tony Stark nonchalantly lifted his mask, revealing a face adorned with a playful smirk. Do you have any idea how long it took me to travel from Los Angeles to New York? Have I missed some thrilling part of the show? I heard someone turned Harlem into a demolition site. Tony Stark, you have finally arrived, Nick Fury remarked, with a hint of barely perceptible relief in his tone. Upon hearing that name, both Diana and Steve's expressions shifted dramatically. Steve's pupils constricted slightly, and his breathing intensified as he said, You are Stark? You bear the Stark name? What relation do you have with Howard Stark? The mention of Howard Stark pierced through Steve's memories, evoking images of the brilliant scientist who had fought alongside him during World War II, the very friend who had forged his shield. He instinctively touched the vibranium shield in his hand, as if he could feel the lingering warmth of his long-lost comrade. Howard is my father, but my brilliance is entirely my own, Tony replied, arching an eyebrow at Steve, his fingers casually tapping the arc reactor on his chest, as if to assert that he was the world's wealthiest and most intelligent man without relying on his father. Who are you? You seem quite familiar with my father. And judging by your attire, please don't tell me you are one of those obsessed fans of Captain America. I am Steve Rogers, the very Captain America you speak of. During the war, Howard Stark and I were friends, comrades in arms. As Steve spoke, he was already aware of Howard's passing, and his eyes reflected a mix of nostalgia and sorrow. Tony looked at Steve with confusion, but upon noticing Diana beside him, his notorious playboy demeanor resurfaced, and he momentarily disregarded Steve to approach her. Beautiful lady, would you care to join me for a drink at a bar later? Kid, did you know that when my father first saw me, he said the exact same thing, with a tone just as irritating? Tony questioned himself, wondering if he had imbibed too much before his arrival, as he struggled to comprehend the conversation. Howard Stark had been a notorious playboy before marriage, a trait that undoubtedly passed down to his son. Back then, Diana had been an innocent girl just entering the world, unable to tolerate such advances, resulting in Howard S. bruised visage. Are you also a friend of my father S? If I may be so bold, how old are you? Forget I asked. Diana swiftly drew the God Killer's sword, positioning it before Tony's eyes, her gaze conveying a clear message. One more word, and it would be the end for you. Tony, both of them speak the truth. I will explain later, Nick interjected hastily, turning to the group. All right, everyone, now that we are all gathered, We need to discuss how to address the inquiries from Congress and the future developments of the Avengers. On June 13, 2008, at precisely 6 p.m. Within the hallowed halls of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, D.C., Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, stood resolutely in the center of a conference room. Before him, four screens adorned the wall, each displaying individuals with distinct appearances and backgrounds. As they engaged in a video conference with the United Nations Security Council, I have previously cautioned that the Super Soldier program is fraught with uncertainties until results manifest. It remains impossible to ascertain the outcome. The incident from yesterday serves as a vivid testament to this reality. After all, only Steve Rogers has succeeded in this endeavor over the years, which is precisely why S.H.I.E.L.D. has chosen to suspend the Super Soldier program. Nick Fury's countenance remained composed, yet his tone was decidedly unyielding. However, mere flesh and blood cannot contend with a behemoth like the Hulk. You are well aware of the number of soldiers lost yesterday. We require a more formidable breed of super soldier. For years, we have invested immeasurable resources, financial and otherwise, into the research of the super serum to prevent a recurrence of yesterday's catastrophe. An elderly man with white hair, clad in military attire, spoke first, his voice resonating with authority. Thus, I advocate for the formation of the Avengers, a coalition of Earth's mightiest heroes to confront foes that defy conventional means, such as that abomination. But Director Fury, do you truly believe you can control them? Will they genuinely fight for the protection of Earth? Can you assure us they will not become the next menace? Questioned a middle-aged woman of African descent, her voice tinged with skepticism regarding the safety of the Avengers. While you pose this query, I believe their heroic display last night speaks volumes. That is my most compelling answer, Fury replied, tempering his tone. As for your concerns regarding control and command, they are the Avengers, superheroes who rise to the occasion when people are in need of protection. They do not require direction or oversight. They are inherently the finest warriors. You propose to assemble a group of individuals endowed with extraordinary powers and allow them autonomy? Interjected a middle-aged white man, incredulous, as if he had encountered the most absurd notion. It is impossible. An Avengers team without constraints cannot be established. I do not believe their lack of oversight is beneficial. The Avengers must operate under the jurisdiction of the United Nations Security Council. They require our approval to act. If they were to intrude upon the sovereign territory of another nation, would that not constitute a violation of that nation's sovereignty? In an instant, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of vehement opposition. Understandably, the fear and trepidation stemming from the footage of Chen and others from the previous night were palpable. If they were assassins, how could one ensure their survival? At that moment, Nick Fury chose to remain silent and exited the conference room, allowing them to voice their dissenting arguments. As Nick stepped onto the ventilated corridor, he extracted a lighter from his trench coat, igniting a cigarette. He inhaled deeply, savoring the smoke before releasing it into the air, his gaze fixed on the direction of the White House, lost in a myriad of thoughts. Chapter 30. The mysterious man. The cigarette flickered between Nick Fury's fingers as he leaned against the railing, observing the distant dome of the White House glowing coldly in the twilight. He was acutely aware that within the confines of the conference room, the politicians of the United Nations were engaged in a fierce debate, steering the future of the Avengers perilously close to the edge of a precipice. Suddenly, familiar footsteps echoed behind him. Maria Hill, Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., approached with an expression of mild exasperation. Rejected again, Director? Your last-minute retreat isn't quite in line with your usual demeanor. Do you truly believe we can persuade those antiquated minds? Without turning, Nick took another drag from his cigarette and flicked the ashes away. I fear mere persuasion may prove insufficient. Leaning against the railing with her arms crossed, Hill cast a sidelong glance at Nick. What they dread is not the superheroes, but the loss of their grip on power. A coalition of formidable individuals can achieve remarkable feats. Yet, Nick hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing his features. You are afraid, Nick. You fear that once political elements infiltrate the Avengers, they will be exploited by certain individuals to fulfill their own agendas. True to her role as Nick Fury's right hand for so many years, Maria had pinpointed the crux of the issue with uncanny precision. Indeed, it is akin to a double-edged sword. If wielded wisely, it can alleviate many of our troubles. If mismanaged, we may face dire repercussions, consequences that neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor the Earth can endure. The Avengers exist for those in need of them, not to wage wars among humanity. That is why I desire the Avengers to possess the autonomy to act freely. Oversight is unsuitable for them. I will not allow them to be compromised. Extinguishing the dying ember of his cigarette, Nick stood tall, his single eye radiating an unprecedented resolve. Maria Hill remained silent beside him, listening intently, before finally shaking her head and stating, Director, you must understand that the United Nations Security Council will not acquiesce to your proposition. The convergence of so many individuals wielding immense power, if left unchecked, would rob countless people of their sleep. No one wishes to see a cadre of extraordinary beings traversing their homeland. Even before the Avengers were formally established, those politicians were already eager to exert control. Witnessing the formidable strength of the United Avengers only intensified their reluctance to relinquish it. As you mentioned, they will not consent. However, the nascent form of the Avengers has already begun to take shape, and they cannot obstruct it. Nick braced himself against the railing, gazing into the distance as he continued. Let us return. They should have settled down by now. The second round of negotiations is about to commence. So, you've struck up a rapport with Tony Stark? What gives him the right to invite you to intern at Stark Industries? Chen inquired. Perhaps it's my striking good looks, Peter replied with a smirk. Peter, do you realize how insufferable you appear? Yang retorted. Why wasn't I invited by Stark Industries? Peter took a hearty bite of his hot dog sandwich, followed by a generous gulp of ice-cold cola. After letting out a satisfied burp, he remarked, You invited me. Yet you were the one who expressed a desire to avoid being poisoned and declined. Have you forgotten the displeased expression on Mr. Stark's face at that time? Did that really happen? I don't recall it, replied his companion. On June 16th, within the confines of their secret base, Peter Parker and Chen had benefited from the recent incident involving the Abomination. Tony Stark had finally become aware of their identities, and during their conversation, he discovered that while Peter was quite the chatterbox, his unintentional display of brilliance in technology endeared him to Tony. Tony Stark, with his proud and somewhat arrogant demeanor, had a penchant for engaging with intelligent individuals. Thus, he extended an invitation for the young Spider-Man to intern at Stark Industries, offering a salary of $10,000 a month, more than some full-time employees. Naturally, Peter could not refuse and readily accepted without a second thought. The events in Harlem soon sparked a considerable uproar on the internet, with numerous videos captured from various bystanders further intensifying public concern over the frequency of supernatural occurrences. As the efforts of Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher were revealed by the media, they garnered their own fan bases. Hey, boys, we've got a situation. The location is 3rd Street in Brooklyn, where a drug deal is about to go down involving a small group of gang members, just a dozen or so. This is your assignment. Oh, and don't forget to take this, Frank said, glancing at the computer surveillance feed before tossing each of them a pinhole camera. Not a problem, you can count on us. We just finished eating. It's a perfect time to stretch our legs, they replied. Upon hearing of the task, Peter excitedly donned his uniform and prepared to set off. Peter, let us make a wager to see who reaches the destination first. The loser must write a week's worth of homework for the winner. What do you say? Sure. It's a deal, and no backing out. I won't back out. Get ready. I'll count to 3, and then we run. 1, 2, 3, go. Chen, you're cheating. Don't run ahead. Wait for me. The two of them exited the base, heading towards Brooklyn. The night cloaked Brooklyn in unrest. In a dimly lit alley, several black vehicles were parked beside an abandoned warehouse, where a dozen gang members clad in leather jackets, their arms adorned with tattoos, vigilantly scanned their surroundings. One among them held a silver metal case, containing a batch of high-purity synthetic drugs that were to be traded that evening. Boss, where are the buyers? Why haven't they arrived yet? A burly man with a buzz cut impatiently kicked the tire. Shut up and be patient, the leader responded. A cigar clenched between his teeth and a menacing glint in his eyes. This shipment is worth 7 figures. We cannot afford any mistakes. At that moment, a shadow silently descended upon the steel beams of the warehouse rooftop. Wow, it seems we arrived just in time. Spider-Man crouched in the shadows, speaking softly into his communicator. You lost, Peter, Chen's voice echoed in his earpiece, laced with playful mockery. I got here 3 seconds before you. You cheated. You didn't even count to 1 or 2. The rules never specified that I had to count to 1 and 2. Regardless, I don't care. You lost. And the homework for a week is yours. Could you both focus, please? Frank's voice coldly pierced the communication channel as he elucidated the rationale behind the surveillance of the two individuals. The first objective was to gather evidence of their criminal activities, while the second was to instruct them remotely on how to adopt the most advantageous tactics across various terrains and environments. The target lies directly below. Ensure they do not escape. Acknowledged, Commander. Peter grinned widely, bracing himself with his hands before effortlessly executing a somersault, landing deftly atop the warehouse's ventilation duct. Chen, on the other hand, silently descended from the fire escape on the opposite side, his dark phantom suit allowing him to melt seamlessly into the shadows. Action plan? Peter inquired. The usual protocol. You create chaos, and I will sever their communication and weaponry, Chen murmured. Understood. No, wait, Peter. Others are also after this group. In the next moment, just as Spider-Man prepared to strike, a figure moved faster than Peter's own speed. A diminutive silhouette clad in purple burst through the window, leaping directly downwards. Chapter 31. Hit Girl, a sharp katana effortlessly severed the hand of a gang member brandishing a firearm, followed by a swift motion that slashed across his throat. Before the gang member could react, blood gushed forth, and his body collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Everyone in the warehouse was left dumbfounded, including Peter and Chen, who stood some distance away, watching in astonishment as a little girl donned in a purple combat suit, draped in a black cloak, with purple hair and a black eye mask, wreaked havoc among the gang. Blood sprayed onto the girl's attire, her wig, and even her face. Yet she appeared utterly unfazed by the gruesome scene she had orchestrated, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Brothers, all eyes on me. Look at me, look at me. I have an announcement. Tonight, you all shall perish. No doubt about it, my comrades. The little girl proclaimed with a sweet yet booming voice, delivering a statement that would astonish Chen for a century. However, Chen had nearly deduced her identity, after all, with the protagonist of Kick-Ass, Dave Lazuski, already present. The violent and bloody character of Hit Girl, Mindy McCready, was to be expected. It must be said, the little girl exhibited a remarkable ruthlessness, which could be attributed to her well-trained father, who had shaped her into this formidable entity. After making her announcement, Mindy wasted no time. She charged toward the gang members wielding her katana. Due to her physique, her father had specially modified all her equipment, making the katana in her grasp significantly lighter, sturdier, and sharper, perfectly suited for a girl of her stature. She adeptly maneuvered between the gang members, the katana glinting ominously under the dim light. With each swing, cries of agony accompanied the splatter of blood. Peter's eyes widened, his expression concealed beneath the mask, filled with disbelief. What the hell? Where did this girl emerge from? A horror film? She's even more terrifying than Frank. Chen swiftly approached Peter, gripping his shoulder. Calm down, Peter. Her methods are excessively ruthless. We must first regain control of the situation. Control? You fail to notice the pool of blood on the ground. Damn it. I may be plagued by nightmares for days to come. I apologize. I feel quite unwell and might need to vomit. Peter partially lifts his hood and begins to retch. Keep your distance. Don't let your vomit touch my clothes, Chen retorts, stepping aside in disgust. Damn it. Eliminate this little lunatic. The leader of the gang bellows, drawing his pistol and aiming it at Mindy. Watch out. Chen, unable to bear it any longer, deftly shoots a thread that knocks the gun away. Well, are you the Light Knight? I've seen you on websites and television. The video of you brawling with that yellow-green monster in Harlem was absolutely thrilling for my dad and me. You're so cool. Mindy pauses, tilting her head to the direction from which the thread came. At that moment, she gazes at Chen as if he were her idol, her mouth running nonstop. Chen realizes that Mindy has been misguided by her father, believing that killing bad people is justified and even commendable. Light Knight, are you here to help? Mindy tilts her head, offering a Navi smile. Help? You're committing murder. Peter, having finished retching, leaps down from the ventilation shaft, placing himself between Mindy and the remaining gang members. For heaven's sake, how many lives have these scoundrels ruined with their drugs? They deserve their fate. Oh my God, Spider-Man. What a lucky day this is for me, encountering both of my idols. Mindy, clearly fixated on Chen moments earlier, has not noticed Spider-Man's descent. Her exaggerated expression reveals her admiration for him. But that should be left to the law to judge. Peter remains steadfast in his principles, refusing to blur the lines simply because Mindy is a fan. Law? But Dad always says that the law doesn't always deliver justice. So he insists I should never hesitate to kill. Mindy looks at Peter with confusion. Goodness, how could your father teach you such things? Where is he? I want to. Chen approaches Peter, interrupting his train of thought, and whispers, I know this little girl. Her family situation is quite complicated. Let us subdue her first. Then deal with the remaining gang members. Peter nods, all right, but do not harm her. Rest assured, I know my limits. Mindy observes the two whispering and waves her knife. Hey, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm continuing. Before she can finish, she lunges at the nearest gang member. Peter reacts swiftly, shooting a web that ensnares her wrist. Hey, Spider-Man, I'm your teammate. Why are you doing this? Let me go. Mindy struggles, confusion flickering in her eyes. I'm sorry, little girl, but the game ends here tonight. Chen similarly binds Mindy with a web, rendering her immobile. Despite her agility and strength being sufficient to handle gang members, she pales in comparison to Spider-Man and the Light Knight, and before she can react, she is subdued. Just then, the warehouse door is suddenly burst open, and Daredevil, Matt Murdock, storms in wielding dual batons, taking down the remaining gang members one by one as they attempt to flee. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment, Matt said in a low voice. Mindy paused for a moment. Daredevil? Another one? Is this some sort of superhero gathering tonight? Matt keenly observed Mindy. Child, you shouldn't be here at your age. He had been summoned by Frank through the communicator, and fortunately, he was patrolling near Brooklyn. Mindy, feeling exasperated by the trio, remarked, You adults love to lecture. Peter glanced at Mindy, somewhat worried. Who exactly is this child? Chen sighed. A prodigious girl trained to be an assassin. Her name is Mindy McCready, codename Hit Girl. Hit Girl? Peter echoed, finding the name rather fitting. This child needs assistance. We cannot allow her to continue down this path. Peter nodded in agreement. Indeed. We cannot turn a blind eye to her plight. Frank, we have a situation here. A girl named Hit Girl has intervened, and her methods are rather severe. Observing the gang members, most of whom lay dead or injured on the ground, Matt spoke to Frank, who was still on the line. I see it. These gangsters deserve no sympathy. I will call for an ambulance. You should start gathering evidence. But regarding that girl, we shall discuss her once you bring her to our base. Frank's voice came through the earpiece. Understood. You are quite fortunate. Had we not arrived in time, the casualties would have been far greater. Peter approached a moaning gang member, applying pressure to staunch his bleeding. The man looked at him in terror. I know you. You are more terrifying than that little girl. Chen shook his head in resignation. It seems our reputation is about to escalate. As sirens approached in the night, the three exchanged glances and swiftly departed the scene with Mindy, returning to their secret base. Chapter 32. The Punisher. The metallic door of the secret base slowly closed behind them with a dull thud. Mindy McCready was bound by Chen's wire. Yet she held her head high, the bloodstains on her purple wig now dried and appearing dark brown under the base's white lights. This place is so cool. It's much larger than the training room I have with my dad. Mindy craned her neck, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Listen, child, we need to have a serious conversation. Peter Parker said as he removed his mask, his face still slightly pale. He took a deep breath, striving to push aside the gruesome images from the warehouse. Well, you actually look like this. You can't be underage, right? Mindy suddenly exclaimed, struggling to rush forward. The Daily Bugle always portrays you so vaguely. Oh my. I have actually seen Spider-Man's true face. Chen quickly tightened the wire. Calm down, little girl. Spider-Man, I think we may need to change our approach. She is just a child, yet her heart rate and breathing indicate she remains more composed than most adults. Matt Murdock stood in the shadows, his red goggles reflecting faint light. Heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the base, and Frank Castle, the Punisher, emerged, his towering figure nearly blocking out all the light from the corridor, causing Mindy's eyes to widen even further. The Punisher, she spoke almost reverently, whispering that her father admired the way she dealt with criminals, insisting that such scum deserved to descend into hell. Frank crouched before Mindy, meeting her gaze at eye level, his rough fingers gently brushing the bloodstains on her cheek. How many people did you kill tonight, little girl? He inquired. 7, maybe 8. A few might only be seriously injured, Mindy replied, tilting her head and counting on her fingers. Peter could not help but interject. Frank, don't ask her that. It's inappropriate. How old is she? 13? 12 and a half. But Dad says I fight like a special forces soldier, Mindy proudly corrected him, lifting her chin. Though you performed admirably, combat is not child's play. You shouldn't be here. Frank nodded and unexpectedly reached out to tousle her purple wig, gazing at Mindy with an extraordinarily intricate and gentle expression, reminiscent of how he once spoke to his own daughter. Frank, you cannot encourage her. This is wrong, Peter exclaimed in disbelief. Chen placed a hand on Peter's shoulder, urging him to calm down. We need to understand the situation. Understand what? That a child is being trained to be a killing machine? Is that not clear enough? Peter shrugged off Chen's hand, unable to accept that a 12-year-old girl could become a heartless demon. Upon hearing this, Mindy grew indignant, her smile vanishing. I am not playing pretend. Nor am I any killing machine. I'm a super killer who has eliminated dozens of gang members. My father and I only kill bad people, drug dealers, rapists, murderers. We are saving this city, just like you. Her voice suddenly conveyed a disconcerting maturity, creating a bizarre contrast with her youthful visage. Matt approached Mindy, his tone unusually gentle. Mindy, did your father teach you to use a knife? Not just that. There are firearms, hand-to-hand combat, explosives. Dad says a true warrior must master all skills. We've been training since I was 6, Mindy recounted, detailing her training achievements to the 4 of them. Peter covered his face with his hands. Oh God, what about your mother? Matt continued to inquire. For the first time, a crack appeared in Mindy's expression, revealing sorrow. She was killed by drug dealers. And Dad was wrongfully imprisoned. I was only 4 at the time. She lowered her head, her wig obscuring her eyes. Dad said that's why we must fight. The room fell into a brief silence. Frank stood up and moved toward the equipment table. We need to contact her father. Just then, an alarm blared suddenly. Chen quickly accessed the surveillance footage. Someone has breached the outer defenses and infiltrated. They're quite skilled. It's him. Dad has come for me, Mindy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The surveillance footage revealed a tall man, clad in an outfit resembling that of Batman, save for the absence of the bat emblem and classic ears, swiftly approaching the base entrance with professional tactical movements. He wielded a modified rifle, and his waist was laden with various weapons. What should we do? We cannot allow him to enter like this. Peter had already donned his mask again. Matt turned to Mindy and said, "Tell your father to cease his attacks. We are not enemies." Mindy hesitated for a moment. "You won't harm him, will you? As long as he calls a truce, we will not strike," Yang Chen assured her. Mindy nodded, and Yang Chen released all the threads, allowing her to move freely. The young girl pulled a small communicator from the collar of her battle suit. "Dad, it's me. These people are, allies? Just don't shoot for now, okay?" A raspy male voice came through the communicator. "Mindy, are you all right? Did they harm you?" "I'm fine, really. I met the Punisher and Spider-Man. Also Daredevil and the Shining Knight. It's incredible." After a brief silence, the man's voice resonated again. "Have them open the main gate. I'll come in alone, unarmed." Yang Chen glanced at the others, and Frank nodded. Moments later, the reinforced door of the base slowly opened, revealing Damon McCready standing at the threshold, his eyes illuminating upon seeing Mindy. "Mindy, Dad." Damon rushed in and embraced his daughter, meticulously examining her for any injuries before removing his hood to reveal his weathered face, turning to the others in the room. "Greetings. I am known as Big Daddy. My name is Damon McCready, though you may call me Damon. That is what my friends do." Big Daddy was an imposing figure, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a physique developed through years of rigorous training. When Yang Chen shook his hand, he could feel the strength in his grip. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. My daughter and I hold great admiration for your noble efforts in combating the city's criminals." Damon's voice was deep and resonant, and while his gaze retained a hint of wariness, his tone had softened considerably. He gently patted Mindy on the shoulder, signaling her to stand behind him. Frank crossed his arms, gazing coldly at Damon. "Training a 12-year-old to kill? This is what you call justice? I teach her how to protect herself, how to combat the darkness of the city. The law failed to protect my wife and did not spare me from wrongful imprisonment. Everything Mindy and I do is to ensure that criminals receive their due punishment." Damon's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his tone intensified, as in his view, only the complete eradication of all evil could make the world a better place. Chapter 33. The establishment of Night Owl. Those scoundrels deserve nothing less than death. The thought of his wife's tragic demise before his eyes filled Damon with a burning desire for all criminals to perish. They should face the law. Peter could not help but retort. "The law? The murderer of my wife received merely a 7-year sentence. 7 years. And that scoundrel resumed drug trafficking upon his release, causing more innocent lives to be lost." Damon's voice rose, his eyes ablaze with furious rage. Mindy grasped her father's hand. "Dad, calm down. Spider-Man and the others are not bad people." Damon took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. "Listen, I appreciate your concern for Mindy, but this is the path we have chosen. The city has decayed to its very core, and at times, extreme measures are required." Frank, observing from the side, spoke slowly. "How long have you been training her?" Damon turned to the Punisher, his expression softening slightly, "Since she was able to wield a blade. Mindy is a prodigy. She learns faster than most Special Forces recruits. You have deprived her of her childhood. She is still a child. She should be making friends at school, attending dances, not showcasing her skills with a katana to slit others' throats in a warehouse." Peter could not restrain himself and stepped forward, glaring at Damon with fury. Mindy peeked out from behind Damon, pouting in discontent. "The kids at school are too immature. They only care about video games and celebrity gossip. I refuse to live such a mundane life. Do you think I am unaware of these things? But the world will not show her mercy simply because she is a child. Look at those homeless kids on the streets, those who have been trafficked and abused. At least Mindy has the ability to protect herself. I have given her the skills to survive. In this world, one must either be strong or perish. Therefore, I have chosen to make my daughter strong." Yang Chen noticed a flicker of complex emotions in Damon's eyes as he spoke. Pride, pain, and guilt intertwined. He stepped forward, striving for a calm tone. "Damon, we comprehend your intentions. However, there may be better choices for Mindy's upbringing. As Spider-Man said, she should be in school, making friends, not risking her life to kill." Matt suddenly inquired, "Have you taught her to read and write? Mathematics, science, history?" Damon paused. "We focused on more essential survival skills. In other words, aside from killing, she knows nothing. You have transformed her into a weapon rather than a human being." Matt's voice was laden with profound sorrow. Mindy abruptly broke free from her father's grasp, retorting to Matt, "Hey, I can read. I'm not illiterate. Dad taught me the 24 letters of the English alphabet, and I can do addition and subtraction with numbers up to 3 digits. Her proud tone rendered the adults in the room silent. "Mindy, there are actually 26 letters in the English alphabet." Peter couldn't help but facepalm, muttering softly, "This child is truly beyond saving. We have the resources and connections to provide Mindy with more formal training. While she is still young, we can expedite her access to a proper education." Damon's brow furrowed deeply. "You want to take her away from me? That is impossible. Not to take her away. I hope you will join us. Frank's sudden interjection was unexpectedly calm, and all eyes turned to him in astonishment. He continued, you have a background in law enforcement and extensive combat experience. Rather than allowing Mindy to venture into the streets with you, why not join our team? Let her attend school during the day and train at night. When she is mature enough, she can make her own decisions. This way, she can continue training and receive proper guidance. Silence enveloped the room. Damon looked down at Mindy, who was gazing up at him with hopeful eyes. Dad, I think this idea is great. Just imagine, we could be working alongside the Knights of Light. How cool is that? Damon inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled. I must contemplate this, as it pertains to Mindy's future. We can arrange for a false identity to enable her entry into a reputable school. S-H-I-E-L-D possesses the necessary resources for this. Noticing the wavering expression on Damon's face, Matt seized the opportunity to add that he too wished for Mindy to have a proper education. S-H-I-E-L-D. I harbor no trust for any governmental institution. Their corruption and ineptitude have led to an abundance of criminals in New York. Damon grew wary. We are not working for S-H-I-E-L-D, merely utilizing their resources, although we maintain an alliance with them. The autonomy of our actions remains firmly in our hands. Upon hearing Yang Chen's explanation, Peter hastily regained his voice. I implore you, Mr. McCready. Grant Mindy a chance to experience a normal childhood, even if only partially. Indeed, Damon, you should consider Mindy, should an unfortunate incident occur. It would undoubtedly cause you immense pain and guilt. Yang Chen genuinely believed that the other 3 members of the team were correct while watching Kick-Ass. He did not find Hit Girl pitiable, but witnessing a little girl before him, risking her life daily amidst gunfire to combat crime, stirred a sense of compassion within him. Is this what you desire? School? Friends? Rest assured, child, I respect your choice. Damon gazed into his daughter's expectant eyes, and for the first time, his long-held resolve appeared to waver. He crouched down, personally removing Mindy's wig and mask, meeting her gaze directly, as her golden locks cascaded down and her round, cherubic face adorned with sapphire-like eyes emerged. She exuded an air of youthful innocence. Mindy bit her lip. I want to try. And we can still fight crime, right? Just not as frequently? Damon, if you join us, you need not worry about assistance. You are well aware of our team's capabilities. And there is no need to place Mindy in harm's way. Damon sighed heavily, as if having made a resolution, and stood to face the others. I can agree to your proposal, but I have one condition. Mindy's training cannot cease. This world is far too perilous. I cannot allow her to lose her ability for self-protection. A reasonable condition. We will train her together, but the focus must shift to more defensive techniques, less lethal skills. And it must remain training only. She cannot partake in our operations until she reaches adulthood. Frank nodded. Each time he glanced at Mindy, he was reminded of the joyful moments spent with his own daughter, moments that could never be recaptured, which fueled his desire to save Mindy. Agreed. Damon extended his hand, shaking Frank's. Peter exhaled in relief. Splendid. We can arrange for her to enter Midtown High. I mean, it offers a commendable education. I disagree. None of you have sought my opinion. Why should I be excluded from your endeavors? Mindy interjected, her face flushed with indignation, voicing her discontent before Peter could speak. Your opposition is futile. The 5 voices united, effectively silencing any resistance from Mindy. By the way, now that Big Daddy and Hit Girl have joined us, shouldn't our team adopt a new title? Peter casually remarked. Indeed, a resounding team name is warranted. Otherwise, our prowess remains unrecognized. Yang Chen pondered, stroking his chin. With enthusiasm, Peter was the first to raise his hand and suggest, how about the Superhero Alliance? Or the Justice Vanguard? Too cliché. It sounds like a group from a children's animated series, Mindy interjected, rolling her eyes. What about Guardians? Matt proposed. Frank shook his head, not direct enough. We need a name that instills fear in criminals. Damon, deep in thought, added, it should reflect our ruthless methods while maintaining a clear objective. A silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Mindy leaped onto the conference table, her butterfly knife twirling elegantly in her hand. How about Midnight Executioner? It's super cool. No way. 5 adults unanimously rejected her idea. Mindy pouted as she hopped down, muttering under her breath, a bunch of tasteless guys. Yang Chen abruptly snapped his fingers. I've got it. Night Owl. Owls typically hunt with precision in the dark, symbolizing our nocturnal operations. They also represent wisdom, indicating that we are not mindless brutes. Originally, Yang Chen intended to propose the title Defenders Alliance, but he felt it lacked the flair of Night Owl. Night Owl, Frank repeated quietly, nodding. Simple yet powerful. I like it. Quite excellent. It maintains an air of intimidation while retaining elegance, Matt smiled. Peter scratched his head. It sounds pretty cool. But isn't it a bit too dark? This world is already filled with darkness. Kid, we need to light a torch in the shadows, not pretend it doesn't exist. Damon advised, patting Peter on the shoulder earnestly. Is it settled then, Night Owl? Chen surveyed the group. Agreed. Frank was the first to extend his hand. Approved. Damon added his hand on top. All right. Peter hesitated for a moment before placing his hand in the stack. Matt smiled, placing his hand atop may justice guide us. All eyes turned to Mindy. The little girl pouted, reluctantly placing her small hand on top. Humph. When I grow up, I'll definitely form a cooler team. Before that, Mindy, you need to start preparing for how to interact with your new classmates, Frank remarked, revealing a rare smile. No. Mindy exclaimed dramatically, cradling her head, which elicited laughter from everyone. Outside, the New York night was thickening. Unlike the Avengers, a new guardian of New York had been born. In this city where crime and hope coexist, the legend of the Night Owl is about to unfold. Chapter 34. Mindy's school life. On the fourth day after the establishment of Night Owl, Chen contacted Director Egghead from SHIELD. Explaining the situation, and Egghead promptly assisted in preparing Mindy's enrollment materials. She would be attending the middle school division of Midtown Tech, the same school Peter and Chen attended. At 7:15 in the morning, the bell for Midtown High had yet to ring. Peter Parker checked Mindy's backpack for the third time. Pencils, notebooks, student ID, and the 2 packs of fruit gummies he had secretly tucked inside. Listen, if anyone asks why you transferred here, just say it was due to your father's job relocation. Peter crouched down to adjust Mindy's collar and gently ruffled her hair. Remember to head to the far right window in the cafeteria during lunch. Aunt Mary will serve new students an extra scoop of mashed potatoes. Mindy rolled her eyes, tugging at her purple wig. I know. This is the 3rd time you've said it, Spider Nanny. I mean it. If your father discovers that I allowed you to bring a blade to school, you won't be wearing that wig anymore. It's against school regulations. Your natural golden hair is lovely enough without needing the wig. Peter lowered his voice, confiscating Mindy's purple wig in the process. Why are you taking my wig? Seriously? Relax. I've hidden the blade in the sole of my shoe. Dad always said a true warrior must be prepared for battle at all times. Mindy twisted her ankle, the sound of her canvas shoes producing a faint metallic scrape, signaling that everything was fine. A throng of students surged through the school gates, their chatter drowning out Peter's sigh. He cast one last glance at the blonde girl in the hoodie and pink backpack, finding it hard to reconcile her with the fierce girl from the previous night who could disarm opponents with a butterfly knife. Peter, you really dote on Mindy like a little sister, Chen commented from the side. Go on. Frank will pick you up after school. Remember, you are now Mindy McCready, an ordinary 8th grader. If anyone dares to bully you, inform a teacher. If they don't help, come find us in senior class 24 in the high school section. Understood? Just avoid fighting with classmates. Ignoring Chen's teasing, Peter relayed the school's important reminders to Mindy, then stood up, giving her shoulder a gentle push. Without looking back, Mindy plunged into the crowd, the bunny ears on her hoodie bobbing with each step. As Peter watched her diminutive figure fade away, he suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. Peter, what are you still staring at? She's gone. We have class to attend. I can't stand you. It turns out you're quite the overprotective brother. I am not, Peter retorted. Chen, you better stop right there. Is our new classmate Mindy really from Texas? Mr. Green, the history teacher with a small mustache, adjusted his glasses as 25 pairs of eyes turned toward the last row of the classroom. Mindy was practicing finger spins with a pencil under the desk and nearly jabbed it into the ponytail of the girl in front of her upon hearing the question. Yes, sir. In Houston, she replied stiffly. Wow, a cowgirl, exclaimed a chubby boy in a football jersey, eliciting a burst of laughter. Mindy narrowed her eyes, instinctively reaching for the butterfly knife that should have been at her waist, contemplating giving the boy a taste of his own medicine. Quiet. Mr. Green rapped on the blackboard. Mindy, can you tell us the year the Texas War of Independence broke out? The classroom fell silent. Mindy opened her mouth, tempted to say she didn't know, as her family background was fabricated. How could she possibly know such things? She could rattle off the ammunition capacity of major firearms in under 3 seconds. But she held no interest in this subject. In the front row, an Asian girl pretended to pick up a pen from the ground, deliberately exposing the numbers 1836 inscribed on Mindy's notebook for her to see. 1836? Mindy ventured. Correct. It seems someone is prepared for the lesson, Mr. Green remarked with satisfaction as he turned to write on the board. Mindy glanced at the girl who had assisted her, noticing her flushed face as she vigorously erased her notebook. During lunch, Mindy navigated through the bustling cafeteria with her tray. True to form, Aunt Mary had generously added an extra scoop of mashed potatoes, complete with a smiley face drawn in ketchup. She chose a secluded corner, discreetly pouring a nutritional supplement prepared by Damon into her milk. Is this seat taken? The Asian girl from earlier stood in the aisle, her tray piled high with broccoli. Mindy noticed the athletic bandage wrapped around her right wrist. No, please, go ahead, Mindy replied, placing her backpack on the floor to free up a seat. When the girl sat down, a gust of air followed her, carrying with it the familiar scent of petroleum jelly, a common ointment used in hospitals for treating bruises. I'm Lin Mei. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mindy. You completed your transfer procedures remarkably quickly. The principal didn't mention any new students during last Friday's meeting, she said, adeptly using chopsticks to lift a piece of cauliflower. While Mindy's fork scraped unpleasantly against her tray, Lin Mei's gaze fell upon the calluses on Mindy's hand, remnants of long-term knife handling. My father knows the chancellor of the New York City Department of Education, Mindy casually remarked, distracted, before suddenly grasping Lin Mei's wrist. How did you get that injury? Lin Mei's chopsticks clattered to the table. Through the gap in the bandage, a neatly defined bruise was visible, undoubtedly inflicted by being pressed against the edge of a table. I fell during gymnastics practice. Lin Mei withdrew her hand, her voice as faint as the yogurt served in the cafeteria. From a distance, laughter erupted as a group of girls in cheerleader uniforms pointed at them. Understanding the situation, Mindy inadvertently squeezed her milk carton too hard, causing the milky liquid to splatter onto Lin Mei's sleeve. I'm sorry. It's all right. I can wipe it off. Don't use paper towels. They'll leave lint on your clothes. Here, use this cloth. Lin Mei's motion to clean her sleeve was somewhat frantic, but Mindy firmly held her hand, offering her own cleaning cloth, her gaze intensely fixed on the nearby cheerleaders. How long have they been bullying you? Why do they target you? Mindy's voice was as cold as ice, sending a shiver down Lin Mei's spine. Before Lin Mei could respond, the group of cheerleaders approached. The tallest, with chestnut curls, wore a provocative smirk. Well, if it isn't the new country bumpkin and her little sidekick. She deliberately elongated her words, prompting laughter from those around her. Mindy gradually rose to her feet, her stature slightly shorter than her adversary, yet her presence was unwavering. Watch your mouth. What's the matter? Do you want to fight? In this school, no one dares to stand against us. The girl with the curly hair crossed her arms, and the girls behind her began to shove and jeer, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just as Mindy was about to retaliate, she recalled Peter's warning, her nails digging deeply into her palm. At that moment, the class bell rang, and the girl with curly hair arrogantly flipped her hair, saying, "You two are lucky." After school, Mindy did not leave immediately. She concealed herself in a corner of the playground, observing the short-haired brunette and her companions entering the equipment room. Once they had entered, Mindy swiftly followed. The equipment room was cluttered with various sports items, and the light was dim. The curly-haired girl was about to mock Lin Mei, who was hiding in the corner, when she suddenly felt a chill at the back of her neck. Mindy had appeared behind her. A blade pressed against her throat, the very blade from the sole of her shoe. How dare you? The curly-haired girl's voice trembled, losing all its earlier bravado. There are many things I dare to do, Mindy whispered. From today onwards, you are forbidden from bullying Lin Mei, or you shall face the consequences. The blade grazed the girl's neck slightly, causing her face to turn pale with fright. The other girls scattered in terror, while the curly-haired girl begged for mercy. Mindy released her, coldly commanding, "Get lost." Once everyone had fled, Lin Mei emerged from the corner, her eyes filled with shock and gratitude. "Mindy, please don't tell anyone." Mindy sheathed the blade and said, "Come, I'll take you somewhere." The two girls ascended to the school rooftop. Under the setting sun, Mindy took a piece of Peter's fruit gummy from her backpack and offered it to Lin Mei. "If anyone bullies you again, just let me know." Lin Mei accepted the gummy, a smile brightening her face. "Mindy, you are truly a remarkable person. By the way, here is your cloth back." The gentle breeze swept by, and the shadows of the two girls grew longer in the sunset. Mindy gazed at the distant city, contemplating. Perhaps this is what Peter referred to as the life of an ordinary person. Yet, should anyone dare to bully her friend, she, the Punisher, would not stand idly by. Chapter 35. Thor on the other side of the earth, within the halls of Asgard. The atmosphere was as tense as the silence before an impending storm. The dome of the Golden Palace trembled under the roar of thunder, and the crystal chandeliers swayed, casting fragmented shadows. Odin Borson, the All-Father, sovereign of the 9 realms and emperor of Asgard, harbored a cold fury burning in his single eye. He stood before the throne, the eternal spear Gungnir thudding heavily, causing the walls of the hall to resonate. Odin sat upon the throne that symbolized supreme power, his gaze stern, fixed intently on the spirited yet reckless figure below, his eldest son, Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, future king of Asgard, who stood tall and unrepentant. His golden hair was disheveled with rage, and he gripped the hammer Mjolnir tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. "Thor." Odin's voice was deep and authoritative, echoing as if from ancient times, imbued with undeniable power. "You have trespassed into Jotunheim, instigating war. Your actions nearly plunged Asgard into endless conflict." Thor raised his head slightly, a hint of defiance on his handsome face, his golden hair shimmering in the light of the hall like flames. "Father, those frost giants dared to besmirch my coronation. They insulted Asgard, and I could not stand idly by." His voice resonated powerfully, brimming with the fervor and passion of youth. A flicker of anger flashed in Odin's eyes as he rose slowly, his golden robe billowing with his movement, akin to surging waves of gold. Peace is hard won. The covenant we forged with the Frost Giant serves to safeguard the tranquility of Asgard and the Nine Realms. You, in a moment of rage, have recklessly led your forces into Jotunheim, trampling on the very essence of peace and challenging my authority. Odin's words struck Thor's heart like a hammer. Clenching his fists, Thor's body trembled slightly, clearly engulfed in an internal struggle. I stand to defend the honor of Asgard. I cannot abide their contempt for us. His voice carried a note of defiance and resentment. Honor? True honor is not attained through reckless warfare. Odin stepped forward, his gaze firmly locking onto Thor. As the future king of Asgard, you require wisdom, composure, and a grasp of the greater picture, not the blindness of impulsivity. How can you bear the weight of safeguarding Asgard with such conduct? How can you possibly deserve Mjolnir? Thor gritted his teeth, poised to retort. But upon seeing the disappointment and sorrow in Odin's eyes, the words caught in his throat. Odin took a deep breath, seemingly striving to regain his composure. You must face punishment, Thor. His tone bore a trace of resignation. A foreboding sensation surged within Thor, his eyes widening as he gazed at Odin. Father, I shall strip you of your divine powers and exile you to Midgard. Odin's voice was resolute and unwavering, the air in the hall thickening with tension. Frigga, the queen of Asgard, stood nearby, her eyes filled with concern, yet she understood that no one could halt the tempest between father and son at this moment. There, you shall live as a mortal, learning humility, compassion, and responsibility. Only when you truly grasp these lessons will you be worthy to reclaim the hammer of the thunder god and return to Asgard. Thor felt as though struck by lightning. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Odin. No, father, please do not. I am your son, the prince of Asgard. I cannot dwell on that feeble planet. Living as a mortal, you cannot. Thor's pleading voice faltered abruptly, yet Odin remained unmoved. He raised his hand, a beam of light emanating from it, enveloping Thor. Thor felt his power ebbing like a receding tide, his body weakening, and his legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, broke free from Thor's grasp, soaring into the unknown. This is the punishment you deserve, Thor. May you find growth on earth, Heimdall. As Odin concluded, Thor felt an irresistible force pulling him, the light of the Bifrost instantly engulfing him. His form twisted and faded amidst the brilliant cosmic sea. Odin remained rooted, the light of the eternal spear gradually dimming. His voice, low and weary, echoed, May you learn humility, Thor, my time is fleeting. Watching Thor vanish, Odin slowly returned to his throne, a trace of fatigue and concern etched upon his face. He was acutely aware that this was the finest trial for Thor, hoping that after enduring hardships on Earth, he would emerge as a true sovereign, safeguarding the future of Asgard. The twilight of the gods must never transpire. On June 26, 2008, at 9:42 a.m., in New Mexico, USA, after the brilliance of the Bifrost faded, Thor Odinson fell heavily into a desolate expanse of desert. Dust swirled around him, choking him into a fit of violent coughing. Struggling to raise himself, his palms sank into the scalding grains of sand. The searing sensation abruptly reminding him that he was no longer the invulnerable, undefeated god of thunder. It was inconceivable. Thor looked down at his hands. The knuckles that once crushed steel with ease were now reddened from the abrasive friction of the sand. His muscles remained robust, yet the divine power that coursed through him had vanished. Even his breath had grown laborious. In the distance, a dilapidated pickup truck sped toward him, its wheels kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Thor squinted, barely distinguishing three figures within, a bespectacled young woman, a white-haired elder, and a woman in a hat gripping the steering wheel. The vehicle screeched to a halt before him, raising a tumult of dust. All three occupants leaped from the truck and approached him briskly, their eyes wide with shock and curiosity. Are you all right? The woman with glasses crouched down, reaching out to assist him, but hesitated and withdrew her hand. Where did you fall from? We just saw a flash of light. Thor raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as they scanned her. Mortal, I am Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard. I must return to my realm at once. The woman paused, exchanging a peculiar glance with the elder behind her. Asgard? She pushed her glasses up, her tone tinged with an incredulous smile. You mean the realm from Norse mythology? Thor furrowed his brow, displeased by her reaction. This is no myth, it is reality. I am the god of thunder, wielder of Mjolnir. Mjolnir. The elder stepped forward, patting the woman's shoulder. Jane, he might have hit his head. Let us take him back to town. Wait. Thor struggled to stand, his legs trembling. Yet he straightened his back, striving to maintain the dignity of his lineage. I do not require your pity. Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Hasten and bring me back to Asgard. Heimdall. Upon witnessing Thor's outburst, the woman named Jane sighed and shook her head, convinced that this man was utterly deranged. Listen, big guy, I don't know if you're drunk or concussed, but you need help. Please, come with us. Thor wished to retort, but a wave of dizziness washed over him, his vision blurring momentarily. The frailty of a mortal body was startling. Gritting his teeth, he finally nodded. Very well. But you must assist me in retrieving Mjolnir. Jane offered a resigned smile, helping him into the vehicle. All right, we'll discuss it once you can stand firm. The truck roared to life, heading toward a distant town. Thor leaned against the window, gazing at the receding desert, a profound sense of confusion swelling within him. Father, is this truly what you desired? Chapter 36. A renewed action. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the desert, an armed contingent busied themselves around a colossal crater. Having cleared out all the onlookers from the area, a perimeter was established around the chasm. At the center of the pit, a silver warhammer was deeply embedded in the rock, its surface adorned with ancient runes that glimmered faintly. Phil Coulson stood at the edge of the crater, a walkie-talkie in hand, his brow furrowed in concentration. Director, we have identified it as a metallic hammer, yet none can lift it, reported an agent. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury's voice resonated with a deep timbre. Continue your efforts, assemble all necessary equipment, and ascertain the origins of this object. I shall send assistance your way. Coulson sighed, casting a glance at the agent beside him. Evacuate all residents within a 50-kilometer radius and establish a lockdown. Additionally, send someone to investigate the entity that descended from the sky. The agent nodded and promptly departed. Coulson's gaze returned to the hammer of Thor, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. This object bore no resemblance to earthly technology. In the depths of the royal chamber of Asgard, Odin, who had weathered countless storms and vanquished innumerable foes, wore a grave expression. The supreme sorceress, Agatha Harkness, had arrived with troubling tidings. Agatha, through the eye of Agamotto, what have you glimpsed of the future? Odin's tone was laced with urgency and concern. I regret, Odin, I wish I could perceive something, but alas. I saw nothing at all, Agatha replied, her voice equally heavy with gravity. Nothing at all? Odin murmured, though not a master sorcerer, he understood the weight of such power. Indeed, I saw only darkness, as if some force were obstructing my use of the eye of Agamotto. Agatha slowly raised her hand, her fingertips aglow with golden magical runes, which wove intricate patterns in the air before disintegrating instantaneously, as though devoured by an invisible force. Odin, as a mortal, I have lived long enough. Yet my sole concern is this impenetrable darkness. I have explored every conceivable timeline, but each glimpse into the future feels akin to gazing into the abyss. Her voice was deep and calm, yet tinged with a rare perplexity. She continued to explain to Odin, this is unlike any known force. It is neither the dark dimension nor the corruption of Dormammu, but rather an entirely new and unknown existence. Even you cannot see through it? Is the prophecy of Ragnarok upon us sooner than anticipated? He murmured, his fingers unconsciously stroking the body of his weapon, a shadow of seriousness crossing his singular eye. The eternal spear, Gungnir, trembled slightly, as if sensing its master's unease. Agatha shook her head. No, Odin, not just Ragnarok. Every timeline, from the smallest individual to the vast universe, has been altered. She paused, her gaze piercing. I suspect a presence is awakening. One that transcends the comprehension of the 9 realms. Or perhaps it has already arrived. Could it be connected to the alien infant that fell to Earth 28 years ago? The one from Krypton? Odin pondered. The moment he arrived on Earth, I peered through the eye of Agamotto, and the impending darkness bore no relation to him. Rather, he will be an ally to Earth. The Grand Hall fell into an eerie silence. Even the relentless thunder outside the Golden Palace seemed to hush at that moment. Odin slowly walked to the window, gazing into the depths of the starry sky. His voice was hoarse and heavy, since the dawn of the universe. I have safeguarded the order of the 9 realms. Yet now, even I feel a sense of dread. Could it be an invasion from other universes? I mean the multiverse? I am uncertain. Fear stems from the unknown, yet it is also the genesis of wisdom. Perhaps Thor's exile is not mere coincidence. The courtyard of Midgard has always been a pivotal turning point in destiny. Ancient One approached his side, turning to look at Odin, her robe gently billowing in the breeze. Odin furrowed his brows. Does this relate to Thor? I'm not sure. The gaze of Ancient One was profound. However, there are too many extraordinary beings on Earth, superpowered individuals. Mutants, inhumans, and those latent powers yet to awaken. If darkness truly descends, it will become a battleground. Perhaps someone will emerge to lead them against that unknown darkness. Odin remained silent for a long while, finally exhaling a sigh. I shall instruct Heimdall to enhance his vigilance. As for Thor, a flicker of complex emotion passed through his solitary eye. I hope this exile will facilitate his true growth. Ancient One nodded. I shall also ensure that the sorcerers of Camartage remain alert. She raised her hand and traced a golden portal, pausing before stepping through to say, Odin, regardless of what the future holds, we must be prepared. Perhaps we could seek another ally, like Olympus. You mean those stubborn old folks on Olympus? They would relish the downfall of Asgard. Odin retorted with derision. This time is different. Olympus too will fall within the reach of darkness. I believe the gods of Olympus, led by Zeus, are not so decrepit. As the portal closed, Odin stood alone in the empty hall. He looked up at the mural depicting the twilight of the gods. Flames consuming Asgard, the great wolf Fenrir breaking free from his chains, and the world serpent Jörmungandr unleashing monstrous waves. Is this truly the end? He murmured to himself. Yet his grip tightened around Gungnir, an indomitable flame igniting in his lone eye. As long as I endure, I shall never allow the 9 realms to succumb to darkness. Ancient One is correct. Before I enter Odin's sleep, I must pay a visit to my old friends on Olympus. Achoo, achoo. Which lovely lady is secretly thinking of this handsome fellow? Far away in the night, Al base on earth, Chen suddenly sneezed, a shiver coursing through him. As an ominous premonition loomed. You shouldn't daydream during daylight hours, Mindy scoffed dismissively while playing a computer game. Only these two remained at the base. Peter and Gwen had retreated into their own world, their relationship progressing rapidly as they had confirmed themselves as a couple. Recently, Peter had abandoned his good friend to spend every day with Gwen, inciting envy and resentment in Chen, the solitary dog. Additionally, Matt often had to assist others with legal matters and was frequently absent from the base. Frank and Damon were out gathering evidence against Jean Bing, leaving Chen with the time to keep an eye on Mindy. Silence. What do you know, child? Hurry and complete your homework instead of playing games all day. Be cautious. When Frank returns, you shall face consequences. Mindy made a face at Chen, appearing entirely unperturbed by his threats. All right, just wait. Don't let me catch you in a compromising situation, or you will regret it. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted Chen's musings. Mindy discreetly perked up her ears. Darn it, I wondered why I was sneezing on such a hot day. It must be that troublemaker Black Egg calling again. Hello? What do you want? Speak plainly. What? You want me to go to New Mexico? To capture someone who fell from the sky along with a hammer? Oh, I see. Fine. What is the reward? What? Nothing. If that is the case, goodbye. Chen hung up the phone, but before he could set it down, it rang again. I've tolerated you for long enough. I have the Ivy League guaranteed admission qualification. Oh dear, how can I accept such a generous gift? Speak. When do we depart? Tomorrow morning at 8? I'll wait for you at the usual spot. With high school graduation approaching, Chen was no academic prodigy like Peter, lacking any influential connections. The prospect of attending one of the top universities in America seemed bleak. Yet, here was someone offering him a pillow of opportunity. Why are you looking at me like that, you little brat? Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I assure you, I will not take you along. You must remain at the base. Observing Mindy's eager, pleading eyes and her pitiful expression, Chen chose to ignore her, remembering her earlier insolence. Please, Chen. My daily routine of school and training at the base is unbearably dull. You want to even let me join you? I can't stand it anymore. If you don't take me with you, I'll just die right here. Mindy abandoned her game, rushing to Chen's side, gripping his hand tightly and shaking it. Eventually, she realized she had little leverage to threaten him. Then go ahead and die, but remember to do so far away. I wouldn't want any unpleasant odors at the base. I don't care. If you don't take me, I want to get out of bed today. Seeing that her death threat was ineffective, Mindy resorted to throwing a tantrum on the floor. All right, I'm scared of you. If you can get the other 4 to agree, I'll permit you to accompany me to New Mexico. How does that sound? I knew you'd be the best to me. Don't worry, I'll make sure they agree. After sending Mindy away, Chen pondered the upcoming mission. New Mexico. A hammer, clearly, this was the beginning of the storyline from Thor. Although he felt confident in facing dangers alone, he wondered what unpredictable events might arise with Mindy by his side. Had I known, I should have been more resolute and refused that young girl. Alas, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. In the worst case, I can return her before any conflict arises. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Chapter 37. The mortal Thor on the desolate highway. Thor gazed out of the car window at the fleeting barren landscape, his heart swelling with tumultuous emotions. He had never felt so acutely his own impotence, devoid of divine power, without Mjolnir, and even subjected to the pitying gaze of a mortal woman. Who are you truly? Jane Foster inquired, her eyes scrutinizing him through the rearview mirror, her tone tinged with curiosity and skepticism. I have already stated, I am Thor Odinson, son of Odin, destined to become the greatest king of Asgard, he proclaimed. Then can you elucidate how you fell from the heavens? Was that light some sort of rocket propulsion? Or perhaps an experimental aircraft? Thor furrowed his brow, his patience waning at her ignorance, yet the great warrior of Asgard would not stoop to quibble with mortals. That was the Bifrost, the passageway to Asgard. The Bifrost? Chuckled the elderly man in the passenger seat. Dr. Eric Selvig. You mean to say you were transported to Earth by the Rainbow Bridge of Norse mythology? Indeed. You mortals must have been utterly astounded. Ha ha ha. Jane and Eric exchanged glances, both evidently believing he was either mad or performing an exceedingly peculiar act. Very well. Jane sighed. This man is clearly unwell. Should we take him to a hospital? At that moment, the hat-wearing woman driving, Darcy Lewis, interjected, But where is your hammer? You mentioned seeking Mjolnir. Where is it? I do not know. Thor's fist clenched slightly, his voice low as memories of a quarrel with his father resurfaced, stirring a sense of grievance within him. It was cast away by my father, but I shall find it. Suddenly, the car jolted, pressing Thor's face against the window. His nose squished against the glass. Mortals, your steeds are quite uncomfortable, he murmured, each bump causing his golden hair to sway. This is called an automobile, not a steed. Have you truly never ridden in a car? Jane adjusted her glasses that had slipped down her nose, glancing at Thor through the rearview mirror. Thor puffed out his chest proudly. The vessels of Asgard are far more stable. And they do not. He abruptly covered his mouth. Don't you dare vomit in my car, Darcy yelled, slamming on the brakes and turning to face Thor in the back seat. I am fine. How could the mighty god of thunder be sick? Thor valiantly swallowed hard, while Dr. Eric observed the unfolding drama, discreetly rolling down the window. As the vehicle entered the small town, the streets bustled with life, ordinary yet lively. Thor's gaze traversed the unfamiliar architecture, vehicles, and pedestrians. A stark contrast to Asgard that evoked an indescribable sense of alienation within him. Yet, his attention was swiftly captured by an ice cream shop by the roadside. What manner of sorcery is this? How can mortals encase clouds within containers? He exclaimed, pointing at the ice cream machine. Jane couldn't help but laugh. That is ice cream. Would you care to try some? Thor nodded solemnly. As the future king, it is my duty to understand the sustenance of my subjects. 5 minutes later, his face smeared with cream, he triumphantly held up 3 empty ice cream cones. The food in the courtyard is simply marvelous. Another serving, please. In the restaurant, Thor devoured a feast meant for 5 with astonishing speed. The waiter gaped as he raised his empty plate. Brave server. Bring me the same portion again. Jane. Are you certain we have enough cash? Is he going to burst? Daisy whispered across the table to Jane Foster, who sat beside Thor. Thor proudly patted his belly. In Asgard, this is merely an appetizer. Suddenly, he let out a loud belch and quickly corrected himself. My apologies. At that moment, the restaurant's television news abruptly cut in with an emergency broadcast. Breaking news. An unidentified object has crashed in the desert region of New Mexico, suspected to be a meteorite. And the military has cordoned off the area. The scene shifted to a deep crater, where a silver hammer stood embedded in the ground. Surrounded by numerous military personnel and scientists, Thor sprang to his feet, hope igniting in his eyes. Mjolnir. I must set out at once. Wait. The military is guarding the site. Jane hurriedly grasped Thor's arm, reminding him that it would be impossible to breach the area alone. Thor, brimming with confidence, adjusted his collar. How can mere mortal soldiers deter the god of thunder? Watch as I persuade them with the aura of a king. How do you plan to get there? Eric inquired. Thor paused, turning to look at a bicycle outside the restaurant. Is that some kind of miniature steed? 10 minutes later, the townspeople stared in astonishment as a blonde giant awkwardly rode the bicycle, trailed by 3 frantic scientists. Make way, Thor shouted. I shall not halt this iron steed. Daisy yelled as she ran. Use the brakes. Brakes. Only cowards use brakes. Thor charged towards the desert, the bicycle leaving a long mark in the sand before finally toppling over. He rose, dusting himself off, and turned to the breathless trio with a radiant smile. See. I told you it would work. Jane, Professor Eric, perhaps we should drive instead. Otherwise, the military will think we are lunatics. Agreed. However, Thor remained unaware that reclaiming Mjolnir would not be an easy task. Odin's enchantment still held sway, and he must truly learn humility before he could once again wield the hammer of the thunder god. Meanwhile, atop a distant dune, a man in black silently observed the unfolding events, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Welcome to Earth, brother. On the other side of the desert, a Quinjet landed at the perimeter of a makeshift SHIELD base. Chen, wearing sunglasses and casual attire, strolled leisurely down the steps of the aircraft, hands in pockets. Following him was a blonde girl with pigtails, Mindy McCready, who excitedly glanced around, entirely unperturbed by her forced relocation. Indeed, Mindy had ultimately managed to persuade the other 4 members of the base with her tears and tantrums. And they had specifically cautioned Chen to keep an eye on this energetic little sprite. Hey, Chen, are you sure this is a military base and not a desert resort? Mindy pouted as she observed the bustling agents and heavy equipment around her. Close your mouth. You little brat. When you see Fury later, don't speak out of turn, Chen warned her in a hushed tone. I know, Mindy rolled her eyes. Yet a sly smile crept onto her lips. Not far away, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson stood beside a black vehicle, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Upon noticing Chen, Fury offered a slight nod, but his single eye narrowed when he caught sight of Mindy. Chen, I distinctly remember inviting you, not the entire Night Owl team. Fury's voice was low and tinged with displeasure. Oh, don't be so tense, Director Egghead, Chen shrugged. This little one is merely here to observe and learn. She won't interfere with your mission. Observe and learn? Fury raised an eyebrow. This is a top-secret operation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Not a summer camp for elementary schoolers. Mindy immediately donned an innocent smile. Director Fury, I promise to be on my best behavior. Besides, my brother Chen will keep an eye on me. Fury scrutinized her for a couple of seconds before shifting his gaze back to Chen. Seemingly weighing the pros and cons ultimately, he sighed in resignation. Fine, but if she causes any trouble, you both are out of here. And her Ivy League admission will be revoked. Deal. Chen grinned widely. Coulson stepped forward, handing Chen a document. This is the current situation. Last night, we detected an anomalous energy fluctuation originating from that hammer. Strangely, no matter what methods we employ, we cannot move it. Chen casually flipped through the document, glancing over it. So, you suspect this is extraterrestrial technology? Or worse, Fury replied quietly. We just received intel that a man claiming to be Thor Odinson has appeared in a nearby town. He asserts that he is the Norse god of thunder and even attempted to breach our secure zone. Have you considered the possibility that he might be telling the truth? Chen raised an eyebrow at Nick Fury. Chapter 38. To the board, what do you mean? Fury's single eye narrowed as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Chen did not respond to Fury's inquiry. Instead, he stood beside the hammer, gently reaching out to touch its handle before turning to Coulson. So, you've tried cranes, hydraulic presses, and even explosives, yet nothing has worked? Coulson nodded. It's as if some force has it anchored here. Chen squinted, suddenly gripping the hammer tightly. Attempting to lift it, but it did not budge. Interesting, he murmured. According to the plot of Thor, to wield the hammer, Thor had to learn humility, responsibility, and selflessness. No wonder the good-natured Steve was able to lift it. He pondered whether to have Nick summon Steve to lift the hammer in front of Thor. That would certainly be an amusing sight. Mindy suddenly peeked around Chen, her large eyes blinking. But if science can't explain it, why can't the hammer be moved? Like the sword in the stone. Only Arthur could pull it out? Coulson cleared his throat. We are considering all possibilities. But first, we need to confirm whether the man claiming to be Thor is connected to this incident. Nick, I believe it would be prudent to summon Diana. After all, she is a deity from the pantheon of Greek mythology. Perhaps she could engage with this Norse god of thunder, and who knows, they may even share a long-standing acquaintance. Your suggestion indeed carries some weight. I shall reach out to Diana forthwith to inquire about her circumstances. Without hesitation, Nick Fury promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Diana's number. Diana, this is Nick Fury. As the call connected, an unusual flicker of hesitation crossed Fury's gaze. We are encountering some supernatural phenomena. Let me guess. It has something to do with the hammer that has abruptly descended upon New Mexico? A gentle yet powerful voice echoed from the other end of the line. Fury raised an eyebrow. You are already aware? Well, you might find it hard to believe. But the father of the hammer's owner recently had a confrontation with my father on Mount Olympus. I am well informed about the events transpiring in New Mexico, Nick. I shall arrive shortly, Diana replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Upon hanging up, Fury turned to Chen. How does she know everything? Chen grinned. Because she has a divine father, oh director. If you had a godly parent as well, I am certain the mermaids beneath the ocean would not all possess dark skin. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tent. An agent rushed in. Sir, that blonde man has breached the perimeter. Nick Fury immediately rose to his feet. All personnel, remain on high alert and prepare non-lethal force for interception. As if summoned by fate, it appears our thunder god could no longer wait. Meanwhile, at the edge of the desert, a black pickup truck sped towards the military exclusion zone. Approaching ahead was a blockade manned by soldiers guarding the entrance. We must disembark, Daisy, the driver, remarked as she spotted the patrolling soldiers ahead, halting the vehicle and stepping out, followed closely by the others inside. Upon exiting, Thor strode purposefully towards the military zone, with Jane, Eric, and Daisy trailing behind, attempting to dissuade him. Thor, stop. They will fire. Jane grasped his arm, only to be gently shrugged off. The mortal army poses no threat. Mjolnir calls to me. Thor persisted, undeterred. The soldiers at the barricade raised their weapons. Halt. This is a military exclusion zone. Thor, unheeding, continued his advance. The soldiers exchanged glances and fired rubber bullets. Bang. The projectile struck Thor's chest, causing him to stagger back. Disbelief etched across his face. You dare, Al? That hurts. Are you serious? Another bullet struck his abdomen, forcing him to clutch his stomach and bend over. Jane screamed and rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Thor. Stop. He is unarmed. We mean no harm. Well, if it isn't little Thor. It has been decades. When did you become so weak? A familiar voice rang out from above as Thor, still crouched in pain, slowly lifted his gaze to see Wonder Woman Diana descending gracefully before him. leaving all present in stunned silence. Diana? How did you come to be here? Thor stood up, clutching his stomach, his face etched with disbelief. His golden hair was matted with dirt, lending him a rather disheveled appearance. So much so that even Diana took a step back upon seeing him. Naturally, she had come to witness how the great prince of the Odin family was left searching for his teeth after being struck by rubber bullets. With her arms crossed, a bemused smile played at the corners of her mouth. Thor's face flushed crimson. I was merely careless. If my divine powers were still intact. If it weren't for my father's curse, how could mere mortals stand against me? Ah, here we go again. Still spouting the same excuses after centuries. It's all father's fault. It's all the curse's fault. When will you learn to take responsibility for your actions? Do you not yet comprehend why your father exiled you to Earth? Diana rolled her eyes. Jane, Eric, and Daisy stood speechless, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this enigmatic woman who not only recognized Thor but dared to speak to him in such a manner. Do you two know each other? Jane inquired cautiously. Of course, we do. As the biological daughter of Zeus, the king of the Titans, Diana has undoubtedly engaged in friendly exchanges between Asgard and Olympus, becoming acquainted with its inhabitants over time, Daisy explained, excitement lacing her voice. Given that Diana was older than Thor, he and Loki had endured their fair share of beatings at her hands during their childhood, often running to Odin to complain after each encounter. I remember now. You are that warrior from the viral video of the New York battle, Daisy exclaimed, tugging Jane's arm. No wonder you look so familiar. What video? Jane, engrossed in research with Professor Eric, had little time or interest in the online world, and thus remained unaware of Diana's fame. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Diana turned to the trio, a friendly smile illuminating her face. Hello, I am Diana Prince, but you may call me Wonder Woman. I am not merely a warrior. That lunatic over there is my uncle's child. I am not a lunatic. I am Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, for the glory of the Norse gods. Everyone, please hold on. I have some matters to discuss with my little brother. Diana, what are you doing here? I'm warning you, I am not afraid of you. Don't take advantage of my lack of powers. Thor shouted defiantly. I can do as I please. I'm an old woman. You're not afraid of me, and still dare to warn me. Thor, you little rascal. Help, help. The old woman is killing me. Sister, dear sister, I was wrong. Do not strike my face. Diana, unable to withstand Thor's pig-headed antics, unleashed a flurry of blows upon him, disregarding the shocked expressions of the onlookers. The scene was too grim to elaborate on further. Suffice it to say, Thor truly resembled a pig's head by the end of it. Chapter 39. Loki's ambitions. Can we converse properly now, Thor? Yes, absolutely. As long as you refrain from hitting me again. How I wish my Mjolnir were here, Thor replied, his face bruised, speaking in a meek tone that elicited both laughter and restraint from Jane and the others. Diana's fierce confrontation with Thor stemmed from two motivations: Thor's undeniable provocation and her desire to retaliate against Odin, who had indiscriminately wreaked havoc on Olympus without regard for Zeus. Although Diana's relationship with Zeus was fraught, Zeus, preoccupied with desires, seemed indifferent even to his own offspring. Let alone to her. She recognized that a lack of respect towards Olympus was tantamount to disrespecting herself, and while she may not be able to best Odin, she could certainly contend with his son. Where is your hammer, Mr. Thunder God? Surely it has not been forsaken? Upon hearing this, Thor was momentarily at a loss, his fists clenching and unclenching. I am merely temporarily without it. Ah, I see. You mean your father has confiscated your toy for the time being? Diana interjected. So, Thor, has your father cast you down to earth for a lesson in humility? Thor's face flushed crimson. I was not cast away. It is a strategic withdrawal, nothing more. Indeed, a withdrawal that seems to have cost you both your powers and your hammer. Pray, enlighten me on the foolishness that provoked Odin's wrath, compelling you to engage in battle upon Olympus. Thor muttered, is it truly that severe? I merely wish to teach Jotunheim a lesson. Oh, I see. An unauthorized military action leading to Odin's fury, an archetypal case of princely hubris, Diana acknowledged with a nod. That is not hubris. It is for glory. The frost giants threaten the peace of the 9 realms. Were it not for my father's pity, they would have been eradicated long ago. By the way, Diana, I require your assistance. Mjolnir is contained within, but these mortals obstruct my entry. And your father employed thunderous methods to impart the meaning of peace. How ironic. Just as Thor was about to retort, he recalled his purpose for being there, gesturing towards the military exclusion zone, seeking Diana's aid. Thor, you are truly beyond redemption. It appears you must resort to alternative means to discern what lesson Odin intends for you. With that, Diana withdrew a golden lasso from her waist, gently swaying it in her hands. No, what are you doing? I require your help, not this. Upon seeing the lasso of truth in Diana's hands, Thor realized her intentions and attempted to flee, but alas, it was too late. With lightning speed, Diana ensnared his wrist with the lasso, and in a flash of golden light, Thor's gaze turned vacant. Thor Odinson, Why has your father exiled you? Diana's voice transformed, taking on an ethereal quality. Thor's mouth opened uncontrollably, because I was arrogant, impulsive, and recklessly instigated war. My father is greatly disappointed in me, declaring I am unworthy of the throne of Asgard. Diana gasped in surprise, this being the first instance she had heard Thor so candidly assess himself. Diana continued her inquiry. What must you learn to once again wield Mjolnir? I must learn humility, responsibility, and selflessness, Thor painfully articulated, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Only then can I prove myself worthy of the throne. As the final words escaped his lips, the golden glow faded, and Thor shook his head violently, as if awakening from a vivid dream. He glared at Diana with fury. On what grounds do you dare to use magic against me? Diana retracted her lasso. It is not magic, but truth. And truth often inflicts the deepest wounds. Come, Thor. Let us see if you have learned anything. An hour later, at the perimeter of the military base, Nick Fury and Chen observed the four-member ensemble swaggering towards the warning line on the surveillance screen, simultaneously rubbing their temples. Why does she always complicate things? Nick Fury muttered. Perhaps it is because she is eager to meet this god of thunder. Thor led the way, with Diana leisurely trailing behind, while Jane, Eric, and Daisy anxiously scanned their surroundings. Halt! The guard raised his weapon. Diana stepped forward, presenting an identification card, Special Consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. 10. The guard looked perplexed at the surveillance camera as Fury's resigned voice came through the earpiece. Let them in. Why am I just a senior consultant while Diana holds the title of Special Consultant? Am I destined to be a mere tool? Thor thought. If I grant you the title of Special Consultant, will you still dutifully assist me? At the edge of the deep pit, Mjolnir lay quietly. Thor gazed at it, his eyes reflecting a mixture of longing and uncertainty. Go ahead, but remember the truth revealed by the lasso, Diana advised. Thor took a deep breath and leaped into the pit. Approaching the hammer, he knelt on one knee and softly said, Father, I understand. He reached out to grasp the hammer's handle and exerted force, yet Mjolnir remained immovable. Thor's shoulders slumped. Why is this happening? I thought I understood. Diana shook her head. No, you merely know. You have yet to truly understand. She gracefully jumped into the pit. Your inability does not equate to another's. Allow me to try. What? How could you possibly? Thor's words trailed off as Diana grasped the hammer's handle. Astonishingly, the hammer quivered slightly, though it ultimately did not rise from the ground. This was more success than any prior attempt. Thor's eyes widened. This is impossible. Only the god of thunder can. Strength is not a means of flaunting power, Thor. It arises from responsibility and sacrifice, a lesson I learned long ago. Diana relinquished Mjolnir and dusted her hands. What am I to do? If I cannot lift Mjolnir, it signifies that my father has yet to acknowledge me. Am I destined to live forever without being able to return to Asgard? Doubt began to envelop Thor. Do not fret. Remaining on Earth may be for the best, as it will spare you from consistently inciting your father's wrath. Unbeknownst to Thor, deep within the golden palace of Asgard, Loki Odinson stood in the shadows, his fingertips lightly brushing the surface of the frost giant's box. The mirror-like ice crystals reflecting his pale and furious smile. Ever since he learned he was a frost giant rather than an Asgardian, Loki had developed a new perspective on Odin's favoritism. Knowing he was not a biological child, he could never expect to receive the same dedication in his upbringing. Thor could amass a legion of followers, wield the mightiest of weapons, and bask in adoration, thereby securing his place on the throne. Yet Loki found himself devoid of everything, having only acquired some wretched, useless magic, and he could not even best a warrior of Asgard's elite. Previously, he had believed Odin's favoritism stemmed from his status as the second prince, and though his heart brimmed with resentment, he could only resign himself to his fate. Even when Thor was exiled to Earth, Loki, still oblivious to the true nature of his lineage, naively thought Odin had finally granted him a chance to vie for the throne, only to discover in the end that he was the true jester. How ludicrous this charade of make-believe had been. It was time for it to conclude. His foolish brother and father had banished him merely to clear a path for Loki. Just wait, for I am the rightful king of Asgard, and I shall prove it to you, father. He whispered, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. The icy crystals revealed the visage of Jotunheim, where the frost giant King Laufey gazed at him with a chilling stare. Do not forget our pact, Loki. Laufey's voice sliced through the air like a winter gale. Loki smiled faintly. Of course, rest assured, once the deed is done, the casket of eternal ice shall be delivered to you. He closed the casket and turned towards the throne hall. Odin had entered the Odin sleep, while Queen Frigga anxiously awaited before Thor's vacant chamber. A smirk crept across Loki's lips. It was time for Asgard to welcome a new king. Chapter 40. Loki's inept fury. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. This beside me is Chen, senior advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. And this gentleman, Thor. Do you intend to go anywhere now that you cannot lift your hammer? Nick Fury's voice rang out sharply beneath the military base's floodlights. Thor merely sat at the edge of a deep pit, his golden hair cascading over his brow, obscuring his vacant gaze. His large hands hung limply over his knees, where once he wielded the thunderous power that reverberated across the 9 realms. This downtrodden appearance clearly indicated he had little interest in Nick Fury's incessant prattling. Yet Mindy emerged from behind the two, pointing at Thor and exclaiming, "Chen, what kind of animal is this?" "Mindy, this is a waste of space. Do not look, lest you be infected." Yang Chen kindly shielded Mindy's eyes with his hand. "Yang Chen, you have truly outdone yourself. You've corrupted this adorable little sister." "Little sister, your name is Mindy, isn't it? Do not heed his nonsense." "Auntie, who are you?" "I am Mindy McCready." "Auntie." "Mindy, dear, call me sister." Diana pulled Mindy close, crouching down to speak softly to her. "Let us talk this over. Can we set the sword down first?" "Sister Diana, I was just teasing you. I've known about you for a long time. I admire you immensely and wish to become as strong as you." "Really? What a good child you are. Come here, let your sister give you a hug." "Ah, sister. I can't breathe." Mindy gasped. Diana playfully lifted Mindy into her ample embrace, affectionately ruffling her golden locks as if petting a golden retriever. "Release that girl. Let me take her. She is but a child." Yang Chen, in a state of agitation, stamped his feet, unable to bear the sight before him due to his conjunctivitis. He longed to replace Mindy and bask in the warmth of maternal affection. "All right, everyone, this is not the time for frivolity. We must address the matter of Mr. Thor's future. Does anyone have any prudent suggestions?" He was impervious to reason, for Odin's lesson weighed heavily on him. Diana sighed as she returned the disheveled Mindy to Yang Chen and resecured the lasso of truth around her waist. Mindy continued to babble incessantly about the grandiosity of words. Would you like something to drink?" Jane Foster hesitantly approached, offering a steaming cup of coffee, her voice gentle as if soothing an injured beast. After witnessing Diana's extraordinary powers, Jane and the others finally believed Thor's claims. "What is this? Poison from Midgard?" Thor slowly raised his gaze, scrutinizing the dark liquid in the hands of the Earthwoman, his brow furrowing. "This is coffee. It will help you regain your clarity." Unable to tolerate Thor's tone, Jane rolled her eyes. Even in the presence of a deity, a scientist's temperament and rationality prevailed. "Rest assured, it is not poisoned, even if it were. Are you not the god of thunder? This tastes worse than the frost of Jotunheim. Indeed, Asgardian spirits suit me better." Seizing the cup, Thor imitated Jane and took a sip, immediately choking on the bitter taste. Yang Chen and the now-recovered Mindy stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking until Nick Fury shot them a disapproving glare, prompting them to compose themselves. "So, Wonder Woman, how shall we handle this? Former god of thunder?" He turned to Diana for her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Diana provided her response. "He requires a space to reflect. I can temporarily shelter him." "Wait, you intend to let an extraterrestrial deity roam freely in the city?" "I find my solution more pragmatic than confining him and witnessing him wreak havoc at SHIELD headquarters, unless you wish to test whether you can imprison an Asgardian." Nick Fury narrowed his single eye before reluctantly waving his hand in concession. "Very well. But you must ensure his supervision. Yang Chen, accompany them and report on the situation at all times." "Again with me?" Yang Chen lamented. "Last time I reported on Diana's whereabouts, she nearly choked me with that lasso." "That was because you spied on her while she was changing," Diana coldly reminded him. It was better left unmentioned, for recalling that incident ignited her ire once more, and she snatched Mindy back, fiercely squeezing her to vent her frustration. "Mindy, hey, give me peanuts. I was conducting research on the defensive capabilities of Amazonian armor. Sacrifices for science, do you understand?" Observing the squabbling mortals, Thor felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his heart weary. He stood up and brushed the dust from his trousers. "Enough. I am not your prisoner. Nor am I some pet in need of supervision. I am Thor Odinson, heir to the throne of Asgard." After an awkward silence, Daisy muttered softly, "The prince who cannot lift his hammer." Thor's shoulders slumped, his anger extinguished in an instant. He turned and strode toward the exit of the base, his back cloaked in a profound loneliness. "I will follow him," Jane suddenly declared, grabbing her coat and rushing after him. Diana cast a glance at Nick Fury, urging, "It would be prudent for SHIELD to commence preparations." "Preparations for what?" he inquired. "If Loki is indeed orchestrating mischief in Asgard as I suspect, Earth shall soon transform into a battlefield." The golden bracelets adorning Diana's wrist shimmered under the sun's radiant glow. A forsaken deity stripped of his claim to the throne poses a far greater peril than a thunder god unable to wield his hammer. That very night, Loki stealthily piloted his vessel through the clandestine passage leading to Midgard, arriving in New Mexico, the site of Mjolnir's descent. The residents within a 50-kilometer radius had been swiftly evacuated, leaving only the SHIELD secret base constructed around Mjolnir. This facility had long since evolved from a mere plastic greenhouse to a robust stone structure, surrounded by numerous smaller edifices designed to accommodate military personnel and scientific experts. An unceasing supply of electricity flowed to meet the immense energy demands of the base. Despite employing various methods, S, H, I, E, L, D, had failed to lift the hammer, resorting to the costly and rapid construction of this facility to study Mjolnir. Layers of fortified walls and electric fences, watchtowers, and a convoy of soldiers bespeak the stringent security and significance of this location. Yet, with the ease of a master of illusion, Loki infiltrated the very heart of this base, the site where Mjolnir lay. Alone, with no one in sight, the hammer rested upon the ground. And Loki gazed at it with the longing of a lover, yearning for an unattainable goddess. He tenderly caressed Mjolnir's metallic surface before grasping its handle with fervor, yet it remained immovable, unyielding to both of his hands. Mjolnir reclined there, seemingly mocking Loki's futile aspirations, as if to ask, "Can you truly succeed?" Undeterred, Loki exerted more force, pulling with all his might, yet it remained steadfast, inciting a storm of impotent rage upon Loki's brow. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He cursed at the hammer that eluded his grasp, even resorting to a kick, which only resulted in a piercing pain in his toe, prompting him to feel a surge of indignation that nearly brought him to tears. "You wretched hammer, just wait. If I ever manage to lift you, I shall melt you down and fashion you into a toilet, forcing you to consume excrement daily." Chapter 41. A storm approaches after venting his wrath. Loki departed without a backward glance, piloting his ship back to Asgard. Upon disembarking, he made his way directly to Odin's chamber. His slender fingers traced intricate runes in the air, weaving a delicate web of green magical energy. Taking a deep breath, he feigned a visage of sorrow as he pushed open the chamber door. "Mother, how fare you? You have been by father's side for 3 days and nights. You must rest," he softly implored. "Loki, you have returned," Frigga replied, kneeling beside the bed, clasping her husband's hand, fatigue and concern lacing her voice. "I am well. Do not fret for me. By the way, how fares Thor in Midgard?" "Mother, Thor's condition is dire. He cannot lift Mjolnir and is in a state of despondency, declaring himself unworthy to be the king of Asgard." Loki feigned sorrow as he lowered his head. Thor had always taken it upon himself to uphold the glory of Asgard, and the recent events had indeed affected him profoundly. "Mother, there is something else I must tell you. Jotunheim has been quite active along the borders lately. They may be aware of something." "Loki, I understand what you are implying. A kingdom cannot endure a day without a ruler. Like Thor, I yearn to fight for Asgard, and I shall make our father proud. I swear it." "You speak truly. A kingdom cannot endure a day without a ruler. And now the one who must bear the burden in Asgard is you, Loki." Frigga nodded wearily, oblivious to the glint of pride that flickered in Loki's eyes. On the third morning, the horns of Asgard resounded through the heavens. The Golden Legion stood in perfect formation, and the citizens of the celestial realm gathered in the square. Adorned in golden armor and wielding Gungnir, Loki strode gracefully towards the throne. From this day forth, Loki Odinson shall serve as the regent of Asgard, until King Odin awakens, Heimdall proclaimed. Amidst the cheers, Loki gracefully accepted the crown, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, noting the skepticism etched on the faces of certain nobles, particularly Thor's friends, Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral. "My first decree is to strengthen our border defenses. Jotunheim's recent activities are alarming. We cannot repeat my brother's mistakes." Loki raised his voice, and the square fell silent. The Golden Legion echoed in agreement, but Thor's close friend Sif furrowed her brow. She quietly slipped away from the crowd, moving toward Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral. Loki observed her actions with a cold smirk. He turned to the newly appointed captain of the guard. "Send someone to keep an eye on Lady Sif. Additionally, prepare the destroyer." The captain was taken aback. "Your Majesty, the destroyer can only be activated in the direst of circumstances. What do you think Jotunheim is waiting for?" Loki replied coldly. "My brother's recklessness has given them an opportunity. Now, carry out the orders. We must find Thor and inform him that King Odin has fallen into slumber, that Loki has become regent, and that the situation with the frost giants is most irregular." Sif expressed her thoughts after locating the 3 warriors. "But how do we reach the Bifrost? Without the king's permission, Heimdall will never allow us to cross the Rainbow Bridge to Midgard." Volstagg, one of the warriors, raised a concern. "Even so, we must first seek out Heimdall and see if we can persuade him," Sif replied. "You are right, we must go. Heimdall, we must see Thor." Sif's voice echoed beneath the arch of the Rainbow Bridge. The guardian slowly turned, his golden eyes, which could pierce through the 9 realms, scrutinizing the 4 uninvited guests. "Lady Sif, brave warriors," Heimdall's voice resonated like an ancient bell. "You are aware that traversing the Rainbow Bridge without the king's consent is an act of treason." Fandral stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Loki is not the true king. Odin merely sleeps. The throne is not yet his." Moreover, his dealings with Jotunheim are highly suspicious. The border conflicts are too coincidental. Hogan added, the dwarven forge axe glinting ominously in his grasp. Heimdall paused momentarily, his gaze penetrating the distance. When he spoke again, his voice was considerably subdued. I have witnessed many things, and indeed Loki has concealed the truth. However, you must understand that once you embark on this path, there is no turning back. For Thor, for Asgard, Sif declared resolutely. We are willing to bear any consequences. Vostag thumped his chest. Worst comes to worst. We shall be thrown into the dungeons. That's far preferable to watching Loki drag Asgard into war. A flicker of approval shone in Heimdall's golden eyes as he turned toward the control mechanism of the Rainbow Bridge. We must hurry. Loki's spies have already noted your absence. At the moment he activated the device, alarms blared throughout Asgard. In the distance, a cohort of golden-armored guards raced toward the Rainbow Bridge. Hurry, I will hold them off, Heimdall shouted. The Rainbow Bridge began to whirl, its multicolored brilliance coalescing into a passage. Just as Sif and her companions stepped into the beam of light, their pursuers reached the bridge. Heimdall, how dare you betray the king? The captain of the guards bellowed. The sentinel drew his massive sword, blocking the entrance to the Rainbow Bridge. I pledge my allegiance only to the true king, and that man is now on Earth. The light of the Rainbow Bridge flashed, and the four figures vanished. Meanwhile, Loki, watching helplessly from the palace's summit, revealed a sinister smile. On Earth, Thor sat at the edge of a bed in a modest motel, awkwardly fiddling with the television remote. Jane, Daisy, and Eric gathered around a small table, enjoying pizza. So, what do you Asgardians usually eat? Jane inquired curiously, biting into the crust. Thor frowned at the flickering images on the screen. Roasted whole dragon, mead, golden apples. Golden apples? Are they truly made of gold? Daisy's eyes widened. No, merely golden in appearance. Consuming them can extend one's lifespan, but only by a few years, Thor gestured. Eric nearly choked on his cola. A few years ISNT much? We Asgardians typically live for 2,000 to 3,000 years without issue. I am already over 1,500 years old. What are a few years to me? Thor suddenly halted, realizing he had let slip too much, and irritably tossed aside the remote. That is not important. What matters is that I cannot return. Jane exchanged glances with her friends and gently sat beside Thor. Listen, Thor. I am not familiar with your divine customs, but here on Earth, when we make mistakes, we find ways to make amends. Thor looked up at her. How do we make amends? First, acknowledge the error. You have done that. Jane raised one finger. Then, demonstrate through action that you have learned your lesson. She raised a second finger. Diana said the same. Thor muttered. Because it is common sense. Good heavens. Are you gods truly so obtuse? Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Diana stood alone outside, her expression grave. Upon seeing Thor, she stated directly, Thor. Shield has just detected a significant energy surge 50 kilometers from your hammer. Someone from Asgard has arrived. Thor sprang to his feet. Has my father sent someone to retrieve me? Diana shook her head, stating, this does not appear to be an official visit. Nick Fury has dispatched Agent Coulson to the site of the energy fluctuations, and he has returned with news of 4 individuals descending from the heavens, claiming to be your friends. They possess crucial information that must be conveyed to you in person, and you must depart immediately to meet them. For individuals? I know who they are. I shall go at once, exclaimed Thor, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He strode towards the door, but Jane grasped his arm. Wait, Thor. If they are your friends, why did they not seek you out directly? Moreover, SHIELD has intervened, and the situation may not be as straightforward as it seems. Furrowing her brow, Jane observed as Thor patted her hand reassuringly, donning a confident smile. Sif and the 3 warriors are my most trusted comrades. If they have come seeking me, it can only mean that something grave has transpired in Asgard. Diana crossed her arms and calmly added, Nick Fury has sent Coulson to assist them, but they have refused to accompany SHIELD and insist on seeing you. Additionally, she paused. Their expressions changed when they mentioned Loki's name. Thor's countenance instantly faltered, and he murmured, Loki, that is impossible. What is your connection to Loki? What has happened to him? Jane perceptively noted his emotional shift. Taking a deep breath, Thor seemed to suppress his confusion. If Loki is involved, matters will only grow more complicated. He turned to Diana. I must see them at once. Diana nodded. The SUV awaits outside. The agents will escort you, but they will monitor the situation closely. Nick Fury does not wish to take any further risks. Thor did not protest, instead striding purposefully out of the room. Jane hesitated for a moment before following him. I shall accompany you. Daisy and Eric exchanged glances, with Eric shrugging. Well, we have nothing else to do. Daisy chuckled. Besides, this is an extraterrestrial political intrigue, far more thrilling than a television drama. Half an hour later, a black SHIELD SUV arrived at the edge of the New Mexico desert. Thor leaped from the vehicle, spotting 4 figures standing atop a sand dune. Surrounded by armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, with Agent Phil Coulson positioned centrally, seemingly in negotiation with them. Sif, Thor called out, rushing forward. The golden-haired warrior turned abruptly, her eyes alight with surprise. Thor. The 3 warriors, Voltag, Hogan, and Fandral, immediately approached, and the 4 embraced with fervor. What brings you here? Thor inquired, gripping Sif's shoulders in joy at their reunion, though his expression soon darkened. Has something befallen Asgard? Sif's demeanor grew grave. Thor, the situation is dire. Odin has fallen into the Odin sleep, and Loki has usurped the throne. What? That cannot be. Loki is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. And my mother, what of her? How is she? Thor shook his head, unwilling to accept that his brother could commit such treachery. Queen Frigga is unharmed. But she has undoubtedly been misled by Loki, allowing him to become regent. Not only that, but Loki has covertly colluded with Jotunheim. The border conflicts are all part of his insidious plot. Vostag lowered his voice, casting a cautious glance at the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He dispatched the destroyer to quell the so-called rebellion, but in reality, he seeks to eliminate dissenters. Loki believes his scheme is flawless, yet he underestimates us. Thor's eyes shifted from disbelief to a burning fury, but he soon compelled himself to regain his composure. He turned to glance at Agent Phil Coulson, who stood a short distance away, and whispered, "How did you arrive? Did Heimdall assist you?" "Heimdall stands with us, but his situation is perilous. Loki will not spare him." After a moment of silence, Thor suddenly lifted his head, his gaze resolute. "I must return. But you currently lack your powers. How will you confront Loki?" Sif inquired with concern. Thor clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "There must be a way. Mjolnir is nearby. If I can lift it once more, Thor?" Jane's voice called from behind as she hurried toward him, followed closely by Diana, Eric, and others. She exchanged nods with Sif and the others before addressing Thor. S.H.I.E.L.D. has just detected another surge of energy, right near the hammer. Diana's expression grew grave. "Loki may have already sent someone," Coulson added. "Nick Fury has contacted us, urging us to hasten to the base. Something significant is occurring." "What is it?" Thor asked urgently. "Our sensors indicate that the incoming entity's temperature is exceedingly low, abnormally so." Thor's face went pale in an instant, his fists cracking. "It is the frost giants. Loki has truly conspired with Jotunheim. How dare he betray Asgard, betray our father?" he roared, his voice laced with anguish and profound disappointment. Sif placed a steadying hand on his shoulder, her tone serious. "Now is not the time for such sentiments, Thor. If the frost giants indeed arrive, Earth's mortals will stand no chance against them. We must go." Thor hesitated no longer, turning swiftly toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles. "There is no time to lose. We must reach Mjolnir at once." Jane, Diana, Sif, and the others quickly followed, while Coulson communicated the situation to Fury via his device. "Director, confirming the invasion of the frost giants. Thor and his companions are en route to the base, requesting immediate deployment of defenses." Nick Fury's voice was calm yet resolute. "All agents enter level 1 readiness. Evacuate nearby civilians and activate the energy barrier." Meanwhile, with an S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary base, chaos erupted. Agents and soldiers were fully armed, anxiously fortifying their defenses, while in the distant sky, a ghostly blue rift slowly tore through space, an icy chill emanating from it. "Why was I not informed that in Thor, the invaders were the frost giants and not the destroyer?" Chen exclaimed from atop a watchtower, peering through binoculars. "Surely, we are not expected to deal with the frost giants before confronting the destroyer?" "Chen, what nonsense are you mumbling? Hand me the binoculars. Are we about to engage in a grand battle?" Beside him, Mindy eagerly reached out to snatch Chen's binoculars. "Stop it. Wait, you little rascal. What are you doing here? Wasn't it agreed that you would stay close to the black egg?" "Humph, there's nothing entertaining over there. It's much more comfortable here. I want to fight too." "Not a chance. Get over to Nick immediately. They're coming." Suddenly, a soldier shouted from beneath the watchtower. In the next moment, dozens of towering blue figures leapt from the rift, the frost giants roaring as they landed, the surrounding air instantly crystallizing with frost. Their crimson eyes scanned the vicinity, ultimately locking onto the distant S.H.I.E.L.D. base. "Damn, they arrived so quickly. With Diana absent, it falls to me to hold the line." In an instant, Chen transformed his appearance and, as he leapt from the watchtower, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. "Host has triggered an emergency mission. Eliminate all frost giants that have descended upon Earth 030. Successful completion rewards Hero Level 2, full attributes 10, and 5,000 reputation points. Failure incurs a penalty of -10 to all hero attributes." Will the host accept? Isn't that obvious? Of course, I accept. Gazing at the ranks of frost giants charging towards him, Chen felt a surge of adrenaline, excitedly licking his lips. Perfect. I'll use you to test my newly awakened line fruit abilities. Just don't be too fragile. With that, Chen soared towards them alone, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior facing 1,000 foes. His figure darted like a bolt of white lightning into the throng of frost giants. His hands weaving rapidly through the air, countless nearly transparent threads shimmering with a cold glint under the sunlight. Arrow of 1,000 piercing feathers. With a thunderous shout, the area within several hundred meters suddenly became ensnared in a dense web of threads. The 3 foremost frost giants, shaped like flamingo wings, were instantly pierced through by a barrage of arrows, their blue blood splattering across the desolate ground, crystallizing into eerie ice shards. Wow, when did Chen learn this move? It's so cool, Mindy exclaimed, bouncing with excitement atop the watchtower. The frost giants were evidently taken aback by the sudden assault, halting their advance to warily scrutinize the diminutive human. This earthling is extraordinary. We must eliminate him, growled the leading frost giant. More than 20 frost giants simultaneously opened their massive jaws, unleashing a chilling breath of ice. Chen swiftly retreated, crossing his arms before him, shield of white threads. Countless threads interwove to form a colossal shield, effectively blocking the initial wave of attack. The temperature was indeed frigid. However, Chen felt the cold emanating from the threads, causing him to furrow his brow. With a swift motion, he flicked his wrist, and the shield disintegrated, transforming into a multitude of sharp spears. Taste my spear strike. With a flurry of piercing sounds, 3 more frost giants fell to the ground. Yet, the remaining giants had already closed in, their massive ice blades descending with lethal intent. Chen sidestepped nimbly, the ice blade grazing his clothing as it carved a deep gash into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped one giant's arm. Parasitic thread. The thread as fine as a hair swiftly penetrated the frost giant's body, and in the next moment, this towering figure of over 3 meters suddenly turned around uncontrollably like a marionette, delivering a punch that sent a nearby companion sprawling. Ha ha ha, it truly works. Chen laughed heartily as he manipulated this puppet giant to charge recklessly through the enemy ranks. Let you all experience the taste of frost. Chapter 43. The Destroyer. Upon the appearance of the frost giant, the personnel within the base were taken aback. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon these bizarre blue humanoid monsters. Wherever they stepped, frost instantly formed, and their arms could extend icy blades, clearly formidable entities. Yet, such creatures were now being toyed with by Chen as if they were mere puppets. Indeed, strike him in the face. Taste my club. Chen rode upon one of the frost giants, using parasitic threads to direct him to attack other companions, while wielding an icy spiked club to smash down upon another frost giant's head. Never mind, this is rather dull. Behold my technique, Oceanic White Wave. Having played to his heart's content, Chen leaped from his mount, transforming the previously barren and desolate desert beneath him into a tumultuous ocean of rolling waves formed by threads. The threads ensnared 5 frost giants upon the surface of the sea, and immense white waves surged from beneath, entangling and crushing them within the threads. Chen stood upon the crest of a white wave woven from silk, watching the shattered frost giants dissipate into ice crystals. He flicked his wrist, a confident smile playing upon his lips. 1/3 of the task completed. Trying to bypass me to directly attack the base, as if I am non-existent? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Chen turned alertly, only to see a frost giant, twice the size of the others, emerge from a spatial rift. Its body clad in thick ice armor, wielding a colossal ice blade. With each step it took, the ground was encased in a thick layer of ice. It has been assigned to me, you all seek the hammer. The towering frost giant commanded the others, clearly holding significant authority. Finally, a worthy opponent. Super Strike Whip. Chen narrowed his eyes, swiftly crafting an abundance of silk threads, as thick as ancient trees, which whipped towards the giant, only to be rebuffed upon striking the ice armor. The giant emitted a deafening roar, swinging its ice blade violently towards the ground, unleashing countless ice spikes that rained down upon Chen. Shield of white threads. Chen quickly altered his tactics, weaving threads before him into a rotating shield that deflected the ice spikes, though the force still drove him back several steps. Advisor Yang, do you require support? A voice called out from a distant helicopter where SHIELD agents had already set up energy weapons derived from the cosmic cube. Stay back. This creature's attacks will shatter your weapons. Chen shouted, all the while observing the giant's patterns of movement. Allow me to handle this. The giant seemed enraged, opening its gaping maw to unleash a chilling breath of frost. Chen swiftly leaped, twisting in midair, spider's nest. Countless threads descended from above, ensnaring the giant completely. Yet, with a furious roar, the ice armor upon the giant suddenly exploded, shattering all the threads. Ugh, quite a troublesome foe. Chen landed upon a rock, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. At that moment, He noticed a crystal emitting a blue glow embedded in the giantess chest. The core, perhaps? A spark of inspiration ignited within him. With a sudden clarity in his eyes, Chen clasped his hands together. And a brilliant white light erupted from his entire being. The ultimate awakening technique, 16 sacred vengeance bullets. Instantly, all threads within a kilometer radius sprang to life, transforming into 16 swirling torrents of dense white strands, as if animated by a will of their own, piercing towards the crystal in the giantess chest from all directions. The giant hastily attempted to block with an ice blade, but the threads adeptly maneuvered around the defenses, striking their target with precision. A crisp cracking sound echoed across the battlefield as the crystal shattered. The giant let out a wretched howl, its body rapidly encased in ice, ultimately transforming into an enormous ice sculpture. Chen snapped his fingers lightly, and the ice statue shattered into countless fragments. 11, he gasped, counting as he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Gritting his teeth, he slowly sat down on a rock to rest, retrieving a bottle of healing potion from his system, gulping it down to restore his stamina. Was the consumption of the awakening technique so immense, or had he simply overexerted himself? He resolved to be more cautious in the future. As the frost giants attempted to breach the first line of defense at the temporary headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Wonder Woman Diana descended from the skies, arriving just in time to swing the sword of Hephaestus and sever the head of one frost giant, momentarily halting the assault. Nevertheless, the remaining frost giants had already engaged in combat with the base's soldiers. Mindy, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurried down from the watchtower in search of Nick Fury. Meanwhile, the vehicle carrying Thor and his companions reached the spatial rift, with Thor being the first to leap out, his golden cape billowing in the cold wind. He was astonished at the sight of the scattered remains of frost giants and turned to Chen, who was panting on the rock. Did you handle all of this by yourself? Chen managed a faint smile. Surprised, are you? He attempted to rise but stumbled slightly due to exhaustion. Yang, are you all right? Coulson rushed over to support him, inquiring about his condition. I'm fine, just a bit weary. These adversaries are no easy feat, Chen replied with a wry smile, gesturing toward the distant rift. The residual energy fluctuations of the Bifrost indicate that Loki must have forcibly opened a passage to Jotunheim. Thor gazed intently at the rift, his expression grave. Jane, Eric, and the others stood in stunned silence, absorbing the scene before them. Daisy murmured, isn't this a bit exaggerated? One person taking on over a dozen extraterrestrial giants? Sif exchanged astonished glances with the three warriors. Volzag thumped his sturdy chest. When did Midgardians become this formidable? Now is not the time for such discussions, Chen interjected. You must go assist Diana. There are still over a dozen frost giants at the base, and she cannot fend them off alone. Understood, we shall depart at once. Thor affirmed. Just as he finished speaking, the distant spatial rift suddenly trembled violently as a far larger crimson metallic figure attempted to breach through. Loki, the destroyer, had truly lost his mind. Friends, we find ourselves in dire straits. The three warriors exchanged glances with Sif, each aware that what lay ahead was a battle for their very lives, and they hastily brandished their weapons in defense. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, Loki stood within the control room of the Bifrost, toying with a cerulean gem, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed his minions activating the teleportation device. Remember, leave no survivors, Loki murmured softly. The metallic form of the destroyer gradually stepped into the radiance of the Bifrost, its facial armor flickering ominously with a dangerous red light. Brother, do you truly believe you can escape? He whispered to himself, his eyes glinting with a mad fervor. Were it not for the inadequacy of the frost giants, he would not wish to unleash the destroyer, but if it could eradicate all obstacles, then it was worth the risk. It would be an opportune moment to eliminate the frost giants as well, ensuring the people of Asgard would rally around him, further solidifying his claim to the throne. This time, I shall make you witness what it truly means to be a king. Loki chuckled with satisfaction, turning to stride towards the royal hall. Chapter 44. The Return of the Thunder God. Thor gazed at the gradually revealing armor of the destroyer. He turned to Sif and the three warriors, his voice low yet resolute. You must assist Diana in safeguarding the base. I shall hold off the destroyer. Are you out of your mind? Sif grasped his arm tightly. Without your powers, you cannot withstand even a single blow. Thor offered a bittersweet smile, precisely why Loki has sent him. He is here for me. In the distance, the destroyer had fully manifested, its colossal metallic form glinting coldly in the sunlight, the sound of its metallic footsteps resonating like a funeral toll across the battlefield, each step causing the ground to tremble. The expressionless visage of its helmet swept across every individual present, the red light akin to the gaze of death. The faceplate opened slowly, and searing energy began to coalesce. Everyone, retreat. This is not an enemy you can confront. Thor's voice thundered like a storm. Thor, spare us the bravado. You lack your divine powers. Be cautious not to be slain, and get away from here swiftly. Chen struggled to rise. threads swirling through his fingers. You do not understand. The warriors of Asgard will never abandon their comrades. Sif gripped her longsword tightly, her expression grave. The destroyer is Odin's ultimate weapon. Having obliterated entire civilizations, it is impossible for you alone to defeat him. Host has triggered a mission. Aid Thor Odinson in vanquishing the destroyer. Successful completion rewards Hero Level 1. Hero all attributes 5, 10, 000 reputation points. And a mystery ability gift box. Failure incurs a penalty of Hero Level -1. Will the host accept? A familiar voice echoed once more. Should I consider myself fortunate or unfortunate to encounter 2 missions in a single day? What can I say? I accept. Barely had the words left his lips when the destroyer's helmet suddenly opened, unleashing a blinding orange-red energy beam aimed directly at the most densely packed area of the crowd. Shield, white threads. Chen thrust his hands forward with great force, intertwining countless threads into a vast shield. The energy beam collided with the thread shield, erupting into a cacophonous explosion. He was propelled backward by the impact, the shield showing signs of scorched cracks. In a bid to impede the advance of the destroyer, Chen ensnared its right arm with silken threads, his muscles taut as he endeavored to restrict its movement. The destroyer merely turned its head slightly, its faceplate opening once more. Chen, get out of the way, Thor bellowed. In a moment of desperation, Thor grasped a shard of rock from the ground and hurled it at the destroyer without hesitation. The fragment struck the destroyer's armor with a sharp clang, a provocative act that ignited the destroyer's fury. It slowly but resolutely turned towards the god of thunder, the crimson glow beneath its faceplate intensifying, as if it recognized Thor, and charged forth, each step causing the earth to tremble. As the destroyer's facial armor fully retracted, a searing beam of light erupted forth. Thor adeptly rolled aside, the beam detonating behind him and creating a massive crater. Loki, I know you can hear me, Thor shouted while running. Stand down. Father would not wish this for you. The destroyer paused for a heartbeat, as if listening to something. Then it mechanically rotated its head, relocking onto Thor. It appeared that negotiations had failed. Thor let out a wry smile. Volstagg, Fandral, restrain it from the sides. Hogun, protect those mortals as they retreat. Sif, noticing Thor's engagement with the destroyer, swiftly directed the 3 warriors. They sprang into action immediately, Volstagg's massive axe cleaving through the air towards the destroyer's knee, while Fandral's slender sword struck like a viper at its joint seams. Yet, at the moment of contact, the destroyer's armor bore not a single scratch. This is impossible, Fandral exclaimed in disbelief. With a sweeping motion of its right arm, the destroyer sent Sif flying, crashing through several dead trees before coming to a halt. It then slammed its left fist into the ground, a shockwave toppling the 3 warriors. Damn it! Chen gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals. Super strike whip. A whip, as thick as a giant tree, lashed towards the destroyer's back, this time aimed at the seam in its armor. The destroyer staggered forward from the blow, but quickly pivoted, its faceplate locking onto Chen. Advisor Yang, get down. Coulson's voice crackled through the communicator. Instinctively, Chen dove to the side as a blue energy beam shot from the base, striking the destroyer's chest. It was a newly developed energy weapon from S.H.I.E.L.D., forcing the destroyer back several feet and leaving minute cracks in its chest armor. Effective. Agents cheered from a distance. However, in the next instant, the cracks on the destroyer's chest began to heal at an observable rate. It turned towards the agents, its faceplate fully opening, the accumulated energy distorting the air around it. Hey, Tin Can, where are you looking? Your opponent is me. As if anticipating this, the destroyer abruptly shifted its target, unleashing an energy beam directly at Thor. Thor! Jane Foster screamed. Thor turned and ran, leading the destroyer away from the crowd towards an open wasteland, far removed from any civilians. Hold on a little longer, Thor gasped, feeling a burning pain in his lungs. Behind him, the destroyer's beam struck again, this time grazing his back and sending him sprawling to the ground. Struggling to rise, Thor felt a sharp agony from his back wound. He lifted his gaze to the distant site where Mjolnir had fallen, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Mjolnir, if my father truly had not forsaken me, the destroyer was already upon me, its metallic arm raised high, poised to deliver the final blow. In this critical moment, Thor summoned every ounce of his strength and proclaimed, I may not be worthy of kingship, but I am willing to sacrifice myself to protect others. If this is my fate, I accept it. The destroyer's arm swung down with ferocity. Boom. A brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the destroyer and forcing it back several paces. Thor looked up in astonishment, realizing that the once clear sky had darkened, clouds gathering ominously as thunder rumbled. What was even more astonishing was the distant tremor of Mjolnir, which began to vibrate and emit a low hum. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Nick Fury could hardly believe his eyes as the hammer seemingly moved of its own accord. In the next instant, Mjolnir soared into the air, cutting through the sky towards Thor. The destroyer attempted to intercept, but was thwarted by a relentless barrage of lightning. Instinctively, Thor extended his hand, and the hammer landed firmly in his grasp. In that moment, a blinding white light enveloped him, his damaged armor mending itself, while his crimson cape billowed in the storm. As the brilliance faded, Thor Odinson was restored to his divine power. His eyes flickered with lightning, crackling energy surrounded him. And Mjolnir hummed with joy at the return of its master. I realized then that my father's strength was not meant for conquest, but to protect those he cherished. Now, it is time to end this. Thor's voice thundered across the skies. The destroyer charged once more, but this time, with a mere flick of his hammer. Thor deflected the energy beam back. He soared into the air, propelled by a tempest of thunder, racing towards the destroyer. For Asgard, the two formidable forces collided, unleashing a deafening roar. Lightning and flames intertwined, shaking the very earth. In the distance, all combatants halted, awestruck by the spectacle. Jane's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet a smile of solace graced her lips. He has returned, Sif whispered softly. The three warriors gripped their weapons with excitement. This is our thunder god. Chen, propped up, gazed at the intertwining lightning above and murmured, "Indeed, this is truly thunderous. It seems my assistance is no longer required." I wonder if Thor's tally of defeated foes counts as completing the mission? Chapter 45, Conclusion on the Battlefield. The clash between Thor and the destroyer escalated to a fever pitch. Each strike resonated with the force of thunder, causing fractures to appear in the destroyer's armor. "Loki, I know you can see this," Thor shouted amidst the battle. "Cease your actions. Let us return home and explain to father." The destroyer's movements faltered for an instant, but it quickly resumed its assault. Thor sighed. Very well. He raised Mjolnir high, summoning an unprecedented torrent of thunder. From the dark clouds, countless bolts of lightning converged upon the hammer, forming a radiant column connecting heaven and earth. Let the wrath of the god of thunder be unleashed. Thor channeled all his power into this strike, Mjolnir descending with devastating energy upon the destroyer. A blinding white light consumed all, and when the radiance receded, the destroyer lay in ruins, a heap of scrap metal scattered upon the scorched earth. As the destroyer was vanquished, the spatial rift quietly vanished. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the mission, assisting Thor Odinson in defeating the destroyer. Rewards have been issued. Hero Level 1. Hero Attributes 5 and 10,000 points of prestige. A blind box of abilities has been granted. Please open it within 72 hours. It seems that assists count too. As for the gift, there's no rush to open it. After all, I have 72 hours. The elevation of my level and attributes has fully replenished the stamina I previously expended, heralding yet another day brimming with vitality. Thor slowly descended, the radiance of his divine power gradually receding. He gazed upon the remnants of the destroyer, devoid of triumph. Only profound sorrow reflecting in his eyes. "It is over," he murmured. "Not yet," came Chen's voice from behind. The injured Sif and the three warriors supported each other, with Jane following closely behind. "You are right, Chen. I shall visit the base immediately." Thor nodded and transformed into a streak of lightning, tearing through the sky toward the temporary SHIELD base, his red cape billowing behind him. "Agent Coulson, I leave the remainder to you. Mindy is still at the base. I cannot rest easy until I see her," he declared. "Do not worry. I will handle it," Coulson replied with a nod, and Chen followed suit, soaring toward the base. Upon Thor's arrival at the periphery of the temporary base, his pupils constricted in shock at the scene before him. The entire base had transformed into an icebound battlefield. Dozens of SHIELD agents and soldiers were frozen into ice sculptures, preserving their final combat stances. In the central clearing, Diana was fiercely battling 5 frost giant warriors alone, her lasso of truth ensnaring one of the giant's necks, while the other 4 advanced menacingly from various directions. "Diana!" Thor roared, hurling Mjolnir, which shattered the closest frost giant into fragments with the might of thunder. Seizing the moment, Diana executed a spinning kick, propelling the ensnared giant towards the other 2 adversaries. "Just in time, Thor. Where's Chen?" she panted. "I am here." Chen's voice echoed from above as he deftly descended, manipulating threads that entwined the frost giant's legs, causing them to tumble to the ground. "By the way, Diana, have you seen Mindy? Where is she?" Chen scanned the battlefield, panic rising as he failed to spot the young girl. "Rest assured, Nick Fury has relocated Mindy and the other scientific experts to an underground shelter. They are temporarily safe." "That puts my mind at ease. Let us conclude this swiftly." "Agreed." Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, the hammer accumulating electric energy as the 3 frost giants, entangled by the threads, roared in fury. Seizing the opportunity, Thor raised the god of thunder's hammer, and the storm clouds above churned ominously. unleashing bolts of lightning that struck down with precision upon each fallen giant. Diana was not idle either. She leapt into action, her divine gauntlets clashing to produce a golden shockwave that forced the remaining frost giants back several paces. Undaunted by the remaining foes, Diana stood resolute. The lasso of truth danced in her hands like a golden flash of lightning as she charged towards the nearest giant. With precision, the lasso ensnared the giant's wrist. And with a fierce tug, the giant stumbled forward. Seizing the opportunity, Diana leapt, driving her knee forcefully into the giant's chin. The immense impact caused the giant's head to tilt back, several icy fangs shattering in the process. However, 2 more giants flanked her, their powerful arms swinging down with a howling wind aimed at Diana. She swiftly raised her shield to block the incoming blow, the tremendous force numbing her arms and carving deep grooves into the ground beneath her feet. Excellent teamwork. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Hyper Strike Whip. Chen whistled. And a thick thread whip swept across the battlefield, relentlessly herding the frost giants together while simultaneously evacuating the soldiers and agents caught in the fray. A glint of resolve flashed in Thor's eyes as he plunged Mjolnir into the ground, bellowing, "Judgment of thunder." A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Mjolnir. The lightning radiated outward from the hammer, forming a vast storm domain. The ice spikes within the area melted instantly under the intense heat, dissipating as vapor in the air. The frost giants were struck by the power of thunder, their bodies trembling violently as they emitted anguished howls. Now is the moment. Everyone, focus your strength, Thor shouted. And the 3 acted in perfect unison. For Asgard. For Olympus. How shameful, never mind, for humanity. Lightning, threads, and divine power intertwined, forming a cataclysmic surge of energy that swiftly engulfed all the frost giants. When the radiance faded, the battlefield lay strewn with shattered ice crystals and charred earth. Finally, it was over. Thor exhaled deeply, yet the worry in his eyes lingered. Are you concerned about Asgard? Loki's ambitions will not cease here. I must return to Asgard to assess the situation. Diana approached him, gently patting his shoulder. We will stop him. You are not alone. Congratulations, host, on completing the emergency task. Task rewards. Hero level 2. Hero all attributes 10, 5,000 reputation points, and the negative effects of the devil fruit have vanished. As the celestial voice faded, Chen approached with a cheerful grin. Indeed, while your combat prowess is extraordinary, having an extra ally is never a disadvantage, right? Thor regarded them, finally allowing a smile to break through. Thank you both. At that moment, the door to the underground shelter swung open, and Mindy peered out, confirming safety before joyfully running forward. Chen, you won. Chen bent down to catch the charging Mindy, ruffling her hair. Of course. Just look at who took the lead. Nick Fury and the remaining agents and scientists emerged from the shelter. Nick's solitary eye scanned the battlefield, his voice low. This incident has exceeded our expectations. We need to reassess the situation. Just then, Coulson arrived at the base, driving in with his guardian warriors and Jane. As soon as they disembarked, Jane rushed over to embrace Thor. Thor, you're leaving, aren't you? Jane fought back tears, forcing a smile. Thor nodded. I must return to stop Loki. It is my responsibility. I shall return, I promise, she said, taking a deep breath. I know you are Thor. Asgard needs you. Suddenly, she rose onto her toes and placed a gentle kiss upon his lips. Go, save your kingdom. Thor gazed deeply into her eyes, as if etching her visage into his heart. Chapter 46. New York Sanctuary. My friends, Chen interjected. I feel it unnecessary to dramatize this as a farewell. Have you not perceived the pressing issue? The rift in the space has vanished, and Heimdall is likely captured by Loki. How shall we return to Asgard? His words rendered the room into silence. Why are you all staring at me? Am I mistaken? Chen continued. Brother, you truly are insufferable. Are you envious of those with girlfriends, as you have none? Child, what do you know? Speak not out of turn. Thor's expression hardened, and he abruptly looked skyward, his fists clenching involuntarily. You speak the truth, he replied, his voice low. The rift has disappeared. The Rainbow Bridge is sealed. If Heimdall is under Loki's control, we indeed cannot return to Asgard. Sif and the 3 warriors' faces grew grave. Vostok tightened his grip on his battle axe, gritting his teeth. Are we to remain trapped in Midgard? Loki will seize this opportunity to solidify his reign. He left his thought unvoiced. Yet all understood that if Loki were to gain full control of Asgard, the consequences would be dire. Does Midgard possess starships? With a vessel, we could return to Asgard. Sif mused, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Indeed, Director Fury, do we have starships? Chen remarked, fully aware that no nation on Earth possessed such technology at this juncture, his tone laced with sardonic amusement. How could we possibly have such things? If we did, cotton would be flourishing on other planets, came the retort. Very well, forget I said anything. Splutter. Chen, sipping water, was caught off guard by Nick Fury's self-deprecating jest, spraying water in surprise. Has Director Fury's wit sharpened so? At this pivotal moment, Diana, after a moment's contemplation, spoke up, "Perhaps we have alternative means." All eyes turned to her. "The gods of Olympus once possessed the ability to traverse the 9 realms," Diana elucidated. "Though my father Zeus sealed most of the pathways following an ancient conflict against extraterrestrial foes, Hermes' temple may still harbor teleportation magic. Are you suggesting we could harness the power of the Greek gods to reach Asgard? That is theoretically plausible, yet Hermes' temple resides in Olympus, inaccessible to mortals. What are we waiting for then?" Mindy exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Sister Diana, are you not a demigod? Take us with you. Even I cannot indiscriminately lead mortals into the divine realm." Unless, Diana's expression turned serious. "Olympus is not easily found, and even upon discovery, entry is governed by strict rules." "Unless what?" Thor pressed eagerly. "Unless we procure a token from an Olympian god as a pass." Schiled once uncovered an ancient artifact in Greece, reputedly Hermes' talisman. Its efficacy remains uncertain. All eyes turned towards him, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his solitary eye. An opportunity had presented itself. However, it is currently stored in the highest security vault of Schiled, requiring my authorization to retrieve. So, is Director Fury negotiating terms? Nick Fury gestured with open hands. "I merely believe that since we are to collaborate, we should be forthright with one another. Thor, if upon your return to Asgard, you can assure the establishment of formal diplomatic relations with Earth." Thor nodded without hesitation. "I swear by the name of the god of thunder that Asgard shall ally with Midgard." "Excellent. Coulson, contact headquarters and have them immediately send Hermes' amulet to New Mexico." Another deal struck. Old Fury certainly does not let any opportunity slip by. Which explains how he maintains his position as director of Schiled. Coulson directly called headquarters to explain the situation. While Jane looked at Thor with concern, "Is this truly safe?" Thor grasped her hand. "Trust me, Jane. I must stop Loki, but I shall return." Chen stretched lazily. "Well, since the plan is set, should we not wait for the amulet to arrive before discussing magic?" Speaking of magic, it suddenly occurred to me that there is someone who could assist us in returning to Asgard without all this hassle. "Who?" "I wonder if you have heard of the Earth's Sorcerer Supreme, Master Gui." Chen's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. "The Sorcerer Supreme?" Thor furrowed his brow in contemplation. "I believe I have seen this name in the tomes of Asgard. Are you referring to the guardian of Kamartaj? As a fellow deity, Diana's cultural achievements are undoubtedly far superior to Thor's." "Precisely." Chen snapped his fingers. "Master Gui possesses extraordinary spatial magic and can open a portal to Asgard in an instant." Sif tightened her grip on her sword. "Can we trust this sorcerer?" "Absolutely. The Olympian gods have an agreement with Kamartaj. Master Gui and the sorcerers of Kamartaj protect Earth from incursions by other dimensional deities," Diana asserted confidently. "If there is a more convenient method, why was it not mentioned sooner? And how do you know so much?" Nick Fury's suspicion was piqued. This young rascal, Chen, who seemingly never ventures far, appears to be more informed about Earth than the director of Schiled himself. Chen shrugged and smiled. "It just came to mind. Moreover, Master Gui is notoriously elusive. It depends on her willingness to assist." Thor gripped his hammer firmly, resolutely stating, "Regardless, we must attempt it." "Chen, do you know where we can find this sorcerer?" "The precise location of Kamartaj, I recall, is near Bhutan in the Himalayas, but Kamartaj is elusive. With luck, one might find it in a second, while the unfortunate may search a lifetime without success." Chen said with a mysterious smile. "Now is not the time for riddles. Let us set the mood, cough cough. There is a shortcut that can help us quickly locate Master Gui, right in New York." "New York? You know the exact location of Kamartaj?" "New York houses one of the 3 great sanctums of Kamartaj in the earthly realm, the New York Sanctum. At 177, Brick Street, although most mages are stationed in the Himalayas, the Sanctum Sanctorum may always have a high-level mage on duty, potentially allowing us to contact the Ancient One. Without the mutual protective network of the 3 sanctums, Earth would have long been ravaged by dimensional demons. However, Brick Street 177 was converted into a chain supermarket 20 years ago, and satellite imagery indicates that it is now a 24-hour Walmart." Coulson suddenly interjected, having just concluded a call with headquarters, and pulled up a satellite image of New York City. He then turned his phone screen towards the group, displaying a satellite image of 177, Brick Street, with the Walmart convenience store clearly visible. While seeing is not always believing, it appears that what once was is now merely a 24-hour convenience store. "Do not regard me with such expressions, Director. Your Schiled satellite photos cannot capture the mirror dimension," Chen exclaimed, unable to withstand Nick Fury's penetrating gaze. "What are we waiting for? We must depart without delay." Chapter 47, The Ancient One. The Quinjet would arrive in 20 minutes. Nick Fury pressed his earpiece, questioning, "Are you certain you want to seek out a location even satellites cannot perceive?" Before he could finish, Thor could no longer contain himself. Swinging Mjolnir with fervor, no need for the jet. The whirlwind generated by the hammer lifted everyone into the air. Hold on tight. The Mjolnir spun rapidly, creating a vortex that propelled everyone skyward. Yang Chen hurriedly wove a safety net with threads to protect each individual, while Mindy excitedly screamed, clinging to Yang Chen's waist. They hung together like a string of candied hawthorns in the lightning trail left by Mjolnir. The temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New Mexico rapidly receded beneath them, gradually vanishing from sight. Are you certain this is the New York Sanctum? It appears to be merely an ordinary convenience store. How do you intend to transform it back into a sanctuary? By feeling with intent, one can discover the entrance. It sounds somewhat akin to the principle of the Bifrost Bridge. Thor pondered, stroking Mjolnir thoughtfully. However, the Bifrost requires Heimdall's power to operate, and accessing this sanctum's entrance demands a certain finesse. Yang Chen blinked, casting a glance at Nick Fury. For instance, some who always vocalize their need for knowledge may need to set aside their suspicions, lest they be driven away by magic perceived as a threat. I am not like some who seem to attract attention wherever they go, accompanied by an audience with popcorn. Nick Fury retorted coolly, his single eye flickering with a hint of caution, clearly wary of the unknown realm of magic. The group landed safely at Brick Street, locating 177, according to the street signs, confirming that it was indeed an unremarkable Walmart convenience store. As they pondered how to unlock its secrets, the reflection in the glass door suddenly distorted, and Diana's guardian silver bracelets activated automatically, projecting a serpent Ouroboros totem onto the storefront. Subtle golden patterns rippled gently in the wind, reminiscent of ripples on water. Sensing the surge of magical energy, Diana raised her divine wristlets, the silver bracelets clashing and igniting golden sparks, causing a slight fracture in space. I have sensed it. There exists an ancient energy wave here, older than the Olympus Temple. With a forceful collision, all frozen mirror spaces were unsealed, and the convenience store shed its disguise, revealing the true form of the New York Sanctuary. The New York Sanctuary, embodying a Victorian style from the late 19th to early 20th century, featured Gothic spires and arched stained glass windows, its exterior constructed from deep red bricks, with two gargoyle statues guarding the entrance. The grand entrance consisted of wooden double doors adorned with bronze decorations, engraved with eye-shaped symbols representing the magical dimension. Vostag inadvertently bumped into the suddenly appearing gargoyle statue. By the Nine Realms, the Asgardian warrior rubbed his nose, exclaiming that this magic was more cunning than Loki's illusions. The group arrived at the bronze doors, and Mindy, curious, reached out to touch the door knocker, only to retract her hand in fright as orange sparks suddenly flickered. The Ten Commandments pattern illuminated the door, and a deep male voice resonated in the air. This place is not meant for your kind. We seek the assistance of the Supreme Sorcerer. Thor raised his hammer, the lightning radiating from its head casting a rainbow-like halo upon the door knocker. Asgard needs to adhere to its customs. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a stout wizard clad in gray robes blocked the entrance, his life court staff buzzing in his grasp. No appointments, etc. He widened his eyes upon seeing Diana, exclaiming, "The demigod of Olympus? How could you carry the scent of frost giants?" Diana raised her lasso of truth. "We have just survived a fierce battle. Heimdall's eyes are obscured. Asgard needs assistance. Let them in, my king." A celestial voice echoed from above the spiraling staircase. Golden sparks erupted in the air, and stepping out from the swirling portal was a figure in a yellow robe, the Ancient One's silhouette materializing at the corridor's end, her Agamotto's eye pulsating, causing Yang Chen's system interface to flash warnings frantically. Dew from the snow mountain tea fields still clung to her fingertips, and the mystical ring on her left hand glimmered faintly. Diana, Prince of Olympus. Her voice rippled through the star map on the wall. And Odin's son. As her gaze swept over Yang Chen, the mystical ring and Agamotto's eye suddenly burst forth with blinding light. This guest bears a gift not of this world. Supreme Sorceress. We are grateful for your summons. Diana bowed first. Despite her age being far greater than the Ancient Ones, her respect for the Guardian of Earth was profound. We hail from different realms, yet at this moment, we share a common objective, to thwart a crisis that may engulf Asgard and Earth. The Ancient One's gaze traversed the group, finally resting upon Yang Chen. You are extraordinary, child. Your essence mingles with both mortal and non-mortal powers, yet carries an air of curiosity not belonging to this era. Is that a compliment? Yang Chen scratched his head, suddenly noticing a fleeting figure draped in a blue cloak in the shadow of the archway behind the Ancient One, but upon closer inspection, it vanished into nothingness. We would like to request your assistance in opening a portal to Asgard. Loki has seized control of the Bifrost, preventing Thor and the others from returning. Loki's ambition is but the beginning of future chaos and unrest, merely the tip of the iceberg. His significance is not to be feared. With a simple gesture, The Ancient One conjured flowing golden runes above the archway. However, the fate of Asgard is indeed intertwined with that of Earth. I can facilitate your passage to Asgard. But prior to that, I require this guest to agree to one condition. Master Ancient One, are you referring to me? Chen inquired, pointing to himself. Yes, child. The Ancient One responded, leaving both Chen and Diana astounded. Diana's astonishment stemmed from her prior knowledge of the Sorcerer Supreme, while others may be unaware. She had encountered references to the Sorcerer Supreme in the annals of Olympus, the earliest records dating back to humanity's initial grasp of magic. As a child, she had stealthily ventured into Zeus's private garden, witnessing the serene scene of the previous Sorcerer Supreme engaged in conversation over tea with Odin and Zeus. An experience that left a lasting impression on her. The title of Sorcerer Supreme is bestowed upon the most gifted, responsible, wise, and courageous disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme when the time of reckoning approaches, a tradition that has persisted through generations, culminating in the present-day Kamartaj. How could such an extraordinary individual require the assistance of a mere mortal? Chen possessed only a few extraordinary abilities in the eyes of the divine. He would ultimately become nothing more than a skeleton. Chen was taken aback, having underestimated the Ancient One, or more accurately, the power of the time stone in her possession, which surely allowed her to glimpse his past and future. How naive he had been in his previous life. Believing the Ancient One to be lacking in strength, meeting a premature end. The Marvel films had indeed misled him with the Ancient One's prowess. It was inconceivable that she could fall to mere minions. In hindsight, it was clear she had sought an early retirement, leaving the unfortunate Stephen Strange to deal with the aftermath. Now, Chen felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the Ancient One might unveil his secret. Yet, his worries were unfounded. He was unaware of the system's shielding mechanism, which meant that even with the Time Stone's aid, the Ancient One could only perceive a vague and nebulous future for him. Ironically, her inability to see through Chen's future led her to believe he was a person of significance, potentially playing a crucial role in the impending Dark Invasion. Chapter 48. Hope endures. Sensing Chen's unease, the Ancient One offered a gentle smile and then raised her hand lightly, causing a flurry of golden sparks to materialize in the air, forming a swirling portal. She turned to the others and said, "Please, wait a moment. I need to speak with this young man privately." Mindy cast a worried glance at Chen, who reassured her with a comforting look. Diana, however, boldly clapped Chen on the shoulder, saying, "Do not fret. Although the Sorcerer Supreme is enigmatic, she is the protector of Earth." As Chen followed Gu-Yi through the portal, he felt the ground beneath him vanish. When he opened his eyes once more, he was astonished to find himself amidst a vast expanse of starry skies, with countless nebulae swirling beneath their feet, resembling a liquid galaxy entwining around them. Gu-Yi turned, gently waving her sleeve, with only the eye of Agamotto at her chest emanating a mysterious glow, a manifestation of the power of the Time Stone. "Do not be afraid, child. It's all right, Master Gu-Yi. You may call me Chen." Gu-Yi's voice echoed in the void. Yet it felt as if she were whispering directly into Chen's ear. This is the deepest mirrored space of the Library of Kamartaj, where time and space lose all significance. She raised her hand to lightly touch Chen's forehead, a stream of golden light merging into his consciousness. The mixed aura surrounding you emanates from the fractures of the multiverse. Darkness is poised to engulf countless parallel worlds, and you may be the key to shattering the cycle of fate. Chen's temples throbbed, and a myriad of images flashed before his eyes. Hordes of demon worshippers tearing reality asunder, Asgard collapsing in flames, Diana impaled by dark tendrils, Batman holding the severed heads of 4 Robins, a sinister grin etched on his face, and Tony Stark clad in Mark armor, feasting upon Captain America's corpse amidst a sea of blood. He even witnessed an adult Mindy weeping alone amidst the ruins of New York, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of familiar faces, Daredevil, the Punisher, Spider-Man, and the Kingpin. Yet he himself was conspicuously absent. Is this the future? Cold sweat trickled down Chen's cheeks as he staggered back, only to find himself met with the empty void behind him. "This is both the future and not the future, for I do not see your figure within it." Gu-Yi's voice resonated through the cosmos. Her fingertips traced through the void, and suddenly, numerous shattered mirrors emerged within the starry expanse, each reflecting a different apocalyptic vision. New York pierced by monstrous tentacles, reduced to ruins, the sorcerers of Kamartaj falling one after another into darkness, even entire universes contorted and deformed under the encroaching influence of dark forces. These are countless parallel worlds on the brink of collapse, as the rulers of the dark dimension strive to breach the barriers of the multiverse. She paused, and the glow of the eye of Agamotto surged, enveloping Chen in a blinding green light. "This is the future of other universes, and you, child. Your existence renders all timelines indistinct." Chen fell silent, feeling as if an unseen hand gripped his consciousness, his memory swirling uncontrollably through the starry void. This is the original timeline. This is the timeline abruptly altered by an unknown force 2 years ago. Two radiant paths, akin to galaxies, appeared before him, one that proceeded straight ahead, with minor branches sprouting along its course, while the other mirrored the same straightness at first, only to abruptly sprout numerous branches at a certain point, creating chaos in its latter half, with other distinctly colored branches merging into the main path. Could the abrupt point from 2 years ago be the moment I traversed into this world? All this chaos was wrought by my own hand. Chen silently cursed within. Child, this is why I require your promise to safeguard the earth after my demise. Master Gui, you are so formidable. Who could possibly bring about your end? Death will inevitably arrive. I merely hope it arrives at a leisurely pace, allowing your generation to mature fully. Chen initially sought only a tranquil existence in this world, relying on the system, occasionally confronting minor antagonists, fulfilling tasks, and enjoying a comfortable life. Yet now, an immense burden concerning the very survival of the earth has suddenly fallen upon his shoulders. Why must it be me? Chen could not help but inquire. Is Doctor Strange not more suited for this role? A flicker of surprise crossed Gui's eyes. You know Stephen? How intriguing. Indeed, he possesses extraordinary talent. But he is still far too inexperienced. In fact, I once had a disciple with a gift akin to Stephen's, but alas regarding the Dark Invasion. It may arrive sooner than we anticipate, and I might not witness its coming in my lifetime. When Gui spoke of her thoughtless disciple, a hint of regret tinged her tone. Remember this, Chen, she said as they prepared to return to the sanctum. When darkness descends, your choices will determine the fates of countless lives. You must trust your judgment, do not waver, do not regret. Chen took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. I promise you, Master Gui, even without this condition, I bear the responsibility to defend the earth. Thank you, Chen. Gui's voice faded into the void as the portal reopened. Upon reappearing before the others, Diana rushed to him. What did she say to you? You look distressed. Chen forced a smile. It's nothing, just that we may have to face a battle larger than we imagined. At that moment, Gui had regained her calm demeanor. She formed a hand gesture, and a vast golden portal gradually unfolded in the center of the sanctum's hall. The passage to Asgard has been opened. May the gods bless you. Thor raised his hammer triumphantly. Thank you for your assistance, Supreme Sorcerer. Once we settle our family matters, we shall return to share a drink with you. Wait, Mindy, you must stay. You cannot go to Asgard. Yes, indeed. Jane, you should remain in New York as well. I am unaware of the current situation in Asgard, and I fear Loki may harm you. Mindy wished to protest but was quelled by Chen's unprecedented seriousness. Retreating fearfully behind Diana, Jane and the others, understanding the gravity of the situation, exchanged a few words of blessing with Thor before stepping aside. I shall remain as well. After all, I am merely an ordinary mortal. My presence in Asgard would be of little help, and it is better for me to watch over Mindy and the others. Nick Fury, unusually, chose not to pursue his insatiable curiosity into the unknown realms, but wisely opted to accompany Mindy and the others. Thus, the party bound for Asgard consisted of Chen, Thor, Diana, Sif, and the 3 warriors, a total of 7. As the 7 prepared to step into the portal, Chen suddenly turned back, saying, Master Gui, I shall remember our pact. Gui smiled faintly, a smile imbued with countless unspoken words. With a flash of golden light, the figures of the 7 vanished into the portal, leaving behind a cascade of golden sparks and a whisper in the air. Darkness approaches, yet hope endures. Chapter 49. Asgard before the 7, the golden portal swirled, and Chen sensed subtle tremors in the fabric of space, akin to traversing a fragile sheet of ice. The moment his boots touched the soil of Asgard, a piercing chill penetrated his armor. Have we arrived at the Rainbow Bridge? The Rainbow Bridge remained open, connecting to Jotunheim. This is dire. Loki must have allowed the frost giants to enter Asgard. We must hasten to the palace. Look, exclaimed Vandal, his voice trembling not from fear. The sight before them rendered everyone motionless. The fabled golden city lay shrouded beneath a thick layer of frost. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the palace, once radiant with eternal light, was now encrusted in ghostly blue ice crystals, reflecting only a ghastly pallor. Blue snowflakes drifted from the sky, and a dreadful sound of cracking ice echoed from afar. This cannot be. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, his knuckles turning white. Asgard's eternal summer. Sif unsheathed her sword, a thin frost forming along its blade. It is the power of the Frostbox. How dare Loki? Be careful. Diana suddenly raised her divine shield as a beam of ice-blue energy shot in from the right, colliding with the shield and exploding into countless ice crystals. 12 guards clad in Asgardian armor emerged from the icy mist, their eyes glowing with an unnatural blue light, their movements stiff as if they were marionettes. Controlled guards. Volstagg muttered, Loki must have cast a spell on them. Thor stepped forward, declaring, I am Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin. Lower your weapons. The guards remained unresponsive, advancing relentlessly. Hogan sighed. Save your breath, Thor. They cannot hear you. Diana felt the guardian silver bracelets on her wrists stirring, as if responding to the surrounding chill of magical energy. She lifted her hands, reminiscent of her time in the sanctum of New York. Allow me to handle this. The bracelets clashed together, and a wave of anti-magic energy surged forth, striking the foremost four guards. The frost on their armor melted instantly, and after flickering, the blue light in their eyes returned to clarity. Your Highness, you have returned. The freed guards looked around in confusion and knelt on one knee upon seeing Thor. What has transpired? Thor inquired urgently. Since your banishment, Prince Loki, no. Loki declared just a day ago that you and your friends had been ambushed by frost giants and were dead in the Midgard, the guard captain croaked. Moreover, strange sounds have emanated from the palace. By the time we arrived, the entire palace was encased in ice, and we were ensnared by a blue mist. Diana keenly observed the details. You said Odin is in slumber, not that Loki is ruling? Indeed, Loki ruled in the guise of a regent, yet suddenly. A guard clutched his head in agony, as if recalling fragmented memories. I seemed to witness two Odins, while Thor exchanged a knowing glance with Diana, an illusion conjured by Loki. Where is Heimdall? Sif inquired anxiously. Where is the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge? Imprisoned in a crystal prison, Loki responded. He is incarcerated for treason. Thor's countenance darkened like a thundercloud. We must split our forces. Sif, take Volstagg and the others to rescue Heimdall. Diana and I shall proceed directly to the palace to confront Loki. Meanwhile, Loki walked alongside Laufey, the king of Jotunheim, and his frost giant guard. Ever vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings, they dared not entrust their lives to an Asgardian. Loki, I must commend your audacity. How dare you transform Asgard in such a manner? I wonder if Odin will perish from sheer rage upon his awakening. In Jotunheim, Loki had, in a fit of madness, sought to convince Laufey and his followers of his sincerity by enticing them to Asgard. In a truly deranged act, he had encased the vicinity of the royal palace in ice using the power of the frost box, falsely proclaiming that Laufey had invaded and seized the frost box from the treasury, driven by both Loki's lunacy and a thirst for revenge against Odin. Laufey ultimately acquiesced to Loki's invitation to the Asgardian palace. Loki shifted his gaze from the Rainbow Bridge, a smile gracing his lips as he said, Do not worry. I have reassigned the palace guards. They are currently occupied elsewhere, searching for the intruding frost giants. You have ample time to converse with Odin. Proceed straight ahead. Then take a right turn to reach Odin's slumbering chamber. I shall retrieve the frost box from the treasury for you. Once Odin is dead, the artifacts of your frost giant lineage will rightfully return to you. Not only will you eliminate your nemesis, but you will also acquire the coveted frost box, truly a dual victory. You ought to be grateful for a partner such as myself. Without me, you would never set foot in Asgard. Humph, Loki, this will be our only collaboration, and the last, Laufey replied, casting a deep glance at Loki before leading his retinue in the direction indicated. The frost giants dispersed along the way, their vigilance heightened as they scanned the surroundings. Thus, even if circumstances shifted, they could secure a route of retreat for Laufey to depart safely. With the eternal spear in hand, Loki stepped into Odin's treasury. As the door closed behind him, his form shattered like a broken shadow, vanishing, only to reappear adjacent to Odin's slumbering chamber. The two parties diverged amidst the cascading blue snow. Chen and Diana followed Thor toward the palace, now encased in ice, each step leaving ephemeral footprints upon the crystalline snow. The temperature continued to plummet, and the breath of Diana formed mist in the air. My armor is beginning to frost over. Thor abruptly halted, pointing toward the distance. Behold, a colossal blue cube hovers above the palace, from which countless ice crystals cascade like an inverted glacial waterfall. The voice of Thor resonated with astonishment. Yet, it had lain dormant in the treasury of Asgard for a millennium. Loki had the audacity to wield it against his own realm. This time, he had gone too far. Thunderous fury flickered in Thor's eyes as Mjolnir emitted a deep, ominous hum in his grasp. He struck the ground with a mighty blow, and lightning surged across the icy surface, shattering the ice pillars that obstructed his path. Diana surveyed the surroundings with vigilance. Be cautious. This could be a trap. Loki would not allow us to approach the palace so easily. Chun's ability to manipulate the line fruit was sluggish in the extreme cold. Yet he remained acutely aware of an anomaly. At 3 o'clock, there is movement beneath the ice. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of frost giants erupted from the ice, brandishing icy blades, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty glow. The leader of the giants sneered. Thor Odinson, our king Laufey has been longing for you. Laufey is here. Loki has truly lost his mind. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend why his brother would resort to such madness. Diana had already assumed a combat stance. There is no time for astonishment. We must deal with them first. The battle erupted instantaneously. Thor swung Mjolnir, channeling the power of thunder to cleave the foremost giant into icy fragments. Diana ensnared two giants with her lasso of truth, yanking them together with force. Meanwhile, Yang Chen orchestrated a web of threads across the icy ground to limit the giant's movements. Chapter 50. The death of Lao Fei. These are mere foot soldiers, Yang Chen shouted. Lao Fei and Loki are the true threats. Just as they engaged in fierce combat, a deafening explosion reverberated from deep within the palace. All of Asgard trembled, and the hovering box of ice began to shake violently, fracturing the crystalline waterfall. This is bad. Thor's complexion paled. That is in the direction of Odin's chamber. Diana kicked aside the giant before her. We must move at once. The trio fought valiantly against all the frost giants, breaking through the encirclement as they raced toward the palace. The silent ice-sculpted sentinels and frozen fountains along their path bore witness to the devastation of this calamity. As they burst through the gates of the chamber, the sight before them froze them in place. Odin's golden chamber had transformed into an ice cavern. Lao Fei lay on the ground, a gaping wound in his chest, alongside the unconscious form of Queen Frigga, while Loki stood before them, wielding the spear of eternity. You arrived just in time. Loki turned, a peculiar smile gracing his features. Witness how I have saved Asgard. Thor gazed in disbelief at the scene. Loki, you killed Lao Fei? Of course, Loki replied, bowing elegantly. I lured him here to assassinate our father, delivering the fatal blow at the height of his arrogance. And now, Jotunheim shall also fall to my dominion. I am the true savior of Asgard. Time rewound to a quarter of an hour earlier. Lao Fei entered Odin's slumbering chamber alone and was immediately met with an assault of magical bolts from Queen Frigga. Although struck with precision, the attack merely stirred a wave of magical energy around Lao Fei, inflicting no substantial harm. You are forbidden to approach this place. Frigg let out a furious shout, raising her arm as a vast reservoir of magical energy coalesced in her palm, poised to strike once more. However, Lao Fei was unwilling to grant her that opportunity. With a cold smirk, he closed the distance with lightning speed, his left hand gripping Frigg's throat like a vice. As he tightened his fingers, the queen's face quickly flushed crimson, her feet slowly lifting from the ground. I have no time for your games, Frigg, he declared, before forcefully slamming her against the wall, creating a deep indentation in the sturdy stone. The impact was so great that Frigg lost consciousness. We meet again, Odin, Lao Fei murmured, a triumphant smile adorning his face. As he transformed the entire chamber into a realm of frigid cold, he effortlessly penetrated the golden barrier that enveloped Odin, gazing at his former nemesis in this diminished state. And the thought of avenging himself brought forth an uncontrollable desire to laugh. I've heard that even in slumber, you can perceive all. Lao Fei leaned closer to Odin's tightly shut eye. Then behold, it is I, the king of the frost giants, who shall take your life. Before he could finish his declaration, a small door beside the palace swung open, revealing Loki, wielding the eternal spear. This unexpected entrance startled Lao Fei. Before he could react, Loki raised the spear and unleashed a slender beam of energy, effortlessly severing Lao Fei's left arm. How dare you harm her? Loki's previously composed Fade shattered in an instant. Upon seeing the unconscious Frigg, a furious blaze ignited in his eyes. A series of energy beams bombarded Laufey's chest, erupting into blinding sparks. The immense force sent him crashing against a stone pillar. Before he could slide down, Loki had already appeared before him, the tip of the eternal spear piercing the wound in his chest with precision. Loki, Lao Fei exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. He had anticipated Loki's trickery, but never imagined that he would not even wait for Odin's demise. Kill the king of the frost giants, then obliterate Jotunheim. Loki's voice resonated directly within Laufey's mind, his lips remaining still. This feat is enough to elevate me to the throne. So, farewell, Lao Fei, your usefulness ends here. Without allowing any chance for rebuttal, Loki suddenly thrust the eternal spear forward. The divine power contained within surged forth, instantly creating a horrific cavity in Laufey's chest. The light in the eyes of the king of the frost giants flickered and extinguished. Loki slowly withdrew the eternal spear, the blue blood dripping from its tip congealing into ice upon contact with the ground. He turned his gaze towards Odin's slumbering golden sarcophagus, a complex smile playing on his lips. Now, father, will you take pride in me? He whispered, his voice barely audible. The ensuing scene unfolded as Yang Chen and his companions burst into Odin's realm of slumber, discovering Loki, the slain Lao Fei, and the unconscious Frigg. The eyes of the three were riveted upon the scene before them. Loki, what have you done to mother? Thor's roar reverberated, causing icicles to tremble and fall. Loki gracefully pivoted, twirling the eternal spear with elegance in his hand. Dear brother, your gaze remains as poor as ever. Do you not see that I have saved mother? Diana quickly stepped forward to assess Frigg's condition, her fingertips glowing with healing golden light. She is merely unconscious. Her life is not in danger. Yang Chen's gaze swept back and forth between Laufey's lifeless body and Loki. So this is your plan? Clever Midgardian. Loki nodded slightly. I merely allowed this play to unfold as it should. The forces of Jotunheim are crumbling. And their king, he gestured with the tip of his weapon towards the corpse on the ground, has been forever lost to Asgard. Thor clenched Mjolnir tightly, the veins in his hand bulging. You have manipulated us all. Manipulated? Loki's voice rose sharply, the green light in his eyes deepening. It was I who thwarted Laufey's attempt to assassinate our father. It was I who safeguarded our mother. And you merely flail about with your weapons. His gaze swept over the three of them, the temperature in the chamber plummeting, frost once again creeping across the floor. Diana keenly noticed that the eternal spear began to emanate unstable energy fluctuations. Loki, your current state is alarming. The energy of the frost box is affecting you. Diana stepped forward, and Loki suddenly burst into laughter, a hint of madness lacing his mirth. Affect me? No, Diana. After all these years, you remain unchanged. Still so fond of meddling. I'm clearer than I have ever been. His skin began to take on an unnatural blue hue, a sign of the awakening of his frost giant heritage. The eternal spear resonated with its master's emotions, its tip emanating a perilous glow. Brother, lower the eternal spear. We can discuss this calmly. Thor's tone softened unexpectedly. Discuss what? Discuss how you will always be Father's favorite son? Discuss how I must forever dwell in your shadow. Discuss the frost giant blood coursing through my veins. Loki retorted with derision. What? Loki, you are a frost giant? Thor could scarcely believe it. Diana discreetly signaled to Chen, and the two began to subtly reposition themselves. But Loki keenly sensed their movements. Do not waste your efforts today. I shall rewrite the fate of Asgard. Loki raised the eternal spear, its tip erupting in dazzling light, causing the entire chamber to shake violently. Crystals of ice fell from the ceiling, and the ground split with spiderweb-like fissures. He is harnessing the power of the Rainbow Bridge. He aims to obliterate Jotunheim. We must stop him, Chen shouted. Without hesitation, Thor hurled his hammer, Mjolnir, with the force of thunder aimed directly at Loki. Yet the eternal spear unleashed a golden barrier, deflecting the hammer. Seizing the opportunity, Diana surged forward, the sword of the fire god carving a searing arc. Loki hastily defended himself, the clash of the two artifacts erupting in a deafening explosion. Chapter 51, the conclusion? The powers of the two artifacts collided fiercely in the air, the resulting shockwave shattering all the ice crystals within the chamber. Diana was pushed back several steps by the recoil, the sword of the fire god leaving a charred line on the ground as she steadied herself. I will not be entertained further. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Loki's mouth, and the eternal spear suddenly erupted with blinding light. When the radiance faded, the trickster god had vanished without a trace. He escaped? Diana warily scanned the surroundings. Chen's eyes were sharp. No, he is heading to activate the Rainbow Bridge. Familiar with the narrative, Chen spoke without hesitation, fully aware of the immense power of the Rainbow Bridge. Let us hasten to the Rainbow Bridge, Thor bellowed. And the trio immediately dashed from the royal chamber. Within the palace corridors, crystalline ice fragments cascaded from the vaulted ceiling, resembling a deadly hailstorm. As Thor's war boots crushed the frost patterns spreading across the ground, he suddenly noticed an eerie blue light seeping through the cracks in the walls, an ominous energy from the ice box, insidiously corroding the very foundations of Asgard. Thor, what would be the consequences if Loki truly annihilated Jotunheim? Diana inquired, cleaving through the obstructive ice walls with her sword. Sparks that splattered onto her forearm instantaneously crystallized into ice. Thor's golden locks danced wildly amidst the energy tempest. Mjolnir whirling rapidly in his grasp, should the Rainbow Bridge spiral out of control. Not only Jotunheim, but the entirety of Asgard would be ensnared in a rift of time and space. The Nine Realms would face utter devastation. A rare tremor of fear echoed through his voice. Upon reaching the palace exterior, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted towards the direction of the Rainbow Bridge, the violent energy fluctuations causing the entire palace to tilt. The three hastily grasped the sculpted pillars on the walls to stabilize the palace against collapse. The sight in the distance was suffocating. The rainbow-hued currents of the bridge surged with reckless abandon, the overloaded energy causing the surface to fracture continuously. Loki hovered before the control panel, the eternal spear deeply embedded in the energy core, its shaft transformed into a perilous crimson hue. Look over there. The glaciers of Jotunheim are melting. Chen pointed towards the opposite end of the Rainbow Bridge. The cosmic beam of color mercilessly sliced through Jotunheim. The once indomitable millennia-old ice was as fragile as tofu before the energy of the bridge. Where the beam passed, the ice fields shattered instantaneously, countless fissures spiderwebbing outward. The multi-layered ice plains began to collapse in large segments, a horrifying spectacle to behold. Tens of thousands of frost giants fled in terror. Yet their speed was no match for the rapid disintegration of the ice. Many had barely taken a few steps before plummeting into the abyss torn open by the Rainbow Bridge. More alarmingly, their descent was outpaced by the bridge's destruction. For every meter they fell, the chasm deepened by 2. These unfortunate giants could only witness their homeland being systematically obliterated in eternal freefall. The entire realm of frost giants was contorting, the vast ice fields collapsing like melting candles, revealing the seething sea of lava beneath. Countless giants wailed amidst the flames, their bodies vaporizing under the intense heat, producing an eerie blue mist that ascended. Thor, do not concern yourself with us. You must stop Loki, Diana shouted. Odin and Frigga remain within the palace. I will protect them alongside Diana. You must hurry. Chen tirelessly utilized his abilities to reinforce the palace. Thor's golden hair whipped wildly in the energy storm as he cast a deep glance at his companions, Mjolnir spinning rapidly in his palm. Take care of yourselves. I shall depart first. No sooner had he spoken than the hammer of the thunder god propelled him skyward, cleaving through the chaotic torrents of energy like a bolt of lightning. Surrounding him, the energy currents of the Rainbow Bridge formed numerous perilous whirlpools, compelling Thor to deftly evade the spatial rifts capable of tearing apart divine flesh. Thor's figure struggled through the vibrant torrent of energy, each surge slicing through his armor like a razor. Suddenly, a crimson beam struck from the side. He hastily turned, the beam grazing his cheek and leaving a charred mark on his skin. Are you so eager to meet your demise, brother? Loki's voice echoed from all directions. Hundreds of phantoms flickered in and out of the energy maelstrom, resembling specters. Cease this, Loki, Thor bellowed, Mjolnir erupting in brilliant lightning. Look at Jotunheim. Those are living beings. Loki's true form finally materialized before him, standing at the control console of the Rainbow Bridge, his hands gripping the eternal spear tightly. The spear had turned a deep crimson, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. Life? Loki scoffed, a mad glint in his eyes. When our father conquered them, he spilled no less blood than I. On the Rainbow Bridge, Thor finally broke free from the tumultuous energy, landing before Loki. The brothers stood merely 10 paces apart, yet it felt as though an insurmountable chasm separated them. This is your last chance, brother. Thor's voice was low and pained. Stop the Rainbow Bridge and come home with me. Loki's hand trembled slightly before he tightened his grip on the eternal spear. It is too late, brother. Some paths, once taken, cannot be retraced. Then I shall defeat you and present you before our father to confess your sins. Then let us see you try. The two brothers then clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, Sif and the 3 warriors arrived at the palace, escorting the injured and weakened Heimdall. Once the Rainbow Bridge activated its annihilation mode, it became exceedingly difficult to shut down unless one understood the circumstances. Heimdall revealed the method to close the Rainbow Bridge. Unless what? Unless Odin awakens and forcibly shuts it down with all his divine power or destroys the Rainbow Bridge. The group exchanged glances, and after some deliberation, they unanimously decided that Chen should assist Thor while the others would go to Odin's chamber to rouse him. Chen wasted no time, swiftly heading towards the Rainbow Bridge. I hope this does not end as tragically as in the films. I do not wish to engage in the Battle of New York yet. Thor, hold on. Time dragged on in anxious anticipation. At last, Chen spotted 2 indistinct figures on the Rainbow Bridge. Before he could exhale in relief, he saw Thor raise the God of Thunder's hammer high, striking the already fractured Rainbow Bridge with all his might. Boom. With a deafening roar, the Rainbow Bridge finally succumbed to the strain and shattered. Violent energy surged forth from the fissures, instantly tearing the sturdy structure into fragments, forming a radiant energy sphere 100 meters in diameter, shining as brightly as the sun. The sphere expanded at an astonishing rate, vaporizing everything in its path, whether it be remnants of the bridge or seawater. Even the solid earth began to collapse, plummeting into an unfathomable abyss along with a vast expanse of ocean. In a moment of dire urgency, Odin in the celestial palace suddenly opened his eyes. He summoned his divine power and, in an instant, traversed 300 kilometers to the crumbling Rainbow Bridge, gripping Thor's ankle tightly as he fell. Meanwhile, Thor clutched the eternal spear firmly in Loki's grasp. Brother, I have you, Thor exclaimed joyfully. Loki gazed up at Odin, his eyes filled with sorrow. Father, I could have utterly obliterated Asgard's enemies for you. Odin wearily shook his head, his voice frail. No, Loki. If it were possible, I would have done so long ago. The color drained from Loki's face. I just wanted to prove what? Odin sighed. That you are more worthy of the throne than Thor? Or that your lineage does not dictate your fate? A profound silence enveloped the Rainbow Bridge. Suddenly, Loki erupted into a desperate, hysterical laugh, tinged with despair. No, Loki. I implore you, do not let go, Thor pleaded earnestly. In the end, with a sorrowful smile, he released his grip on the eternal spear, allowing himself to plummet into the abyss. Chapter 52. Odin's Reward. With a thunderous roar, the sky erupted, heralding the arrival of the savior. Loki, do you presume to flee without my consent? Seeing Loki in freefall, Chen swiftly utilized silken threads to ensnare him and pull him back up. That was close. I nearly arrived too late. Chen feigned wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Mortal, what gives you the right to instruct me? Simply that you are but a haughty little prince. Is that sufficient? Bound tightly by Chen's silken threads, Loki writhed in midair like a fish out of water. His pale visage a tumult of rage and humiliation, with indignant flames flickering in his eyes. Thank you, Chen. You saved Loki. I can hardly believe it. Thor, filled with tears of gratitude, rushed forward to embrace Chen, only to be halted by a raised hand. It's nothing. Such trivial matters are of no concern. Are we not allies? Odin observed the rescued Loki, a flicker of relief momentarily lighting his weary eyes, quickly replaced by concern. He strained against his own exhaustion, divine energy surging around him as he endeavored to stabilize the collapsing remnants of the Rainbow Bridge and the chaotic rifts in time. However, the exertion of forcibly awakening and traversing the realms had drained nearly all of Odin's power. His form began to flicker, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Father. Thor hurriedly reached out to steady Odin, his face etched with worry. Father. Loki struggled to rise, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he stubbornly held his head high. A complex array of emotions flickered in Odin's single eye. Loki, the crimes you have committed, I know. Loki suddenly interrupted, his voice a cacophony of anguish. I know my sins are unforgivable, but you will never understand. We do, Chen interjected, drawing the attention of all present. You merely sought to prove that you were not inferior to Thor, to gain equal love and recognition. Loki froze, the madness in his eyes gradually yielding to profound fatigue. Chen was right. You will always be my brother, regardless of your actions. Thor stepped forward, disregarding Loki's struggles, and embraced him tightly. Take him back. It is time to conclude this farce. Odin sighed deeply, leaning upon the eternal spear as he gazed at the fractured Rainbow Bridge. Before turning to depart for the Celestial Palace, the frost box had been reclaimed by Odin. The frost of the royal palace dissipated, and sunlight once again warmed Asgard. Two children, we express our heartfelt gratitude for your assistance to Thor and the realm of Asgard. This kindness shall forever remain etched in the hearts of our people. Although Odin's voice was faint, it still resonated with the authority of a king. Seated upon the golden throne, the glimmer of appreciation shone brightly in his single eye. Queen Frigga stood tenderly beside him, tears glistening in her eyes, gently clasping her husband's hand in a gesture of support. Chen, Diana, we are profoundly thankful to you. Frigga spoke softly, her voice akin to a gentle breeze. Had it not been for you, my two children might have. Her voice trembled slightly, leaving the thought unvoiced, yet all understood her sentiment. Chen, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head. Well, I didn't really do much. I merely lent a hand. Diana smiled faintly, gracefully bowing. It is our privilege to assist Asgard. The peace of the Nine Realms is indeed worthy of protection. Mortals are easily satisfied, Chen remarked, standing beside Diana, though his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Loki, who lingered by the throne. The god of mischief, currently bound by magical shackles, cast his eyes downward, a faint smirk lingering on his lips. However, this time, his tone lacked its usual sharpness, infused instead with a hint of complex emotion. Odin slowly rose to his feet. Despite not fully regaining his divine powers, the majesty of the king remained awe-inspiring. He descended from the throne and approached Chen and Diana, speaking gravely. It is rare for mortals to step into Asgard, and even fewer earn our trust and gratitude. Yet you, he directed his gaze at Chen, with your mortal form, dared to confront the divine conflicts and even altered the course of fate. He then turned to Diana. And you, Diana, your courage and wisdom remind me of a younger Frigga. Your father would take great pride in you. Frigga let out a soft laugh, her eyes filled with nostalgia. Back then, you weren't so adept at flattery. Odin, uncharacteristically smiling, soon resumed his serious demeanor. As a token of our gratitude, Asgard shall forever regard you as allies. Whenever you are in need, the warriors and strength of the celestial realm shall stand by you. With that, he raised his hand, and two beams of golden light descended into the hands of Chen and Diana. Upon looking down, Chen discovered a delicate golden badge resting in his palm, inscribed with the runes of Asgard, subtly emanating a pulse of divine energy. What is this? A token of friendship from Asgard. With it, you may summon the Bifrost at any time to come to our realm. Furthermore, it will provide you a measure of protection in times of peril, Frigga elucidated. Although, we must first repair the Bifrost, Thor interjected playfully. Diana solemnly tucked the badge away. Thank you for your generosity, your majesty. What a bargain. Now we need tea by plane tickets for our travels. Chen's humorous remark elicited uproarious laughter from Thor, who patted Chen on the shoulder. My father speaks the truth. My friend, the fine wines of Asgard await you at any time. You deserve such a reward. However, prior to that, we must address your judgment, my child. The conversation shifted abruptly as Odin turned towards Loki, suppressing the deep sorrow within him, and spoke with solemnity. Oh, shall I be cast into a dungeon or exiled to some desolate planet? Upon hearing his verdict, Loki suddenly raised his head, a flicker of panic crossing his emerald eyes. but he quickly regained his characteristic irreverence. Odin rose, the eternal spear striking the ground thrice, in light of Loki's transgressions and having witnessed the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge. Destroyed by Thor, I hereby decree that Loki Laufeyson shall be imprisoned in the deepest cell of Asgard for a term of 100 years. The Grand Hall fell into an oppressive silence. Frigga covered her mouth in shock, while Thor hesitated to speak, and Loki merely scoffed. What magnanimity, father of the gods! Sensing the turmoil within Loki, Frigga gently approached him, tenderly stroking his hair. Loki, my child, she said softly. Loki stiffened but did not withdraw, instead murmuring, Mother, let the past remain in the past. Frigga responded with warmth. What matters is that we are still a family together. At the sight of his mother, a glimmer of softness appeared on Loki's face. He turned away, not wishing for Frigga to see him, his voice low. I'm sorry, Mother. Odin observed this moment, a hint of relief flickering in his single eye. He then turned to Chen and Diana, stating with gravity, Now, let us host a grand feast for our heroes. The banquet of Asgard shall be an unforgettable experience for you. Thor excitedly raised his hammer, exclaiming, The moment has finally arrived. Chen, I challenge you to a drinking contest. Chen winced. Wait, drinking against the god of thunder? Isn't that a bit daunting? Diana chuckled lightly. Fear not. I shall carry you back. Drinking is not my forte. Amidst the laughter, the golden palace of Asgard regained its former splendor. Yet this time, the course of fate had shifted, and the future remained uncertain. However, in this moment, the legends of the heroes continued to be inscribed. Chapter 53, Legendary Abilities on July 1st, 2008, at precisely 10 p.m., in Manhattan, New York, Chen's home. System, please open the gift box. Certainly, host. Bored at home, Chen lay on his bed, toying with the golden badge bestowed upon him by Odin, when he suddenly remembered he had yet to open a gift box. What? You ask how Chen returned? Of course, it was through the sorcery of the Ancient One. After a night of revelry, he was simply carried back home. Thermock Diana, look at this Chen. He was tipsy after just a few bottles. How pathetic. Upon hearing this, Chen's drunkenness vanished. He forsook the drink and hurried to his room to sleep, fearing Thor might say, I have something exciting in my room, Chen, do you want to join? Thankfully, no one recorded that embarrassing history. Otherwise, even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his shame. Heaven help me, I asked for nothing but a mythic level. He thought, my titanium alloy eyes might just be dazzled. Could this radiant golden light truly signify a worthy reward? Congratulations, host, on acquiring the legendary ability of Demon Transformation from the game Warcraft 3, the Frozen Throne, version Shanghai 3. Incredible. I can't believe it. System, I am utterly enamored. This is the capability I dreamed of as a child. Chen was jolted awake, springing from his bed. He recalled in his previous life that the first computer game he played was introduced by his cousin, a game that swept the globe, Warcraft 3, the Frozen Throne. His preferred races were the orcs and the night elves. After all, who could resist the allure of the Blade Master and the Demon Hunter with their breathtaking skills and models? For a young student, their charm was simply irresistible. Despite diligently honing his skills, he remained an unremarkable player. Yet, this did not diminish his passion for the game, particularly the Demon Hunter's ultimate ability, which could decisively sway the outcome of a match. Chen would watch videos of skilled players, and witnessing a demon transformation would leave him in awe, shaking his young heart to its core. After tiring of the traditional race battles, Chen turned his attention to player-created maps in Warcraft. In internet cafes, the most popular custom maps were Three Kingdoms Unmatched and Shanghai 3, both of which were team-based games and pioneers in this genre. He initially thought he would unlock the original ultimate ability, or at least a variant of it, but to his astonishment, he had acquired the formidable Shanghai 3 version. This could truly mark a turning point in his fortunes, as the transformation in this version was exponentially more powerful than the original. So what is the cost of this system? Chen mused with feigned profundity. Speaking of which, now that I have the demon transformation, surely the great filial son's sword and the great filial daughter's staff must also be included. If they are available, I shall purchase them for Star-Lord and Gamora, encouraging them to honor their father well. I am truly a benevolent person, fostering their lifelong bond. Chen stroked his chin, contemplating that, based on the system's tendencies, it was highly likely these items existed. Excessive chatter aside, system, showcase the legendary ability for me. Demon Transformation enhances with the host's strength, skill effects. The host transforms into a colossal demon form, gaining the following enhancements. Ranged attack. The attack mode shifts to ranged. The host can rapidly accumulate the power of dark energy within their hands and unleash it, with a range of 1,000 meters. Chaos attack. The transformation bestows chaos damage upon attacks, disregarding all equipment and abilities of the target, inflicting full damage to structures, superheroes, and supervillains alike. Vitality and defense boost. Base vitality and defense significantly increase, greatly enhancing survival capabilities. Demonic aura. An abundance of demonic souls will surround the host, dealing continuous area damage to nearby enemies while restoring the host's health each second. 1 second of invincibility. Upon transformation, the host gains a brief period of invincibility, evading critical control or burst damage. Skill mechanics. Cooldown time. 24 hours. Can be reduced with hero level advancement. Reputation cost. Each transformation consumes 1,000 reputation points. Duration. 1 hour. Can be extended with hero level advancement. I shall no longer be human. Wait, system, after I utilize demon transformation, will I still retain my sanity? Will I turn into a mindless beast like the Hulk, engaging in indiscriminate attacks? Moreover, once my transformation concludes, I shall not resemble Illidan, correct? Fear not, host. Have faith in the prowess of legendary abilities. Should you find the outcome unsatisfactory, a 7-day no questions asked return policy is available. Please note, this return policy applies solely to legendary level items and above. System, you truly are a conscientious merchant. I adore you. Chen expressed his concerns. Yet upon hearing the system's assurances, he felt at ease, dismissing any shortcomings. Currently, I am not lacking in wealth. I have recently acquired 10,000 prestige points and am at a loss on how to utilize them. Should I venture into a desolate area to test the transformation effect? Once curiosity ignites, the more one contemplates, the more insatiable and excited one becomes, leading to sleepless nights. I can't hold back any longer. Let me find a sparsely populated area in America, Alaska, Montana, Wyoming. Yellowstone National Park also lies within Wyoming's borders. How fortuitous. I can visit Wyoming and enjoy the scenery as well. You might wonder what scenery one could behold in the dead of night. Chen replied, isn't moonlit scenery sufficient? Without further ado, Chen leapt from the window, soaring towards Yellowstone National Park. After 3 hours, he finally arrived. Tonight, a full moon adorns the sky, perfect for transformation. The night wind howled as Chen floated above the park, with sleeping volcanoes and dense forests beneath him. The full moon hung like a silver platter, casting a cold, silvery light over the entire park. In the distance, the steam from the geysers danced like phantoms under the moonlight. This is the place. Chen took a deep breath. Feeling the surging energy within, he accessed the system interface, double-checking the description of the demon transformation skill. System, initiate demon transformation. Warning. The first use of a legendary skill will produce intense energy fluctuations. It is advisable for the host to prepare mentally. Enough with the chit-chat. Let us get on with it. Demon transformation activation consumes 1,000 prestige points. In an instant, a torrent of searing energy erupted from Chen's body. He arched in agony, feeling every bone within him being reconfigured. Dark green fell energy patterns surfaced on his skin, spreading like a living entity. System. Why did you not inform me that the transformation process would be so painful? Chen let out a roar that was anything but human. His form swelled violently in the inferno of fell energy, his skin turning dark red and becoming riddled with lava-like fissures that glowed with an eerie green light. Sharp bone spines erupted from his shoulders and back. Massive demonic wings burst forth from his body with a thunderous crack, their membranes resembling charred leather, spanning over 10 meters. The demon horns on his head twisted and grew, their tips glinting ominously. His original eyes turned to ash, revealing eye sockets of flame with ghostly green fire. His hands morphed into razor-sharp claws, dripping with corrosive slime, while his feet transformed into backward-curved demonic hooves, each step fracturing and igniting the ground beneath. Surrounding him was a tumultuous inferno of fell energy, radiating a blinding malevolence in his demonic form. Chen's roar reverberated through the air. Akin to the wails of countless tormented souls, at this moment, he had fully embodied the essence of power, manifesting destruction across the realm. Meanwhile, centered around Chen, a tempest of verdant energy engulfed the entirety of Yellowstone National Park. Trees were uprooted, and the waters of the lakes boiled and evaporated. The ground began to tremble violently. And in the distance, the old faithful geyser erupted unexpectedly, sending a plume of water soaring 100 meters into the air. Environmental monitoring. Host's energy fluctuations have activated Yellowstone's supervolcano activity, with current activity level rising by 37. At this moment, Chen had completed his transformation. He hovered in the air, towering nearly 5 meters, his body adorned with dark green patterns, and his eyes ablaze with malevolent flames. He attempted to move his fingers, feeling the surging power within him. Is this the strength of a demon? It feels rather splendid. Chapter 54. Clark and Little Krypton. Chen raised his hand, aiming at a distant hill, and concentrated a sphere of dark energy in his palm. With a soft sound, the dark energy projectile was launched at an astonishing speed, creating a 20-meter-wide crater upon impact. Goodness, what incredible power! Chen was astounded as he gazed at his hands. According to the system's description, He now possessed the capability of ranged attacks with a range of 1 kilometer, dealing chaotic damage that ignored defenses. He attempted to flap his wings and instantly broke the sound barrier. The thunderous roar of the air being torn apart echoed through the night sky. Chen laughed joyously, performing intricate aerial maneuvers, reveling in an unprecedented sense of freedom. The soul of the demon disregarded the landscape, drifting about and beginning to siphon the life from flora and fauna, causing them to wither and perish. Meanwhile, far away in Kamartaj, the meditating Ancient One sensed a disturbance and promptly opened a portal to Yellowstone Park, arriving at Chen's location. Suddenly, Chen felt a jolt of apprehension. He turned sharply, witnessing the night sky of Yellowstone being torn asunder, as a bald woman clad in a yellow robe stepped forth. The Ancient One. Instinctively, Chen assumed a defensive posture. Although his power had significantly increased post-transformation, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that still lay between him and the Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One hovered nearby, her expression grave as she surveyed the ravaged surroundings. Her gaze ultimately settled upon Chen, her brow furrowing slightly. Chen, is that you? The Ancient One's voice pierced through the storm of dark energy, tinged with disbelief, as the magical halo in her hand dissipated. Chen's demonic wings slowly folded, and the malevolent flames in his eye sockets flickered. If I were to claim this as merely a jest, would you believe me? The Ancient One did not respond. Instead, she swiftly formed intricate hand signs, and a golden magical array unfolded beneath her. Countless arcane runes ascended from the array, gradually suppressing the rampant demon souls surrounding them. It seems you still retain some semblance of reason and the capacity for humor, which reassures me. But what shall you do if I lose control? Aside from wielding magic, I am also versed in some martial arts, Chen replied, momentarily taken aback. He lowered his gaze to his claws, which were ablaze with green flames, reflecting, well, my claws are indeed splendid, large and green. Now, tell me, what brings you here at such a late hour, creating such a commotion? I simply wish to experiment with my newly acquired abilities, he replied, scratching the horns atop his head with his demonic claws, producing a sound akin to metal scraping. Resembling a child being reprimanded by a teacher. Child, it appears you are far more intricate than I initially presumed. Master Gui sighed and continued. Can you revert to your original form now? That will take an hour. Then you cannot remain here. Come with me to Kamartaj. My friend has arrived. Just as he intended to open a portal, Gui suddenly sensed an approaching presence. A person and a dog hurtling towards them at great speed. A friend? Master Gui, how can your friend be a dog? Exclaimed Chen, incredulous. A white Labrador retriever collided with Chen's chest at supersonic speed, sending him crashing into the mountainside, splintering trees and raising a cloud of dust. Master Gui, are you all right? Did that creature harm you? A figure clad in pajamas, a Caucasian in his late 20s with short black hair, soared to Gui's side. Clark, you remain as impetuous as ever, Gui remarked. Little Crypto, come here. It's been a while. Let me see if you've gained any weight. Woof. I'm coming. The Labrador leaped into Gui's embrace, enthusiastically licking his cheek in a display of affection. Gui petted the dog's head, reciprocating Crypto's warmth, seemingly indifferent to the fate of Chen. Was this truly the Gui that Chen knew? Such a good boy. It seems Clark has taken excellent care of you. Of course, Crypto is my loyal companion. Woof. Woof. I've missed Master Gui too. Cough, cough, cough. This dog is from Krypton, isn't it? Chen emerged from the rubble, his demonic form marked with a distinct paw print on his chest. The moment he laid eyes on the dog, he recognized it as Superman's indomitable canine companion, capable of pinning itself to the ground with ease. Seriously, have you ever seen a dog move at supersonic speeds? It crashes into things and walks away unscathed? Chen, are you all right? I'm fine. Master Gui, I just feel slightly dead. I think I saw my great-grandmother coming to take me home. Gui's nonchalant remark pierced Chen deeply, who had flown over to demand an explanation. Master Gui, how do you know them? Is this creature your friend? Chen and Clark both spoke simultaneously, exchanging glances. Why does Gui have such a close acquaintance with Superman, Clark Kent, and Crypto? The roots of this connection trace back 28 years to the arrival of the infant Superman on Earth. Cradling Crypto, Gui's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. 28 years ago, when I first met Clark and the others, they were in far worse shape than they are now. On May 25, 1980, at exactly 8 p.m., in the small town of Smallville, Kansas, the weather was dreadful, with torrential rain pouring down. Gui was in the mirror dimension, battling a demon attempting to breach the Earth's dimensional barrier. Suddenly, the night sky illuminated with an unnatural red light, not lightning, but a burning spacecraft piercing through the rain. A dimensional fluctuation? No, this was Gui kicked the demon out of Earth and then created a portal, directly arriving at the crash site. In a cornfield, a uniquely shaped spacecraft emitted wisps of smoke. The hatch opened automatically, revealing faint whimpering sounds from within. As Gui approached, she beheld an infant swaddled in a blanket, nestled closely with a small white dog for warmth. A Kryptonian? She recognized the insignia from the spacecraft. Even more astonishing was the sudden projection of a holographic image from the green crystal clutched in the baby's hand, revealing a dignified man speaking. I am Jor-El. If anyone discovers this message, please take care of my son, Kal-El. Gui sighed softly, reaching out to touch the baby's forehead. Through her magical perception, she sensed the child's cells voraciously absorbing the energy bestowed by the ship's passage near the sun. Will you become a blessing or a calamity for this planet? She murmured, glimpsing the child's future through the eye of Agamotto, uncertain if it would herald fortune or misfortune for Earth. With one hand, she conjured a portal, while the other levitated the spacecraft with her magic. Child, I hope you will be embraced by this world. Gui whispered as she and the ship vanished into the portal amidst the rain-soaked night. The following morning, Jonathan Kent discovered the Kryptonian vessel in the barn. Inside lay the slumbering infant, curled beside the small white dog. A note in the basket read, "Please take good care of them. They need kind-hearted individuals to teach them how to wield their powers." Returning to the present, Chen remarked, "So you just entrusted Clark to the farming couple?" His demonic form perched atop a hill, captivated by the unfolding tale. He mused on the eccentricity of the universe. Gui gently stroked the fur of the little Kryptonian. "I have left protective measures. I inscribed mystical runes upon their skin to balance their energy absorption, preventing their abilities from becoming excessively overwhelming and uncontrollable." Clark sheepishly scratched his head. "It wasn't until I lost control and burned down the barn at 12 that Master Gui appeared to teach me how to manage my heat vision." Chapter 55. Constantine. Gui had quietly observed Clark and the little Kryptonian, for it was undeniable that Clark bore the genetic code of an entire Kryptonian civilization, one of the preeminent forces in the universe before its demise. Thus, this universe as Clark could be deemed the most fortunate incarnation of Superman, with his adoptive father not having met an untimely demise due to some inexplicable illness or tornado, but rather living a long and healthy life. In all honesty, the death of Superman's adoptive father in Zack Snyder's film Man of Steel was rather unjust, even when faced with the peculiar gazes of classmates in his youth. Clark was not alone. He was accompanied by family, the little Kryptonian, and the guidance of Gui, which only magnified the brilliance of his humanity. Wait, are you implying that the little Kryptonian also possesses heat vision? Chen suddenly realized. As if to answer his question, the Labrador suddenly levitated, spinning joyfully in the air with its eyes glowing red. Woof. Heat vision. Two slender beams of red light shot towards a distant rock, cleaving it into 3 perfectly even segments. System notification. Biological energy fluctuations detected. Chen's demonic tail involuntarily curled up. Is this a dog or a mobile nuclear bomb? Gui smiled. The evolution of Kryptonian life under a yellow sun is quite fascinating. The little Kryptonian even mastered flight before Clark did. Clark added, "When I was a child, I could never catch up to him. There was one time he flew straight into outer space and crashed into a LexCorp satellite." Ancient One shook her head, recounting how she had to utilize the mirror dimension to rectify matters. Chen, taken aback, suddenly recalled something. "Isn't it true that Superman is supposed to have a solitary fortress in the Arctic?" Ancient One exchanged a knowing glance with Clark. "Did you inform him?" Clark inquired. Ancient One shook her head. "It seems that this Chen knows more than we anticipated." On March 15, 2000, in the northern Arctic ice fields of Canada, 20-year-old Clark learned from a television news report about an unidentified object discovered within the Arctic glaciers, speculated to be linked to his origins. Thus, he ventured there with little Krypton to investigate. Beneath the ice, they indeed uncovered a Kryptonian spacecraft. When he activated the main control computer, a strange green light abruptly invaded his consciousness. Submitting to the last ember of Krypton, he fell to his knees, unnatural green light flickering in his eyes. Little Krypton barked desperately, attempting to rouse him, but was repelled by an unseen force. In that critical moment, golden sparks illuminated the ice surface. Ancient One stepped through a portal, her hands forming the sigils of the Vishanti. "Begone, mechanical tyrant." She struck Clark's forehead with her palm, forcibly expelling the green energy, which coalesced in the air into a luminous bald specter. "Supreme Sorceress, you cannot obstruct the gathering of knowledge." The specter roared before dissipating. Ancient One assisted the weakened Clark to his feet. "Now do you understand why I urged you to steer clear of those green kryptonite stones?" The young Kryptonian gazed at his palm. "The one my father left me has been tainted. Thus, we must reconstruct the defense system." Ancient One retrieved the eye of Agamotto from her robe. "Use this." 3 days later, within the revitalized control room, Jor-El's projection bowed gratefully. "Thank you, Supreme Sorceress. Now, Brainiac can no longer breach this place." Ancient One nodded and turned to Clark, who was playing catch with little Krypton and a Kryptonian crystal. "Remember, this will be your sanctuary, but do not allow it to become a prison." Clark pondered. "Are you suggesting that I should integrate with humanity? To be an observer rather than a ruler?" Ancient One gently caressed the spacecraft's metallic wall. Your father sent you here to be a bridge between two civilizations. Unbeknownst to them, time passed quietly as the trio and their canine companion engaged in extensive conversation. Chen learned that Clark's adoptive father was still alive, and that the antagonist General Zod had yet to arrive on Earth. Superman, it seemed, remained oblivious to the existence of his surviving cousin. Did Ancient One know of Clark's relative on Earth, but chose not to inform him? Or was his cousin still yet to arrive on Earth? Chen cast a contemplative glance at Ancient One. There were myriad thoughts to ponder. Chen was unaware that he had unconsciously dispelled his demon form. Sitting amidst the rubble clad only in a pair of four-cornered underwear, a wise choice, having prepared a pair akin to that of Dr. Banner. Having undergone numerous enhancements through the system, Chen's physique had transformed from the frail figure of 2 years prior. He now stood at 185 meters tall, his muscles sharply defined, fit to pursue a career in modeling. Is that why you chose to become a journalist? Clark smiled. Ancient One said that the truth is a more powerful weapon than a fist. On his very first day of internship, he shattered the glass curtain wall of the Planet Daily. Gu-E remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Little K, full of enthusiasm, circled around the trio, performing a somersault in the air, his tail wagging like a propeller. Suddenly, Chen recalled something. Master Gu-E, you have known Clark for quite some time. Back when he loathed the rampant destruction in Harlem, Manhattan, every hero has their own trajectory of growth. Gu-E said thoughtfully, I cannot always intervene. She turned to Chen. Now do you understand why I am so anxious about demonic transformations? Chen became serious, because power must be guided. Well, we should be on our way. What about this place? He gestured towards the vast expanse of forest he had just devastated. Sigh, I will only assist you this time. Be more careful next time, Gu-E replied, invoking the eye of Agamotto. The verdant glow of the time stone shimmered brilliantly under the moonlight, and with a gentle wave of her hand, the fallen trees and mountains were restored to their former glory. Hee, Master Gu-E is indeed impressive. As the last golden spark faded from the night sky, Yellowstone Park returned to its serene silence. Meanwhile, near Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, a bar buzzed with life. The neon lights bleeding crimson hues into the night. A middle-aged man, clad in a black trench coat, unkempt beard, and tousled blonde hair, pushed open the ornate wooden door, leaving a charred mark from his cigarette on the frame. He then entered a private room adorned with a sculpted wooden door depicting a winged angel plummeting into hell. Striding directly to a strikingly handsome young man exuding an enchanting charm, reminiscent of an earthly angel, the young man sat leisurely on an expensive leather sofa, savoring a glass of red wine. Upon noticing the newcomer, he set down his glass, the wine-red suit reflecting the light from the crystal chandelier. Constantine, you always manage to damage my furniture with each visit. He snapped his fingers, instantly repairing the scorch mark on the door frame. What is it this time? Did an exorcism go awry, requiring cleanup? I am John Constantine, Lucifer, he declared, as he plopped down opposite Lucifer, taking a hearty swig from the wine bottle on the table, then elegantly lighting a cigarette, completely disregarding the Lord of Hell's dignity. John, do not presume that possessing a feather of mine grants you the liberty to act recklessly before me. Do you think this is your home? Lucifer's eyes twitched with ire, wishing he could dismember Constantine. It was indeed unfortunate for Lucifer that the first feather of the six-winged angel he had dropped upon descending to earth had somehow fallen into the hands of this rogue. Once the second in command of heaven and now the ruler of hell, Lucifer had opened this bar out of sheer boredom with his infernal existence, seeking to immerse himself in human life, driven by nostalgia and a sense of superiority stemming from his perfectionism. He had declared that anyone who could bring him the first feather he dropped would be granted a single wish. Then there was nothing more to say. Lucifer finally realized the absurdity of his promise. He wished he could traverse time and slap his past self a few times. However, being true to his word, refusing to lie, and adhering to his principles was simply part of his nature. It was a reflection of his belief that he was the most perfect creation of God. Such people often find themselves in precarious situations, possessing wings yet failing to fulfill wishes, while he merely indulged himself, visiting bars for food and drink, daring anyone to bring him down. Chapter 56, Concealment and Secrets. Do not be so serious, little morning star. I merely wish to inquire if you sensed the energy fluctuations from the direction of Wyoming moments ago. Anyone with even a rudimentary understanding of magic would recognize the distinct, profound demonic essence that emanated from it, something I had never experienced, utterly alien to our universe. Leaning back against the sofa, Lucifer's languid demeanor revealed that the Lord of Hell was unperturbed by any unexpected developments. Power dictated all, and aside from God, who could challenge him? As for deities of the court of life and death, they were hardly worth mentioning. So, this is not your doing? Constantine squinted, his fingers unconsciously caressing the feather tucked within his coat pocket. I had assumed Hell had released a new package. Lucifer erupted into laughter, the sound resonating through the chandelier, causing the crystals to chime. Dear John, if I could conjure demons of such caliber, I would have long extracted your wretched soul to serve as a coaster. Constantine retrieved a crystal ball from his pocket and casually flicked ash from his cigarette into Lucifer's wine glass. Allow me to show you something intriguing. The crystal ball projected a holographic image, Chen transforming into a demon amidst the chaos of Yellowstone, an infernal storm sweeping through the forest. Lucifer's pupils dilated, and the wine glass in his hand shattered, crimson liquid cascading down his immaculate fingers. Ah, it appears I've caught a big fish, Constantine remarked, gently brushing the feather across the surface of the crystal ball. This level of demonic energy surely makes your minions pale in comparison, does it not? Suddenly, Lucifer seized Constantine's wrist. That feather is not intended for your amusement. Hellfire ignited at his fingertips, yet he withdrew sharply before it could touch the feather, which now shimmered with golden runes of a pact. Constantine leisurely recited, the holder of the feather is protected by the power of the primordial angel. He teasingly stroked Lucifer's chin with the feather. Come on, give me a meow. The temperature in the room plummeted, and tears of blood began to flow from the angelic reliefs on the walls. Lucifer, furious yet amused, responded, John, do you know why I have spared your life until now? It is to await the arrival of such an intriguing plaything. He snapped his fingers, and the crystal ball's image shifted to reveal the infernal flames flickering within Chen's eye sockets. Indeed, this is a fortuitous anomaly. That boy harbors secrets unknown to us, reminiscent of the toys locked away in God the Father's vault deep within the earth. Lucifer forced himself to calm down, leaning closer to Constantine, a faint scent of roses wafting towards him. Constantine returned the feather to his pocket, his cigarette hovering in midair. Are you suggesting other ancient, nameless dimensional deities? Worse. Lucifer tapped the crystal ball, and the scene shifted to the moment when the Ancient One wielded the time stone. The Supreme Sorcerer personally appeared to provide guidance. Do you believe he would be an ordinary figure? With an elegant snap of his fingers, the walls of the private room transformed into transparent crystal, reflecting the residual chaotic energy above Yellowstone National Park. Those verdant energies manifested peculiar patterns in the magical spectrum, resembling ancient runes. Did you notice those tattoo-like markings on him? Lucifer lightly touched the crystal wall, declaring that this was no ordinary demonic contract, but rather a chaos inscription. Constantine abruptly interjected, a cigarette falling from the corner of his mouth, page 137 of the Kamatage's Compendium of Forbidden Magic. Intriguingly, I almost forgot you were the most rebellious and magically gifted student of the Ancient One. No wonder you can open portals without the Eye of Agamotto. I wondered how this image was obtained. Let me ask you, back in the day, did the Ancient One intend to pass the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer to you? The room fell into silence. Lucifer's blue eyes glinted with mockery as he leaned forward, gazing down at Constantine. So why did you leave the Himalayas then? Was it to secretly learn dark magic? Constantine's pupils contracted slightly as he forcefully pressed his hand against the crystal table, causing the bottles of wine atop it to tremble. Shut up. Do not mention that person's name. Stop trying to change the subject. What we need to discuss is the energy emanating from that boy, which is undeniably infernal. He coughed violently, the fluctuations of his emotions, compounded by years of detrimental habits and demonic dealings, causing him to erupt in a fit of coughs. Dark blood staining his handkerchief. Lucifer raised an eyebrow in delight. Lung cancer? Or perhaps the curse you tricked Beelzebub with is backfired. You wouldn't want to take my feather to your coffin, would you? John, if you merely nod, I could erase all your ailments and the contracts you owe. The price being your feather, correct? Little Morning Star, how many times have you employed this tactic? 300? Or is it 3,000? You may not grow weary, but I certainly do. Constantine remained impervious to Lucifer's temptations, even retaliating with his own words. Aren't you concerned? Concerned about what? This boy carries an extraordinarily unusual demonic aura. Do you truly believe your subordinates will remain indifferent? My subordinates? Lucifer suddenly wore a dangerous smile, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the crystal table. John, it seems you have misunderstood a crucial matter. The lights in the room abruptly extinguished, leaving only the emerald glow cast by the crystal ball. In the darkness, Lucifer's eyes ignited with hellfire. The bastards in hell yearning for rebellion would be eager to discover a new source of power. Constantine wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reignited his cigarette. Like Mephisto? That old scoundrel must have already dispatched the Ghost Rider to probe the situation. After all, before your fall, he was the undisputed ruler of hell, and he is the one most desperate to acquire greater power to defeat you. Lucifer suddenly erupted in laughter, elegantly snapping his fingers as the lights flickered back to life. That outdated relic? He is unable to quell the rebellion within his own territory, and his son is constantly plotting to usurp his throne. The scene within the crystal ball abruptly shifts to reveal the tumultuous layers of hell in the seventh circle. Mephisto's palace is besieged by a horde of rebellious demons. Observe how lively it is. With such a person, do you truly believe I would be intimidated? Lucifer retrieves a wine glass, refilling it with red wine and taking a small sip. Yet, you are correct. The other lords would indeed be intrigued. With a delicate flick of his finger, the crystal ball displays, Beelzebub's army of flies is scouring the human realm. Lilith is weaving traps in the dream dimension. The Church of Satan is conducting mysterious rituals in New York. My old friend, be cautious when you venture to exorcise. Do not meet your demise along the way. For I shall not collect your remains. It would be wise for you to leave your feathers with me for safekeeping before you perish. Rest assured, before I meet my end, I shall ensure you do not have an easy time. My debts are already considerable. And there are far too many who wish for my demise. Lucifer, you are certainly not the last on that list. Constantine rises, finishing his last puff of a cigarette. Discarding the butt into the freshly opened bottle of red wine before reclaiming the crystal ball, adjusting his attire, and exiting the private room. Are you planning to seek out that child? The moment Constantine steps out of the door, Lucifer's nonchalant remark from the sofa halts his steps. Yet he departs the bar without a backward glance. My affairs are none of your concern. Tend to your own matters first. Chapter 57. Tony's hearing on July 3, 2008. Precisely at 10 a.m. in Washington, D.C., at the Dirksen Senate office building. Tony Stark has been rather occupied lately, accompanied by a hint of vexation. Why? You may ask. Because a hearing against him is about to commence. Sunlight streams through the towering glass windows, illuminating the dark cherrywood table in the hearing room. Members of the Senate Armed Services Committee have taken their seats, their expressions appearing particularly grave beneath the flashing camera lights, as a palpable tension fills the air. Mr. Stark is late. Senator Stern glances at his Patek Philippe watch, his voice tinged with evident displeasure. His angular face is etched with impatience. At that moment, the door to the hearing room is thrust open. I apologize for my tardiness, everyone. Tony Stark strides in, clutching a greasy paper bag. However, I had to fill my stomach first. Who knew government hearings did not provide breakfast? He enters, chewing on a double cheeseburger, sauce smudged at the corner of his mouth. Clad in a deep blue patterned suit, his tie is loosely hung, as if he has just rushed from a party. The reflections from his sunglasses obscure his irreverent gaze. Mr. Stark, this is the Senate Armed Services Committee, not your private party. Senator Stern's voice is as cold as ice. Please remove your sunglasses and display the respect that is due. Tony dramatically sighs, pinching the sunglasses between two fingers and casually shoving them into his breast pocket. Of course, Senator. However, I must say, this lighting is rather harsh on my eyes. You ought to consider alternatives that are more energy efficient. He gestures behind him. Pepper, the documents. Happy. Find a place to sit. Little Pepper swiftly caught up, placing a stack of documents on the table before Tony, while softly murmuring, Tony, don't escalate this matter. Tony merely shrugged, casually pulling out a chair to sit, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were in the comfort of his own living room. Records indicate, Mr. Stark, that this is your third instance of disregarding a formal subpoena, Senator Stern remarked as he flipped through the folder before him. We are compelled to issue a warrant to ensure your attendance. Finishing the last bite of his burger, Tony retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, leisurely wiping his hands. I've been rather busy saving the world, Senator. You know, a superhero schedule is perpetually full. He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping across the rows of stern faces before him. However, it appears I finally have time to indulge in some sightseeing in Washington. Any recommendations for fine dining? A few stifled chuckles erupted from the back of the hearing room, only to be swiftly quelled by Senator Stern's piercing glare. Let us get to the point, Mr. Stark. Stern adjusted the microphone before him. According to Section 12, Chapter 3 of the National Defense Act, any advanced weapon technology that could impact national security is deemed government property. Your Mark armor clearly meets this standard. Oh, should I then also surrender my dentures? They're made of metal too. This is no time for jest. Stern slammed his hand on the table. Your armor technology represents an unprecedented military power. The government cannot allow such technology to remain in private hands. The smile vanished from Tony's face. He leaned forward, hands clasped on the table. Let me clarify, Senator. You wish to confiscate my inventions, my intellectual property, simply because they are too advanced? This is not the Soviet Union. This is America. Or have I misremembered the First Amendment? National security supersedes all, Mr. Stark. Stern's voice was low and menacing. Your armor has surfaced in the Middle East, involved in armed conflicts. This is a flagrant violation of national arms export control laws. Tony abruptly stood, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. That armor was protecting innocent civilians. His voice resonated through the hearing room. Or would you prefer, Senator, to see terrorists continue their slaughter of villagers? Sit down, Mr. Stark. Stern said coldly. Otherwise, I will have to request the guards to restrain you. Taking a deep breath, Tony slowly resumed his seat, unfastening his suit jacket to reveal the arc reactor beneath, its blue light stark against the dim lighting of the hearing room. Do you see this, Senator? This is not a weapon. It is what sustains my life. The armor is the same. It is high-tech prosthetics. protecting me from those who would seek to kill me for this technology. A dramatic performance, Mr. Stark, but it does not alter the facts. The government has the right. The right? Tony interjected. What right? Do you wish to transform my life's work into another batch of killing machines? Let me guess. Contractors have already been arranged, perhaps Hammer Industries? Good luck getting them to produce anything that can fly for 5 minutes without exploding. In the corner of the hearing room, Justin Hammer's countenance turned a shade of ashen gray. Senator Stern pressed a button on the console before him, illuminating the large screen on the wall with a grainy video, an Iron Man suit annihilating a tank somewhere in the Middle East. This constitutes an unauthorized military operation, Mr. Stark. That was last week in Syria. That tank was poised to fire upon a school. My armor averted a massacre. Tony's gaze was fixed on the screen, his expression somber as he turned to the other members of the committee. Would you prefer to see images of children being blown to bits? I have them on my phone. Stern swiftly terminated the video. Regardless of the intentions, this demonstrates the peril of such technology. It must be subjected to appropriate regulation. Tony suddenly chuckled, a grin that sent chills down the spines of Stern and numerous senators. Appropriate regulation? Like how you regulate Wall Street? Or like how you oversee the oil companies? Ladies and gentlemen, I too have something of significance to share with you. With that, he retrieved a small device from his suit pocket and pressed a button. The entire hearing room was plunged into darkness, save for the flickering blue light emanating from the large screen. Stern seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and abruptly rose. Guards, cut the power. But it was too late. The screen vividly displayed footage from Hammer Industries' laboratory, where a group of engineers busied themselves around a cumbersome silver suit. Suddenly, the suit's leg thrusters malfunctioned and exploded, sending people scattering amidst the flames. This was Hammer Industries' fourth failed test last month, by the way. Their armor cost 17 times that of the Mark III. Tony's voice resonated in the darkness. The scene shifted to images of military officials shaking hands with Hammer. Documents clearly marked with a government allocation of $2.8 billion. Interestingly, these contracts were signed without any bidding process. The screen transitioned again to a dinner scene of Senator Stern with Hammer, dated merely 3 days prior to the hearing. An uproar erupted in the hearing room, flashbulbs frantically capturing Stern's ashen visage. This is illegally obtained confidential information, Stern bellowed, pounding the table in fury. The lights came back on, and Tony stood before the projection, spinning the small device on his fingertip. No, Senator, this is public service. Taxpayers have the right to know how their money is being spent, especially when that money is used to create weapons that can injure their own operators. Hammer shot to his feet. Those are merely normal malfunctions of prototype models. Oh, and what about this? He pressed the device once more, and the screen revealed footage of the Hammer suit mistakenly identifying friendly forces as enemies and opening fire. The committee members whispered among themselves, and Stern's face grew increasingly grim. What you see is that the government has never sought regulation, but control. That which cannot be controlled is discredited. By the way, I have just discovered that Senator has 3 offshore accounts. Would you like me to reveal the sources of those funds? Fearlessly, Tony unfastened his cufflinks, locking eyes with Stern, conveying a message that if you wish to play, I shall engage you to the fullest. Stern suddenly pressed the emergency button. The hearing is adjourned. Mr. Stark is suspected of stealing state secrets, guards. The backup has been uploaded to the cloud. Tony calmly tossed the device to Pepper, turning to smile at the advancing guards. Shall I put on handcuffs? I have designed a version that generates electricity. At that moment, the committee chairman struck the gavel. Senator Stern, please control your emotions. Mr. Stark, this evidence is indeed disturbing. Mr. Chairman, I wish to clarify 2 points. First, entrusting my technology to them will only lead to more soldiers' deaths. And second, this fellow can't even construct a coffee machine. Chapter 58. The guardian beast of the sect. As the hearing concluded, at the end of the corridor, Assistant Pepper Potts hurried to catch up with Tony Stark and his bodyguard, Happy Hogan. Tony, this will only exacerbate matters. Sometimes, Pepper, one must stand on the precipice for the truth to be seen. They will not relent. By the way, I am hosting a party at my private villa tonight. Anyone attempting to contact me this evening should be turned away. Do not disturb my good mood. Tony, all right, I know what you wish to convey. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. I am not in the mood for work-related discussions right now. And Happy, go fetch my sports car. I do not wish to linger in this wretched place. Tony replaced his sunglasses, ready to issue further instructions to Pepper and Happy, when he noticed a distinguished African-American in a blue military uniform leaning against the wall, awaiting someone. Look who it is. My old friend, Rod. How delightful to see you. Tony opened his arms wide, a sincere smile illuminating his face as he swiftly approached his old comrade, Colonel James Rhodes. The sunlight streamed through the corridor's floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the brilliance of the insignia on Rhodes's crisp Air Force uniform. I knew you would come to join the fray. Tony embraced Rhodes tightly, patting him on the back. So, how would you rate my earlier performance? -10. Do you even realize what you were doing? My aide informed me that you openly provoked the Senate Armed Services Committee. Rhodes released the embrace, his brow furrowed in seriousness as he glanced around, lowering his voice. Stern has already contacted the Department of Justice. Come now, James, that old coot's offshore accounts could sustain him comfortably for a lifetime in prison. Tony shrugged nonchalantly, casually snatching a glass of champagne from a passing server. He took a sip, grimacing slightly. Oh, this wine is quite subpar. Not nearly as good as the vintage at my villa. I am having a party tonight. Would you care to join and taste the difference? By the way, did the Pentagon send you as a negotiator? Rhodes surveyed the reporters attentively listening nearby. No, I have no interest in your personal spectacle. Let us find a quiet place to converse. 10 minutes later, in the lounge on the top floor of the Dexton building. Rhodes pushed a classified document across the table towards Tony. Outside, the Washington Monument shimmered in the sunlight. What is this? Open it and see for yourself. New Mexico? Thor. The hammer, unidentified creatures, and S-H-I-E-L-D. Tony flipped through the document, his brow furrowing as he examined the accompanying photographs depicting Chen and others battling frost giants and the destroyer in New Mexico. Although the recent war did not significantly impact the internet due to the evacuation of local residents, it instilled a sense of dread among the upper echelons of the United States. The notion that extraterrestrial beings could disregard Earth's satellite surveillance and descend directly onto its surface is a cause for alarm for anyone. In their pursuit to bolster the nation's military capabilities against supernatural occurrences, the government is keenly interested in acquiring Tony Stark's arc reactor and Mark armor technology. Otherwise, it would be quite unsettling. Thus, it is understandable that they would conspire with the fool, Justin Hammer, to exert pressure on me. Upon seeing familiar faces in the photographs from the Avengers, Tony let out a subtle sigh of relief, adjusted his posture, yet mentally noted all the critical points of the incident. Tony, you are exceptionally intelligent, but your brilliance may be your downfall. How could the government allow an individual to overshadow the nation? If I were to create an arc reactor and Mark armor, would it be my fault for being too clever? Perhaps they should blame me for the reasons behind America's inability to dominate the world. This would conveniently justify the billions spent on research each year. With that thought, Tony retrieved a compact 3D projector from his pocket, placed it on the table, and pressed the switch. Instantly, the 3D schematics of the Iron Man armor began to rotate slowly, every component and circuit rendered clearly. This is what you desire: a miniature arc reactor, a titanium alloy shell, propulsion and navigation systems, and even the interface for my coffee machine. The projection shifted to reveal a complex energy matrix. Guess what? Currently, on Earth, no one, including my adorable rival, Mr. Hammer, can replicate it. According to the established comic book universe, figures like Batman, Lex Luthor, Mr. Fantastic, and Doctor Doom could indeed create something comparable to Tony's inventions if they possessed the relevant blueprints and reaction formulas. As their intellect rivals that of Tony Stark, excluding the version of Stark enhanced by the Mind Stone, which is exceedingly formidable. Ah, Tony, you are excessively arrogant. If you continue on this path, you will undoubtedly stumble. Let us wait for that day to come. I intend to purchase the world's most resilient mattress to cushion my fall, ensuring I don't get hurt. Unless there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. As Pepper lacks the patience to wait, after glancing at his watch, Tony packed away the projector, adjusted his tie, and hurriedly exited the lounge. However, just a few steps away, he turned back, poking his head through the door frame to inquire, by the way, I'll ask one last time, are you truly not coming to my party tonight? Colonel Rhodes could only shake his head in resignation, indicating his refusal. You have no sense of enjoyment in life. You are a fool as well. Mindy rode on the back of little Krypton, soaring higher with her canine companion over the night owl's base. On the ground, a group of people gathered for a barbecue feast. Chen, where did you acquire such a magnificent Labrador? I wish to get one as well, Peter remarked enviously, gazing at the joyful duo in the sky. If you happen to acquire a Labrador aged a remarkable 28 years, kindly procure one for me as well. While grilling skewers of beef, Chen replied, how much? You say how much? A dog at 28 years? Old man Damon, sipping his beer, nearly spewed it out upon hearing such a statement. Such an exaggeration. Fear not. You shall encounter such peculiarities in the future, such as a highly intelligent, crime-solving gorilla akin to Sherlock Holmes, or a raccoon spouting profanities and shooting at you at a whim. Should I also enlighten you on these matters? Chen, are you speaking in a tongue of earth? I cannot comprehend a word. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My tongue. This beef skewer is extraordinarily delicious. Truly. It is no surprise, given that you hail from a family that runs a Chinese restaurant. Silence if you cannot understand. Even while eating, you cannot suppress your incessant chatter. Peter. Chen thrust the grilled beef skewer directly into Peter's mouth to silence him, jesting about sharing his prized meat. All right, the beef is ready. You two can descend and feast. Chen called out to them. Coming. Woof, woof. A person and a dog landed before Chen. He first handed a skewer of beef to Mindy, then presented a large portion of grilled steak on a plate to Little Ku. Eat up, Little Ku. Woof. Woof, thank you. Little Ku glanced at Chen and eagerly began to devour the meal. Observing Little Ku's hearty appetite, Chen felt a sense of security, knowing that the guardian spirit of his home was present. In the future, if anyone dared to assault his sect, he would simply close the doors and windows and unleash Little Ku. The reason Little Ku came to the base was rooted in Clark Kent's demanding career as a journalist, which required extensive time away from home, leaving him unable to play with Little Ku. The elderly residents at home had limited energy. Thus, it was necessary to entrust Little Ku to someone familiar for a period. However, Superman's lackluster social connections left him with only Master Gui and the recently acquainted Chen. With Master Gui unavailable, Superman reluctantly entrusted Little Ku to Chen, providing a lengthy list of over 100 guidelines on dog care before departing with a heavy heart. In truth, Chen harbored serious suspicions that Clark had entrusted Little Ku to him to pursue Lois Lane, which indeed made sense. Little Ku's arrival was fortuitous, compensating for Mindy's lack of peers to play with during her time off. Chapter 59. Ivan Vanko. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was hosting a lavish party at his private mansion perched on the cliffs of Malibu, California, ablaze with lights and revelry. Conversely, on the other side of the globe in Siberia, the landscape was engulfed in a frozen, biting cold, where extreme weather conditions adorned trees and rooftops with icicles. In a dilapidated, cramped house in a small town beside the Siberian Railway, a 12-inch cathode ray television flickered with colorful images. On the screen, Tony Stark's ever-arrogant smile faced the Senate Military Committee as he spoke with confidence. Ivan Vanko sat cross-legged on the floor, leaning against a creaky iron bed, holding a half-empty bottle of vodka in his hand. According to my professional judgment, the Tony on television spoke in an ever-superior, self-righteous tone. In the next 5 to 10 years, no nation or individual will be able to replicate my technology. Ivan's knuckles whitened as the bottle in his grasp emitted a groan of strain. His gaze traversed the screen showcasing the billionaire clad in a tailored suit, before returning to the blueprints sprawled across his meager workbench. These designs of an arc reactor, meticulously crafted by his own hand with pencil and ruler on yellowed paper, bore every data point subjected to rigorous calculation and verification. Fraud, Ivan muttered in Russian, his throat thick with the timbre of the frozen earth of his Siberian homeland. The television erupted in applause, the senators barking at Tony Stark like impotent dogs. What a pitiable sight. Ivan's eyes pierced through the screen at the arrogant American, recalling another visage from 40 years prior, Howard Stark. There he stood in the resplendent corridors of the White House, patting his father's shoulder in a promise of collaboration, only to later exile his father back to the Soviet Union on charges of treason after acquiring the desired technology. His father was akin to the pack of dogs on screen. The heating in the dilapidated shack had long ceased to function, and Ivan's breath formed white vapor in the air. He reached to adjust the television antenna, the static momentarily obscuring Stark's detestable visage. As the image stabilized, the camera was now fixed on Stark, displaying his ludicrously exaggerated timeline predicting the duration needed for other nations or factions to replicate the Iron Man suit, at least 10 years. Tony Stark raised a finger, a smirk on his lips that made Ivan yearn to smash the television with a wrench, perhaps even longer. Ivan abruptly stood, the bottle shattering on the concrete floor into countless sharp shards. He strode towards the workbench, seizing the rough yet fully functional miniature arc reactor, secured with tape and wired to a metal frame, its blue energy core casting an eerie glow in the dim room. 10 years. Ivan scoffed at the television, his fingers gliding over the rough welds on the reactor's edge. My father took 20 years, and I have accomplished it in less than 9 months. On the screen, the hearing transitioned into the questioning phase. A female senator inquired about the possibility of transferring reactor technology, to which Stark exaggeratedly spread his hands. Madam, even if I gifted you the blueprints, you could not replicate it. It's akin to providing a caveman with a calculus textbook. Ivan's chest heaved with fury. He turned to face the wall adorned with clippings, all bearing news of Iron Man, each photograph featuring Stark's face marred by burn marks from cigarettes. Amidst these clippings lay a yellowed black and white photograph. The young Anton Vanko stood before a particle accelerator, adorned with the Soviet hero medal. Do you see this, father? Ivan lightly touched the photograph. The Stark family remains unchanged, as arrogant as ever. Suddenly, the television erupted into an even greater uproar. Ivan turned around just in time to witness Stark publicly playing a testing video of the competitor, Hammer Industries. A clumsy robotic suit lost control during the demonstration, firing bullets towards the experimental personnel. The entire hearing descended into chaos, while Stark stood in the witness stand, bowing with the flair of a comedic performer at a nightclub. Ivan's pupils constricted. He seized a tool from the workbench and swiftly dismantled the back cover of the television. The wires danced between his rough fingers, and soon, the lights in the room began to flicker erratically with his movements. The electric heater in the corner emitted a piercing hum, its glowing coils twisting like enraged serpents. Do you think you are the only genius, Tony Stark? Ivan murmured to the flickering screen, connecting his homemade reactor to the television circuit. The image immediately sharpened. As though Stark stood right there in the squalid apartment, Ivan returned to the bedside, retrieving a tattered notebook from beneath his pillow. The front page bore his father's hasty handwriting. To my son Ivan, truth belongs to those most prepared. He flipped to the middle, where a folded map and schedule from a tech magazine detailing the Stark Industries Expo was tucked away. On the television, the hearing was nearing its conclusion. Tony Stark faced the camera, uttering his iconic line, "I am Iron Man." The reporter's flashes enveloped him in an ethereal glow. Ivan closed the notebook and dragged out a rusted iron box from beneath the bed. As he opened it, the neatly arranged metal components within gleamed coldly in the television's flickering light, the nascent form of a whip-like armor. "No, Mr. Stark," Ivan whispered, his fingers brushing against a barbed cable. "Soon, the entire world will know that Iron Man is not the only one." He picked up the remote and turned off the television, but the last frame, a triumphant close-up of Stark, seemed to freeze on the darkened screen, like an indelible specter. Outside, a snowstorm swirled within the Siberian night. Ivan Vanko stood by the window, watching the snowflakes settle upon the shattered linen statue across the street. He raised a bottle, pouring the last mouthful of vodka down his throat, the burning sensation spreading from his throat to his chest. "We shall meet soon, Tony." He exhaled a breath against the frosted glass, tracing a rough diagram of an arc reactor with his fingertip. "Then we shall see who the true genius is." Just as Ivan Vanko was contemplating how to deal with Tony Stark, a knock resounded from outside the room. "Who is it?" A voice replied in standard Russian, "I am Avakovich. I have secured your ticket to America." "Finally, you've come." Recognizing the familiar voice, Ivan rushed to open the door, only to be met with a jolt from a stun gun, collapsing him to the floor unconscious. "Target down." The leader responded, forcefully pushing the door open. And everyone poured in, promptly shutting the door behind them. The room was immediately engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by two dim lights that barely brightened the space. As the leader strode into the room, he surveyed the chaotic space, which resembled a heap of discarded refuse. His gaze ultimately settled on a wall adorned with an array of newspapers and journals related to Iron Man. With a slight hum, he remarked, "It appears that Vank has a keen interest in the Stark family, diligently collecting information even here." Turning around, he cast his eyes over a makeshift workbench constructed from worn timber, cluttered with numerous metal rings entwined with copper wire and an abundance of alloy strands. Various handcrafted or antiquated instruments, as well as the nascent form of whip armor, lay scattered about. He bellowed to his subordinates, "Take everything here back with you." Chapter 60, Hammer Industries Report, Sir. Target Ivan Vank has been apprehended. We will transport him to the secret base in the United States as planned. Well done, Brock. Ivan's relocation was proceeding swiftly. Two cargo trucks braved the frigid temperatures and snow as they entered the town, while a dozen agile individuals packed up the room's contents with alacrity. In a short while, the once cluttered room was left with nothing but a pile of broken tables and rickety stools. The two cargo trucks and three black SUVs navigated through the swirling snow as the middle-aged leader sat alone in the warmth of the vehicle. A soundproof wall of foam separated the back seat from the driver's compartment, ensuring that even music played through speakers would not reach the driver's ears. After all, this place was the domain of the KGB, and to act without discretion could easily jeopardize one's life. The leader was Brock Rumlow, known as Crossbones, whose face bore a satisfied grin as he retrieved his phone to update his superior. On the other end of the line sat Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the current Secretary of the United States Security Council, lounging on a sofa in his opulent villa. Upon hearing that Ivan Vank had been successfully captured, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "You need to leave quickly. I've received word that Nick Fury's men are on their way." "Are they also targeting Ivan Vank?" Alexander Pierce stood up, pacing back and forth in his villa while clutching the phone, deep in thought, while Brock remained silent on the other end. Indeed, the Mark armor is formidable, but it is also a hot potato. Nick Fury has consistently monitored and investigated Howard's former associates. If it weren't for the intel relayed by our undercover agent, we might have missed our opportunity. Thus, should any Iron Man suit emerge aside from Tony Stark's, it would certainly attract his attention, leading to potential exposure. "What is your recommendation?" Brock inquired cautiously. "Hold on a moment." Alexander Pierce settled at his dedicated computer, the cool blue glow casting intricate shadows across his stern visage. His fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, and the documents on the screen cascaded like a waterfall. After navigating through a quadruple encrypted database, he finally halted at a folder marked as a Level 3 asset, complete files on Hammer Industries. The arms market has indeed become rather dreary since Stark's departure. Pierce murmured to himself, his fingertips delicately tapping the mouse as the screen displayed the annual financial report of Hammer Industries. This company now firmly held the third position among defense suppliers, trailing only behind the giants, LexCorp and Osborne Enterprises. Yet, to Pierce, the mass-produced rifles and armored vehicles appeared as mere childish toys. He summoned the equity structure diagram, noting that Hydra's shares, held through 7 shell companies, accounted for a mere 12.3. This figure elicited a cold smirk from him, a pawn not even worthy of being sacrificed. His gaze settled upon the screen, where Justin Hammer's sycophantic smile was displayed. This pompous fool had recently made grandiose claims at a defense conference, asserting that Hammer Industries would redefine modern warfare. However, he had made a fool of himself at Tony Stark's hearing. How splendidly ironic. He must loathe Stark with a passion. Arrange an unexpected encounter. Pierce's voice was as precise as a scalpel. Package Ivan Vanko and his little toys as a Christmas gift for Mr. Hammer. Since he dreams of replicating the Iron Man suit to surpass LexCorp and Osborne Enterprises, becoming the world's foremost military weapons supplier. We shall lend him a hand and make him our testing ground. A voice from the phone, Brock, interjected, Sir. I estimate the probability of Hammer Industries successfully toppling Stark Industries is, well, nearly zero. It was inevitable. Justin Hammer was utterly incompetent. With military products showing virtually no innovation each year, and Hydra's shares were consistently in the red. Had Stark not exited the arms manufacturing sector, Hydra would surely have found itself in dire straits. Thus, they would leverage his facade. The ambitions of petty individuals are the most considerable and the easiest to manipulate. Pierce closed the file, the information on the screen shrinking to a mere dot before vanishing from his pupils. If it succeeds, we acquire technology. If it fails, he adjusted the non-existent wrinkles of his suit sleeve. It will not implicate us and will not incur any losses. Just another bankrupt arms dealer. A useless entity that deserves to be discarded into the incinerator. I understand, sir. In the coming days, I will replace the agents at Hammer Industries with our own. Yes, I will arrange a detailed plan to be handed to you upon your arrival in the United States. Follow the plan, and leave the rest to me. Remember, once you cross the Russian border, destroy all communication devices at once. There will be someone to assist you. Do not leave a trace. Understood. I will erase all evidence. Hail Hydra. Sir. Hail Hydra. Brock, good luck. As the call ended, Pierce had already pulled up the next agenda. The file on Hammer Industries automatically compressed into an inconspicuous icon, silently dragged into a folder named Recycle Bin. Outside, the luminescent three-wing building of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood in stark contrast to his office, perpetually shrouded in just the right amount of shadow. 2 hours later, 3 black snow terrain vehicles rolled over the snow and came to a halt before Ivan Vanko's residence. The car door glided open silently, revealing Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, with her chestnut-red bob and an alluring figure, clad in a specially designed shield cold-resistant leather jacket. As she stepped out, her black tactical boots sank into the half-foot deep snow, producing a faint crunching sound. The temperature was a biting -29 degrees, and the heat signature had vanished approximately 4 hours prior. The technician's report echoed in her earpiece. Natasha squinted, the white mist of her breath condensing into frost on her cold weather mask. She raised her hand to signal tactically, and the 6 commandos behind her fanned out instantly, their infrared sights tracing crimson lines against the endless expanse of snow. The house stood ajar, akin to a dissected corpse. Natasha's fingertips brushed against the fresh wood shavings on the inside of the doorframe, leaving traces on her gloves. She crouched down. The overlapping tire tracks in the snow had largely been covered by a fresh layer, yet the distinctive tread of military tires remained discernible. 2 convoys. She whispered into her communicator, her fingers gliding over 2 varying depths of impressions. A heavy transport vehicle and a light armored vehicle. The sound of Clint Barton's breath filled her earpiece. Damn, it seems someone arrived before us and took Ivan Vanko. The scent of vodka and oil permeated the room as Natasha entered, suppressing a slight frown. They shouldn't have gone far. We must pursue. Clint, inform Nick that the target capture has failed, and that there is a leak of classified files within S.H.I.E.L.D. He needs to investigate immediately. Understood. Chapter 61. Harry's minor troubles recently. Harry found himself troubled, as over the past year, his closest friend, Peter Parker, had grown closer to another friend, Yang Chen. Watching them walk home together, laughing and playfully declining his invitations to hang out, felt like a dagger to his heart. It was he who had arrived first, whether as a partner or a classmate. Oh, the betrayal. They had shattered the unbreakable bond of their trio, disrupting their unity. Both seemed to be concealing something from him, particularly Peter, who, when questioned about his evasions, would stutter and avoid eye contact. Citing impending graduation, he claimed he needed to intern at Stark Industries to earn living expenses for Empire State University, where he had been accepted with full scholarship due to his outstanding grades, thus unable to spend time with Harry after school. Yet, Peter could easily intern at Oscorp. They were certainly on par with Stark Industries. There was undoubtedly something amiss. despite his status as the heir of Oscorp, which afforded him the privilege of selecting any university in America or even the world without concern for tuition. He still yearned to attend the same university as Peter. Everyone loved Spider-Man. As twilight enveloped the Oscorp estate, Harry stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating how to find a suitable moment to discuss this matter with Peter and Chen. His phone screen lit up once more. Yet another message from Peter. He would be studying internship topics with Chen tonight, suggesting they reschedule. Sighing deeply at the message, Harry lamented quietly. Harry, his father, Norman Osborn, called from behind. Come here. Upon hearing the words, Harry trembled slightly and turned to enter the study, which was perpetually enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. Norman stood before the expansive planning map of the Osborn Group, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his gaze as frigid as ice. Father, is there something you need? Harry ventured, striving to keep his voice steady. I reviewed your report card. Your grades are commendable. With graduation approaching, I have arranged for you to intern in the group's R&D department next week to familiarize yourself with the core operations. The unyielding tone, nearly devoid of warmth, caused Harry to unconsciously trace the armrest of the sofa with his fingers. But, Dad, I wish to attend Imperial State University alongside Peter, Harry summoned his courage to declare. Norman pivoted sharply, his eyes behind the glasses sharp as a hawk's. Imperial State University? It is indeed a fine institution, but it is not suited for you. If you possess the same intellect as Peter, I would not stand in your way. However, you do not, Harry. You are the heir to the Osborn legacy. Prestigious institutions such as MIT or Stanford are far more fitting for you. Moreover, your focus should be on the company, not on trivial matters. Peter is not a trivial matter. Harry could not restrain his voice from rising. He is my best friend. Friend? Norman scoffed. Once you inherit the Osborn Group, you will understand that in the realm of business, there are no eternal friendships, only perpetual interests. You must learn to relinquish these sentimental attachments and embrace your familial responsibilities. Harry felt a weight upon his chest, as if his throat were constricted. He recalled his childhood, where it was Peter who accompanied him through countless lonely days while his father was preoccupied with work. Now, his father demanded he forsake this precious friendship to pursue cold power and profit. I understand, Father. I will do my best. Do your best? Norman finally lifted his gaze to meet Harry's, his piercing eyes scrutinizing. The future heir of the Osborn Group requires not mere effort, but excellence. Do you comprehend, my child? The day was waning, and Norman instructed, you should retire early, report to the R&D department tomorrow, and get to know your future subordinates. Very well, Father. Harry exited the study, feeling as though all strength had drained from him, lost in despair. Child, I hope you grasp my intentions. My time is fleeting. Norman observed his son's retreating figure, a fleeting expression of bittersweet affection crossing his face. A quarter of an hour later, Norman Osborn's sleek black car silently glided into the underground laboratory of the Osborn Group. As the door opened, the sound of his polished shoes striking the smooth concrete echoed sharply. The surrounding researchers and security personnel immediately tensed, no one daring to relax in the presence of Norman Osborn, especially when he personally inspected the laboratory. How progresses the serum? Norman's voice was low and icy, akin to a sharpened blade poised at the throats of all present. The chief researcher, Dr. Rudgett Latach, along with his assistant, Dr. Kurt Connors, hurriedly followed, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Mr. Osborn, we have enhanced the stability of the lizard serum by 37%, but Norman's footsteps abruptly halted as he turned to face him, his eyes behind the lenses glinting with a dangerous light. However, the rejection response in the test subjects remains exceedingly strong, and we cannot yet assure the safety of human trials. The corners of Norman's mouth twitched slightly, as if suppressing an emotion on the verge of eruption. He raised his hand to adjust his suit cuff and then strode purposefully deeper into the laboratory. Take me to see the latest sample. In the depths of the laboratory, a massive lizard-like creature floated within a colossal incubation chamber. Its muscular form coiled and its scales shimmering with an eerie green sheen, while its golden vertical pupils slowly rotated in the nutrient solution. Norman stood before the glass, staring at the monstrosity, a hint of morbid zeal flickering in his eyes. How is its brain activity? Highly active, even surpassing human levels, Dr. Connors, responsible for data recording, replied cautiously. Yet, its emotions are exceedingly unstable and aggressive. We have to continuously administer sedatives. Norman pressed his hand against the glass, causing the lizard's pupils to abruptly constrict as it lunged violently against the chamber wall, producing a dull thud. The researchers instinctively recoiled, yet Norman remained unmoved, even allowing a faint smile to creep across his face. Excellent, he murmured. This indicates it is evolving. But, Mr. Osborn, we are concerned. What are you concerned about? Norman suddenly spun around, his voice rising sharply. Concerned that it is too powerful? Concerned that it may spiral out of control? Dr. Kurt Connors swallowed hard, silenced by fear. Norman slowly approached him, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Dr. Connors, do you comprehend the severity of the genetic affliction plaguing the Osborne family? Do you know how my father met his end? Connor's breath nearly ceased. When he died, his veins shattered like dry twigs, his organs decaying piece by piece. While the doctors were powerless to do anything but watch him suffer, Norman's voice was laced with suppressed madness. And now, the same curse is spreading within me. Lurking within my son. He abruptly tore open the collar of his suit, exposing the black veins creeping along his neck, like a spider's web sprawling across his skin. The researchers gasped in horror as those veins glimmered with an unsettling green hue in the dim light. So, Doctor, I am indifferent to how dangerous this lizard may be. I only care whether it can save me, save Harry, save the Osborne Corporation. Norman's voice was chillingly cold. If either of you disappoint me again, I won't hesitate to have you and your entire team expelled from Osborne Industries. In an instant, both Latash and Connors turned ashen. Now, accelerate the progress. Norman adjusted his collar and turned towards the elevator. I want to see the results of the human trials by the end of the month. Just before the elevator doors closed, his gaze swept over the lizard one last time. The creature's eyes bore into him, as if silently conveying some message. A slight smirk graced Norman's lips. It will be soon, he murmured. Soon, the curse of the Osborne family shall be utterly dispelled, Harry. You will live a life of safety henceforth. The fate of your father shall never befall you. I swear. Chapter 62. An unexpected encounter in Monaco, July 10th, 3 p.m. at the Night Owl base. So, are you interested in joining Peter for the Monaco Grand Prix? All expenses covered. Tony Stark lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a glimmering gold-embossed invitation. What are we going to see? Our Palladium hero flaunting his skills on the racetrack? Chen did not look up, his fingers buried in the fluffy fur of his pet, while Mindy mimicked him, scratching the dog's chin beside him. Hey, Tony exaggeratedly spread his arms. If you find it dull, you can bring everyone from the base along. All expenses will be on me, Stark's treat. You can buy anything you desire in Monaco. Tony dismissed Chen's sarcasm, having specifically come over today, claiming it was an invitation but intending to repay Chen and Peter for their previous assistance against Iron Tyrant. Wow, how touching. At this remark, Chen finally raised his head, displaying his signature fake smile. However, I am more concerned that someone might end up with a bruised face. Tony coughed strategically. Ahem, racing is merely a hobby for me. It's all about participation. If you dare to speak up, I could purchase the entire racetrack for you to drive go-karts. Chen raised an eyebrow. Heh, if this guy knew someone had also created a miniature reactor, he might question his own existence. In all seriousness, Tony suddenly adopted a grave tone. You and Peter have just graduated. This is the perfect opportunity to unwind. You have a point there, fellows. Who among you wishes to attend the race? A special reminder, aside from the racing, there will be some thrilling shows available for free viewing. Miss it, and there won't be another chance. Chen turned to the busy individuals in the base, clapping his hands to gauge their interest. The crowd looked up, their reactions varied. I have no interest in racing. Matt continued polishing his cane without lifting his gaze. Neither do I. I'd prefer a shooting range over a racetrack. Frank decisively declined, his hands still engaged in disassembling a firearm. What about the rest of you? Chen scanned the room. Damon stroked his chin, curiously inquiring. Chen, are the thrilling shows you mentioned the kind I think they are? Unfortunately, no? Oh, then forget it. Damon's enthusiasm waned instantly. Dad. Mindy erupted upon hearing this, delivering a playful headbutt to her father's side. Ouch. Damon staggered back, clutching his waist. That's enough, you rascal. Your father still needs his kidneys. Without a doubt, Mindy would attend, especially since she was on break, with time to spare. Little Ku would accompany her, ensuring her safety. That leaves you, Peter. Chen turned to the Spider-Man, who was practicing walking on his hands against the ceiling. Monaco. Exotic cars and beautiful women. This is practically my ultimate dream, aside from the tower dinner. Peter executed a graceful backflip, webs excitedly shooting from his wrist. Then it settled. Peter, Mindy, Little Ku. And I shall go, concluded Chen while rubbing the dog's ears. Are you bringing your pet dog as well? Tony inquired, perplexed. As he regarded the seemingly ordinary Labrador, Shauka, it was not merely a pet, but rather a companion. Do remember to add an extra seat for the little dog on your private jet. All right, you have a point, he conceded. Happy. Ensure the aircraft is equipped with a pet entertainment cabin. He instructed his bodyguards standing behind him. Now, prepare yourselves. The schedule is set for the day after tomorrow. I shall send someone to transport you to my private airstrip in New York, from where we will embark on our journey to Monaco at 10 o'clock in the morning. Do not let me catch anyone boarding in their pajamas. With that, Tony donned his sunglasses and departed alongside Happy. Monaco, the opulent jewel of the Azure coastline, is nestled in the southwestern part of Europe, encircled by France on 3 sides and bordered by the Mediterranean Sea to the south. It is the second smallest country in the world, surpassed only by Vatican City, covering a mere 208 square kilometers, characterized by a typical Mediterranean climate. Summers are dry and scorching, with average temperatures ranging from 25 to 30 degrees Celsius during events, while winters are mild and damp. It boasts the world-renowned street circuit. The Monte Carlo circuit, famed for its narrow bends, tunnels, and significant elevation changes, often referred to as the jewel in the crown of Formula One. Every year, the picturesque streets of this city transform into a racetrack for the Grand Prix, drawing illustrious racers and teams from around the globe. During the event, the city's thoroughfares metamorphose into a racetrack, with luxurious yachts filling the harbor, epitomizing the ultimate showcase of speed and extravagance. The Monte Carlo circuit winds like a silver serpent between cliffs and coastline, with narrow streets morphing into a dance floor of speed and peril on race days. The nights in Monaco become a mesmerizing spectacle for tourists, affluent individuals, and racers alike, indulging in a world of opulence. Peter's face was nearly pressed against the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Parisian hotel suite, captivated by the brilliance of the country illuminated in lights, while the throngs below flowed like a river of colors. This is even more extravagant than the New York Christmas parade. He hastily changed his attire. Stark had prepared an appetizer for the pre-race festivities at the casino. He paused deliberately. I heard that the Red Bull racing team's grid girls have donned new uniforms this year. Chen meticulously perused the tourist attractions in Monaco alongside the Formula One schedule. 5 minutes. I only need 5 minutes. Peter transformed into a red blur as he dashed into the changing room. Mindy affixed a custom dog tag onto Xiaoka, reminding him, "Remember to act like an ordinary dog in public." The super pup let out a plaintive whine, yet his tail inadvertently left marks upon the carpet. Outside, the Mediterranean night was adorned with the twinkling lights of yachts, resembling a reflection of a starry sky. On Tony's yacht, a champagne tower shimmered with a cold luminescence. A matte black Lamborghini came to a halt at the hotel entrance, its doors unfolding like the wings of a bat, followed closely by 4 additional Lamborghini supercars. "Children." Tony's voice echoed through the hotel's sound system, laced with his signature irreverence. "Are you prepared to witness the true essence of a Monte Carlo night? Casinos, champagne, and enough spending power to leave your principal fainting. What are you waiting for? Get in. Tonight, you shall witness what it means to be Tony the Gambler." Tony observed Chen and his companions exiting the hotel, waving in greeting as the excited group boarded 4 luxurious supercars, each with its own designated driver. He then took the lead, personally navigating the way to the illustrious Monte Carlo Casino, the largest in Monaco. For a world-class tycoon like Tony Stark, nothing could typically dampen his spirits. However, today was an exception. What should have been a joyous occasion was marred by the unwanted presence of Bruce Wayne and his entourage in the underground parking lot. As the highest-tier VIPs of the Monte Carlo Casino, special parking spaces were reserved for such elite, provided one was willing to invest a modest sum annually. Unfortunately for Tony, Bruce Wayne had more than enough of that modest wealth, likely enough to last him and his descendants for generations. Bruce noticed Tony as well, and their brief exchange of glances instantly lowered the temperature in the parking garage several degrees. Chapter 63. The stakes. The air in the underground parking lot felt as though it had solidified, and the fluorescent lights flickered ominously. Tony slowly removed his sunglasses, tapping the arms against his palm nonchalantly, a dangerous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Look who it is, the illustrious head of Wayne Enterprises. Here to partake in the thrill of racing? Bruce Wayne, has the charity gala in Gotham ceased to satisfy your desire for the spotlight? Now you even bring your interns along in a group? Stark, you remain ever so predictable. I hear someone has booked the entire Red Bull racing team's grid girls." Bruce replied, adjusting his cufflinks with calm precision, the dim light reflecting a sapphire hue off them, his voice deep and resonant, akin to a cello. "The fluctuations in Stark Industries stock have been rather intriguing lately. I suspect it pertains to some energy patent issues. I watched your hearing. I expected you to have evolved." When he raised his gaze, his thick lashes cast bat-like shadows beneath his eyes, while the trio of Robins behind him discreetly glanced at Mindy. "Well, Wayne Enterprises is now taking an interest in the tech sector?" Tony exclaimed with exaggerated applause, the sound echoing oddly in the confined space. "Please remind me to bring along some kindergarten props for the next shareholder meeting." He deliberately scrutinized the 3 youths behind Bruce, clearly implying something. Damien, eager to confront, was halted by a subtle gesture from Bruce. Chen noticed that the raven-haired boy had a calloused ring finger, indicative of long hours spent wielding a sword. The child, appearing the youngest and resembling Bruce the most, was likely Bruce's biological son, Damien. The other 2, judging by their appearances and builds, were presumably Jason Todd, the more robust one, and Tim Drake, who appeared somewhat frilier. "Peter." Mindy suddenly tugged on Peter's arm. "That man in the black suit has an intimidating gaze." Little Crypto's fur bristled slightly, emitting a low whimper. "Why do I feel as if there's lightning sparking between them?" Peter leaned closer to Yang Chen, uncontrollably weaving spider silk from his wrist. Yang Chen gently restrained the agitated Kryptonian dog, whispering, "Shoo, this is quantum entanglement among billionaires. Bruce truly has a double chin, doesn't he? Yang Chen, look over there." Peter suddenly pointed behind Bruce, exclaiming, "You are the patron of the Gotham Knights. Can you help me get the Knights' signatures?" Yang Chen swiftly covered his mouth. "Children, allow me to introduce you to this philanthropist," Tony said, turning around with a radiant smile, emphasizing the last three words. Bruce Wayne. His expertise in raising penguins far surpasses his business acumen. Bruce, unhurried, retrieved his business card from his inner pocket. In fact, quite the opposite. "I have recently developed a keen interest in clean energy." He handed the card to Yang Chen and the others. Yang Chen gazed at the shimmering card in his hand, unable to resist asking, "Are the business cards of wealthy players like you made of gold? Especially with Iron Man's miniature reactor technology." He paused, seemingly calculating something. Certain deep-sea discoveries by Jacques Cousteau have proven quite enlightening for the research of new energy. The sunglasses perched on Tony's fingers emitted a slight metallic creak as he squeezed them. Yang Chen astutely observed that when Bruce made this remark, his gaze swept across the softly glowing reactor on Tony's chest, acutely sensing an invisible energy field colliding between the two affluent individuals. "Gentlemen," the casino manager, wiping sweat from his brow, approached with a hurried gait, his champagne-colored suit marked by dark sweat stains. "Your reserved seats in the casino are ready." The manager acknowledged that both gentlemen were formidable figures, individuals he dared not provoke. "Lead the way." The two spoke in unison, promptly exchanging displeased glares. Tony snapped his fingers at Yang Chen and the others. "Children, it's time to witness true probability theory." As the two groups brushed past one another, Bruce suddenly spoke in a tone audible only to Tony. "The taste of palladium poisoning is rather unpleasant, isn't it, Tony Stark?" Tony's pupils dilated sharply. Yang Chen keenly noted that as Bruce passed through a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, a familiar outline of a bat-shaped shuriken flashed beneath his suit. Inside the opulent casino hall, crystal chandeliers illuminated the establishment as if it were midday. In principle, casinos prohibit minors and pets. Yet the words of Tony and Bruce superseded such regulations. Tony casually accepted a glass of red wine from a server, his gold and crimson mechanical watch shimmering subtly under the lights. He took a delicate sip, yet his gaze remained fixated on Bruce Wayne, not far away. "J-A-R-V-I-S. Analyze that Gotham magnate's micro-expressions," Tony murmured, the miniature projector on his watch casting data streams visible only to him within the wine glass. "Sir, the target's facial muscle control is impeccable. However, upon seeing the reactor on your chest, his pupils dilated by 0.3 millimeters." Hearing J-A-R-V-I-S response, a playful smirk adorned Tony's lips. At that moment, Yang Chen discreetly leaned closer, idly toying with a 500 chip. Internally, if Tony knew he was facing Batman, he might just blow up the casino on the spot. "That Wayne looks at me as if I were a bomb ready to explode," Tony whispered. Yang Chen nearly choked on his champagne. Cough, cough. "Perhaps he merely envies your, chest light? Mr. Stark, Mr. Wayne, welcome to your exclusive gaming table." The dealer's voice trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the two affluent individuals. Tony boldly took a seat, pushing a case of chips to the center of the table, Texas Hold'em, starting at 1 million. He cast a challenging glance at Bruce. "Or do the wealthy of Gotham prefer to play a child's game of Monopoly?" Bruce smiled faintly, gesturing for Damien to pull out his chair. "I call." His fingertips lightly tapped the table. "However, since we are playing, I suggest we add a little wager." "Oh." Tony raised an eyebrow. "The loser must publicly disclose a patented technology." Bruce's voice was as calm as still water. "For instance, the cold fusion principle of the arc reactor." "Bruce, do you take me for a fool? What technology does your Wayne Enterprises possess that could rival mine? What if I claimed it were my personal shares in the entire Wayne Enterprises? Would you dare to wager?" "Very well, let us bet on that." The room fell into an instant silence. Peter nearly spat out the juice in his mouth. Mindy had already drawn her butterfly knife into her palm, and Yang Chen silently covered his face. "What enmity do you two harbor that necessitates such high stakes? Or is it simply a case of the wealthy indulging themselves?" "Paladin, surely you do not intend to wager such amounts? Are you not afraid that Pepper will have your head?" "Mr. Stark, I believe Yang Chen is right. You ought to discuss this with Ms. Potts first." Yang Chen hastily nudged Tony's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Across the table, the three Robins were also urging Bruce, especially Damien, who was most fervent, fearing the loss of his substantial inheritance. "I don't understand. 80,000 against 60,000. Am I merely being taken advantage of?" "Bruce, I've got you figured out. Even Jesus couldn't stop him, I tell you." Tony's tone and demeanor reminded Yang Chen of a figure from a past life, internally mocking. "Tony, who granted you the audacity to speak so? Is it Liang Jingru?" The last person to utter such words ended up losing everything. Opposite him sat Batman. You cannot outplay him. If you lose everything, the funding for the Avengers will vanish. In your leadership position, do you still want it? I must think of a way. Chapter 64. The Contest Eureka. Observing Tony's fervent gambling demeanor, Chen gritted his teeth and swiftly pulled Damien into the shadows of a corner of the casino. The movement was so rapid that even Damien could not react in time. Kid, you must be Damien, right? Chen lowered his voice, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I am Chen, a friend of Tony Stark. The dark-haired youth immediately tensed, his emerald eyes narrowing dangerously. You had better have a reasonable explanation. Before the words left his mouth, a glimmering dagger was pressed against Chen's throat. How do you know? That is not important. Chen gently pushed the dagger away with 2 fingers, his movement soft yet unyielding. What matters is, do you wish to watch your inheritance be squandered by that gambling father of yours? I do not wish to see Tony in a state of utter defeat either. Get to the point. What is your solution? Damien scoffed, still maintaining his defiant demeanor, but the pressure of the dagger noticeably eased. Alfred Pennyworth. As Chen uttered the name in a hushed tone, Damien's expression visibly wavered. Your family's old butler is the only one who can compel Batman, your father, to comply. You are aware of this? My father would heed Alfred's words? His voice carried a hint of disbelief. His time at Wayne Manor had been rather brief, and he was not particularly acquainted with the butler's significance to Bruce Wayne. Trust me, all you need to do is call Alfred and explain the current situation. He will undoubtedly find a way to persuade your father to abandon the betting agreement. Very well, I shall attempt it. After a moment's hesitation, Damien retrieved his encrypted phone. He would certainly not use a stranger's device. Once the call connected, he explained the circumstances to the old butler. Young Master Damien, please hand the phone to Master Bruce. Alfred's gentle yet authoritative voice resonated through the receiver. Ahem, Bruce, it's Alfred on the line. In public, Bruce had stipulated that the Robins could simply call him by name to safeguard their identities. As Damien passed the phone to Bruce, he excused himself and hastily made his way to the casino's outdoor balcony. Just as the phone touched his ear, Alfred's warm voice, akin to fragrant tea, enveloped the entire balcony. Master Bruce, the heir of Wayne Enterprises must not act so rashly. Bruce's fingers, which were adjusting his cufflinks, paused momentarily. The sapphire cufflinks glimmered with a subtle crimson hue, a covert signal for Batman's urgent extraction. Or would you prefer I present Mr. Stark with a holographic projection of you in a Robin costume at your 8th birthday masquerade? Alfred's tone suddenly softened. Meanwhile, at the gambling table, Tony stared in astonishment as his wristwatch automatically projected a video. In the footage, a young Bruce was pouting, tugging at the frills of a green skirt. Jarvis's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Sir, the location of this encrypted video originates from Wayne Manor. What on earth is Bruce up to? Tony's expression reflected his confusion. Pennyworth, Bruce bellowed, his ears flushing with a suspicious hue. In that moment, he appeared more like a Gotham child caught in a prank than the fearsome Dark Knight who instilled terror in criminals. This is merely a business negotiation. If I may remind you, Master, Alfred continued in a melodic tone. The 3rd shelf of the safe still contains the video from when you were 4 years old and wet the bed. Enough. Do not say another word. I surrender. Alfred, you have triumphed. I am leaving the casino this very moment. Bruce nearly hung up in a fluster. The game was over. In a hurried return, Bruce crumpled the unopened betting agreement into a ball, expertly tossing it into a trash can 10 meters away. I just remembered that my penguin at the hotel needs feeding. I must take my leave. Bruce's voice was dry and unconvincing. The excuse was so clumsy that even Damien couldn't help but roll his eyes. As he turned, the hem of his suit flared like a cape, revealing the concealed belt for his batarangs at his waist. Chen noticed the subtle tremor in his fingers, which perhaps marked the first time in Batman's career that he had retreated from a confrontation. Everything was settled. Subsequently, Chen gestured towards Damien, who reluctantly returned a middle finger but followed his father hastily out of the casino. Just as Tony was about to unleash a mocking remark, his phone vibrated violently with a barrage of missed calls from Pepper. It seemed the evening's festivities had come to an abrupt end. Grasping the box filled with chips from the gambling table, Tony snapped it shut and pulled Chen close. You were the one who tipped off Pepper, weren't you? Is this all you're doing? Chen innocently blinked. I have no idea what you're talking about. Please don't question me. Never mind, at least I have this, Tony boasted, showcasing his wristwatch to Chen, displaying a video sent by Alfred. The footage froze on a particularly comical moment of young Bruce tugging at his skirt. No wonder Bruce's face had been as red as a monkey's backside earlier. Alfred truly had a wicked sense of humor. Indeed, there are always stronger adversaries. And it takes a villain to counter a villain. All right, kids, it's getting late. Let us head back to the hotel. Tomorrow awaits the most exhilarating racing spectacle. So do not oversleep. The following morning, the roar of engines at the Monaco Grand Prix shattered the silence of dawn. As the group rubbed their sleepy eyes and opened the sweet door to the racetrack, they were nearly left speechless by the sight before them. Tony Stark donned a gold and crimson racing suit, the arc reactor on his chest gleaming under the sunlight. Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne presented himself in a sleek black racing attire, his cape-like back flaring dramatically without a breeze. Between them stood a trembling race director, resembling two gunslingers ready for a duel. The rules were straightforward. Tony tossed the keys to the steering wheel. Whoever crossed the finish line first would gain the privilege to permanently erase the other's embarrassing videos. Bruce methodically donned his gloves. Does that include the footage of you at 12, blowing up the entire lab during an experiment? Tony's expression contorted as if he had swallowed a lemon. Chen stealthily approached Damien. Did your father hack into Stark's Villa database last night? The devilish boy proudly raised his chin. Father did it in just 23 seconds. Batman remained true to form, providing no leverage for his adversaries. On the track, two modified racing cars were warming up. Tony's vehicle gleamed in gold and crimson, its rear spewing flames, while Bruce's car was as dark as night, emblazoned with the bat emblem at its front. The circuit was teeming with the world's most formidable racers, all eager to seize the jewel of the Formula One crown and claim the title of the best in the world. Spectators lining the barriers on either side of the track erupted in cheers, rallying for their favorite drivers. A fierce competition among elite racers, a celebration for the audience, was about to commence. Chapter 65. The whip in the start positions. 3, 2, 1, go. As the starter's voice rang out, the moment the green light illuminated, a cacophony of roaring engines erupted from a dozen modified Formula One cars, resembling a pack of mechanical beasts breaking free from their cages. Tony's vehicle emitted a ghostly blue plasma flame from its rear, while Bruce's racing car unfurled a pair of bat-like carbon fiber spoilers in an eerie display. Just how many modifications had they made to their racing machines? Peter exclaimed, leaning over the railing in astonishment. Little Crypto excitedly barked at the racing cars, his fur ruffled into an explosive mane by the exhaust fumes. On the third lap, Tony suddenly activated the public channel. Jarvis, initiate the party tricks. In an instant, dozens of miniature drones shot forth from the sides of the racing car, forming a hologram of Bruce's beloved in a dress in midair. Bruce's steering wheel abruptly displayed a bat-themed interface. Activate countermeasures. The next moment, the fire hoses lining the track pivoted in unison, unleashing high-pressure water jets that sent the drones scattering in chaos. A few drones that narrowly escaped the deluge crashed into the audience, igniting a chorus of gasps. This is cheating. Tony fumed, slamming the steering wheel. Alfred, have you hacked into the track system? As the two billionaires engaged in their remote skirmish, Peter suddenly froze, his spider sense tingling with an electric urgency, every hair on his arms standing on end. Yang. Peter grasped Yang's arm, his voice taut with anxiety. Something dangerous is coming. Yang's gaze sharpened, swiftly scanning the racetrack as flashes of the film Iron Man 2 raced through his mind. Acquainted with the plot, he realized that Ivan Vanko was about to make his entrance. He nodded in understanding. I got it, Peter. We'll head to the restroom to change. Crypto, keep an eye on Mindy. Woof, woof, woof. Leave it to me. A glimmer of red light flickered in Crypto's eyes, golden energy coursing through his fur. Yang patted the dog's head, exchanging a knowing glance with Peter before they both dashed toward the restroom. Time is of the essence. Let's go. Right. Yang whispered as they ran. Remember our rehearsed plan, prioritize evacuating the audience. Understood. Safety of the audience comes first. Peter executed a nimble flip over the railing. In the distance, shrouded in the shadows of the pit area, a towering figure dragged a crackling electric whip. Ivan Vanko's eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. And with a subtle wave of his tattooed arm, an entire row of floodlights exploded. He stepped onto the racetrack with heavy strides, his electric whip crackling ominously like two venomous serpents. With a single lash, an ear-splitting explosion erupted at the seventh turn, sending an orange-red fireball soaring into the air, causing the audience to erupt into chaos. His gaze fixed menacingly on Tony Stark's racing car, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Stark, the debt your family owes must be repaid. He swung his whip violently, sending high-voltage currents like lightning across the track, instantly tearing the asphalt apart and showering sparks everywhere. A wave of screams erupted from the audience as the crowd began to panic and flee. Jarvis, what is happening? Tony swerved the steering wheel to evade the flying debris. Sir, detecting high-energy reactions. It resembles your reactor's energy signature. The alarm from Jarvis on Tony's race car blared immediately. What on earth? He jerked the steering wheel sharply, narrowly evading a bolt of lightning that swept towards him. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed his pupils constricting in shock. That lunatic had actually stormed onto the racetrack. Stark. The Russian's hoarse roar echoed throughout the arena through the loudspeakers. This time without the armor, how will you escape? Bruce's Batmobile followed closely behind, and Alfred's voice crackled through the communicator. Master, unknown armed individuals detected. Threat level extremely high. I can see that without your help. Bruce replied coldly, his fingers swiftly inputting commands on the steering wheel, immediately opening a secure channel. Activate defense systems, Robbins, evacuate the audience. Meanwhile, Peter and Chen had dashed into the restroom, quickly changing into their respective battle suits. The host triggered an emergency mission, assist Tony Stark in defeating Ivan Vanko. Successful completion rewards Hero Level 1. All attributes at 500 reputation points. Failure incurs a penalty of reducing all attributes by 5. Will the host accept? Accept. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously crashed through the restroom window, leaping out. Crypto! Protect Mindy! Chen shouted midair. Woof! Crypto the dog growled. A faint golden energy emanating from his body, transforming into an afterimage that shielded the panicked Mindy behind him. Peter swung towards the audience with his webbing, calling out loudly, "Everyone, evacuate to the exits. Do not push." Chen landed directly in the center of the racetrack, his threads ensnaring Ivan Vanko's right arm as he attempted to strike. Ivan Vanko, what is this? Do you aspire to be a slave master? Other slave masters wield whips with barbs, yet yours is electrified. You have violated Article 21 of the Slave Master Treaty. I, the Shining Knight, hereby arrest you. The whip-wielding figure slowly turned, madness flickering in his eyes. Where did this lunatic come from? Die! He swung the whip violently, the electric crackle striking towards Chen like thunder. Bang! The electric whip tore through the air, aiming for Chen's face. In a split second, Chen dodged sharply to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. The current struck the asphalt, leaving a charred mark on the surface. How is this fellow's armor so different from that in the movies? Chen wondered, unaware that during this time, the whiplash had been enhanced. With much of his body protected by armor, unlike the rudimentary equipment at the movie's beginning, though not as formidable as in later scenes. This was all orchestrated by Hydra, with the aim of ensnaring Justin Hammer, who was watching everything unfold, to implement their plans. Despite his confusion, his movements were swift, with a flick of his wrists. Several strands of high-tensile webbing shot from his palms, coiling around Ivan Vanko's arms in an attempt to restrain him. You want to fight? I'm game. Meanwhile, Peter had woven a large safety net with his webbing above the audience, ensuring that the panicked crowd would not trample each other due to falling debris from the racing cars. He turned to observe the battlefield, realizing that Bruce and Tony had somehow already exited their cars. Wait, where's Mr. Stark? In the next moment, a shadow flitted from the darkness of the racetrack. Tony Stark, clad in his Mark V armor, descended upon the circuit. Bang! Tony raised his left arm, unleashing an electromagnetic pulse that detonated the armor at his chest. With another pulse, Ivan's whip-like weapon was rendered useless, its electrical energy extinguished. Well done. Chen seized the opportunity, tightening the wire and binding Ivan securely. In the distance, the wail of police sirens echoed, and sensing his impending defeat, Ivan Vanko suddenly broke into a sinister grin. Did you think this was the end? A blinding red light emanated from his mechanical vest. The concealed energy source was activating. Let us perish together, Tony Stark. This is bad. Cursed. This guy must have watched too much of Lolo's adventure. Just as Chen intended to flee with Iron Man, at the critical moment, little Krypton arrived, sinking its teeth into the energy core and forcefully swallowing the impending explosion of the arc reactor. The Kryptonian hound let out a satisfied burp, releasing a few strands of blue electrical sparks. Chapter 66, The Struggle Silence enveloped the arena. Burp. Not bad. Little Krypton contentedly belched, its tail swaying leisurely, as if it had merely consumed an ordinary dog biscuit rather than an arc reactor capable of leveling the racetrack. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the emergency task. Task reward. Hero Level 1. Hero attributes 5,000 reputation points. The whip-like weapon. As a villain in the film Iron Man 2, proved to be rather weak, justifying the meager task reward. Observing little Krypton's remarkable feat, Tony Stark's gold and crimson armored faceplate sprang open, revealing his wide-eyed astonishment and nearly dislodged jaw. Do you realize that explosion could obliterate the entire racetrack? He stared intently at little Krypton, as if witnessing some cosmic anomaly defying the laws of physics. Jarvis. Tony stiffly turned his head, addressing the air. Tell me my visual system isn't malfunctioning. Sir, your visual system is functioning perfectly, Jarvis replied calmly, though his pace quickened slightly. However, according to the scan, this canine's stomach is efficiently converting the energy from the arc reactor, achieving an efficiency of 999, far exceeding current technology. Tony's expression froze. He slowly lifted a finger towards little Krypton, his voice trembling slightly. Did it just swallow an impending arc reactor explosion? And then digest it. Chen shrugged and approached to ruffle little Krypton's head. Calm down, Tony. This is just routine for little Krypton. Primarily, Chen himself hadn't anticipated little Krypton possessing such formidable devouring abilities akin to the Devourer, though he wondered if it could consume humans. Routine operation. Tony's pitch soared dramatically. You call that a routine operation? Then what is its extraordinary operation? Swallowing a star whole. Little Krypton tilted its head and barked at Tony. With a joyful wag of its tail, as if to say, it's nothing, not worth mentioning, Tony took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the little creature, as though observing an extraterrestrial being. In a sense, this little creature was indeed remarkable. He rubbed his temples, contemplating the need to reassess his worldview. First of all, this dog, its name is Crypto, Peter interjected. All right. This Crypto can endure the explosion of an arc reactor and still wag its tail with vitality? Tony emphasized, biting on the words. Indeed, Chen nodded in affirmation. Furthermore, not only can it digest the reactor's energy, but, Tony pointed at the residual blue sparks by Crypto's mouth, it can even burp electric sparks. Woof. Look at how impressive I am. Crypto puffed out its chest proudly, seemingly flaunting its feats. Listen, does your team still need investors? I can sponsor premium dog food. In unlimited supply. Just let me study it for 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes will suffice. Tony fell silent for 3 full seconds before abruptly turning to Chen. His eyes gleaming with the fervor unique to scientists. Chen raised an eyebrow. You wish to study crypto? Of course, Tony exclaimed, waving his arms with excitement. Do you realize what this implies? A being capable of directly consuming and transforming high-purity energy. This could revolutionize energy technology. Jarvis, record this immediately. New project codename, Superdog. Noted, sir. However, according to ethical protocols, I must remind you that researching someone else's pet without permission may involve legal issues, Jarvis replied. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Details. Merely details. At that moment, Bruce Wayne's voice interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Tony Stark, what's this? Rather than studying your armor, you're transitioning to biology? You coward who only knows how to flee, you're unworthy of conversing with me. I have no time for your nonsense, Tony retorted, feeling a surge of irritation toward Bruce, who seemed eager to hurl a few bat-shaped projectiles at him. With Bruce's reminder, Tony finally snapped back to reality. Glancing around to see police and paramedics arriving, while Ivan Vanko was being escorted away by agents. He inhaled deeply, casting one last longing glance at Crypto. His eyes filled with a mix of reluctance and yearning, even casting aside the thought of questioning Ivan about the reactor's origin. Listen, Chen. He lowered his voice as if conspiring about something significant. We must discuss the dietary needs of this valiant warrior Crypto. Stark Industries can cover it all. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. All right, we'll talk another day. However, you might need to seek its owner's consent first. Owner? Tony was taken aback. Aren't you its owner? Of course not. Chen shrugged. I lack the capability to care for such an extraordinary dog. Then where is its owner? I am willing to pay any price, ensuring their utmost satisfaction. Tony's eyes lit up, immediately pursuing the inquiry. Kid, I'm ready to offer you double the price from Tony Stark. Just provide me with Crypto's owner's contact information. Additionally, I'll give you a check for $3 million, redeemable at any bank across the globe. Bruce. Tony suddenly turned around, the joints of his armor emitting a mechanical clatter. Although his faceplate was open, his gaze had transformed into that of a possessive wolf. What is the matter, Tony? Bruce Wayne said languidly. When did you learn to eavesdrop on others' conversations? While you were busy drooling over a dog, no less. Bruce crossed his arms. A smirk plastered on his face that was reminiscent of Gotham's mockery, which only served to infuriate Tony. Drooling? Do you not even grasp the basic concept of sequence? Look closely. This is a pinnacle of high technology, not a baby's bib. Tony exaggeratedly pointed at his arc reactor, implying Bruce was blind. That dog, no. That pup, just saved my life. Wait, you're not planning to use Wayne Enterprises to lure the pup into some nefarious experiments, are you? Chen and Peter exchanged glances, silently stepping back to leave the battleground to these two billionaires. The little pup tilted its head, looking between Tony and Bruce, its tail wagging even more enthusiastically, clearly relishing the attention. Tony, you can't even safeguard your own arc reactor technology. Haven't you noticed that someone has already created the reactor you claim would take a decade to produce? Stark Industries stock prices are likely to plummet today, Bruce sneered, his tone laced with the glee of a victor. Tony was so incensed he nearly activated his palm repulsor on the spot. All right, gentlemen, can we discuss this somewhere else? Can't you see there are children present? Unable to endure the bickering of the two titans, Chen suggested they return to the hotel. Yes, let us leave. Back to the hotel. Tony Stark promptly led Chen, Peter, and the pup away, leaving Bruce Wayne and his Robins behind. Bruce. The two boys accompanying Iron Man are rather exceptional. It's no wonder that Kingpin is wary of them. Observing Tony's departure, Tim Drake, renowned for his intellect and detective skills, approached Bruce, clearly indicating that the Bat family was already aware of Chen and his companions' identities. It's fine. Dick can handle the investigation into them. Conversely, I find myself intrigued by the pup's owner. I have a feeling that the owner and I could become great friends. Chapter 67. New element the lavishly adorned private jet soared steadily through the skies. Mindy pressed her entire face against the window, exhaling a breath that fogged the glass in a cloud of white vapor. What happened to our Mediterranean sunbathing? Uncle Tony, did you forget to check the astrological forecast before leaving? The cabin of the aircraft was suffused with the mingled scents of champagne and leather. Chen sank into the Italian leather sofa, his long fingers gliding across the tablet, leaving trails of ghostly images. Meanwhile, Peter stuffed his cheeks with a third macaron. His cheeks puffed out like a hamster. The little pup joyfully devoured the steak that Happy had personally grilled for it. Everything was so comfortable, yet Tony Stark felt otherwise. After a mere 10 hours in Monaco, the doctor had managed to treat Stark's injuries and had him transferred to the hospital for a comprehensive examination, confirming that he only sustained minor injuries with no serious concerns. After a night of rest, early the next morning, Tony Stark and Chen, along with a few others, departed Monaco by plane, abruptly ending what had been a meticulously planned trip. He now sat frozen in his seat across from Chen, akin to a statue. The whiskey before him was nearly empty, the ice clinking softly at the bottom of the glass. The blue glow of the in-flight television illuminated his pallid face, replaying the nauseating visage of Senator Stern alongside updates regarding the recent confrontation between Iron Man and Whiplash at the Monaco racetrack. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed since the battle. Yet Senator Stern, presiding over a hearing on the Iron Suit in Washington, D.C., immediately delivered a televised address. This was promptly relayed to Pepper Potts at Stark Industries by the Public Relations Department. In a flurry of urgency, Pepper made dozens of calls to summon Tony back to Stark headquarters. After all, Tony had a particular apprehension of her, compelling him to return home in a rather disheveled state. The latest news report, delivered in a melodious tone by a female anchor, starkly contrasted with the unfolding visuals. Just 2 hours after the Monaco incident, the Senate Armed Services Committee convened an emergency session, while representatives from Stark Industries had yet to issue a statement regarding the events. Suddenly, a perilous crack emanated from Tony's knuckles. Chen and Peter exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively retreating deeper into the sofa. The scene shifted back to Senator Stern's glistening face, standing on the steps of Capitol Hill, resembling a penguin clad in a suit as he waved his stout finger at the camera. With righteous fervor, the rotund senator proclaimed his formidable declarations. It was remarkable that he had survived the last hearing without being undone by Tony. One could only commend the resilience of the American government. Under the protective auspices of high-ranking officials, he emerged as the foremost adversary of Tony Stark, suggesting a willingness among the elite to witness the chaos unleashed by a mad dog. Just 2 months prior, during a Senate hearing, Mr. Stark had fervently assured the American populace that Senator Stern had deliberately paused, his chubby fingers thumping the podium with gravity. In the next 5 to 10 years, there will be no second Iron Suit, he had dramatically proclaimed, turning to reveal an explosive image of the Monaco racetrack on the large screen. Amidst the billowing smoke, Whiplash's electric whip had severed a race car in two. And today, the senator's voice crescendoed in the very heart of Europe. A madman clad in a homemade suit nearly unleashed a bloodbath upon Monaco. Stern produced a handkerchief to dab at non-existent sweat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is no coincidence. This is the moment Pandora's box has been opened. The screen transitioned to data charts, the red arrows soaring dramatically. 1 suit can orchestrate a terror attack. 10 suits can destabilize a small nation. And if there were 100, he left the unsettling silence hanging. Our Patriot missile system, he sneered, is but a toy bow and arrow in the face of these iron monstrosities. Every American citizen must ask themselves, when the next attack occurs, how will we protect our children? Senator Stern suddenly lowered his voice, adopting a pained expression. What is the genius behind all this doing? The scene shifted to Tony, raising his glass at a charity gala, transforming the most powerful weapon in human history into a mere plaything for the wealthy. He finally slammed his hands on the table, his tie slipping onto his shoulder. The military is willing to pay any price to protect this nation, yet Mr. Stark would rather let technology languish in private laboratories. Is this not a blatant disregard for national security? Mr. Stark had once fervently vowed, his voice rising from fervor to sharpness. But what now? The tragedy in Monaco proves silence. Tony abruptly seized the remote control. Stern's thick lips froze in an exaggerated expression, resembling a gasping fish. The insufferable senator could only mouth words without sound. The cabin was suddenly filled only with the sound of collective breaths and the mindless munching of little Craig. Mindy discreetly pulled out her phone, capturing the senator's ludicrous expression to set as her screensaver. The 17th call. Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated. Ms. Potts requests your immediate attention. I know. Tony snapped, violently tearing at his tie. Tell Pepper, if she calls again, I'll hack into the Pentagon system and expose Stern's browsing history. His words were interrupted by a sudden video call notification. On the screen appeared Pepper's furious face, with Stark Industries flashing red alerts behind her. Tony Stark. Her voice reverberated throughout the cabin. Do you know that Stark Group's stock price has? Peter silently shoved the remaining macarons into his mouth, opting to pretend he was invisible. Chen quietly retrieved a news screenshot of Senator Stern posing with Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Could Ivan Vanko have been abducted by Justin Hammer? The palladium in Tony's body was nearly fatal, regardless of its impact on the timeline. He must inform him of the new element's discovery. Chen's fingers swiftly navigated the tablet, pulling up an old model from the Stark Expo. He took a deep breath and suddenly turned the tablet towards Tony. Your father left a gift in the 1974 Expo model. Tony's pupils dilated. The whiskey glass tilted between his fingers, the liquid soaking into his tailored trousers without his notice. His gaze remained fixated on the rotating atomic structure model projected holographically. This is impossible. I distinctly saw what my father left me, Jarvis. Analyzing, sir. The butler's voice emerged with an unusual delay of 0.3 seconds. The element structure shows a 98.7 similarity when compared to known databases. Theoretically, it could replace the palladium core. The air in the cabin seemed to solidify in that moment. Peter inadvertently crushed a macaron, powdered sugar cascading like snowflakes onto Little Crag's nose. The dog couldn't help but sneeze, dropping the steak from its mouth onto Hammer Industries' financial report. Tony suddenly switched to a private frequency to call Jarvis. His voice clear as his Adam's apple bobbed. Retrieve all architectural blueprints from the 1974 Expo. His fingertips glided across the projection, magnifying the molecular structure until it filled the entirety of the cabin, casting an eerie blue glow that danced across the faces of the onlookers. Chen seized the opportunity to lean in closer, whispering conspiratorially into Tony's ear. The S-H-I-E-L-D vault contains a tape of your father. He mimicked Howard Stark's tone deliberately. Tony is ensnared by the limitations of his own imagination. Chapter 68. The Heart of Iron rekindled. How did you come by this information? Even Nick Fury is unaware of my poisoning. Is it possible he knew all along, yet chose to remain silent? Tony appeared momentarily bewildered, grappling with the revelation that Chen not only knew of his palladium poisoning, but also had insights into his father's affairs. Do you truly possess the gift of foresight? That is inconsequential. What matters is that you can still survive. Chen shrugged dismissively. I owe you yet another life, Tony remarked, his fingers hovering in midair as the holographic blue light cast varying shadows across his sharply defined features. He swallowed hard, the Adam's apple bobbing conspicuously as if something weighty lodged in his throat rendered his breathing unnaturally slow. Tony's voice, usually so fluid, now bore a rare rasp. As he lifted his gaze to meet Chen's, the brilliance that typically shone in his eyes was tinged with a hint of red. You know, last night at the hospital in Monaco, I secretly underwent my 6th blood test. The air in the cabin froze instantly. Peter remained frozen in the act of bringing a macaroon to his mouth, while Mindy abruptly turned her head, smudging a chaotic streak on the fogged window. Palladium concentration, 92. Tony roughly tore open the collar of his shirt, revealing the veins on his chest to glow with an unsettling blue light, radiating like poisoned roots around the reactor. The brilliance was blinding. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calculated that I can last at most 3 more weeks. He forced a smile that was more sorrowful than anything. Before continuing, and now you tell me my father. His voice faltered, long fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the reactor chamber. Chen noticed that the meticulously groomed edges of his nails had taken on an unhealthy brownish-gray hue, reminiscent of autumn's fallen leaves. I owe you. Tony abruptly seized a bottle of liquor, downing a generous gulp, the liquid cascading down his chin and soaking his collar without a care. From Obadiah to now. He pointed emphatically at the molecular structure displayed on the tablet, his fingertips trembling slightly. This is nothing short of the Stark family's Easter egg. Little Cree, sensitive to Tony's emotional turmoil, whimpered as it nuzzled into his embrace, its damp nose gently brushing against the reactor on his chest. Tony instinctively stroked its ear. And Chen noted the subtle tremor in his fingers. How ludicrous, Tony murmured, fixated on the holographic projection, his voice barely above a whisper as if he were speaking to himself. Last month, I even drafted my will. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. The shares of Stark Industries have been entrusted to Pepper, who manages them far better than I ever could. That vintage 1932 Beetle is for Happy. He glanced at the bodyguard standing in the corner, who immediately reddened. This fellow salivates over that car every time he visits the villa, as if I were unaware. Happy awkwardly wiped his eyes and said, Boss, I've kept the latest Mark suit for Rhodey. Tony continued, turning his gaze towards Peter. The lab is yours, kid. Noticing Peter's inclination to decline, he raised a hand to haul them. Do not be so quick to refuse. Your genius brain should not be squandered merely on swinging and catching thieves. Technology is the true force that transforms the world. The cabin was filled with intermittent gasps. Tony's gaze finally rested upon Chen, a weary smile curving his lips. As for the cliffside villa in Malibu, the master bedroom facing the Pacific is just perfect. Wait a minute, I'm only 18. Isn't it a bit early to be contemplating retirement? Chen interjected, raising an eyebrow. Tony finally revealed his first genuine smile of the evening, although the redness around his eyes rendered it particularly fragile. It seems we must first address this, he said, reaching out to touch the holographic projection, where the atomic structure of the new element flowed at his fingertips. Peter peeked over the back of the sofa, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Are we heading straight back to Stark Tower? Can I observe the element synthesis process? I mean, if it wouldn't be a bother. Tony rolled his eyes in his signature manner, yet his tone had softened considerably. Not only can you observe, but you can also assist. After all. He turned to Chen, his voice suddenly lowering. Someone must witness how he brings a dying man back from the brink. The last few words were barely audible, but Chen clearly saw Tony quickly blink away moisture from his eyes under the soft cabin lights. Mr. Jarvis's voice suddenly chimed in. Ms. Potts is on her 18th call. She states that if you... Tony snatched the communicator, his voice regaining its former flamboyance. Pepper, cancel all press conferences. We're going to have a family party in the lab. He winked at everyone in the cabin, the kind with champagne. Laughter erupted, filling the cabin, and even little Crag was excitedly wagging his tail and spinning in circles. High above the clouds at 10,000 meters, the blue glow of the reactor appeared warmer and more vibrant than ever. The aircraft descended gently onto the private helipad of Stark Tower, and before the engine's roar had fully subsided, the cabin door was flung open with vigor. Tony was the first to step out. As soon as he descended the gangway, he spotted Pepper Potts not far away, arms crossed over her chest, her high heels impatiently tapping on the ground. Following her was an entire entourage from Stark Industries' legal and public relations teams, each carrying thick folders, their expressions somber as if preparing for a funeral. Tony Stark. Pepper's voice sliced through the air like a knife. Do you have any idea how many media outlets are covering the Monaco incident? Do you know Senator Stern just convened an emergency hearing? Her words suddenly faltered. As Tony refrained from his usual playful interruptions and neglected his customary dismissive demeanor, he simply stood there, his collar stained with remnants of wine, the reactor at his chest emanating an unusual blue glow. His eyes, typically brimming with confidence and mischief, now bore a fatigue and relief she had never witnessed before. Pepper's anger instantly froze. Pepper, Tony began, his voice considerably lower than usual. I need to go to the lab. Pepper opened her mouth. Yet no reproachful words escaped her lips this time. She understood Tony far too well, every nuance of his expression, every shift in his tone. At this moment, she keenly sensed something was amiss. Her gaze drifted past him, towards Chen, Peter, Happy, and Mindy, who stood behind him. Peter nervously clutched the straps of his backpack. Happy made a complicated gesture, and Chen merely nodded slightly, his eyes conveying an unspoken message. Taking a deep breath, Pepper quickly adjusted her demeanor, her professionalism kicking in. She turned to her team, signaling for them to cancel all meetings for the day and postpone the litigation with the White House until the following week. Then she looked at Tony, her voice softening considerably. Is there anything you need me to prepare? A faint smile curled at the corners of Tony's mouth. Some materials from the 1974 Stark Expo. He paused, and a case of champagne. Champagne? To celebrate, Tony replied, suddenly stepping forward and enveloping her in a gentle embrace. Much to Pepper's astonishment. Thank you, Pepper, for always being by my side. The unexpected hug left Pepper momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she patted his back, catching the scent of wine and a faint trace of metallic rust. She abruptly pushed him away, her gaze fixed on his chest. Your reactor. It won't be a problem anymore. Tony winked at her before striding towards the entrance of the building. Come on, everyone. The science exhibition is about to begin. Pepper stood rooted in place, watching Tony's retreating figure before glancing at Chen. What is going on with him? He received a gift from his father, and we're about to unwrap it, Chen quipped. Pepper wished to inquire further, but Peter bounded over, excitement radiating from him. Miss Potts, we're about to create a new element. This is so cool. Mindy rolled her eyes. Boys and their scientific toys. Little Crypto barked joyfully, wagging his tail as he chased after them. Pepper watched the exuberant group head towards the lab, shaking her head, yet unable to suppress a smile. She hurried after them, the sound of her heels echoing crisply in the corridor. Tony, you better explain all of this. And don't touch my champagne. That's reserved for celebrating the quarterly report. Tony's laughter echoed from ahead. Relax, Pepper. What we're celebrating today is far more significant than the financial report. Like what? Like, Tony turned back to glance at her, his eyes sparkling. I'm finally not going to die. Pepper's footsteps abruptly halted. As Tony turned away and pushed open the laboratory's grand door, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden halo around his silhouette, brimming with energy, ready to ignite. Chapter 69. The Confrontation and the Journey. Is it you who prompted Tony to suddenly request the videotapes of his father's life? Nick Fury inquired, his single eye narrowing as his fingers lightly tapped the rim of his coffee cup. Chen leaned against the control panel, a slight smirk gracing his lips. It's merely a matter of duty, Director. Surely, you wouldn't want to witness Tony Stark succumb to palladium poisoning, would you? Fury scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the holographic projection of the Night Owl base. Even if you hadn't intervened, I would have handed over Howard's files to him at the appropriate time. Appropriate time? Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting you would wait until his funeral to do so? Fury refrained from responding, merely lowering his gaze to take another sip of coffee. The brew Chen prepared was surprisingly exquisite, rich, bitter, with a hint of elusive sweetness, much like his enigmatic personality. Speak. Fury set down his cup, his solitary eye locking onto Chen. You didn't summon me here solely for Tony's matter. Of course not. Chen turned, fingers delicately tapping the control panel, activating the base's defense systems, ensuring no eavesdropping devices could penetrate. What could possibly warrant such elaborate precautions? Fury's tone remained calm, though his body leaned slightly forward, a habitual gesture when confronted with significant intelligence. Chen pivoted, his gaze sharp as a blade. What if I told you it pertains to Hydra? Having already revealed a spoiler to Tony Stark, disclosing Hydra's presence to Nick Fury seemed of little consequence. The atmosphere in the room stiffened, as if frozen in time. Fury's fingers lingered at the cup's edge for a moment before returning to their usual composure. Yet a glimmer of icy menace flickered in his solitary eye. Proceed, he said slowly, his voice deep and fraught with danger. Do you know why I called you here alone? Chen enunciated each word with clarity. Because there are ghosts haunting your home, are you aware? You mean to say that S-H-I-E-L-D is infiltrated by Hydra? Not only that. Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. To be precise, a small faction of your operatives has embedded themselves within Hydra. In a flash, Nick recalled the recent operation to apprehend Ivan Vanko, where another group had outpaced them. Natasha had warned him of a mole within, yet his investigations had yielded no results. Could it truly be Hydra? If so, everything began to make sense. Perhaps S-H-I-E-L-D should consider rebranding itself as Hydra Shield. Aside from your assistant Hill, Coulson, Natasha, Clint, and the old guard, Carter, Steve, Diana, there is not a single other agent in S-H-I-E-L-D you can trust. Especially, Chen's tone dripped with sarcasm, emphasizing his words, your predecessor. Alexander Pierce. When did you come to this realization? Nick's solitary eye bore into Chen, attempting to pierce through the layers of obscurity. Do you recall 2 years ago when you visited my home? I mentioned there were more explosive revelations to come? At that moment, I was already aware of everything. Then why didn't you tell me back then? Chen's gaze was serene, yet Nick's voice was suffused with the repressed astonishment and incredulity that had long been concealed. 2 years ago? When we first met, your feelings towards me were steeped in distrust, and I was no different. Chen let out a light chuckle, imbued with a sense of worldly understanding. You had only just settled into your role as director. Would you truly trust the words of an outsider? Moreover, do you dare to apprehend individuals under the auspices of S-H-I-E-L-D without fearing that Pierce might eliminate you first? Evidence? Nick Fury's voice was as frigid as ice. New Jersey, an abandoned S-H-I-E-L-D base. The former stronghold of the Strategic Scientific Reserve during World War II. Chen articulated the location with clarity. Inside lies the answers you seek. You are the king of agents. Uncovering this trivial matter should pose no challenge for you. He paused momentarily, adding, by the way, remember to bring the captain and Diana along. After all, they are the ones who know best how to dismantle Hydra. And you? What are your plans? With a preliminary strategy in place, Nick's taut nerves relaxed slightly. He lifted his coffee for another sip, his solitary eye scrutinizing Chen deeply. And you? What are your plans? Chen shrugged nonchalantly. A great deal has transpired in recent days. As for me, I still have over 40 days of vacation left, and I intend to wander across the United States. Just wandering? Fury's tone was laced with palpable skepticism. Chen elongated his response, a hint of amusement in his voice. While traveling to clear my mind, I also plan to seek out a few individuals of significance to me. Oh. Nick leaned back slightly, his voice imbued with meaning. Those who matter to you are not simple folk. Speak. Are you planning to have S-H-I-E-L-D foot the bill again? Not just the bill. A mischievous smile blossomed on Chen's face. You must cover all my travel expenses, along with a reliable vehicle and a legitimate driver's license. I have no intention of traversing America solely on foot. It's a deal. Nick agreed decisively, setting down his coffee cup. The terms are not an issue. After all, he fixed his one-eyed gaze on Chen, his tone growing more solemn. If the information you provide is accurate, you will be rendering an invaluable service. He paused, seemingly casually asking, may I inquire where your first stop is intended to be? Me? Chen's gaze appeared to drift into the distance, his tone relaxed. I plan to explore the northeastern United States first, specifically Cape Cod in Massachusetts. I've heard the coastal scenery there is quite exquisite. Is that so? Nick stood up, adjusting his trench coat. Then I wish you a pleasant journey. He did not look back at Yang Chen, finishing the last sip of his coffee, turning on his heel, and departing the control room with a steady and swift stride. The heavy alloy doors slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud, sealing the interior from the outside. Nick Fury had more pressing and perilous matters to attend to immediately. Cape Cod, a seaside town nestled along the eastern coast of Massachusetts, shares the coastline with Gotham yet possesses a climate that is utterly distinct, verging on the extreme. Here, the sun shines generously all year round, with both the duration and intensity of sunlight ranking among the finest across numerous cities on the East Coast. The resplendent sunlight could have transformed it into an idyllic resort paradise. However, the meager geographical endowments have curtailed its development. The land is cramped, surrounded by hills. The coastline is limited, and the city's infrastructure is insufficient to accommodate the surging influx of tourists. Had it been in close proximity to New York, perhaps its vibrant allure would have thrived, allowing tourists to easily traverse the metropolis for their accommodations. Alas, it is not situated in New York State. No visitor would dare to venture into Gotham for an overnight stay, especially when they flock to the seaside for warm sands and sunlight, rather than the dreary rain clouds of Gotham that extinguish all enthusiasm. Consequently, the tourism industry in Tien Harbor has remained tepid, with local residents largely relying on the bountiful nearby fishing grounds for their livelihood. On this journey, Yang Chen ventured alone, without Mindy and Little Ko. Peter had been conscripted by Tony as a makeshift aide. Driving the vehicle provided by Fury, Yang Chen sped along the coastal highway. His left hand rested casually on the steering wheel while his right hand unfolded a somewhat weathered paper map. Outside the window, the azure seascape unfurled like a flowing canvas. Within the car, his gaze oscillated between the magnificent horizon and the clandestine markings on the map in his hand. Arthur, I hope you do not disappoint me. After a winding drive, Yang Chen finally arrived at Tien Harbor. As documented, the sun generously bathed the small town, and the air was infused with the briny scent of the sea and the freshness of the catch. Yang Chen navigated the black vehicle, understated in appearance yet robust in performance, along the winding coastal road into the town. He declined the logistical support arranged by Nick Fury at this moment. He sought to locate the demigod hybrid in the most inconspicuous manner possible. He parked the car near an abandoned dock, a distance away from his target, and secured the doors. The industrial layout of the town was evident. 3 fishing docks underpinned the economic lifeblood of the city, besides the newly constructed modern dock. The other 2 weathered wooden docks bore the marks of colonial times. Sir, you might not know about this dock, chirped a small boy, clad in overalls and a fisherman's hat, as he bounced onto the creaking wooden platform, pointing ahead. It has been abandoned for 3 or 4 years. The mayor deemed it unnecessary to repair, so it was converted into a fishing pier. The boy enthusiastically elaborated. Do you see those little boats? They are specially prepared for tourists. For just $5, you can experience shallow sea fishing and take home the plumpest catch. If you add 50 cents more, I'll take you to the town's finest seafood restaurant. The owner's fish soup is simply exquisite. He winked mischievously. $5? Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. I'm not particularly interested in fish. However, if the price is right, I might consider the experience. Yang Chen stepped onto the wooden platform of the dock, gazing out at the sea. The fishing boats traversed back and forth, and he had to admit that the scene was quite distinctive. Generally speaking, deep-sea fishing incurs steep costs. Renting a professional fishing vessel is a luxury beyond the means of an ordinary vacationing family, reserved for the affluent. The tourism project launched by CN Port can only be described as a rudimentary, beggar-like fishing boat, merely a common wooden vessel outfitted with a motor. The helmsman is a local fisherman who has spent his entire life at sea, using fishing nets that are rather ordinary, some even appearing somewhat worn. However, nearly every fishing boat is filled with eager tourists, all brimming with enthusiasm. Although these fishing boats are far slower than trawlers and rely entirely on luck for their catch, yielding scant rewards, the visitors, especially families, seem to revel in the experience. Yang Chen began to admire the wisdom of the mayor of CN Port. In this era, the majority of the tourism industry is tailored for the affluent, while many tourist towns have yet to shift their mindset, offering projects with prohibitively high costs. In most coastal towns, aside from the free beaches, any maritime activities, such as deep-sea fishing or diving, come with exorbitant fees. How about $4? A small boy tentatively suggested, attempting to negotiate. $3, Yang Chen replied with a smile, giving the boy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Plus $1 tip. Go find me a boat. The boy cheered and dashed off, soon returning with a delightful surprise. Sir, I found you a wonderful fisherman. Considering you mentioned being a university student, I specifically sought out the youngest one here. Yes, right by the beach. Let me take you to him. The boy guided Yang Chen to the shoreline, where the two descended along a rugged path eroded by the sea breeze. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks grew increasingly loud, and the salty sea wind enveloped them. When Yang Chen finally stood on the small stretch of beach, surrounded by jagged rocks, the scene before him confirmed part of his intelligence. He spotted an astonishingly tall figure standing in knee-deep water, his back turned to Yang Chen. Beside a small wooden boat, the man had wild, untamed golden-brown hair, his bare torso revealing a bronze-skinned physique, with muscles as contorted as the rocks themselves. As if sculpted by the ocean. Even from behind, he emanated a primal, wild, and powerful aura. He casually moved his arms, as if warming up or sensing the flow of water. Wow, am I lucky or what? Right off the bat, I found my target, Yang Chen thought to himself, marveling at the man's physique, reminiscent of Thor, except for his face. What do they call you, brother? I'm Yang Chen, from New York. Yang Chen approached the water's edge, deliberately making his footsteps clear on the pebbles. The man in the water paused, slowly turning around. Viking, here's a university student visiting. Be sure to treat him well, the boy shouted from the beach. The man's hawk-like eyes scrutinized Yang Chen for a moment before he briefly gestured towards his boat. Arthur Curry, come aboard. Yang Chen glanced at the small boat bobbing 3 meters away and then at the firm sand beneath his feet. How do I get on? Oh my goodness, the boy exclaimed, slapping his forehead. My heavens, Viking, where's the ladder? Have you forgotten the welcoming procedure your father taught you? Only then did the man, referred to as Viking, come to his senses. He hurriedly jumped onto the wooden boat, lowering a plank for Yang Chen to board. As the vessel drifted away from the shore, the golden-haired man remained silent. Curious, Yang Chen moved to the side of the boat, prompting the man to mutter, "Don't look at the surface of the sea, or you'll get seasick. Why do they all call you Viking?" Yang Chen skillfully shifted the topic. That must be a nickname, right? Yes, the other party replied succinctly, I don't like it. I am not a pirate. You remind me of a friend. A true descendant of the Vikings. Then he must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. Perhaps you two would become good friends. Arthur walked towards the cabin to organize the fishing gear. Are we fishing or trawling? Let's fish first. Do you have any good spots to recommend? There's a lot of people now. All the good spots are taken. Arthur crouched down to sort the fishing line. I know a few decent ones, but they require some skill. If I catch well, I'll tip you half again. Arthur shook his head. It's not about the tip. Those spots just need experience. He glanced up at Yang Chen. Are you a college student? Which university? Imperial State University. With a sudden snap, Arthur's fishing line became tangled. What happened? Yang Chen noticed the change in his expression. My father says. Arthur lowered his gaze to continue untangling the line, that it has the finest talents in America. You must be quite intelligent, as my father always encourages me to learn from smart kids. By the way, have you attended college? Yang Chen awkwardly engaged Arthur in conversation, attempting to distract himself, fearing he might succumb to seasickness. Arthur shook his head. I graduated high school 2 years ago. My father wanted me to go, but he gazed out at the distant sea. I do not wish to be far from the ocean. 2 years ago? Yang Chen observed his robust physique with surprise. So you are 21 now. The Viking stood up, expertly casting his line. They call me the Viking because of my impressive build. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying a salty scent. Yang Chen looked at this young sea king, seemingly beyond his years, and felt a surge of curiosity about this chance encounter. What made you decide to travel here? After speaking, Arthur handed his fishing rod to Yang Chen, who adjusted it and began casting. Actually, I'm just a recent high school graduate, set to enroll in Imperial State University later this year. I have a keen interest in some of the world's unique corners and remarkable individuals, coupled with ample vacation time, so I thought I'd explore the scenic beauty across America. Then you've come to the wrong place. Arthur's tone was refreshingly candid. There's neither scenery nor the birthplace of any notable historical figures here, unless you have a passion for fishing. In my eyes, the scenery here is more vivid than any attraction, Yang Chen said, his wrist flicking as the fishing line sliced through the sea's surface, creating ripples. He patiently awaited a bite, allowing the sea breeze to tousle his hair. Especially since I've already seen the view I most wish to behold. Arthur's movement in cleaning the fishing gear momentarily faltered. The words of this unfamiliar young Asian seemed to harbor a hidden meaning, raising his instinctual alertness. He purposefully cast the hook with a clatter, nonchalantly saying, if you like it, take a good look. This sea has no shortage of onlookers. The fishing boat had navigated to the challenging spot Arthur mentioned. It remained a shallow area, but beneath lay some rocks, and there was an abundance of kelp and coral, making it quite difficult to catch a glimpse of any fish, let alone catch one. Yang Chen's fishing rod remained silent, while the bucket beside Arthur steadily filled with fish, one after another. Half an hour later, Yang Chen gazed at the lively catch in Arthur's bucket, a subtle, meaningful smile gracing his lips. If this were another guest, you might not even receive a tip. Those affluent patrons love to boast about their angling skills. I simply bring them here. The sea shows no favoritism. Some return empty-handed while others are laden with bounty. This is the true classroom of the ocean. Arthur's face blossomed into a triumphant smile. imbued with the wildness tempered by the sea breeze. No matter. Since you deem this a challenging fishing spot, I would be content with just one catch today. To his surprise, Chen neither became agitated nor reeled in his line. He continued to gaze intently at the surface of the sea, his tone tranquil. Arthur skillfully reeled in his line and caught a fish, remarking, "You are the most composed New Yorker I have ever encountered. Those mob bosses either hurl curses or try to buy the fish right out of my bucket. The joy of fishing lies in the heartbeat of waiting." Chen's gaze followed a silver fish leaping from the water, much like now, when one can never predict what the next cast will yield. Arthur wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, the droplets glistening on his sun-kissed skin. "Once you taste my father's fish soup, your perspective will surely change. As compensation for your time in the Air Force, I shall take you home to savor his culinary skills." The old man will be overjoyed to know a college student is visiting. Chen readily agreed. "Then I shall not hesitate to indulge in your spoils." As dusk settled, the evening glow painted the sea in hues of flowing flames. The aquatic plants swayed in the interplay of light and shadow, while seagulls skimmed over the colossal sun setting in the horizon. In the face of such scenery, the empty fish basket became utterly inconsequential. "What do you think? Is this view not delightful?" Arthur waved his heavy bucket before Chen. "Then you cannot claim there is nothing worth seeing here." Chen chuckled and shook his head. About an hour later, Chen walked along the damp stone path, gazing up at the towering lighthouse. "Is your home up there?" "Surely not." Arthur laughed until he could hardly stand. "Who would make a home in a lighthouse?" "My father is the keeper of the lighthouse at Chien's harbor. I came to fetch him after his shift. Without him in the kitchen, we would both go hungry tonight." Just as they reached the lighthouse entrance, an elderly man with frosted hair emerged. Before the words could fully leave his lips, the door creaked open. The silver-haired old man, Mr. Tom Curry, donned round spectacles. His posture as straight as a mast. Time had etched deep lines around his eyes, yet could not conceal the gentle light within. A light that seemed capable of piercing through a century of maritime fog, illuminating every lost vessel. Upon learning that Chen was a college student, Tom Curry clasped the young man's rough hands tightly, a rare glimmer of brightness shining in his eyes. In this town, whose development relies solely on fishing, it is a rarity for any household to produce a college graduate, especially one from a prestigious institution. Most teenagers, upon graduating high school, make choices akin to Arthur's, aiding their families by venturing out to sea to fish for their livelihood. On his way home, Chen learned from Arthur that old Curry was the most seasoned tower keeper in the Port of Mercy, having witnessed countless ships returning from their voyages. It is said that he can recognize every captain who has docked at this port and recalls every story that flowed from their lips. When the fish soup was served, the steam blurred the light. In the thick, white broth floated vibrant green scallions, and the aroma instantly dispelled the chill of the seaside. Chen took a sip, the spicy freshness exploding on his tongue, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Arthur had already downed 2 large bowls, contentedly patting his belly. "The fishermen in town curry favor with my father just to learn this craft." As Chen took a sip, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Arthur, however, quickly finished a full bowl, letting out a satisfied sigh as he set the bowl down heavily. "My father established his foothold in town thanks to this pot of fish soup. All the fishermen here must give him some respect. Who wouldn't want to enjoy a steaming bowl of Old Curry's fragrant fish soup after a long day of laboring at sea?" Old Curry adjusted his glasses, his gaze suddenly softening. "Don't listen to his nonsense, but it's true that your mother was indeed won over by this pot of soup." His fingers unconsciously traced an old scar along the table's edge, as if lingering on a warm memory. "Arthur isn't exaggerating. My family runs a Chinese restaurant in New York, but my father's fish soup cannot compare to yours, lacking in your exquisite flavor." "Child, if you like it, drink more," Old Curry replied. "Arthur rarely brings friends home. This reminds me of when his mother was still around." Chen's sincere praise brought deep lines of joy to the corners of Old Curry's eyes, prompting him to stand and serve the young man another generous bowl. Suddenly, Arthur coughed, interrupting his father's words. A hush fell over the room, broken only by the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. Chen keenly sensed the shift in atmosphere, gently placing his bowl down and allowing his gaze to rest on the yellowed family portrait on the wall. In it, a youthful Old Curry embraced a red-haired woman, holding a baby Arthur in his arms, their smiles radiating brighter than the sunshine behind them. "Your wife must have been a gentle soul," Chen said softly. Old Curry's eyes grew distant as he removed his glasses to wipe them. Atlanta was indeed a remarkable woman. His fingers gently caressed the photograph. On that stormy night 20 years ago, she never returned after going out to rescue a distressed fishing vessel. Arthur suddenly stood up, the chair screeching against the floor. "Dad, I'm going to check the nets for tomorrow." He strode purposefully towards the door. Chen noticed the normally jovial fisherman's tense posture and the whiteness of his clenched knuckles. The sea breeze slipped through the half-open door, causing the oil lamp to flicker. "I apologize. I shouldn't have brought it up." Old Curry shook his head, pouring hot tea into Chen's cup. Arthur has never liked to discuss this matter since that night. In fact, after that, the two of us rarely went out to sea together. He always sails alone into the most perilous waters, as if searching for something. Chen looked out the window, where Arthur's tall figure was staring into the pitch-black sea by the dock under the moonlight. He suddenly understood why this seasoned angler would take guests to the most challenging fishing spots. Perhaps that was the very direction in which his mother had vanished. In truth, Chen yearned to shout at Arthur, "Your mother did not perish," and then expound upon the plot of the film Aquaman. However, he was acutely aware that such an action would only inflict pain upon the Curry father and son. To inform Arthur and allow him to confront all of Atlantis alone. That was a preposterous notion. Setting aside the question of whether Namor, the Aquaman of the Marvel Universe, even existed, if he did, and were he to discover Arthur's existence and his half-human lineage, both father and son would surely meet their demise. Chen could not breathe underwater, let alone engage in combat. He would not only be of no assistance to Arthur, but would also complicate matters. Unless, of course, the system granted him a water-repelling pearl or the ability to breathe underwater, in which case, he might transform and potentially rescue the imprisoned Atlanta. For now, all he could do was perform at an Oscar-worthy level and accompany the two in their charade. "Mr. Curry, do you believe that people become stars after they die?" Chen queried, feigning seriousness. The old man paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Atlanta often told Arthur that brave sailors become the guiding North Star after death." "Then she must be the brightest one," Chen remarked, pointing to a particularly radiant star in the night sky. "Look, she has always been watching over you." Tears glistened in old Curry's eyes. Just then, the door swung open, and Arthur returned, exuding an aura of chill, holding a bottle of aged rum. "Care for something to warm you?" The three gathered around the hearth, the amber liquid swirling in their cups. After a few rounds of drink, Arthur began to speak more freely. "Yang, did you know my mother was the best diver in this town? She could hold her breath for 6 minutes. That night, she could have swum back." Chen remained silent, listening intently. It was evident that Atlanta had chosen to feign her death to protect the Curry father and son, returning to Atlantis to face punishment. Oh, the depths of maternal love. Guilt welled up within Chen. As the firelight flickered, he noticed a tear slip down Arthur's resolute face, falling into his cup and creating small ripples. Late into the night, when Chen rose to take his leave, Arthur insisted on accompanying him back to the inn. The two walked along the silent dock, the sound of the waves echoing like an ancient sigh. "Thank you." Arthur suddenly spoke. "Since my mother left, my dad hasn't mentioned her in a long time." Chen paused, the sea breeze tousling his dark hair. "Some wounds need to be spoken of to heal. Your father is very proud of you." Arthur gazed at the distant light of the lighthouse, the silhouette of his father still on duty. He took a deep breath. "Next week, I will participate in the Coast Guard selection. For years, I have practiced diving. Thinking you would make an excellent rescue member." Chen patted his shoulder. "Just like your mother." Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two young men stretched long. The tide gently lapped against the shore, as if narrating a tale of courage and legacy. Above them, the North Star radiated a gentle yet resolute light. In the inn, consumed by guilt and unable to sleep, Chen chastised himself with 2 sharp slaps. "I truly deserve this." Chapter 72. The message of Green Arrow. The following morning, with sleepless nights etched beneath his eyes, Chen, adorned in his attire, pushed open the door just as the eastern horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn. After a modest breakfast at the inn, he stepped into the tranquil embrace of the morning in CN Harbor. In stark contrast to the cacophony of New York, the early hours of this coastal town resembled a serene watercolor painting. There were no raucous voices nor shrill horns, only the gentle whispers of waves caressing the shore. Following the innkeeper's directions, Chen made his way to the nearby beach, where he was momentarily captivated by the sight before him. A burly blond man sat alone on a rocky outcrop, murmuring to the air, or perhaps not to the air. Squinting against the sunlight that danced upon the rippling waves, Chen discerned the schools of fish swirling around Arthur's feet. The sea breeze carried fragmented snippets of conversation. "How is he today?" "Really? It's a pity you cannot speak. For I would urge you to tell him to hold on a little longer. I will soon set sail to rescue him." "What? You mean he has been injured?" Arthur's voice suddenly escalated, startling a flock of seagulls into flight. He sprang to his feet, shells from the rocks clattering into the sea. "No. I must set sail at once. I have to help him. Who do you wish to assist?" Chen's voice pierced through the sound of the waves. Arthur froze, swiftly turning around. The morning light cast a golden halo around his silhouette, revealing the dark circles beneath his eyes. "Chen, what are you doing here?" "Wait. Did you not rest well last night?" "It's nothing. I just came out for a walk after breakfast." Chen approached the water's edge, where the surf broke into pearls at his feet. "I heard you mention needing to save someone. Why not contact the authorities?" A flush of embarrassment crept across Arthur's bearded face. "Reporting it might be futile. That person is far, far away." "How far?" "West of Massachusetts, over 11,000 kilometers away." "Washia." Chen's pupils constricted, the sea breeze suddenly turning sharp and biting. Precisely. Arthur clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking under pressure. He is trapped on an island in the South China Sea, near the Penghu Islands. Recently, he engaged in a firefight with a group of mercenaries and seems to have sustained injuries. I need to find a way to help him. Chen had his suspicions but feigned curiosity. But how do you know? Did he call you? If he did, why not directly reach out to the police? Arthur inhaled deeply, his golden hair fluttering in the wind. You might think I am mad, but I can understand their speech. I have possessed this ability since childhood. Seeing Chen's impassive expression, he quickened his pace. The fish informed me that someone is stranded on a deserted island near the South China Sea. They have been bringing me updates each month. I have been preparing, yet I did not expect him to be in such dire circumstances today. His voice thick with urgency and regret. Arthur hesitated, casting a glance back at the fish still lingering by the rocks. A bittersweet smile gracing his face. You may believe I am insane, but I can hear the fish speak. This has been my gift since childhood. The schools of fish informed me that someone was stranded on a small island near the South China Sea. They continuously relayed news about that individual. And I was preparing to rescue him, only to discover that he had sustained injuries today. Before Chen could speak, Arthur waved his hand. A hint of self-mockery in his tone. I know you might want to call the police to have me arrested or sent to a mental institution. But others have done that long ago. The police won't apprehend someone simply for claiming to hear fish speak, unless they too have lost their sanity. Chen shook his head, his gaze resolute. You need not worry. I have encountered many peculiarities and extraordinary individuals, and you are not exceptional. What intrigues me more is how you intend to rescue him. I plan to sail over. I am quite adept at swimming, but he likely cannot manage. So this is your plan? Chen's eyes scanned the weathered fishing boat at the harbor. Sailing across the Pacific? Circumnavigating south through the Panama Canal? Or venturing north through the Bering Strait? Ultimately reaching the Pacific? Setting aside whether you know the routes. Are you certain that old vessel can withstand the tumultuous waves of the ocean's depths? His tone dripped with incredulity. Arthur fidgeted like an ant on a hot skillet. Shifting his feet uneasily. I am only familiar with the sea. I have never even ridden a train, know little of China, and have no idea how to get there. The bronze hue of his face revealed a childlike bewilderment, contrasting starkly with his formidable physique. Such a long journey. I have only seen in the movie Around the World in 80 Days, he muttered, clearly lacking confidence in his ability to hitch a ride. Chen contemplated quietly. Realizing that the unfortunate soul trapped on that island in the South China Sea, which Arthur referred to as Purgatory Island, was most likely Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow. After all, he was the only one in the entire universe with a survival script set on a deserted island. Originally, Chen's travel plan was to drive from the east coast of America to the west coast, perfectly aligned with the sequence of Aquaman, Arthur Curry, The Flash, Barry Allen, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, culminating with the Green Arrow, Oliver Queen. However, this seemingly flawless itinerary had now been thoroughly disrupted. In this damn timeline, Oliver Queen was still struggling for survival on a deserted island. According to Arthur's description, Oliver had likely engaged in fierce combat with the mercenary organization led by Anthony Evo. The Quartimatus, and the situation was dire. Immediate rescue was imperative. Listening intently, Chen's tone turned grave. If what you say is true, human lives are at stake. And he has been injured. I may be able to assist, but the quickest method to rescue him is certainly not by sailing across the Pacific. A spark of hope ignited in Arthur's eyes as he eagerly turned to Chen. The fastest way is by airplane. Chen pointed inland. Unfortunately, CN Harbor lacks an airport. The nearest international airport is in Boston. If we set off in the car now, we won't arrive until nightfall, which would waste precious time. No, I must go. Arthur's voice was imbued with an undeniable resolve, tinged with a hint of regret. In fact, I have known he was stranded there for 3 years. I had hoped he could manage on his own. Little did I know he sighed heavily, as if the sea breeze carried his sorrow. I could not bear to watch him perish there, could I? He gazed into the depths of the ocean, as if he could perceive that distant figure, every month. The fish would bring me tidings of him. He is a true warrior, remarkably resilient, never yielding even in dire circumstances. I have listened intently to every tale of his struggle for survival on that hellish island. I absolutely cannot, allow him to die in solitude like this. Chen said nothing further. He resolutely turned and strode towards the lighthouse where old Curry worked. Arthur hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly followed in his wake. Chapter 73. Departure to rescue Oliver and Huaxia. One must first secure the consent of old Curry. Chen led the anxious Arthur to the door of the lighthouse. Before Arthur could speak, Chen knocked firmly on the heavy wooden door. Mr. Curry, it is I. The door opened in response, revealing old Curry, who regarded the two outside with a hint of confusion. Child, what brings you here? The familiar medley of scents from within the lighthouse enveloped them, the briny tang of sea salt, the musty aroma of aged wood, and a faint whiff of machine oil. Old Curry's gaze swept over the threshold. Chen appeared steady and resolute, while his son Arthur resembled a child awaiting the verdict of fate, his fingers fidgeting restlessly. Mr. Curry, Yang Chen's voice shattered the silence, imbued with sincere conviction. I spoke with Arthur on the beach just now. I discovered that he does not lack yearning for the outside world. Rather, he is ensnared by a deeper tether of obligation and responsibility. Old Curry paused, seemingly grasping the profound implications of Yang Chen's words. Rising, his gaze fell upon Arthur's face. His son no longer bore the indifferent demeanor typical of him, but rather, his eyes shimmered with emotion. With a sigh, Old Curry sank back into the worn sofa. I have long urged you to venture beyond. Yet you insist you cannot leave the sea. But a life must include glimpses of the world beyond these shores. He hesitated, his tone growing somber. Your mother's situation, along with my duties at the lighthouse, have led me to neglect your guidance. You remain cooped up here, refusing to travel or pursue education. Arthur, this cannot continue. Arthur's lips moved slightly. Dad, I cannot quite articulate it. There is an inescapable bond one share with the sea. The thought of going to a place without it fills me with unease. That is merely due to the unfamiliarity, Yang Chen interjected gently, his gaze softening as he looked at Arthur. To explore may yield unexpected revelations. He shifted his tone to a more casual one. As it happens, I am currently on holiday. To express my gratitude for that delightful bowl of fish soup, why not accompany me on a journey to Huaxia? Rest assured, I shall cover all expenses. Travel? Huaxia. Old Curry's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had spent his entire life in the harbor of Seine, never venturing beyond this coastline. In this unassuming small town on the East Coast, most people inherited their family trades, and only a rare few had the opportunity to attend prestigious schools elsewhere, let alone travel the world. Yang Chen continued, you might consider pursuing the field of study that truly resonates with you. If true talent exists, I possess some connections in New York that could assist you in securing a letter of recommendation from the State University of New York or other prestigious institutions on the East Coast. This statement, akin to a stone cast into a lake, stirred profound ripples within the heart of Old Curry. This humble lighthouse keeper harbored the simplest of desires, for his son to attend a reputable school, obtain a respectable job, and lead a stable and happy life. Rather than being ensnared in this small town like himself or the fisherman, forever accompanied by the tempest and toil of life. Yang Chen did not grant Arthur any special favors. He understood well that Arthur was destined to be the lord of the seven seas, the monarch of Atlantis, the leader of the entire ocean. If he could experience a semblance of normalcy in the human world, akin to the superhero Clark Kent, understanding and embracing humanity, it would be mutually beneficial. This philosophy is indebted to the teachings of Master Gui and the Kent couple. Arthur appeared taken aback in his perception. To gain the favor of a university was enough to be hailed as a genius during his high school years in this small town. Of course, certainly, Arthur, quick to express gratitude, was urged by Old Curry, whose voice trembled with excitement, as he preemptively assured, no need for formality, Mr. Curry. Time is of the essence. Yang Chen glanced at his watch and decisively stated, my car is parked at the abandoned dock. We must depart immediately for Boston Airport to catch the flight. Arthur, if you choose to go, now is the time to pack your belongings. Without waiting for Arthur to respond, Old Curry had already pushed him upstairs, exclaiming, of course we must go. Is it not warmer in Huaxia? You should take along those new shirts I bought for you. And don't forget the antiperspirant. With remarkable agility, Arthur quickly gathered a few changes of clothes and daily necessities. Yang Chen, and he walked back to the parking area. Once seated in the car, Arthur began to recover from the series of shocks and hesitantly asked, will we have enough time to buy tickets for today and drive over? Yang Chen reaffirmed the time. It was just past 9 in the morning. The drive to Boston would take approximately 3 to 4 hours under favorable conditions, but could extend to 4 to 5 hours in case of traffic. Yang Chen started the engine, the powerful black vehicle emitting a deep rumble. He glanced at the time on the dashboard, his brow furrowed. 9:10, he stated gravely. No matter how fast we drive, we will not reach Boston until 1 or 2 in the afternoon, accounting for check-in, security, and waiting, even if we secure the next available flight. By the time we land in Huaxia and make our way to the South China Sea, it will be too late for your friend. What then shall we do? Arthur, seated in the passenger seat, filled the space with his considerable frame, yet appeared utterly helpless, his bronze face etched with anxiety. Is it truly only possible to go by boat? I could try swimming over. He blurted out impulsively. Swim? Yang Chen cast him a sidelong glance, his tone laced with a mixture of exasperation and unwavering firmness. Be quiet, Arthur. That is the Pacific Ocean, not the shallow Bay of Seine harbor. Even if you are Aquaman, even if you are an exceptional swimmer, by the time you arrive, your friend S. Bones would have turned to dust. He took a deep breath, as if resolutely making up his mind. With one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, he drew from his pocket a uniquely shaped phone. Its screen edged with an ethereal blue glow, a model unattainable in any market. Since Yang Chen had informed Nick Fury of Hydra's presence within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick had provided him with this state-of-the-art device, specifically designed to thwart any potential eavesdropping by Hydra. "Steady yourself," Chen uttered succinctly, his finger gliding swiftly across the screen to unlock it, subsequently dialing a contact devoid of a stored name, represented only by a complex string of encrypted characters. "Palace, Jade Liquid, 180 a glass." Chen. Nick Fury's signature, gravelly voice resonated through the receiver, though this time it bore a palpable edge of irritation and heightened vigilance, subdued under the weight of absurd code words. "You well know this number is an emergency line. There better be a reason of utmost importance, and for God's sake, can we not employ such ridiculous ciphers? Are you unaware of the current state of S, H, I, E, L, D? It cannot wait. This is the most urgent situation." Chen's voice rang out with unwavering certainty. Nick Fury found himself treading on thin ice. Following Chen's prior guidance, he had led a select group of truly loyal core agents, in collaboration with Steve Rogers and Diana Prince, on a clandestine mission to infiltrate the forsaken military base featured in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. There, they confronted the consciousness of Arnim Zola, existing in data form, and faced a chilling revelation. Zola coldly unveiled the ultimate aim of Project Insight. It was not, as publicly proclaimed, a measure for crime prevention. Rather, it served as a meticulously crafted instrument of death, designed to systematically eradicate any potential threats to Hydra's dominion through the precise strikes of aerial carriers. Zola's explanation cast a profound shadow over the assembled agents, igniting waves of terror and righteous fury, particularly for Steve Rogers, who had endured immeasurable sacrifice, being frozen for over 60 years while his beloved Peggy Carter aged, only to confront the bitter betrayal and absurdity of facing an enemy he had battled his entire life. Hydra had insidiously infiltrated the very organization he had fought for, poised to exploit it for the most horrific purposes. Nick Fury found himself in dire need of trustworthy allies. Once, Hydra operated in the shadows while S, H, I, E, L, D, or rather, Nick, stood in the light. Now, the tables had dramatically turned. Alexander Pierce and his faction controlling the World Security Council were blissfully unaware of Nick and his compatriots' core conspiracy. Nick cautiously navigated this precious information disparity, akin to defusing a minefield, meticulously and unobtrusively eliminating Hydra's agents entrenched in pivotal positions within S, H, I, E, L, D. Any misstep could trigger a catastrophic fallout, leading to irrevocable disaster. Thus, Chen's urgent call sent Fury's nerves into a taut frenzy. The peculiar code of 180, despite provoking an urge to roll his eyes, was the linchpin for confirming identity. Yet, an alarm within him blared ominously. Could this be a meticulously orchestrated trap by Hydra? Utilizing Chen's identity or mimicking his voice to probe, locate, or even ensnare these remaining purists. Chapter 74, The Spear Bureau. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury's breath became noticeably heavier. Chen could almost envision his singular eye sharply scrutinizing his surroundings, assessing the risks and possibilities this call entailed. The S, H, I, E, L, D headquarters was akin to a powder keg, where the slightest disturbance could trigger an explosion. Time? Fury's voice dropped to an even lower register, each word emerging as if extracted through clenched teeth. Location of the target? I need to ascertain whether this risk is worth taking, as well as how you intend to address the most pressing issues. He deliberately echoed Chen's earlier metaphor, laced with a hint of sarcasm but overwhelmingly urgent. Chen spoke with remarkable speed and clarity. Within 12 hours, we must reach the designated maritime area of the South China Sea. Oliver Queen, the heir of the Queen Group, is trapped there, and the situation is dire. Arthur is crucial for the rescue. Currently, we are in Tyson Harbor, Massachusetts. Driving to Boston Airport, and then flying there will not suffice. Conventional methods are unfeasible. The South China Sea, Queen? Nick Fury was evidently processing information rapidly in his mind. That billionaire playboy who went missing 2 years ago? He encountered peril in the South China Sea? No wonder the American rescue teams could not locate him back then. And what about that Arthur Curry by your side? What qualifies him to save him? It's complicated, Nick. It involves supernatural forces and an underwater kingdom. Arthur possesses the ability to communicate with marine life and navigate freely in the depths of the ocean. He is our sole hope for finding and rescuing Oliver. Trust me. Oliver Queen is likely to become an immensely significant potential asset. He could become a valuable ally for S, H, I, E, L, D, if you understand my meaning. Chen's tone was resolute, exuding an undeniable weight. In order to secure Nick Fury's assistance, he divulged that the person in peril was indeed Oliver Queen. There was a half-second of silence on the other end, clearly overwhelmed by the magnitude of information regarding the underwater kingdom and communication with marine life. However, Nick Fury, being the director of S, H, I, E, L, D, quickly acclimated to this possibility, especially having encountered Thor before. His primary concern was the solution. So, what are your unconventional methods? Don't tell me you are relying on Stark's private jet. He may not be available, and flight clearance requires time. No need to contact Tony. Yang Chen decisively dismissed this notion. Tony was currently preoccupied with organizing his Stark Industries exhibition, scheduled for late August to early September, and it was uncertain whether he could attend. I need you to arrange for a Quinjet immediately, departing from your nearest, absolutely secure secret base, to retrieve us at Tizen Harbor as swiftly as possible. I will send you the coordinates shortly. A Quinjet? What kind of aircraft is that? Aside from fishing. Arthur is not well versed in anything else. Nick Fury's voice dripped with incredulity. Yang Chen, do you understand the magnitude of mobilizing a Quinjet, especially at this juncture? The eyes of Hydra are everywhere. Moreover, even if I could procure one, flying directly into Chinese airspace, do you think China's air defense system is merely for show? We may face a downfall or even instigate serious diplomatic incidents, or worse, conflicts. This is untenable. Therefore, we require partners. Yang Chen has proposed a critical solution, the Huaxia Divine Spear Bureau. Do not tell me, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., you are unaware of this. The situation unfolds in their territorial waters, and they possess both the right and the capability to provide assistance. They could coordinate the routes, offer protection, and the necessary logistical support, and may even directly partake in the operation, ensuring our safe, legal, and swift arrival at the target waters. The mention of the Divine Spear Bureau. Nick Fury's voice abruptly rose, infused with unprecedented shock and alertness, overshadowing his previously subdued tone. Yang Chen, where did you hear that name? This is classified information of the highest order. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., only a handful are aware of its precise existence and codename. Nick Fury's astonishment was anticipated by Yang Chen. The Divine Spear Bureau, as a supernatural affairs management and homeland defense agency of Huaxia, operates with an exceptionally high level of confidentiality, maintaining a nuanced relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Not quite allies nor enemies, but with a history of collaboration. Yet, they exist in a tacit parallel existence as potential competitors. In Nick's perception, Yang Chen, a native-born Chinese-American with no record of travel abroad, could not possibly be acquainted with this name. Nick, this is not the time to question my sources of intelligence. Yang Chen's tone was steady, imbued with an undeniable confidence. You need only to know that I am familiar with them. And I am certain that in confronting potential supernatural threats, particularly those occurring on their doorstep, they possess both the willingness and capability to cooperate. Oliver Queen's status as a renowned American tycoon in distress within Huaxia's waters warrants their intervention. Mishandling this could lead to an international uproar. Collaborating with them presents the most efficient and least risky option. On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence, broken only by Fury's restrained breathing. Yang Chen sensed Fury's mind racing, weighing the pros and cons, assessing the credibility of Yang Chen's words and the feasibility of this audacious plan. Mobilizing the Quinjet was a risk, yet Yang Chen understood that the mere existence of the Divine Spear Bureau was a significant variable that Fury could not yet comprehend, thereby amplifying the weight of his assertions. Kid, you better pray your judgment is correct and that the people of the Divine Spear Bureau are willing to negotiate with you. I will immediately arrange for the Quinjet to take off from Safe House Alpha, expected to reach your coordinates, and, finally, Nick Fury's voice resonated again, hoarse and grave, imbued with the gravity of a significant decision. 90 minutes. The aircraft will possess the capabilities you requested. I will provide a one-time encrypted communication frequency for you. He seemed to be calculating rapidly. Very well. Yang Chen exhaled in relief. Fury's cooperation was a crucial step. As for the Divine Spear Bureau, Nick's tone was exceedingly serious. I will be responsible for contacting them. I will speak with the head of the Divine Spear Bureau, while the remaining tasks of persuading them and coordinating the operation will be entirely in your hands. I cannot, nor am I able to, directly contact them in the capacity of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but only as an individual, especially considering the current state of infiltration within the agency. Do you comprehend my intent? This is your proposed plan. The risks and responsibilities rest upon your shoulders. The Quinjet serves merely as a means of transportation. Once we enter Chinese airspace, all command authority will be automatically transferred to the Spear Bureau. This is non-negotiable. I will ensure that the pilots fully comply with your directives and those of the on-site commander. Understood? I will handle the communication and coordination. Yang Chen assented without hesitation. The operational location is designated at a certain point along the coastal province of Fujian, serving as the assembly point, with the objective aimed directly at the waters near the Penghu Islands. I will synchronize the specific coordinates with you and the pilots via a secure channel after I establish contact with the Spear Bureau. Please ensure that the Quinjet is equipped for maritime takeoff and landing, as we may need to descend directly onto their vessels or temporary platforms. Understood regarding the Penghu Islands. Nick Fury noted the key information, stating that the secure channel would be sent to your fancy mobile phone shortly. Chen paused, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gravity. The noose of Hydra could tighten at any moment. Every step I take is perilous. Do not let me regret this decision. And certainly do not let it end in the South China Sea. Bring back that Quinn, and keep a close watch on that young man beside you. Do not allow him to stir up greater chaos. Maintain communication. Understood. You can rest assured that I will handle matters efficiently. Chen concluded the call decisively. He immediately began operating the special encrypted phone sent by Nick, seeking an exceptionally discreet contact interface belonging to a particular special department of China. The Spear Bureau? Chen. Who exactly are you? You cannot possibly be an ordinary university student, can you? A brief silence enveloped the vehicle. Arthur stared wide-eyed at Chen, as if seeing him for the first time. Arthur, Chen interjected, his gaze sharp and steady. There is no time for extensive explanations now. You need only to know that to save your so-called friend, he is actually named Oliver Queen. We are employing some unconventional forces and connections. Remember, everything you see and hear from here on is of utmost importance. Confidentiality is imperative. Now, take a deep breath and prepare for a journey beyond your wildest imagination. We will soon ascend, hurtling towards China at supersonic speeds. As for the ocean, a faint, elusive smile graced Chen's lips. Do not rush. Once we reach the South China Sea, that will be your true arena. For now, consider this merely a warm-up before diving into the depths. The sleek black vehicle sped towards the abandoned dock, while an urgent rescue operation spanning the Pacific and involving global clandestine organizations commenced at breakneck speed through encrypted channels. Their destination was the coastline of Fujian, beneath the waves off the Penghu Islands, where time was mercilessly slipping away. Meanwhile, within a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury dialed a familiar number. Hello, old fox, cough, cough. Is this Sheng Xian? I have a matter to discuss with you regarding Chapter 75. Ling Qiong and Li Yu. The Spear Bureau serves as the counterpart to S.H.I.E.L.D. within the Marvel Universe, representing a Chinese superhero organization that is designated as a domestic superpower defense agency. It encompasses the functions of intelligence gathering, response to supernatural events, and management of superheroes. The origins of the Spear Bureau can be traced back to the distant Eastern Han Dynasty, founded by the esteemed scientist Zhang Heng, who symbolically adopted the sacred spear as its emblem. Indeed, he is the very Zhang Heng known from our history textbooks as the inventor of the seismograph. In the unique narrative of Marvel, Zhang Heng is not only the architect of the Spear Bureau, but also served as the head of the Western Sanctum Brotherhood. The Eastern Spear and the Western Shield thus together form the ancient roots of superpower organizations from both hemispheres. Through historical evolution and modern restructuring, the current director of the Spear Bureau is Zhang Xian. Its core mission is to consolidate the resources of superpowered individuals within China to effectively address external threats, particularly potential extraterrestrial crises. Chinese society exhibits a distinctive and inclusive attitude towards superpowered individuals, equality, and integration. Within China, legally registered superpowered individuals enjoy rights and treatment that are entirely equal to those of ordinary citizens, free from discrimination based on their abilities. They are able to pursue education, employment, establish families, and seamlessly integrate into daily life. Ability guidance for individuals who have yet to master their powers and are concerned about potential uncontrollable incidents that may harm the innocent. The state provides free specialized training until they can safely and stably harness their abilities. Social recognition. The populace generally holds a commonplace yet positive attitude towards registered superpowered individuals in their midst. The law explicitly encourages registered individuals to assist when necessary, leading to their perception as potential guardians of the community, often earning admiration and respect from the public. A few hours later, over the Taiwan Strait, aboard the Longyuan, the Cohen-class fighter jet, under the precise direction of the Spear Bureau's guide, smoothly descended onto the expansive rear deck platform of the Longyuan. As the hatch opened, a strong sea breeze rushed in. Chen and Arthur stepped out of the cabin, their breath momentarily caught by the sight before them. The Longyuan is not a conventional warship. It resembles a futuristic fortress afloat on the sea. The streamlined black hull melded almost seamlessly with the deep waters under the dim light, and the deck bore no dense array of weapons. Instead, it was adorned with various uniquely shaped, purpose-ambiguous sensor arrays and sealed operational hatches. A low, resonant hum emanated from the vessel itself, intermingling with the salty scent of the sea and a hint of machine oil. On the deck, personnel of the Spear Bureau, clad in uniform black combat attire, busied themselves with remarkable efficiency. Their movements were precise, disciplined, and communication among them relied heavily on succinct gestures and encrypted transmissions. The entire platform resonated with an atmosphere of chilling professionalism, punctuated only by the sounds of the wind, the waves, and the machinery at work. Liu, a member of the Fengshan organization, akin to the Avengers with the codename Mountain, had long been awaiting their arrival. Standing beside him was a woman of strikingly different demeanor. The individual appeared to be in her 30s, with raven hair styled in a high ponytail, its tips dyed in icy blue. Her stature was commanding. Clad in a well-tailored deep blue combat uniform, complemented by a semi-transparent storm cloak draping her back. An emblem featuring a minimalist intertwining of lightning and cloud motifs adorned her shoulder and arm insignia, while the insignia of the Divine Spear Bureau graced her left chest. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, yet exuded an aura of unyielding coldness. Her eyes, sharp as lightning, seemed capable of piercing through to the depths of one's soul. She regarded Chen and Arthur as they approached, enveloped in an intangible energy field that resonated with the atmosphere around her. Mr. Chen, Mr. Arthur Curry, greetings. I am Liu, a member of the Divine Squad, codename Mountain. Liu maintained a rugged military demeanor, introducing herself with a resonant voice. This is the team leader, Ling Qiong, codename Weather Witch. Ling Qiong's gaze swept over the two men, lingering momentarily on Chen's face, her penetrating eyes softening for the briefest of moments. Welcome aboard. A longtime friend of Nick Fury, and this is the ocean's son. Time waits for no one, so let us dispense with pleasantries. Old Zheng has already briefed me on the situation. He intended to come personally, but an unforeseen matter has required me to take charge of this operation. Her voice carried a subtle warmth, and fearing that Chen and Arthur might not comprehend Mandarin, she spoke in fluent American English. With a decisive gesture, she beckoned them towards a silently sliding circular hatch at the front of the deck. Let us proceed directly to the Operations Intelligence Center. We must finalize the plan swiftly. Oliver Queen cannot afford to wait, and this sea is on the verge of boiling over. Her words were concise, tinged with urgency. Yet the slight familiarity she exhibited towards Chen eased the atmosphere. She is indeed the Weather Witch. Why does she seem to treat me as if I were an acquaintance? Is it because I am of Chinese descent? A warmth spread through Chen's heart. Ling Qiong's presence remained formidable. But the faint sense of camaraderie he felt contrasted sharply with the domineering or purely official interactions he had experienced with Nick Fury 2 years prior. He nodded in immediate understanding, his tone lightening. Understood, Captain Ling. Please lead the way. Arthur. Somewhat bewildered by Ling Qiong's reference to Ocean's Sun and the sudden shift in atmosphere, glanced between Chen and Ling Qiong. Chen offered him a reassuring nod to relax and follow. The two men, guided by Liu and Ling Qiong, strode purposefully toward the technologically advanced hatch. Behind them, the hatch of the Kuan-style fighter slowly closed, securely cradled by the mechanical arm of the Longyuan. Upon entering the ship, the corridor was spacious and brightly lit, adorned with a soft, cool luminescence. The anti-slip, sound-absorbing flooring was neatly integrated with various pipelines embedded within the walls, and precision display screens were omnipresent, efficient, tidy, and brimming with a sense of advanced technology. As they traversed the corridor, Ling Qiong moved with a rhythm honed by training. Her icy blue-tipped hair gently swaying in the faint glow of the energy field. She turned her head slightly towards Chen as she walked. Her tone laced with familiar teasing, yet her gaze remained sharp. Fury has truly pulled out all the stops this time. A Kuan-style fighter and you, our enigmatic guest. She deliberately chose a more casual term. To have him risk deploying such resources and to know our address is a rarity. Chen, I'm genuinely curious about your little notebook. However, she shifted her tone, naturally patting Chen's arm. Saving lives is akin to extinguishing a fire. Idle chatter must wait. What are the specifics of your plan? Old Zheng has instructed both Oldly, she gestured towards Liu, and me to fully cooperate with you to ensure your safety. Chen sensed the familiar closeness, which eased his tension as he spoke clearly. Captain Ling, the core plan remains unchanged. The Kuan-style is our express route for back and forth. Your pilots will collaborate with mine. Upon reaching the target maritime area, he paused, glancing at Ling Qiong and Liu. Shall we enter the water together? Certainly. Ling Qiong interjected, her tone matter of fact. Old Zheng specifically instructed that the underwater situation is complex, and having 2 additional helpers would enhance security. Liu's skills will prove beneficial underwater, as he is adept at stabilizing terrain and overcoming obstacles. Perhaps my abilities can also pave the way for you. She did not elaborate on how she would clear the path, yet her gaze radiated confidence. And a faint electric arc flickered across the translucent storm cloak draped over her back. Liu nodded steadily, his voice as solid as rock. The underwater terrain is intricate. My abilities can create temporary supports or eliminate certain obstacles. I will follow orders. His words were succinct and powerful, exuding the reliability of a soldier. Chapter 76. Purgatory Island that sounds splendid. The plan has been adjusted. Upon reaching the target maritime area, the 4 of us will enter the water together. Arthur remains the core, responsible for locating Purgatory Island and communicating with the fish schools. Captain Ling oversees environmental support, addressing unforeseen threats and forcibly clearing pathways when necessary. Shan Yu is tasked with terrain management, trap elimination, and underwater defensive structures. I will handle combat clearance and the final rescue operations. Yang Chun felt a surge of joy. With these two formidable teammates joining, particularly Li Yu, whose infrastructural expertise would significantly enhance the margin for error in underwater operations. The Long Yuan remains our support, real-time environmental monitoring, current alerts, sonar masking invisibility, and, he winked at Ling Qiong, firepower calls at critical moments. He added, according to our agreement, the underwater operations will be under my command. But I will fully consider the professional opinions of Captain Ling and Shan Yu. Information will be shared, and we will move in unison. Reasonable. Ling Qiong nodded decisively. You will maintain command underwater, but in the face of significant threats or environmental anomalies, I will offer suggestions. Li Yu, you are responsible for flank protection, terrain assurance, and trap removal. Understood, Captain, Li Yu replied gravely. As they conversed, they arrived at the core of the ship's operations information center. On the enormous arched main screen, the underwater abyss located 120 nautical miles northeast of the Penghu Islands was highlighted. Complex scanning waves rippled in concentric circles, while a corner of the screen displayed the status of the Long Yuan and surrounding hydrological and meteorological data. The main screen of the Operations Information Center vividly projected a three-dimensional map of the target maritime area, revealing the intricately woven underwater mountain ranges below. Captain Ling. The deep-sea shuttle is ready for deployment at any moment. An officer approached to report. To avoid detection by the mercenaries on the island, we will board the shuttle to land on the island. Now, let us proceed. Ling Qiong led the group into the equipment compartment, where two streamlined Shark-An No. 7 deep-sea shuttles hovered on magnetic supports. The matte black alloy shell is adorned with scales of heat dissipation holes, while the oval cockpit's bulletproof glass emanates a ghostly blue polarized light. The rear thruster hums, expelling fine bubbles that coalesce into a shimmering curtain of water at the cabin's apex. The pressure-resistant shell can withstand depths of 7,000 meters, and the propulsion system mimics the fins of a manta ray. Li Yu secured the magnetic oxygen supply device against his chest, and the shoulder joint clicked into place with the shuttle. Old Zhang added a terrain anchoring module, enabling me to perceive the rock layer structure within a 500-meter radius through vibrations. He patted the cabin, and as his palm pressed against the side panel, golden geophysical patterns emerged on the armored surface. My responsibility was to control the outer water flow field, minimizing the shuttle's sonar reflections. Ling Qiong tucked the storm cloak into her tactical belt, and her collar sealed itself automatically, with icy blue strands of hair resting against her neck. However, the underwater volcanic cluster surrounding the island is active. 3 minor tremors were detected 3 hours ago. Is this acceptable? She traced her fingers along the cabin wall, where the glass displayed real-time ocean current data. No problem. Yang Chun connected the tactical wristband to the main console, and a holographic screen erupted with a dense stream of data. The Kuan-style fighter's anti-jamming module was already synchronized, complemented by Arthur's biological navigation system, correct? Indeed. I have already communicated with the small fish, and they have begun searching the surrounding waters based on my descriptions. I believe it won't be long before we locate the Inferno Island you mentioned. After Arthur's words, the Dragon Abyss's cabin opened, and the deep-sea shuttle, Siren number 7, slowly descended into the ocean. Meanwhile, on the other side of Inferno Island, a thick, suffocating sulfur mist lingered among the trees, each breath igniting a burning sensation. Oliver Queen leaned against a pockmarked black volcanic rock, corroded by acid rain, gasping for air. Blood soaked the makeshift bandage on his left shoulder, and each heartbeat brought a wave of tearing pain. His green arrow suit was tattered in multiple places, smeared with mud and dark red stains. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt grazed his ear, embedding itself into the rock and sending sparks flying. Find him. 2 o'clock. The coarse shout of a mercenary echoed through the mist, accompanied by the explosive sounds of automatic rifle fire. Bullets thudded against the rock where he was hiding, sending shards flying. Oliver rolled sharply to the side, his movements slightly hindered by pain. Like an injured cheetah, he navigated swiftly through the twisted trees and jagged volcanic terrain. Guerrilla warfare. This was the best strategy taught to him by the late Yao Fei for facing opponents outnumbering him by several times. Anthony Evo's Kodomatis mercenaries were numerous and well-equipped. More terrifying was Oliver's eagle-like gaze, capturing the fleeting shadow of a dark figure moving silently among the trees, as if merging with the very shadows themselves. A Japanese Yakuza ninja. He immediately crouched down as a poisoned shuriken whistled through the air, striking the spot where his head had just been. Moments later, another shadow descended silently from the treetops above, a katana reflecting the eerie green light of the sky. Clang! Oliver swiftly drew his remaining carbon fiber arrow to block, the metallic clash ringing sharply in the air. A tremendous force jolted his arm, causing a tingling sensation, and the arrow nearly slipped from his grasp. He instinctively executed a ground slide, narrowly evading a short blade thrust from a nearby ninja. The poisoned edge grazed the fabric of his pant leg, sending a chill up his leg. Ivo, how dare you conspire with the Hand Alliance? Oliver rolled to his feet, leaning against a tree, swiftly drawing the last 2 arrows from his quiver and knocking them onto his bowstring, his voice hoarse from rage and fatigue. He recognized the distinctive garb and ruthless tactics of these ninjas. When interests align, Quinn, even devils can become allies. A cold, mocking voice reverberated through the fog from deep within. It was Anthony Ivo. Hand over that item, and I can grant you a swift death. My friends from the Hand Alliance are quite interested in your head as well. More footsteps converged from all directions, the mercenaries' heavy military boots thudding against the slick volcanic rock. While the ninjas of the Hand Alliance flitted like phantoms among the trees and rocks, blocking all potential escape routes. The red dot of an infrared sight danced upon the tree trunk where he hid. Oliver's undershirt was soaked with cold sweat. He quickly scanned his surroundings. In front lay a mercenary squad armed with heavy firepower, while at least 3 elite ninjas flanked him on either side and behind. It seemed that there were even more lurking in the treetops above. The terrain was increasingly unfavorable, and the available cover was nearly exhausted. With only 2 arrows remaining, every draw of the bowstring sent a searing pain through his left shoulder. A figure resembling a ninja leader gestured, and in an instant, several smoke bombs were expertly thrown around Oliver. The acrid white smoke erupted, enveloping him entirely. Simultaneously, the mercenaries opened fire, bullets cascading into the smoke-filled area, suppressing him to the point where he could not dare to show his face. Crouched at the base of the rock, the smoke stung his eyes, causing tears to stream down his cheeks as he coughed violently. He could hear the nimble, yet lethal footsteps of the ninjas moving swiftly around the edges of the smoke, closing in for a deadly encirclement. Desperation. He tightened his grip on the bow, his knuckles whitening from the strain as his mind raced, searching for nearly non-existent hope. Perhaps the only way was to create chaos and take a gamble. His gaze fell upon a steep rock face that had become loosened due to the earthquake. Unbeknownst to Oliver, below in the dark, icy waters, Merman 7 glided silently toward the jagged seabed of Hell Island like a true leviathan of the deep. Arthur shut his eyes, his fingertips lightly touching the cockpit wall, as if listening to the whispers of the sea. A school of deep-sea fish, glowing with an otherworldly blue light, swirled around the shuttle, like loyal scouts expanding toward the island. They were the prince's eyes and ears. Chapter 77. Timely arrival. The acrid smoke burned Oliver's lungs, and the ninja's ghostly footsteps echoed like the relentless beat of a death knell, growing ever closer. Gritting his teeth, he aimed one of the last 2 arrows at the base of the massive rock face, loosened by the earthquake, his sole opportunity to create chaos. Even at the risk of being caught in the collapse, just as the bowstring was about to leave his fingers, buzz, boom, a blinding beam of blue and white energy, akin to a spear of divine retribution, precisely cleaved through the dense fog, crashing violently into the ground between Oliver and the mercenary squad ahead. The explosive force unleashed a scorching wave and debris, instantly propelling several unsuspecting mercenaries into the air. The violent shockwave even tore a massive rift in the encroaching smoke. Following this, a low yet high-frequency hum descended from above, not the roar of an engine, but rather the manifestation of some powerful force field at play. The smoke enveloping Oliver was suddenly rent asunder by an invisible hand, compressed and dispersed in an instant, granting him a clear view. In astonishment, Oliver looked up to behold a sleek, matte black craft, or perhaps a submersible, emerging from the sea's surface, hovering just above the ground. Its enormous pectoral fins, reminiscent of a manta ray, gently undulated, emanating an ethereal blue glow. The armored bottom of the craft opened, and 3 figures descended as if they were divine warriors. Their movements swift and precise. Target confirmed. Oliver Quinn, vital signs weak, left shoulder penetrated, potential toxin exposure in the calf. Li Yu's voice resonated clearly through the encrypted team channel. Upon landing, he immediately adopted a low defensive stance, his tactical visor rapidly scanning the battlefield. Received. Hold you. Establish a defense. Team Ling, suppress enemy fire points. Yang Chen's commands were concise and forceful. Understood. Li Yu growled in response, his feet firmly rooted to the ground. He pressed his palms against the damp volcanic rock, golden veins of energy instantly radiating from his hands as they seeped into the stone like a living entity. The ground trembled violently, and the earth before Oliver and to his sides seemed to awaken, thick, jagged rock walls rising abruptly to form a solid barricade, temporarily shielding him and the 3 Hand Association ninjas. Bullets struck the rocks, leaving only faint white marks. Water flows at command. Ling Qiong's cool voice resonated as she extended her arms, her fingertips surrounded by a soft blue aura. Utilizing her ability to manipulate air pressure, the moisture suspended in the air came alive, condensing and accelerating into several sharp, high-pressure water blades. These blades, guided with uncanny precision, shot toward the distant mercenary fire points. which were adjusting their stances and preparing to reopen fire. The water blades struck the weapons with a piercing metallic distortion, bending barrels and forcefully repelling several mercenaries, temporarily neutralizing their ranged threat. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Oliver leaned against the newly risen, cold rock barrier, panting heavily, his gaze filled with disbelief and profound confusion. He observed the three well-equipped figures before him, their seamless coordination and remarkable abilities marking them as extraordinary. Who were they? A covert unit of the Chinese government? Or perhaps an unknown organization of superhumans? Why had they appeared in this hellish locale and precisely rescued him? He tightened his grip on the bow in his hand. Despite his grievous injuries, his vigilance remained unwavering. Struggling to straighten his posture, the searing pain in his left shoulder elicited a muffled groan, momentarily halting his movement. "Do not move. Your injuries are severe," Chen's voice echoed, as he cautiously surveyed the other side of the rocky barricade, where the sounds of a ninja's blade striking stone and the curses of mercenaries reverberated. He swiftly moved to his safe shelter near Oliver, his keen gaze sweeping over the battered hero. "Fortunately, we arrived in time, and we delayed any longer. You may have lost your calf. Here, drink this. It will aid your wounds." He quickly retrieved a vial of softly glowing healing potion from his tactical belt, which he had earlier obtained from the system, and extended it towards Oliver. "We are here to assist you, Oliver Queen," Chen added with a steady tone. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen, a Chinese American. The two over there, Liu and Ling Qiang, are members of the Huaxia Fengshen team, dispatched to execute a rescue mission on Purgatory Island. I apologize for our tardiness, but fortunately, we made it in time." Huaxia Fengshen, Purgatory Island mission? Oliver's voice was hoarse and weak. He accepted the peculiar potion, his gaze still sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing it without immediately consuming it. "How did you know I was here? Why do you wish to save me?" "That's a long story. We can elaborate once we leave this island," Chen replied, his pace quickening with urgency. "First, take the potion. Rest assured, it is not toxic. If I intended to harm you, why would I travel all the way from Massachusetts to this forsaken place?" "Massachusetts?" Oliver's astonishment deepened. "How could you pinpoint my location from such a distance?" "Because you owe your gratitude to someone," Chen began. But before he could finish, the hatch of the shuttle swung open once more, and Arthur Curry leaped down with agility. He strode through the recently cleared safe zone, unperturbed by the tense atmosphere, and rushed directly to Oliver. He knelt, his gaze intensely fixed on the pallor of the green arrow's face and the bloodied shoulder, the genuine concern emanating from him almost overwhelming. "Thank God. We made it." Arthur's voice carried the deep, urgent timbre reminiscent of the ocean as he meticulously examined Oliver's wounds, his movements imbued with a fisherman's rugged yet powerful care. "Listen, my friend. I am Arthur Curry, a fisherman from the port of Providence in Massachusetts." His words flowed swiftly, yet each was articulated with clarity and strength. "The companions you see here are all individuals with extraordinary abilities. I can communicate with schools of fish, and they guided me to your location." That is how Chen was able to bring help, whether or not Oliver believed him. Arthur's straightforward and forceful declaration made it clear that it was his perception of the anomaly and subsequent fish guidance that facilitated this transoceanic rescue operation. Oliver's gaze flitted between Arthur's sincere and anxious face and the vial of life-giving potion in his hand. A profound confusion, the shock of survival, and disbelief towards these unexpected rescuers, especially this self-proclaimed fisherman, intertwined within him. Gradually, the tautness in his nerves slackened, and the sharp scrutiny in his eyes was replaced by a complex, weary gratitude. "Although I am unfamiliar with your voices," Oliver's hoarse tone conveys a palpable sincerity of gratitude. "If what you say is true, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. This heartfelt appreciation arises from the depths of my being. Without the presence of these individuals, I would have surely met my demise by now." No longer hesitating, he tilted his head back and consumed the potion in one swift motion. "What is this potion?" As it slid down his throat, a gentle yet powerful warmth surged through his limbs. Oliver stared in astonishment as the pain in his left shoulder rapidly diminished. The muscle tissue visibly writhed, mending and scabbing over. The numbing sensation from the gash on his calf receded like a receding tide. This effect was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, Ling Qiang had completely neutralized the distant threat and swiftly appeared behind the cover. Her gaze, akin to the most sophisticated scanner, immediately locked onto the shadowy figures temporarily obscured by the rocky barrier. They moved with a ghostly swiftness, their katana and shuriken glinting with a deadly sheen, nimbly scaling or circumventing the obstacles created by Liu. Their unique, near-silent mode of movement, distinctive attire, and the barely perceptible secret markings on their weapons hinted at an ancient organization, the Hand Association. Chapter 78, Shocking the Audience, the Hand Association. Ling Qiang's ice-blue pupils contracted sharply as her voice dropped to a chilling tone, laden with unprecedented gravity. In an instant, the identity of the enemy was revealed. Before her words faded, several shadows clinging to the top of the rocky barrier leaped down like phantoms. Their movements surpassed those of ordinary ninjas, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Their katana carving lethal arcs as they charged towards the few sheltered behind cover. Among them, a leader-like ninja with a sinister glare pointed directly at Oliver. "Be careful. The blade is laced with deadly poison." Oliver, fighting against the weakness induced by the potion, warned sharply while instinctively knocking his last arrow onto the bowstring. He recognized that oppressive feeling. Thwack! The arrow flew from the bow with the speed of lightning. However, the elite ninja's movements were ghostly. Twisting at angles that defied the laws of physics, the arrow narrowly grazing beneath his ribs. A cruel glint shone in his eyes as his blade aimed straight for Oliver's throat. The velocity was such that the air itself seemed to tear. "Humph." Liu grunted softly, the strain of maintaining the barrier taking its toll, and the rescue was a fraction too late. Just as the blade was about to meet Oliver's throat, swoosh! A figure appeared as if conjured from thin air and materialized before Oliver in an instant. It was Chen. "Let me show you my newly developed technique." Iron block line. Chen's right arm transformed into a steel-like hue. The surface of his skin covered by an almost imperceptible yet remarkably resilient web of fine threads. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, meeting the poisoned blade head-on with his forearm. Clang! A deafening clash of metal erupted. Sparks flew, contrary to expectations of a gruesome scene. The elite ninja's blade, capable of slicing through steel, was abruptly halted by Chen's forearm. The immense recoil sent pain shooting through the ninja's wrist. And for the first time, disbelief flashed in his eyes. He had never encountered anyone capable of physically clashing with a shadow slice. The gun line pierced through. Chen's right arm, which had blocked the blade, instantaneously regained its suppleness, fingers converging like a cone, tips adorned with spiraling, intertwining. Sharp threads that shimmered with a chilling metallic gleam. Accompanied by a piercing shriek that split the air, 5 lethal threads shot forth like venomous serpents, striking fiercely at the ninja's chest and face. Their speed surpassed that of the ninja's prior assault. The ninja's pupils constricted to pinpricks. With an extreme backward lean, he discarded his weapon and crossed his arms to shield his body. Uft, uft, uft. 3 faint sounds echoed. Although Chen's fingertip threads had their force partially deflected by the block, failing to strike fatal points, their terrifying penetrating power still left 3 gaping wounds. Deep enough to expose bone, on the ninja's arms, shoulder blades, and cheek. Blood spurted forth like a fountain. The ninja emitted a chilling wail. His body sent flying as if struck by a colossal hammer, crashing heavily against a rock, unconscious and unaware of his fate. This rapid exchange of offense and defense, executed with inhuman speed, astonishing resilience, and a fierce counterattack that severely injured the elite Janin, momentarily stunned the entire battlefield. Oliver's hand, gripping the bow, frozen midair. His pupils shaking. His pride in speed and reaction appeared utterly pale in that fleeting moment. Arthur's mouth gaped open. His intended exclamation about the ocean transformed into a silent gasp. He had witnessed the colossal beasts of the sea, but had never encountered such terrifying human-like power. Ling Qiong and Liu, although aware that Chen might not be an ordinary individual, felt their hearts skip a beat upon witnessing the effortless obliteration of elite ninjas. This was no longer mere strength. It was monstrous. The combat prowess of this solitary warrior reminded them of another extraordinary figure from the Fengshan squad, the Monkey King. Sun Yukong. Far away in Kunlun, the monkey sneezed. Of course, Chen's strength still paled in comparison to that of the mischievous monkey, Ling Qiong mused. Everyone, stop dawdling. There are still enemies. Chen's calm voice shattered the eerie silence. The other 2 elite ninjas and the recovering mercenaries had already launched a frenzied assault. Several toxic gas projectiles, emitting dark green smoke, were precisely hurled towards the cover zone. Simultaneously, automatic rifles unleashed torrents of fire, bullets pouring forth like a metallic tempest. Moreover, one ninja formed hand seals, his figure instantly splitting into 3, lunging towards Ling Qiong from different directions. Poison mist. Fire coverage. Be cautious. Liu bellowed, pressing his palms to the ground once more in an attempt to raise stone walls to block the spread of the toxic fog. But his speed seemed a moment too slow. Facing the deluge of blades, Ling Qiong prepared to gather all his strength to form a high-pressure water blade in defense. Yet he saw Chen's figure move once again. Shave. Once more initiating the technique, leaving behind an afterimage. Chen's true form appeared behind the ninja hurling the toxic gas projectiles. His speed was akin to that of spatial teleportation. Razor wind. Chen's right leg shot forth like a battle axe at high speed, but this time, the kick unleashed not an ordinary air blade, a colossal crescent-shaped cutting wave. Composed of countless condensed, compressed sharp threads glistening with a metallic sheen, tore through the air, emitting a high-frequency hum, and instantly swept across the ninja's outstretched hands and the remaining toxic gas projectiles on the ground. Swish! The arms of the ninja, severed at the shoulders, fell to the ground, while the toxic gas canister was precisely sliced in half, its internal structure instantly shredded. A dark green mist barely escaped before being violently dispersed by the raging line of wind, utterly annihilated. The dismembered ninja let out a piercing scream, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, another ninja, lunging towards Ling Qiang, had reached with his blade. Ling Qiang's water blade had only just begun to coalesce. Without turning his head, Yang Chen extended his fingers towards Ling Qiang, clutching at the air. The unyielding noose ensnared the ninja. The volcanic rock beneath the ninja's feet instantaneously transformed into a fabric-like softness, becoming fibrous. Countless nearly transparent threads erupted from the ground, ensnaring the ninja's legs, waist, and arms like living creatures. His movements froze in an instant, his sword halted a mere 10 centimeters from Ling Qiang's head, unable to advance any further. The ninja's eyes brimmed with sheer terror and disbelief as he struggled desperately, yet the threads were astonishingly resilient, tightening their grip, embedding themselves into his tactical suit, and even his skin. What is this sorcery? He rasped in horror. He had never encountered a power capable of instantaneously altering material forms and wielding control over them. At that moment, Ling Qiang's water blade fully took shape. Observing the immobilized foe before her, she deftly flicked her wrist, and the high-pressure water blade precisely pierced the ninja's heart. The look of horror in the ninja's eyes was forever frozen in time. Another force, akin to the most precise anti-aircraft fire, met the barrage of incoming bullets. The cacophony of clanging sounds was spine-chilling. The incredibly resilient threads managed to deflect, slice, and even shred most of the bullets mid-air. Only a handful struck the hastily erected low wall of Liu. Finally, the most formidable force descended like a net from the heavens, ensnaring the 3 shadow clones rushing towards Ling Qiang and several nearby mercenaries attempting to close in. The sound of piercing echoed. The threads accurately penetrated each target. 2 shadow clones dissipated like bubbles, revealing the central figure, who was stricken with utter terror. His limbs and torso were instantly pierced by several threads, impaled to the ground like an insect pinned to a specimen board. The nearby mercenaries fell as if struck by invisible spears, screaming in agony. The pinned ninja emitted inhuman wails, struggling fiercely, yet the threads were deeply embedded in the rock, remaining immovable. This horrifyingly precise and all-encompassing strike shattered every offensive, igniting a profound fear within the hearts of the enemies. A devil. He is a devil. One mercenary, witnessing the fate of his comrade impaled by the threads, succumbed to madness, abandoning his weapon and fleeing. Retreat. Quick, retreat. This is beyond our capability. Another mercenary, resembling a squad leader, screamed into his communicator, his voice trembling. In the depths of the thick fog, on AI was monitoring screen, Yang Chen hovered in the air, controlling the lethal threads like a deity, causing the cigar in his hand to tumble to the ground. His face turned pale, his previously composed demeanor faltering for the first time, replaced by a profound apprehension and a barely perceptible hint of fear. What manner of creature is this? The damned legends of Huaxia. The intelligence was grossly underestimated. The minor foes had been dispatched. Yang Chen descended gracefully like a feather, his gaze sweeping towards the other side of the rocky barrier where several ninjas and mercenaries, temporarily halted by Liu's fortifications, attempted to circumvent the obstacle. They bore witness to the preceding events, their movements rendered rigid with shock. With a raised right hand and fingers splayed wide, Yang Chen directed his focus towards that area, awakened the white wave of desolation. The volcanic rock beneath and trembled violently, akin to the surface of a placid lake disturbed by a colossal stone, softening and fibrillating with intensity. The ground, spanning several dozen meters, transformed into a surging, colossal tide woven from countless white threads. What? The ground is alive. A ninja screamed in despair. The white waves surged forth with a terrifying veracity, instantly engulfing the paralyzed adversaries. They were akin to insects ensnared in a viscous web, barely able to emit a few brief cries of anguish before being completely enveloped, devoured, and compressed by the rolling threads. When the tumult subsided and the ground resumed its former state, only a few slightly raised, thread-bound human outlines remained, devoid of any sound. Silence. A more profound stillness enveloped the beach than before. The stone wall maintained by Liu dissipated silently, and he gazed at the now tranquil ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Ling Kong dispelled the water shield, the tactical visor flashing frantically, striving to analyze the horrifying ability that altered the very fabric of matter. Arthur swallowed hard, his eyes filled with reverence as he looked at Yang Chen. Oliver leaned against the rocks, feeling a dryness in his throat. The godlike power he had just witnessed utterly shattered his understanding. It was beyond human capability. Yang Chen approached the pinned ninja leader, looking down upon his distorted face, twisted by fear. "Where's Ivo?" Yang Chen's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The ninja leader clenched his teeth, a flicker of madness igniting in his eyes as he attempted to bite through his poison pouch. Parasite, thread control. Yang Chen's fingertips twitched. The ninja leader's body instantaneously stiffened, rendered uncontrollable, his mouth pried open by invisible threads, stripped of even the strength to bite. Answer. Yang Chen's voice was as frigid as ice. Under the compulsion of the threads, the ninja leader struggled to utter a few words from his lips. His eyes filled with a desperate humiliation. Very well. Yang Chen's finger curled, and the threads piercing the ninja's body were abruptly yanked out, sending a spray of crimson blood into the air. The ninja leader crumpled to the ground like a rag, unconscious. He turned, addressing the shaken crowd. Particularly Oliver, can we proceed? We are to meet with Mr. Ivo. His tone was flat, as if he had merely swatted away a few flies moments prior. Oliver looked at Yang Chen, then glanced at the hellishly bloody battlefield, foes impaled, devoured by the wave, and pierced through, and took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous storm within. He leaned against the rocks, relying on the restorative effects of the medication to stand upright. I can walk. I know Ivo's location. His voice was hoarse, laden with an unprecedented complexity of emotions, gratitude, shock, and a mixture of awe towards this absolute power, alongside a hint of wariness. I will lead you there. Chapter 79. Escape to freedom. Oliver, battling his physical weakness and the tumultuous storm within, led the group swiftly through the sulfur-laden, rugged volcanic terrain towards the steep cliffs on the eastern side of the island, relying on his familiarity with the landscape. The remnants of battle's acrid smoke and metallic scent were replaced by an even more potent aroma of sulfur. The ground beneath their feet radiated warmth, and a distant, ominous rumble echoed, reminiscent of the Earth's heartbeat. There, Oliver pointed to a concealed entrance of a fortified cave at the base of the cliff, camouflaged with nets, from which faint lights and surveillance cameras could be discerned. That was Ivor's temporary command post. Yang Chen's sharp gaze, enhanced by the powers bestowed by the lineage fruit, detected multiple presences within the cave, and the atmosphere felt palpably tense. He commanded, Ling, Arthur, protect Quinn. Liu, prepare to breach the door. Ivor may be desperate. Liu responded with a solemn nod, his palms glowing with golden veins as he braced to forcefully break through the cave's reinforced structure. However, just as they approached within 30 meters of the entrance, an earth-shattering roar erupted, far more terrifying than any previous explosion, as if it emerged from the depths of hell. The entire Purgatory Island trembled violently as if struck by a colossal hammer. At the eastern cliff space, a blinding, lava-like orange glow erupted into the sky. Accompanied by a deafening roar, scalding magma surged forth, mingled with thick smoke and volcanic ash, erupting violently through the Earth's layers, shooting into the heavens. The searing shockwave swept towards them like a tsunami, incinerating the camouflage netting at the cave's entrance to ash. Amidst the fiery backdrop, the figure of Anthony Ivor emerged. His hair disheveled, wearing a grotesque smile that blended madness, despair, and twisted delight. Clutched in his hand was a crushed remote control device. Ha! You think you can catch me? Dream on, you monsters. Let us all descend into hell together. Ivor's manic laughter echoed, dwarfed by the volcanic eruption's roar. He understood that if he fell into the hands of the American government, there might be a chance for leniency, for true death row inmates were few and far between. However, if he were captured by the Chinese, death was certain. Since he was doomed either way, he intended to take Yang Chen and the others down with him. Almost as soon as his words faded, countless spiderweb-like fissures erupted from the eruption's epicenter, frantically spreading across the ground. The earth buckled and collapsed as if shattered like brittle cookies. Scalding magma surged forth from the cracks, flowing freely like a breached dam. The sky was instantly shrouded in dense volcanic ash, plunging into darkness, with only the glow of lava flickering within the ashes, casting a terrifying, destructive red light. Madman, he has ignited the underground volcano. Ling Qiang shouted, her expression shifting dramatically. She immediately exerted her full strength, attempting to create a vast vacuum shield and high-pressure water membrane to insulate the group from the heat wave and volcanic ash. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming elemental wrath, her power seemed woefully inadequate. The shield trembled violently under the unbearable heat and impact, groaning under the pressure. The ground was collapsing. Liu roared, desperately channeling his abilities in an attempt to stabilize the crumbling rocks beneath him. However, the scale was too vast, and his strength was dispersed. The golden veins flickered erratically under the tremors and the impact of the magma. A massive rock, searing red from the molten flow, plummeted from the collapsing cliff, targeting the incapacitated Oliver. Watch out, Arthur shouted, his muscular arms straining as he forcefully shoved Oliver aside, only to be swept by the scorching shockwave, letting out a muffled groan. Let us go. To the shuttle. Yang Chen's voice rang clear amidst the chaos. Imbued with undeniable resolve, he instantly grasped the folly of resisting nature's wrath. Their only path to survival lay beneath the sea. He pressed both hands firmly against the ground. Tidal white line passage. The ground beneath them instantly softened and fibrous. A 2-meter-wide white passage, composed of countless resilient threads, surged upward as if alive. defying the collapsing terrain and directing them toward the beach where the Merman 7 had previously landed. "Hurry! To the passage!" Chen bellowed, simultaneously flicking his fingers as several sturdy threads coiled around the waist of Oliver, Arthur, and Ling Qiong like safety belts. "Liu, withdraw your power. To the passage. I will cover the rear." Without hesitation, Liu complied, leaping onto the undulating white thread passage. Under Chen's control, the passage moved like a living serpent, carrying them swiftly through the cascading rocks, flowing lava, and dense volcanic ash. Below them, the lava churned, while above, colossal boulders fell. The searing heat scorched their skin, and the air was thick with acrid sulfur and ash. Swish, swish, swish. Chen darted along the edge of the passage like a specter, his hands a blur. Sharp threads sliced through the air, precisely cleaving the boulders that threatened their path. He constructed a mobile defense with his body and threads, buying precious time for his companions on the passage. "Chen, hurry up!" Arthur shouted back, his eyes brimming with urgency. He saw a massive, burning boulder hurtling toward Chen's head. Sheer. In an instant, Chen vanished, reappearing at the front of the passage. With his fingers splayed, he seized the massive rock with a fierce grip, descended the relentless threads. Countless threads materialized, instantly ensnaring the boulder, constricting it like a python suffocating its prey. The resilient threads burrowed deep into the rock, and with a sound that sent shivers down their spines, the immense boulder was forcefully shredded into countless fragments, plummeting into the churning lava below. "Move!" Chen activated shear once more, instantly returning to the forefront of the passage, propelling it forward with renewed vigor as its speed surged. Mere seconds felt like an eternity. When the familiar matte black silhouette of the Merman 7 shuttle emerged through the smoke and flames, a spark of hope ignited within everyone. However, the surging tide of lava had already reached the beach. The scorching molten rock, like a greedy tongue, licked at the shuttle's support structure. The shell hissed under the relentless heat. "The shuttle is going to melt," Ling Qiong exclaimed. "Arthur! Ling! Water!" Chen shouted, thrusting both hands toward the shuttle with great force. Tidal white line lift. A monumental white wave surged from the beach, akin to the hand of a giant, forcefully lifting the vessel encased in lava several meters upward, temporarily liberating it from direct contact with the molten rock. However, the wave emitted a charred odor under the terrifying heat, beginning to lose its stability. "Leave it to me," responded Ling Qiong and Arthur, leaping off the platform and landing heavily on the scalding sand. Ignoring the intense heat beneath his feet, Arthur spread his arms wide and roared at the heavens, unleashing an ancient and formidable force from within him. Meanwhile, Ling Qiong harnessed his abilities to conjure a tornado, drawing seawater ashore and summoning a torrential rain from the sky. "Ocean, heed my command." The tumultuous waters, previously thrown into chaos by the volcanic eruption, seemed to respond to their sovereign's call. A colossal water vortex, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, materialized with a deafening roar, resembling an enraged blue dragon as it crashed into the encircling lava surrounding the vessel. The sound of vaporization erupted alongside a towering plume of white steam. The collision of water and fire unleashed an awe-inspiring surge of energy, forcibly cooling and pushing back the searing lava. The steam momentarily shielded them from the blazing heat. "Hurry! Into the vessel!" Chen shouted. As the wave gently set the vessel down, the hatch instantaneously springing open under Ling Qiong's remote control. Liu was the first to dash inside, turning to grasp the feeble Oliver and pulling him in. Ling Qiong followed closely behind, while Arthur maintained the water vortex. Chen, wielding the last remnants of his power, retracted the threads enveloping them, simultaneously activating his ability once more, slipping into the cabin like a phantom amidst the billowing steam. "Arthur, quickly!" As Arthur saw everyone had entered, he abruptly withdrew his power, causing the massive water vortex to collapse. The lava, now unrestrained, surged forward once more. With a fierce roar, he propelled himself towards the open hatch with astonishing force akin to a cannonball. In that split second as his body hurtled into the cabin, Chen acted swiftly, grabbing him and pulling him inside. With a resounding thud, the hatch slammed shut. Almost simultaneously, a torrential flow of scalding lava crashed against the recently sealed door, causing the entire vessel to shudder violently, emitting a piercing metallic distortion. The observation window was instantly obscured by dark red, viscous lava. "Activate! Maximum power! Dive!" Chen commanded sternly, his voice echoing within the confined space. Ling Qiong had already leapt to the control panel, his fingers dancing over the virtual keys like a blur. "Engine overload! Maximum power to the biomimetic fins! Full power to the pressure-resistant shell! Deep sea mode activated! Dive! Dive!" The tail of the Merman No. 7 erupted with an unprecedented azure glow from its massive manta ray-inspired fin. The vessel shot downward like an arrow, defiantly penetrating the thick, encroaching lava that sought to engulf it, plunging into the cold, dark depths of the ocean. The hull creaked and groaned under the pressure of the lava's embrace and the immense water pressure, while temperature alarms flashed frantically. Outside the observation window, a suffocating dark red enveloped them, as if they were at the very heart of a hellish furnace. "Hold on," Liu roared, his hands pressing firmly against the cabin wall, golden veins spreading along his arms in an attempt to reinforce the structural integrity of the vessel. Arthur, with his eyes tightly shut and veins bulging on his forehead, strained to communicate with the surrounding seawater, guiding the currents to wash over the hull. Endeavoring to dissipate heat and generate thrust, Oliver leaned against his seat, his complexion pale as he gazed out at the hellish scene beyond the window and the struggling comrades within. His heart filled with a tumult of gratitude for surviving and complex emotions towards these monstrous companions. Chen fixated on the control screen, monitoring the depth, temperature, and pressure data, his perception extending like the lines of a fruit, sensing every minute change in the hull's stress, his mind racing to calculate the optimal escape route. 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. Ling Qiong reported the depth. As the descent steepened, the lava encasing the hull cooled rapidly, solidifying and flaking away. The suffocating heat and dark crimson glow began to recede. 1,500 meters. Temperature has dropped to a safe threshold. Pressure stable. Ling Qiong's voice trembled ever so slightly, a hint of relief permeating his tone. Everyone in the cabin instinctively exhaled. Through the observation window, the cold, murky, yet profoundly safe depths of the ocean unfolded. Only a few scattered remnants of black volcanic rock, having cooled and solidified, descended slowly into the abyss. Long Yuan. This is Siren 7. We have exited the core area of the volcanic eruption and are ascending to a safe depth. Mission target Oliver Quinn has been successfully rescued. Repeat, target has been rescued. Ling Qiong swiftly established communication, his voice regaining its composure. The comms channel buzzed with the confirmed response from the Long Yuan command, resonating with palpable relief. Yang Chen leaned back in his seat, gazing at the profound ocean outside, then at his weary yet surviving comrades, and the still shaken but unharmed green arrow. His taut nerves finally relaxing, he offered Oliver a weary smile. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Mr. Quinn. Now, we can have a proper conversation." Oliver looked at Yang Chen, then at Ling Qiong, who was skillfully maneuvering the shuttle upwards, at the silent yet steadfast Liu, and finally at Arthur, who was beaming at him with a broad smile. In the end, he managed a grateful smile, imbued with sincerity. Thank you all, especially you, Arthur. And Yang Chen. This kindness will not be forgotten by the Quinn family." His gaze swept over Yang Chen, filled with deep inquiry and a hint of reverence. "Moreover, I believe I have many questions about you, about the deification, about all of this." In the shadowy depths of the ocean, Siren 7 glided upward like a great fish returning home, marked by traces of smoke and lava, steadily making its way toward the surface, which symbolized life. Faintly illuminated by the glimmering light above, the flames and roars of Purgatory Island had been utterly consumed by the cold and silence of the deep sea. Oliver cast one last glance back towards the direction of Purgatory Island, where all his past lay buried, including his beloved and brother. Note that Green Arrow remains unaware that the Grim Reaper is alive. From this point forward, San Francisco would welcome their new master. Chapter 80. Return San Francisco International Airport, Quinn Group's private tarmac. The door of the Gulfstream 550 slowly descended, and the staircar aligned perfectly. Oliver Quinn stood at the doorway, inhaling deeply the long-awaited air, tinged with the salty breeze of the sea and the dust of the city. Yang Chen and Arthur declined Oliver's generous invitation, opting for a different flight back to Boston. He was no longer clad in tattered prison garb, but rather adorned in a pristine, impeccably tailored dark suit, accentuating his stature. The scars on his face had yet to fade completely, yet they bore witness to the baptism of Alcatraz, erasing the remnants of his former playboy persona, leaving behind a resolute and stoic demeanor forged through trials of life and death. Despite the lingering weakness and subtle pain from his volcanic escape, he radiated vigor, his gaze piercing as it swept over the meticulously arranged scene below. The tarmac had been cleared, and a solemn line of armed private security, among them a few discreet representatives from China, stood vigilant. Several black armored vehicles were stationed nearby. At the forefront of the security line stood a figure, Maura Quinn, Oliver's mother. She wore an elegant ivory suit, her hair meticulously arranged, her countenance exuding the calm authority befitting the matriarch of the Quinn Group. However, upon catching sight of her familiar yet unfamiliar son on the stairs, a torrent of long-buried longing and joy surged forth. Her lips quivered slightly, and the expertly applied eyeliner could not conceal the glimmer of tears that welled up. She stumbled forward, nearly breaking through the barrier of security. "Oliver, my child." Her voice trembled with incredulity in the overwhelming shock of reunion, cutting through the fading echoes of the engines. Oliver hesitated for a moment. Seeing his mother, a complex wave of emotions crashed over him, relief at surviving the ordeal, guilt for the lies and separation of the past 3 years, and a profound empathy for her evident worry. There was also an unspoken distance, born from certain choices she had made. For 3 years, he had borne his father's secrets and the torment of Alcatraz, while his mother had been left to uphold their crumbling family and empire, her hands not entirely clean. He descended the stairs swiftly, his steps firm, embodying an undeniable aura of return. Mother. His voice was low and gravelly yet resonated with clarity. Moira could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to embrace him tightly, as if to confirm that he was not a mere apparition. Her arms constricted around him with such intensity that Oliver felt a twinge of pain. Tears finally cascaded down, soaking the shoulder of his expensive suit. My child, my Oliver, thank God. Thank God for bringing you back. Her voice trembled, filled with the purest essence of maternal love. Oliver returned her embrace, feeling the warmth and tremors of his mother. In that moment, the tumult of complex emotions was temporarily subdued by the sheer purity of familial affection. I am back, Mother, he whispered, more a promise than a statement, to her and to himself. He gently released his embrace, and Moira's hand immediately brushed against the scar on his face, her fingertips cold and trembling with empathy. What have they done to you? You've changed so much that I hardly recognize you. Her voice brimmed with anger and fear. It's all in the past, Mother. Oliver softly grasped her hand, halting her probing inquiries, his gaze serene yet imbued with an undeniable finality. What matters is that I have returned. He cast a brief glance at the vigilant security surrounding them and the distant, blurred outlines of media cameras attempting to breach the barricade. We must leave this place. Moira swiftly regained her composure, using a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, nodding in agreement, though a glimmer of shrewdness rekindled in her eyes. Of course, home. Everything has been arranged. She linked her arm with her son's, and under the watchful protection of layers of security, they made their way towards the convoy. The car doors closed, sealing off the cacophony of the outside world. The convoy surged forth like a dark tide, departing the airport and heading towards the Quinn Group building, a symbol of the Quinn family's pinnacle of power, and beyond that, to the estate perched upon the cliffs at the edge of the city, the headquarters of the Quinn Group in San Francisco. The news of Oliver Quinn's miraculous survival detonated like an information bomb, sweeping across the globe in an instant. As the sole survivor of the maritime disaster 3 years prior, and now the sole heir of the Quinn Group, his return attracted a deluge of media attention. The stock of the Quinn Group soared to unprecedented heights the moment trading resumed after the suspension. The media, akin to sharks sensing blood, camped outside the building around the clock. The city's elite in politics and business scrambled to reach out, offering condolences or probing for insights. 2 days later, atop the Quinn Group headquarters, in an opulent banquet hall overlooking the magnificent Golden Gate Bridge, a highly anticipated press conference unfolded. The flash of cameras converged into a blinding sea of light, illuminating Oliver Quinn at the center like a star on stage. He stood there, his posture as steadfast as a pine tree. The scar on his face bore testament to his courage, while his slightly pallid complexion spoke of the trials he had endured. The once carefree playboy had vanished, replaced by an indomitable spirit and a refined, captivating leadership aura. First, Oliver's voice resonated through the microphone, steady and powerful, cutting through the clamor of the crowd. I must express my deepest and most sincere gratitude on behalf of myself and the Quinn family. His gaze shifted to the front row, where 2 solemn and understated officials from the Huaxia government sat. I extend my thanks to the Huaxia government and its courageous rescue teams. During the catastrophic volcanic disaster on Purgatory Island, when the madman Anthony Evo sought to unleash devastation, it was they who, disregarding their own safety, ventured into peril to pull me back from the brink of hell. His voice, imbued with genuine emotion, paused momentarily to allow the weight of his gratitude to resonate fully. Their professionalism, efficiency, and extraordinary courage in the face of nature's wrath left me profoundly moved and ultimately saved my life. This life-saving grace will forever be etched in the memories of the Quinn family and myself. He bowed deeply towards the representatives of Huaxia. As thunderous applause erupted from the audience, countless cameras capturing this moment of significant political and diplomatic weight. Regarding my experiences on Purgatory Island, Oliver's voice suddenly turned frigid, akin to tempered steel. It was a betrayal, imprisonment, and torment meticulously orchestrated by Anthony Evo. He cloaked his heinous live experiments under the guise of the Purgatory Fund's charitable FAAD. As his malevolence neared exposure, he resorted to the most deranged, inhumane act of igniting a volcano, intending to bury me along with all who were aware, obliterating all evidence. He slowly raised his arm, deliberately rolling up a sleeve to reveal the grotesque, newly healed scar on his forearm, a twisted remnant of burns inflicted by lava. A collective gasp resonated from the crowd, as flashes from cameras illuminated the scene. This scar stands as irrefutable evidence of Evo's mad crimes. His fate was to be reduced to ashes in the destruction he himself initiated, a consequence of his own making. Oliver's voice bore the chilling weight of judgment. reminiscent of the green arrow pronouncing the death sentence upon the guilty from the shadows. Yet, the reckoning is far from over. The Purgatory Fund and all criminal networks complicit with it must be uprooted entirely. The Quinn Group shall employ every resource at its disposal, fully cooperating with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Interpol, and all relevant judicial entities, providing all evidence we possess, ensuring that not a single participant escapes justice. His words resonated powerfully, striking with conviction. He adeptly cast himself as both victim and champion of justice, thoroughly cleansing the Quinn Group of any potential stigma while directing all blame towards the deceased Evo and his accomplices. Simultaneously, he proclaimed the formidable return and inviolable stance of the Quinn family, or rather, of Oliver Quinn himself. Mr. Quinn, could you elaborate on how the Huaxia side rescued you during the volcanic eruption? It sounds miraculous. A reporter eagerly interjected. A subtle flicker of emotion passed through Oliver's gaze. As fleeting memories of Yang Chen's remarkable abilities, Arthur's summoning of the ocean's fury, Ling Qiong's meteorological manipulations, Li Yu's earth-shaking power, and the Black Phantom struggling beneath the lava flashed through his mind. Indeed, it was a miracle, he began slowly, his tone imbued with a sense of profound survival and undeniable authority. The miracle stemmed from the Huaxia side's cutting-edge deep-sea submersible technology and the unparalleled courage and skills of their elite personnel. In the face of collapsing mountains and surging lava, they carved a path to salvation for me. The specific technical details pertain to state secrets and the safety of the rescuers, so I cannot elaborate further. He skillfully articulated the extraordinary scene through advanced technology and extraordinary courage, thereby closing off any potential probing. But I can tell you this, he surveyed the audience, his voice rising with compelling intensity. On Purgatory Island, I learned to stare into the eyes of hell. I have returned, imbued with a newfound reverence for life and a resolute determination to rebuild the Queen Group, giving back to the city and world that granted me a second chance. He announced the establishment of a special fund by the Queen Group to aid the victims of the volcanic eruption in the Pacific, and initiated an unprecedented initiative, the Star City Guardians program, aimed at fundamentally transforming the urban security system. This not only represents a promise to the outside world, but also subtly marks the inception of his own covert assassination operation as Green Arrow. The press conference was met with resounding success. In that moment, the power dynamics of San Francisco officially heralded the ascent of a new sovereign. Chapter 81. The Vortex, Part 1, San Francisco, atop the Queen Group headquarters. Oliver Queen concluded the press conference amidst a flurry of flashes and thunderous applause. His declaration regarding the Star City Guardians resonated powerfully, heralding the dawn of a new era. Yet unbeknownst to him, there were two locations where individuals lay awake through the night, restless due to his influence. Los Angeles, an undisclosed location, a safe house fashioned from an abandoned factory. The interior was dimly lit, illuminated only by the ethereal blue glow of several high-intensity monitors. The screens displayed various angles of surveillance footage outside the Queen Group building, replaying segments from the press conference, pausing on a close-up of Oliver revealing his scars, alongside real-time aerial views surrounding the Queen Manor. A tall, formidable figure sat in a tactical chair shrouded in shadows, facing away from the screens. Clad in a sleeveless black combat uniform, his sinewy muscles resembled iron forged in fire. Marred by numerous scars, he methodically polished a glistening katana, his movements precise and imbued with a palpable strength. The enormous main screen on the wall silently showcased the final moments of the press conference. Oliver, flanked by bodyguards, departed the venue, slightly raising his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding flashes of cameras. At that instant, a fleeting, almost imperceptible shadow crossed his face. Not weariness, but a profound vigilance. An instinctive awareness of the undercurrents lurking beneath the calm, forged in the crucible of hell. A sudden sound. The motion of polishing the katana ceased. The man in the shadows slowly turned around. In the dim light, a chilling, grotesque mask of orange and black metal obscured the upper half of his face, revealing only his tightly pressed lips, imbued with a sense of cruelty, and a single eye, sharp as a blade, burning with a cold fury. The edges of the mask reflected an unyielding, icy light in the dim glow of the screen. He was Slade Wilson, codenamed Deathstroke. His singular eye fixated on the close-up of Oliver, shielding his eyes, as if attempting to pierce through the screen and delve into the very depths of Oliver's soul. Eyes that stare into the abyss of hell? A deep, gravelly voice emerged from beneath the mask, akin to sandpaper scraping against bone, rife with biting derision and overwhelming rage. Oliver, my dear brother. He rose slowly, his towering figure casting a monstrous shadow upon the screen. He sheathed the polished katana with a resounding clang behind his back. You have no true understanding of what hell really is. His voice pierced the air, cold and unyielding. Do you believe that the torment you endured on Purgatory Island constitutes the entirety of your suffering? Do you think that eliminating that fool, Iwo, signifies the conclusion of your trials? He approached the control panel, delicately tapping a key. The screen switched, revealing an exceedingly covert audio recording, its waveform fluctuating intensely. The background noise was indistinct, belonging to Moira Queen, her voice tinged with suppressed sobs and anxiety. Oliver, what truly transpired on that island? The response from Oliver was deep and soothing, yet clearly marked by detachment and reservation. It's all behind us now, Mother. What matters is that I have returned. As for them, they were merely soldiers on a mission, professional, nothing more. A twisted delight flickered in the single eye of the Grim Reaper. You have returned. That is splendid. He gazed at Oliver's face on the screen as if delivering a death sentence. You have come back to your kingdom, beside your mother, possessing everything you desired. Have you not? He slammed his fist onto the solid alloy control panel with a resounding thud. But you owe me. You owe Shadow. You owe us all a blood debt yet to be repaid. His voice rose sharply, akin to the roar of a wounded beast, echoing through the empty safe house. Imbued with a frenzied hatred capable of obliterating everything. He raised a hand to touch the eye that Oliver had blinded, only to feel an intensifying pain. Welcome home, Oliver. The tone of the Grim Reaper suddenly dropped, akin to a venomous serpent uncoiling, imbued with a chilling gentleness and absolute murderous intent. Our game has only just begun. I will personally shatter everything you hold dear, your kingdom, your family, your hopes, piece by piece, before your very eyes. I will make you experience what true hell is. And I will force you to make choices. He cast one last glance at the radiant figure of Oliver beneath the flash of lights. His single eye now filled solely with a pure, frigid fire of vengeance. He reached out and turned off all the screens, plunging the safe house into utter darkness, leaving only the sound of his heavy breathing, like a beast lurking in the abyss, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Beneath the night sky of San Francisco, under the brilliance of the green arrow, the shadow of the Grim Reaper had quietly spread like a malignant growth. In Japan, deep within the Yashida estate in Tokyo, the air was so thick it felt almost tangible. In a traditional tatami room, the only sound breaking the silence was the gravel of the dry landscape garden outside the paper sliding doors. Old Yashida sat in the main seat, wrapped in layers of a heavy kimono, his appearance gaunt, each breath accompanied by a heavy, wheezing sound reminiscent of a broken bellows. His once sharp gaze, which had commanded respect, was now clouded with an overwhelming fear of death. Opposite him sat a Japanese man, Chen, dressed in a meticulously tailored, dark-hued suit, the highest representative of the Yakuza in Tokyo. Shin's face resembled a flawless mask, calm and unperturbed. Yet within the depths of his eyes flickered a cold and perilous light, an expression of repressed fury and profound dissatisfaction with the frail old fox before him. Following the thwarting of his plans, Purgatory Island has been reduced to ashes. Old Yoshida's voice was hoarse and fragmented, each word draining what little strength he had left. That Madden Iwo has destroyed everything, my hopes, the divine weapon of the hand. His emaciated fingers clutched the fabric of his kimono tightly. Mr. Yoshida, we have invested immense resources, capital, manpower, even utilizing our secret routes deep within the Pacific, merely to ensure the smooth execution of the Purgatory Project, to guarantee that serum eventually reaches our hands. Anthony Iwo's madness has not only obliterated himself, but also doomed our shared future. Shin leaned forward slightly, his voice low and devoid of emotion, as cold as poison-laden ice, emphasizing the word shared, hinting at the enormous cost of breach for the Yoshida family. Cracks silently spread through the volcanic ash of Purgatory Island. The hand yearned for the serum from Iwo's experiments, which could potentially produce super soldiers en masse to arm their pervasive ninja army. Old Yoshida, in despair, clung to Iwo as a lifeline, two individuals stricken by terminal illness, one offering funding, space, and political asylum, while the other promised breakthroughs in defiance of death through forbidden human experimentation. Now, that lifeline has snapped and turned to ash. The hand has lost its readily available artifact. While old Yoshida is once again confronted by the Grim Reaper's scythe, drawing ever closer, a violent fit of coughing nearly caused old Yoshida to lose consciousness, prompting his private doctor and loyal servant, Yuki, to rush to his side. He struggled to wave them off, his murky eyes fixed intently on Shin, burning with a near-manic will to survive. Iwo has failed, but the world is vast, Yoshida rasped, his voice tinged with a desperate obsession. Shin, our collaboration is not over. We merely need to adjust our objectives. Shin narrowed his eyes, refraining from responding, waiting for the old fox to elaborate. He understood all too well that this man would do anything to stay alive. Chapter 82, The Vortex, Part 2. Old Yoshida trembled as he retrieved a yellowed photograph from the inner pocket of his kimono, placing it carefully on the low table between them. The image depicted a young officer clad in World War II Japanese military uniform, defiant and proud, alongside a bound, battered yet unyielding war prisoner, Logan, the Wolverine. Do you remember? Yoshida's fingertips traced the photograph, lingering on Logan's face. At the moment the atomic bomb fell on Nagasaki, he shielded me with his body. His voice was laced with a complex blend of gratitude and insatiable greed for that incredible power. He is immortal, Shin. Yoshida's breathing quickened, his eyes igniting with a terrifying brilliance. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Bullets, knife wounds, even the annihilating nuclear radiation could not kill him. His body. His blood is the ultimate life form that Iwo, that madman, could never hope to attain. This is the true elixir of immortality. Shin finally shifted his gaze from Yoshida's face to the old photograph. The name Logan, the Wolverine, was not absent from the ancient scrolls of the hand. A living legend. A mutant endowed with an almost immortal existence. He instantaneously comprehended Mr. Yoshida's new scheme, one that was more enticing yet perilous than the serum of Ivo. The voice of Shin remained steady, albeit tinged with a subtle gravity. Wolverine, Logan, he is a walking myth, as well as a harbinger of calamity. To capture him, or even to approach him, entails tremendous risk. The forces behind him are formidable. Risk? Mr. Yoshida exclaimed, his voice rising sharply, only to be followed by a fit of labored breathing. Cough, cough, how many days do I have left? What could be a greater risk than death? Isn't the hand adept at turning the impossible into the possible? Shadows lurk everywhere, capturing a solitary wolf. He gasped for air, his gaze piercingly directed at Shin. As for our new collaboration, I shall provide the final funds and all my intelligence regarding Logan, his hideout in Canada, his vulnerabilities, and the one he cherishes most, referring to Jean Grey. I will ensure Logan comes to Tokyo willingly. The hand will dispatch your most elite ninjas, the most powerful Oni, to bring his most valued possession before me, alive. You may also collaborate with the American branch of the hand. They cannot resist the allure of immortality. In this scenario, Jean Grey remains alive and continues to teach at the Mutant Academy. Shin's fingertips lightly tapped against his knee, his mind racing. To seize Wolverine's healing factor? This was more audacious than acquiring the serum, yet infinitely more tempting. If the hand could master such power, the enhancement would be unfathomable. The risks are substantial, yet the rewards could drive the entire organization to madness. The objective has shifted, and the risk assessment has escalated to its zenith. Shin finally spoke, his tone resolute. The hand accepts this new pact, but the cost must be reevaluated, Mr. Yoshida. Beyond funding, we require more. As long as I draw breath, everything belonging to the Yoshida conglomerate can become an ally of the hand. Mr. Yoshida pledged without hesitation. To survive, he was willing to barter his soul with the devil, even to wager the entire future of his lineage. Excellent. Shin inclined his head slightly, a chilling, determined smile finally gracing his mask-like visage. Thus, the operation to capture the wolf commences now. Please divulge all that you know about Logan, particularly regarding his inner demons. Shin's gaze shifted to the girl standing behind Mr. Yoshida, Yuki, the red-haired girl endowed with the foresight of death. At this moment, her complexion was pallid, her eyes rife with intricate worry. She had foreseen her master's demise, yet also the impending bloody tempest. She would serve as the pivotal piece in Yoshida's strategy to approach Logan. Mr. Yoshida turned with difficulty to regard the girl he cherished like his own. You must seek him out and inform him of my impending death. Request that he meet me for one final visit as an old friend. Additionally, let Dr. Tanaka know that the plan can be set into motion. His voice bore a veneer of insincere earnestness, exploiting the remnants of Logan's complex feelings of gratitude and his adherence to the Bushido spirit. Yuki lowered her head, concealing the turmoil in her eyes, and softly replied, "Yes, master." At the same moment, in the depths of this ancient mansion, a secret laboratory pulsating with futuristic technology. The cold light illuminated vast cultivation tanks and intricate apparatuses. A man clad in a white lab coat, Dr. Tanaka, with fervent yet chilling eyes, fixated on the complex genetic maps displayed on the screen alongside a fragmented stream of data, remnants salvaged from the cataclysmic final moments of Purgatory Island, transmitted through clandestine satellite links. Pertaining to the Ivo human experiments. Ivo waste, Dr. Tanaka muttered, his fingers deftly navigating the virtual keyboard. Yet his failures pointed him toward a revelation. The self-healing factor must be tamed and transferred. His gaze shifted to the heart of the laboratory, where a colossal prototype of the Silver Samurai exoskeleton gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Countless tubes connected the joints of the armor, and a peculiar interface was reserved at its core. Logan, your power shall become the cornerstone of my resurrection and the key to unlocking the mysteries of life. I shall benefit all of humanity. A morbid smile crept across Dr. Tanaka's face as he swiftly summoned Logan's past combat data and physiological scans, sources unknown, possibly derived from years of clandestine collection or files from the hand. He began to integrate Ivo's mad theories on genetic forced fusion and energy absorption into the design modifications of the Silver Samurai armor. This armor would transcend mere weaponry. It would evolve into a living altar, a prison designed to strip and contain Wolverine's immortal essence. The volcanic ashes of Purgatory Island had yet to settle, while a darker, more perilous hunt for immortality quietly commenced in the shadows of Tokyo. As Oliver Queen proclaimed his rebirth in San Francisco, the solitary and protracted life of Logan, the Wolverine, and the vengeful flames of Slade Wilson were about to be ensnared in a deadly vortex. Fueled by the frantic greed of a dying elder and the chilling ambitions of an ancient ninja organization. Meanwhile, Yukio, burdened with the shadow of foreseen death and the hypocritical dying request of the old Yashida, embarked on a journey to the Canadian wilderness in search of Logan. Chapter 83. The Daily Life in Kansas City. So you truly want to accompany me on my tour across America anymore? Alas, after saving Oliver, I have no further requests. How could I impose upon you again? Do not forget, Chen, the Curry family in Starling City will always welcome you. Next time, I shall take you fishing for the real big catch. You shall never leave empty-handed again. The salty breeze of Starling City seemed to cling to Yang Chen's hair. Yet the dry, industrial air of Kansas City heralded the commencement of a new journey. After bidding farewell to Arthur, who insisted on staying in Starling City to assist his father, Yang Chen set forth alone into this city renowned for its education and scientific research. In search of Barry Allen, standing amidst the bustling streets of Kansas City, he surveyed the incessant flow of traffic, feeling somewhat perplexed. The mission sounded simple, yet executing it proved to be far from easy. In 2008, Barry Allen was not yet the urban legend known for his lightning speed. He was merely a clever, somewhat bookish technician in the Kansas City Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division, bearing a hint of tragic backstory. Lacking super speed and extraordinary abilities, he was still grappling with the shadows of his mother's murder and his father's wrongful imprisonment. Yang Chen's primary mission was to integrate into Kansas City, locate Barry, and establish some form of connection or at least recognition before he acquired his super speed. The approach needed to be subtle. After all, Barry was just an ordinary technician at this point. Excessive enthusiasm would render him a fool, while aloofness would make his later approach to the Flash's emergence feel jarringly out of place. He attempted several methods to find Barry. One rather clumsy approach involved staking out a small diner across from the police headquarters for 2 days. The advantage was a clear view of individuals entering and exiting the precinct. The downside was the unbearable monotony. He was soon mistaken by the diner as proprietor for an undercover officer or a private investigator who regarded him with sympathy and understanding. "Hey, brother. Who's the unfortunate soul you're tailing? Don't worry, I've got plenty of coffee and free refills." Ultimately, he did spot a few trench-coated figures, but could not ascertain which one was Barry. However, he did notice a serious-looking, graying African-American detective. Yang Chen surmised it was Joe West and a vibrant, youthful African-American girl, Iris West, laughing as they exited. Iris, with a backpack slung over her shoulder, had evidently just finished school to meet her father. Yang Chen silently noted this pivotal father-daughter duo. In another attempt, Yang Chen leveraged his portable laptop for a technological search for Barry's information. The results were rather limited. He uncovered some old news clippings regarding Henry Allen's murder case, which mentioned he had a son named Barry, and noted that a Bartholomew Henry Allen had been listed among the recipients of the Kansas City University's Outstanding Young Scientist Award for research in forensic chemistry. This confirmed Barry's existence and provided a rough background, yet specifics regarding his location and appearance remained elusive. Nevertheless, it was clear that he had displayed remarkable talent at Kansas City University. In a bid to socialize, Yang Chen learned that officers from the Kansas City Police Department frequented a bar called The Well after work. He resolved to try his luck there. That evening, he entered the smoky, bustling establishment, straining to identify individuals within the crowd. Indeed, he spotted several officers, clad in uniforms or casual attire, engaged in lively conversation. In a relatively quiet corner, he discovered his target. A very young man, with tousled brown hair and sporting black-rimmed glasses, donned a plaid shirt and jeans. He was furrowing his brow at the screen of his laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard, while a nearly untouched beer sat beside him. He appeared utterly out of place amidst the surrounding revelry, completely absorbed in his own world. Occasionally, colleagues would pass by and greet him. "Hey, Barry." Still poring over that pile of data, to which he merely waved distractedly. Internally, Yang Chen rejoiced. He had found him. Barry Allen. Alive. In the bar. Diligently working on his report, Yang Chen resembled a scientific recluse akin to Peter. He observed Barry for a while, noting the latter's complete lack of social inclination. As he immersed himself entirely in his work, Yang Chen abandoned the notion of directly approaching him. Sensing that the timing was not right and fearing it might startle the engrossed technician, he quietly ordered a drink, gazing from a distance at this future speedster. Finding his current languid demeanor, lost in his own world, rather endearing, despite its apparent contradiction to the notion of speed. While searching for Barry, Yang Chen also experienced the mundane life of Kansas City, inadvertently creating some harmless little anecdotes. One incident occurred when he brushed past Barry at a fast food restaurant near the police station. After purchasing a hamburger and settling down, He witnessed Barry rush in at an ordinary person's pace, clutching an evidence bag and calling out to the counter. "Hey, Cindy, the usual. 2 double cheeseburgers, large fries, and a giant chocolate milkshake. I'm in a hurry." As he waited for his order, he pulled out a small notebook to jot down notes. Yang Chen was merely 3 tables away, yet Barry never once glanced around, watching him devour his meal with astonishing speed before dashing back to the precinct. Yang Chen mused that this voracious appetite must stem from an extraordinary basal metabolic rate, rather than mere happenstance. In the peculiarities of Kansas City, near the apartment Yang Chen rented, small appliances frequently malfunctioned inexplicably and lights flickered. The landlady insisted that the proximity to a cutting-edge technology laboratory was responsible for strange residual radiation. Upon investigation, Yang Chen discerned that it was merely the result of outdated wiring and the antics of a nearby illegal radio enthusiast. He discreetly employed a modicum of his abilities to stabilize the voltage, leading the landlady to view him as a fortunate charm. Insisting on treating him to her homemade, excessively sweet, Yang Chen, accustomed to Chinese cuisine, felt his blood sugar surge after just one bite, cookies. One day, while in the park, Yang Chen witnessed a thief snatching a handbag from an elderly lady. Naturally, he couldn't stand idly by, yet he refrained from utilizing his powers in public. In a moment of inspiration, he emulated the methods Barry would likely employ in the future, seizing a spoon from a nearby ice cream stand, and with precise technique, flung it towards the thief's ankle, causing him to tumble clumsily. The police arrived promptly, including Detective Joe West. And Yang Chen was recognized as a commendable citizen for his accurate and skillful intervention, receiving brief inquiries and gratitude. Detective West's sharp gaze lingered on Yang Chen's face for a few seconds, though he refrained from further comment. Yang Chen pondered what expression Barry might wear upon discovering that his signature spoon-throwing technique had been preemptively utilized by him. A new plan emerged to infiltrate the inner workings. Realizing that mere chance encounters were inefficient, Yang Chen resolved to draw closer. Drawing upon his extensive experience, with a slight embellishment of his resume, he successfully secured a short-term position as a temporary records assistant in the evidence locker of the Kansas City Police Department. The rationale was straightforward. This role would grant him access to all departmental reports and evidence transfer records, thereby allowing him legitimate contact with the technicians, including Barry Allen. On his first day at work, Yang Chen donned a somewhat ill-fitting temporary worker's uniform, seated before the computer at the evidence room's front desk. When that familiar, slightly disheveled, brown-haired figure appeared at the window, presenting an evidence transfer list, Yang's heart quickened slightly. "Hello, it's Barry Allen. This is the evidence for case number 140807, which needs to be archived." Barry's voice, imbued with youthful clarity and a hint of urgency, was accompanied by a serious demeanor as he adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across Yang's temporary name badge. "Yang, you're new here. I haven't seen you before," Barry remarked with a friendly smile. Yang reciprocated with a standard, harmless grin. Accepting the list and promptly and accurately entering it into the system, his speed just slightly above the average, yet not outrageous. "Yes, Mr. Allen. I just reported today. You can call me Yang. The list is fine. Please hand me the evidence." "Just call me Barry," he replied, handing over the evidence box while casting another curious glance at Yang. "Your input speed is quite impressive. Your hands are steady. Practice makes perfect," Yang responded vaguely. His thoughts drifting to the speed he once possessed as a weary worker in a past life, tears could have been shed over that pace. Barry seemed poised to say more, perhaps intrigued by Yang's fluid rhythm of data entry, but his phone rang, interrupting the moment. Upon glancing at it, his expression shifted to one of exasperation and urgency. "Sorry, I have to go. Joe's on my case. We'll chat next time." With that, he dashed away like a gust of wind. Yang watched his retreating figure, exhaling a sigh of relief, tinged with excitement. The first step of engagement had been a success. Though brief, at least their names matched. And Barry had formed a preliminary impression of him as a quick and steady-handed temporary worker. The next step was to leverage his position for more natural interactions, gradually integrating himself into Barry's daily life. Chapter 84. Departure. During his days working in the evidence room, Yang Chen commenced his diary of observations on Barry. Barry appeared almost daily to hand over evidence or consult files, unwavering in his routine. He exhibited extreme concentration while working, often remaining motionless for hours before a microscope or computer screen, occasionally muttering to himself as if conversing with the instruments. He was congenial towards colleagues, yet seemingly had no particularly close friends aside from Iris, who occasionally brought him lunch, and Detective Joe. Other officers would sometimes teasingly remark on his bookishness or his obsession with scientific minutiae. "Barry, stop fixating on whether that fiber is from Mars and just tell me who the killer is," he would typically respond with a shy smile. Barry consumed coffee as if it were water, preferring a particularly bitter black brew, devoid of sugar or cream. Yang had tasted it once, nearly spitting it out. Harboring grave doubts about Barry's sense of taste, Occasionally, Barry would trip over flat ground or bump into door frames while turning. Yang winced at the sight, pondering how such a lack of balance necessitated the need for super speed to rectify. Chen's strategy was subtle yet effective. He assisted Barry in swiftly locating the old files he required, utilizing his exceptional memory and a touch of perceptiveness. Just as Barry found himself overwhelmed by a myriad of evidence tags, Yang would conveniently present him with neatly organized labels. When Barry inadvertently spilled coffee on a report, Yang had the foresight to have absorbent paper at the ready, discreetly summoning it with his abilities when Barry was otherwise occupied. In this manner, he positioned himself as a reliable, efficient, and unobtrusive aide. Much like how he had approached Peter years ago, he fostered a natural rapport with Barry. Gradually, as Barry returned to the evidence room, he found himself engaging in casual conversation with Yang. Hey, Yang, thanks. You're truly my guardian angel of archives. I've been searching for this report all morning. Yang, your labeling system is so clear, it's even better than our internal one. Yang, do you have any extra paper towels? I seem to have run out. Their relationship evolved from that of a new temporary worker to a dependable archive manager. Even while waiting for documents, Barry would chat with Yang about the weather, the newly opened donut shop in the city center, which Barry highly recommended, or lament about a particularly tricky case. One afternoon, Barry entered the evidence room with a stack of documents, his brow furrowed in concern. What's wrong, Barry? You seem to be facing a dilemma, Yang inquired as he accepted the files. Yes, Barry sighed, removing his glasses to rub his temples. It's a theft case. The scene was remarkably clean, leaving almost no trace. The only clue is a trace of a rare metal alloy detected in the lock mechanism of the safe, which doesn't correspond to any known common tools. We can't find a match in our existing database. He appeared somewhat disheartened, feeling that they were so close yet so far from a vital clue. Young's mind stirred with intrigue. He casually glanced at the report spread out on the table and a magnified electron microscope image. The microscopic structure of the debris was vividly clear to him. His mind raced, drawing upon his extensive knowledge of various metals and alloys, enhanced by the system that had bestowed upon him remarkable attributes, granting him rich experiences and exceptional learning capabilities. In an instant, he retrieved a match from his mental repository. It was an obscure alloy used to manufacture high-precision tools for antique clock repairs, utilized exclusively by a niche workshop in Switzerland. However, he refrained from revealing this information directly, as it seemed too astonishing. It does appear quite unique, Yang mused, stroking his chin and feigning deep contemplation. Barry, you mentioned it doesn't belong to common tools. Could it be a highly specialized tool from a particular field? Perhaps for the restoration of precision instruments or antiques? He suggested, guiding the conversation. Barry's eyes lit up behind his glasses as he suddenly looked up. Antiques? Precision instrument restoration? Of course. How did I not think of that direction? While common theft tools aren't in the database, if it's an extremely niche professional tool, he instantly grew animated. Seizing the report. Yang, this line of thought is brilliant. I must seek out the specialized tool alloys for the restoration of antique clocks or precision machining. Thank you. He dashed off, clutching the documents as though he had discovered a new world. Chen observed his retreating figure with a smile. Excellent, a successful and seamless assist. He not only aided Barry in resolving his dilemma but also further solidified his image as a reliable individual with keen observational skills, capable of offering useful insights. Trust from the future Flash is accumulated in such small increments. Meanwhile, as Barry rushed back to the lab, his mind was consumed not only by the alloy clue but also by a fleeting thought. Yang, this temporary worker, is quite sharp and perceptive. He is indeed an intriguing character. Unbeknownst to him, this intriguing individual was meticulously scheming to draw closer, patiently awaiting the impending storm, the explosion of the particle accelerator that would forever change everything, along with the lightning that would bestow upon him super speed. The summer sun in Kansas City streamed through the windows, casting warm light upon the evidence room's table. Chen picked up the cartoon lightning-embellished mug that Barry had left behind, likely a gift from Iris, and gently caressed its surface. It would still be some time before Barry Allen transformed into the Flash. Yet, Chen's leisurely observational diary of life in Kansas City had only just begun to unfold its captivating chapters. He had ample time to patiently await the arrival of that fateful lightning, ensuring that when it struck, his name would be among those trusted by Barry Allen. As for the whimsical daily antics and minor troubles along the way, merely appetizers before the main course, or so one might think. However, this conclusion is utterly nonsensical. While Barry has time to wait, Chen does not. As a time traveler, how could he indulge in such a languid existence? After all, he is merely a half-step away from college, and it is inconceivable for him to remain in Kansas City, merely observing the particle accelerator's explosion. He must journey to his next destination, Los Angeles, to seek out Green Lantern Hal Jordan for some amusement. As long as Barry has not yet become the Flash, at least there will be no chaotic, time-restarting antics. After leaving a lasting impression on Barry, Chen intended to submit his resignation to the Kansas City Police Department. With early August approaching, his time here had been sufficiently long. In the evidence room of the Kansas City Police Department, the cicadas outside sang louder than in July, and the air hung thick with the distinct, almost stagnant heat of August. Chen finished organizing the last file, meticulously cleaned Barry's cartoon lightning mug, and placed it prominently on his now empty desk. Beside it lay a thin envelope containing his resignation letter. "Are you really leaving, Yang?" "Bill." The portly officer responsible for firearms management poked his head in, his tone tinged with reluctance. "If you go, that could Barry will be lost searching for files. Our efficiency will drop by at least half. Every gathering must eventually disperse, Bill. I need to prepare for college. Time waits for no one." Chen smiled as he stuffed his final personal belongings into a travel backpack that appeared small, yet was surprisingly spacious, deliberately emphasizing the undeniably valid reason of attending university. "Sigh, indeed, young people ought to pursue their studies," Bill lamented. "However, truth be told, Barry will undoubtedly be rambling on for quite some time. You are, after all, his guardian angel of files and savior from coffee mishaps." Just as he spoke, a flurry of hurried footsteps and a slight clang echoed from the doorway, clearly indicating that someone had once again collided with the doorframe. Barry Allen, rubbing his elbow, wore his customary look of intense focus mixed with a hint of urgency, cradling a stack of newly delivered evidence bags. "Yang, quickly help me," he began, only to realize that Chen had already packed his bag, leaving the table starkly empty except for a conspicuous mug and an envelope. The expression on his face abruptly froze, transforming from one of finding a savior to one of thunderstruck dismay. "Yang? What is this?" Barry's gaze darted between the bag and the resignation letter, his speech slowing, laden with palpable disappointment. "Barry, I was just about to find you," Chen replied, picking up the mug and resignation letter, and walking to the window to hand them to him. "Here, your beloved cup, all cleaned up. This marks the conclusion of my temporary stint. I must leave. The time to report back to school is fast approaching." Barry stood there, dazed, accepting the cup and envelope, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the lightning pattern on the mug, his eyes widening behind his glasses, resembling a Labrador retriever suddenly deprived of its cherished toy. "Leave? No? So soon?" But the lead on that antique clockwork alloy was just beginning to unfold, and the suspect is already identified, all thanks to the direction you pointed out. "I wanted to share the report with you. In the new donut shop downtown, you mentioned we would try it together next time." Observing his flustered and reluctant demeanor, Chen felt both amused and warmed inside. This future Flash was currently a science nerd who had lost his capable assistant and conversational partner. "Barry, calm down." Chen gently patted his shoulder, teasingly. "I'm merely a temporary worker, not the particle accelerator of Star Labs. I won't be here indefinitely. As long as the case is resolved, the donuts can wait until you visit New York. I'll treat you to something even better. Don't forget my family runs a Chinese restaurant." Barry opened his mouth, eager to say something, but ultimately sighed, his shoulders drooping slightly. "All right. Going to college is indeed important. It's just so sudden. You've helped me immensely here, Yang, truly, not just in finding files and passing tissues. Your insight and perspective are exceptional and keen." He gazed at Chen earnestly. "You will undoubtedly become a remarkable person in the future." "Thank you, Barry," Chen replied, his tone becoming sincere. "So will you. Maintain your passion for the peculiar. Continue studying those charred circuit boards and mysterious ice crystals. Trust me, your dedication and those seemingly useless theories will someday prove invaluable, perhaps even save the world." He winked knowingly. "Save the world? That is overly fantastical. But I appreciate your kind words." Barry chuckled, taking it as encouragement between friends. Suddenly remembering something, he swiftly retrieved paper and pen from his lab coat pocket, swiftly jotting down his phone number and personal email, and handed it to Chen. "Let us keep in touch. What intriguing scientific enigmas or supernatural phenomena might you have to share? Do let me know. New York is not too far from Kansas City." "No problem, Barry Allen Hotline. Dedicated to the peculiar and extraordinary." Chen smiled as he tucked away the note. "Take care of yourself, refrain from that ink-infused coffee. And watch where you're walking. Try not to keep bumping into door frames." Barry, slightly embarrassed, adjusted his glasses. "I'll do my best." After bidding a reluctant farewell to Barry and a few familiar colleagues at the precinct, Chen shouldered his bag and exited the building. The sun in Kansas City still shone brightly. He cast a glance back at the towering Star Labs, its circular structure glimmering under the sunlight. "Farewell, Kansas City. Farewell, future Flash," Chen silently mused. "I hope that by the time the particle accelerator explodes, you have grown strong enough to no longer require my assistance in discreetly handing you tissues. However, leaving behind a phone number should make it quite convenient for future errands." "Wouldn't it?" He hailed a taxi, destination, Kansas City Airport. Next stop, sunshine, sandy beaches, Hollywood, and perhaps a test pilot named Hal Jordan. who was still oblivious to the concept of a ring. Chapter 85. Hal's misfortune. A day later, at Los Angeles International Airport. The Californian sun was more direct and intense than that of Central City, the air infused with the briny scent of the sea, the aroma of aviation fuel, and various perfumes. Sporting sunglasses and carrying his bag, Chen moved with the crowd out of the terminal, immediately enveloped by a wave of heat and commotion. Towering palm trees, vibrant billboards, and a relentless flow of vehicles all showcased the vitality and glamour of this city of angels. Green Lantern Hal Jordan. Chen waited for a train at the airport express platform, pondering his next move. At this hour, he wondered if Hal should still be a test pilot at Ferris Aircraft, or if he had been chosen by Abin Sur. Without a ring or a uniform, he was merely an exceptionally gifted individual, albeit somewhat of a rogue. According to the film Green Lantern, Hal Jordan was the ace test pilot for Ferris Aircraft. Technically proficient yet, as his former superior would say, confident to the point of arrogance, impulsive like a rocket, but once in the sky, he was a god. His usual haunts included the Ferris Aircraft test pilot base and several nearby bars frequented by pilots and ground crew. Chen had a clear objective: to locate the test pilot named Hal Jordan and become familiar with him before he was struck by the cosmic ring. He resorted to his usual method, finding an affordable motel not far from the Ferris Aircraft base. For the next 2 days, he wandered around the outskirts of the base like a tourist, camera in hand, merely for appearances, snapping photographs of the massive hangars and the occasional experimental aircraft taking off and landing. He even paid to participate in an exceedingly dull public aviation science tour, just to have a legitimate reason to linger in the vicinity and observe the personnel coming and going. However, Hal Jordan's whereabouts seemed rather elusive, and Chen was unable to pinpoint his target promptly. After several days of observation, although Hal was nowhere to be seen, Chen's patience, combined with a hint of perceptiveness, bore fruit on the evening of the third day. On a secluded path leading to the pilot's bar outside the base, a meticulously maintained, glistening vintage Ford Mustang convertible pulled up with a flamboyant drift that was almost provocative, screeching to a halt at the bar's entrance. The car door swung open, and out stepped none other than Hal Jordan himself, clad in his signature jacket. With disheveled black hair and dark circles under his eyes, he held his chin slightly elevated, exuding the unique blend of confidence and an audacious demeanor typically associated with aviators. However, Chen astutely sensed a subtle difference. Hal's seemingly casual gaze swept over his surroundings, betraying an underlying vigilance and restlessness, his movements appearing somewhat tense. Has someone been watching him? Chen pondered, recognizing this as an opportune moment to strike up a conversation. Indeed, Hal's recent disappearance was due to his feeling of being stalked or cursed, plagued by nightmares each night. He dreamt of being mercilessly tortured and killed by a maniac clad in a red uniform, employing horrifically brutal methods, decapitation with a samurai sword, being blown up in a car, and even having his handsome visage disfigured by a flamethrower, all while the fiend laughed maniacally. The nightmares felt alarmingly real, leaving Hal too fearful to sleep. Consequently, he had secluded himself at home, ignoring calls from his cherished childhood friend, Carol Ferris, and neglecting work. However, the torment had become unbearable, prompting Hal to venture out to the bar that very night to liberate himself from his anguish. Thus, he arrived at the pilot's bar, where Chen fortuitously encountered him. Just as Chen was preparing to approach Hal with a cliché excuse, pretending to be a lost tourist seeking directions to the pilot's bar, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Surprise, handsome. A voice, exaggerated and theatrical, as if plucked from the depths of a low-budget film set, thundered above Hal's head. Immediately, a figure clad in a form-fitting dark red uniform, adorned with an array of knives at the waist and 2 samurai swords crossed on the back, appeared in a comically absurd spinning pose atop Hal's Mustang. The figure struck a superhero landing, kneeling on one knee with one hand pressed against the car's roof while dramatically pointing at the bewildered Hal with the other. Deadpool. Wade Wilson. Hal was taken aback by this airborne lunatic, stumbling back and colliding with his car door, producing a dull thud. The arrogance etched on his face was swiftly replaced by shock and confusion. Rising to his feet, Deadpool struck a pose, hands on hips, wiggling his backside, and began to lament in an operatic tone. Behold this face. This smooth, flawless visage, untouched by scars or the caress of acid. This face, which is infuriatingly identical to that of Ryan Reynolds, a veritable box office poison and a blemish on the profession, making him wish he could travel back in time to strangle the producer. Deadpool's voice suddenly crescendoed, brimming with resentment and envy. Har was utterly bewildered. What box office poison? What Ryan Reynolds? Who the hell are you? Get off my car. Wait, haven't I seen you somewhere? It's you, the madman in the red uniform from my dreams. Madman. Oh darling, you've shattered my heart. Deadpool clutched his chest, even through the uniform, his voice tinged with a sob, but in the next moment, it turned to a furious growl. Who am I? I am the vengeful spirit of your failed career. I am the curse upon your perfect visage. I am Deadpool. And you, with a face once as handsome as mine, have butchered a film that was meant to catapult me into cosmic stardom. Green Lantern. That travesty was so atrocious that even toilets refused to flush it away. It is the excrement upon my flawless resume. It is the eternal agony of Ryan Reynolds. And you counterfeit of the universe, must pay for this transgression. Deadpool's leaps of logic outpaced quantum jumps, leaving Hart utterly perplexed. He perceived that the man in the red and black spandex was unequivocally deranged and exuded peril. I can't understand the nonsense you're spewing. Hart attempted to maneuver around the front of the car, sprinting toward the bar for help. But Deadpool was quicker. Thinking of running? Not a chance. Taste the wrath of interdimensional negativity. Deadpool cackled, swiftly drawing a katana from his back, its blade glinting ominously in the sunset. He executed an exaggerated backflip. His movements flamboyant as a circus act, yet landing precisely in Har's escape path, the blade slicing through the air towards Har's misfortune-laden face. Har's pupils dilated. He reacted with remarkable speed, rolling awkwardly just in time to evade the blade, which grazed his jacket, leaving a gash. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This man was no mere lunatic. He was deadly serious. Would all those nightmares come to fruition? I'm too young to die. I haven't even confessed my feelings to Carol yet. Quite nimble, aren't we? Seems like someone added a bit of agility to your attributes. Too bad it won't help. Deadpool chuckled menacingly. Dual katanas now drawn, their gleaming edges transforming into a lethal crimson storm, enveloping Har. With desperate agility, he dodged. Relying on his pilot's reflexes and a modicum of luck, rolling and leaping as deep scratches marred the hood and doors of the wild Mustang. My car. Har lamented bitterly. The car? A trifling concern. Once I carve your box office poison visage into a work of art with depth akin to mine, you won't care about the car. Deadpool's assault intensified. Just as Har was about to be cornered, a figure emerged like a wraith into the fray. Chapter 86. Deadpool. It was Chen. He realized he could not delay any longer. Deadpool's blades were swift and cunning. Though Har possessed decent skills, he was ultimately just an ordinary man, and unarmed. He couldn't hold out much longer, lest he be sliced into noodle-like pieces. Hey, you in the red and black. Allow me to interrupt your fan meet. Chen called out loudly, his hands subtly poised at his sides. A new character? An Eastern countenance? Dear audience, an unexpected twist in the plot. A mysterious Asian fellow has intruded. Is he friend or foe? Place your bets. Deadpool's movements faltered, his blade poised in midair as he turned to gaze at Chen. Curiosity flickering in the white lenses of his mask. Seizing the moment of distraction, Chen struck, finding unruliness. With a low utterance, countless nearly transparent, remarkably resilient threads materialized out of thin air. They surged forth like serpents endowed with life, swiftly ensnaring Deadpool's wrists, elbows, and even ankles with uncanny precision. The speed was astonishing. What in the world is this spaghetti? Deadpool exclaimed, attempting to break free. Yet, those threads, seemingly delicate, were imbued with immense strength. Akin to shackles forged from tempered steel, severely restricting his joint movements. His once fluid motions became sluggish and distorted, reminiscent of a marionette with rusted joints. Shield of threads. Chen, undeterred, thrust his right hand forward. More threads instantly wove together before him, compressing into a semi-transparent, glimmering shield of remarkable resilience. Clang, clang. The two strikes Deadpool managed to deliver struck fiercely against the thread shield, producing a crisp sound akin to the clash of metal. The tremendous recoil left Deadpool's wrists numb, nearly causing him to lose grip on his blades. Yet, the shield merely dented slightly, remaining unscathed. What in the world? Deadpool was genuinely astonished this time. He ceased his struggles and began to examine the threads binding him. Wow, this effect, this texture, is this made from vibranium? Or perhaps the silk of an extraterrestrial spider? 1,000 times superior to our props. Director, did you see that? Now this is what I call budget well spent. Which team is this guy from? Special effects team. Extra chicken leg for you. Taking advantage of the moment, Hal rolled and scrambled behind Chen, panting heavily. His mind reeling at the sight of this unexpectedly formidable young man wielding such bizarre thread-based abilities. His gaze shifted to the rambling red and black maniac ensnared by the threads. Feeling as though his worldview was shattering and reconstructing itself. Who are you? Hal's voice trembled with suspicion. Just a passing concerned citizen. Chen replied without turning, his focus unwavering on Deadpool, maintaining both the binding threads and the shield. Sir, it seems rather inappropriate to wield weapons and wreak havoc in public. He paused, his tone laced with subtle sarcasm. Isn't it a tad too Deadpool-esque to pursue an actor over a failed film? He understands the references. Deadpool, as if discovering a new continent, excitedly writhed against his restraints, albeit with great difficulty. Dear audience, did you hear that? This mysterious fellow gets our humor. Moreover, I've never seen him in the official Marvel comics. He must also be breaking the fourth wall. A fellow creator. Perhaps a newly assigned savior from the writing team. Yang Chen's lips twitched, deciding against engaging with Deadpool, a being who defied convention. Conversing with him required caution, as one could easily succumb to mental contamination. Regardless of your peculiar motivations, I implore you to vacate the vicinity of Mr. Jordan. Otherwise what? Are you going to wrap me up like a dumpling with your magical noodles? Deadpool retorted nonchalantly, even beginning to poke at the threads with the handles of his entangled blades. Hey there, my friend, your abilities are quite remarkable, reminiscent of that Spider-Man fellow. Yet distinctly different. Would you be interested in joining my mercenary group? Daily wages are offered, with benefits including complimentary disfigurement and unlimited sarcasm privileges. By the way, have you heard? I stumbled upon a grand secret. This world is nothing like Marvel. Who would have thought I would one day share the same realm as my cousin? The Grim Reaper? It's truly a stroke of happiness, I must confess. Yang Chen rolled his eyes and tightened the binds. The Deadpool, who had been feigning tears moments ago, suddenly felt the restraints tighten further, releasing an exaggerated cry of pain. Ouch. Easy there. This costume is quite expensive. You can't afford to ruin it. And I just had it dry cleaned. Just then, the distant wail of police sirens could be heard. Clearly, the commotion here, particularly Deadpool's outburst and the sound of blades slicing through cars, had drawn attention. Ugh, the cops are here. What a buzzkill. Deadpool sulked. Fine, consider yourself lucky. You have a new friend who wields strings to protect you. He glanced at Yang Chen, and it seemed as if the white eyes on his mask blinked. Mysterious string guy. Let me tell you something. I've discovered a female lunatic in Gotham who can break the fourth wall. You must know who she is. I desperately want her autograph. She smashed my head with her baseball bat. Women can be terrifying. No, I should say Gotham is terrifying. We shall meet again. Next time. Let us share a margarita and discuss the art of breaking the fourth wall. Remember, I am Deadpool, the most dashing mercenary in the universe, albeit the disfigured version. As soon as the words left his lips, Deadpool's figure suddenly blurred, akin to a faulty television signal, accompanied by a series of unintelligible sound effects, which Yang Chen swore he heard. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind only a few strands of severed transparent thread, lazily drifting to the ground. A time travel wristband? The strings abruptly lost their target, prompting Yang Chen to retract his abilities immediately. The shield of strings dissipated into glimmers of light. The scene lay in utter disarray. Hal's Mustang was marred with slashes, while the ground was scattered with severed threads. Hal leaned against the car door, hair disheveled, jacket torn, and his face wore an expression of bewilderment. Coupled with the heartache of witnessing his beloved vehicle in such a state, the sirens grew increasingly closer. Yang Chen sighed and approached Hal, extending his hand. Are you all right, Mr. Jordan? Hal lifted his gaze, meeting the eyes of the Asian youth who had saved him with such extraordinary abilities, his expression a tumult of shock, confusion, trepidation, and a hint of absurdity at being embroiled in such an incomprehensible event. Hal licked his dry, cracked lips, his voice hoarse. I'm not well. My car is in worse shape. And what exactly was that thing? The movie he mentioned. Ryan Reynolds. Who are you? Those strings. He gestured to the remaining transparent threads on the ground. Yang Chen offered a resigned smile. It's a long story, Mr. Jordan. Moreover, I suggest we leave this place before the police arrive. Explaining a vanishing red and black spandex-clad lunatic and a person capable of blocking knives with strings might prove more troublesome than unraveling a murder case, he gazed at Hal's lamentable Mustang and inquired, I suppose you could use a ride? Or at least a place to enjoy a drink and calm your nerves. My treat. Hal glanced at the approaching police lights, then at his nearly wrecked vehicle, finally fixing his gaze on Yang Chen's composed face, which seemed to convey a silent understanding of far more than he was willing to articulate. An overwhelming weariness and a sense that the day had truly become surreal washed over him. To hell with it. Hal wiped his face and resignedly opened the somewhat intact passenger door, despite a significant gash marring its surface. Get in. I know a place where the liquor is strong. And the proprietor one tea pry. Yang Chen swiftly slid into the passenger seat. As the wailing sirens echoed at the intersection, Hal's battered Mustang, with its smoking hood, perhaps damaged by that knife, let out a reluctant roar and careened away, leaving behind a scene of chaos and an enormous enigma. Indeed, the nights in Los Angeles proved to be far more exhilarating than those in Kansas City. Watching the neon lights retreating swiftly outside, Yang Chen mused. On the very first day of finding the Green Lantern, I've already helped him fend off Deadpool's blade? What a comically absurd opening to this leisurely observational diary. Meanwhile, Hal Jordan, gripping the steering wheel with trembling hands, was consumed by a singular thought. Everything that had just transpired was undoubtedly no mere illusion. What in the world was happening? And what exactly was this enigmatic fellow beside him? Chapter 87. Explanation, Part 1. Hal's Mustang resembled an injured beast, with its hood exuding suspicious wisps of smoke and its body marred by vicious gashes, careening erratically through the evening traffic of Los Angeles. The blaring sirens flickered in the rearview mirror, But Hal's desperate lane changes and reckless runs through yellow lights momentarily eluded the police, his instincts kicking in with remarkable reflexes. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Hal cursed vehemently at the smoking dashboard, unsure whether his ire was directed at Deadpool, the police, or the sheer misfortune of his day. He cast a fleeting glance at the unusually calm Chen in the passenger seat, who seemed to be genuinely intrigued by the rapidly passing urban landscape outside. As if the earlier chaos and the grotesque figure had vanished into thin air, merely an illusion conjured by a street magician. You're remarkably composed. Hal couldn't help but shout, his voice cracking under the strain of anxiety and dread. I'm used to it, Chen shrugged, his tone as nonchalant as discussing the weather. Such levels of surprise are not uncommon on journeys. As for you, Mr. Jordan, your driving skills are commendable, though your vehicle appears rather dilapidated. Dilapidated? Hal's face contorted in anguish, nearly crushing the steering wheel. My darling. My Mustang. That red and black lunatic. I'll have his head. Wait. He suddenly recalled something and whipped his head around to scrutinize Chen, his gaze sharp as if assessing the dashboard. Who are you? What were those wires? Magic? High technology? Or some alien trickery? Uncontrollably, his mind flashed back to his nightmares, filled with peculiar beings in uniforms soaring through the skies. Chen turned to meet Hal's scrutinizing stare, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses offering no clarity. I am Chen, a traveler. As for those lines, you may perceive them as a form of capability, or rather, as a tool. Rest assured, I am not an extraterrestrial being sent from afar. He deliberately added that last statement, observing how Hal's tense shoulders seemed to relax, just a fraction. A tool? One that could bind that lunatic as securely as a rice dumpling? Indeed, formidable. Hal scoffed softly, yet the hostility in his tone had noticeably diminished. After all, it was Chen who had rescued him. Moreover, the abilities exhibited by this individual were far beyond what a mere mortal could possess. The deranged individual had mentioned some film, Green Lantern, Ryan Reynolds. It seemed you understood. This posed yet another colossal enigma. A superficial understanding, Chen replied vaguely. Steering clear of the crux. He is an extraordinarily unique entity. His mind is chaotic, his behavior erratic, yet he is exceedingly perilous. He fixates on certain, well, matters related to dimensional breaches. In simple terms, he believes you owe him a fine film. Chen himself found this explanation absurd, yet when confronted with Deadpool, it appeared to be the closest to the truth. Owe him a fine film? Hal wore an expression that suggested incredulity. For this, he attempts to assault me with a knife? And even destroys my car. What kind of illogical reasoning is this? Infuriated, he slammed his hand against the steering wheel, the horn emitting a brief mournful wail. His logic is beyond the comprehension of an earthling, Chen could only conclude. The important matter is that he has set his sights on you, Mr. Jordan. Those nightmares are likely not without cause. At the mention of nightmares, Hal's complexion drained of color, his grip on the steering wheel tightening once more. Vivid images of beheadings, explosions, and incinerated bodies surfaced in his mind. How do you know his voice was dry? It was evident. Chen pointed to his own eyes. Your state at the bar entrance was taut, vigilant. Reminiscent of someone who hadn't slept well for days. A classic case of being plagued by nightmares, coupled with the lunatic's sudden appearance. Your utterance of the person from your dreams was hardly difficult to deduce. Hal fell silent. The vehicle twisted and turned, ultimately halting before an aging apartment building. Hal squeezed the smoking Mustang into a parking space, sorrowfully observing the knife scars on the car's body and the last wisps of smoke escaping from the engine's crevice. Heaved a heavy sigh. His residence was not opulent, but it boasted proximity to Ferris Air Base and relative tranquility. Come in. Hal's voice was weary as he pushed open the car door. Chen followed him into the dimly lit corridor, ascending several flights of stairs until they reached a door. Hal produced a key and unlocked it. The apartment was modest, somewhat disheveled, yet exuded a distinctly bachelor vibe. A flight jacket casually draped over the back of a chair. Aviation magazines and tools scattered across the table, and an old-fashioned airplane poster adorned the wall. Hal strode directly to the refrigerator, retrieved 2 cans of ice-cold beer, tossed one to Chen, and pulled the tab on his own, gulping down a substantial portion. The chilled liquid providing a slight reprieve from the burning sensation in his throat. He collapsed onto the sofa, wiped his face, and regarded Chen, who was sipping beer across from him. All right, Mr. Yang. Hal set down the beer can, leaned forward, lowering his voice. His gaze sharpening with an unprecedented seriousness akin to that which he exhibited when confronting aerial peril. Now, there are no outsiders here. Tell me everything you know. Concerning that red and black madman, his insane ramblings, and the reason behind my cursed nightmares. And why, for heaven's sake, did you seek me out? Spare me the pretense of being a concerned citizen or a mere traveler. A traveler capable of conjuring bonds to ensnare such a creature? He paused, his tone laced with an unrecognized plea. I feel as though I am on the brink of madness. Since those nightmares began, I must know. Anything will suffice. Chen set down the beer can, his fingertips gliding over the cold surface. The living room was illuminated solely by a standing lamp, casting shadows across his face. He understood that it was time to lay everything bare. The individual before him, destined to become the Green Lantern, had yet to acquire the ring, yet was already enmeshed in a maelstrom beyond his comprehension, targeted by a fan filled with malice. Those nightmares were merely twisted trailers concocted by Deadpool. The truth might be even more absurd, Mr. Jordan. Chen spoke slowly, his voice deep and clear. Firstly, the individual clad in that red and black suit is known as Deadpool. He represents a unique existence, capable of transcending certain boundaries, even possessing knowledge of stories from other realms. Hal furrowed his brow, visibly bewildered by the notion of another world, yet he did not interrupt. He merely took another deep swig of beer, signaling Chen to continue. In his understanding, there was a tale about a test pilot named Hal Jordan, who was chosen by extraterrestrial forces to become the cosmic guardian known as the Green Lantern. Chen observed Hal's reaction, noting the sudden constriction of his pupils. The beer deformed by his grip. The Green Lantern? Hal's voice was dry and raspy. Indeed, a hero endowed with a powerful energy ring, capable of soaring through the cosmos and vanquishing villains. Chen endeavored to articulate in terms Hal could comprehend. Yet, in Deadpool's universe, this story had been adapted into a film, a disastrous failure, so atrocious that it became a blemish on the actor's career, and a thorn in the side of fervent fans like Deadpool himself. So, he sees me as the actor who botched the film? Hal found the idea utterly ludicrous. Yet he could not entirely dismiss the fact that the madman indeed spoke of box office poison, Ryan Reynolds. Essentially, that is correct. He has redirected all his resentment towards you for that wretched film, for in this world, you are Hal Jordan himself. Chen nodded.